There's the horn in Denver. The Nuggets come from behind and use a tremendous fourth quarter to survive the Sacramento Kings. Final tonight from Denver, Nuggets 116, Kings 110.
Do you remember how yesterday started, where we were talking about the Avs game, and said the Avs didn't play well, but they won. Last night, the Nuggets were ungodly frustrating. Like, I was actively pissed the entire game. Even at the end, it felt like I was pissed. It was sloppy, turnovers galore, couldn't find a way to feed Jokic inside the post, didn't really have an answer when the Kings were doing the fronting stuff, missed shots everywhere, playing terrible defense, and then they just buckled down in the fourth. Outscored Sacramento 32-17 in the fourth quarter. It was after giving up 42 in the first. And you got to win, which they desperately needed. Again, didn't look pretty, wasn't ideal, but did find a way. I don't know what to think after games like that. And
Life finds a way.
I don't know what to make of this team. I understand they didn't have Aaron Gordon again last night. Not having AG stinks, but you know what? The Kings didn't have Domantas Sabonis, who is their best player. But things were coming way too easy for Sacramento, at least on the offensive side for them. Way too many wide open looks and wide open shots. The Nuggets struggled to have any sort of consistency. And it felt like every time you were clawing your way back, a whole bunch of things would go wrong, and then you would be down 8 points again. Credit to them. They found a way to go out and close out the basketball game. And if there's anything that is incredibly encouraging about yesterday, it's just that. It's that they've struggled throughout the course of the year just to close, and they went out and they closed out a game in pretty epic fashion. Like really, really tough, good defense late in the game, got stops when they had to, and made enough of the clutch buckets. But it looked like a slog the entire game.
So Brett, let me ask you then, bigger picture. I know that this maybe wasn't the marquee win we've been talking about, right? Vic has been saying all season long, when you look back and you look on the Nuggets schedule, there's not a great win.
Yeah.
Would this still count, though, as a season-altering win? You remember we were talking about games that change the course of a season. Is this one of those games where you go, the Nuggets played like garbage? They played like Steve Nelson for 75% of that game, and they still won. I think that's important for the team's mentality.
It could. I'd say it could be. I got to see how they respond to it. If they play defense like they did in the second half, then sure. I mean, you hold the team to 45 points in the second half, yeah, you're going to beat a lot of teams. But they did that and eked out a victory yesterday. Again, do I think it's some sort of, hey, this was a turning point in the season and then they started to take off? I'm not sure. I'll say this. The guy who I thought was the best on the floor last night for the entire stretch of minutes he was out there was Zeke Naji. I think you have to play him. You cannot allow that sort of energy type of difference maker guy, especially in a game like that, to fall by the wayside. I actually, towards the end of the game, was surprised that Malone, when he was re-entering, I forget who he put back in the game late. But when he removed Zeke Najee, he just came up with a couple of huge plays. He had one where it was block shot, wrestle for the rebound, tough defense, grab the rebound. He was doing that all night long and really fighting on the offensive glass, knocked down a couple of threes. Like, I thought he was fantastic the entire time he was on the floor last night. All of it. But he gets pulled, and I think Peyton Watson stayed on the floor at the end of the game. I was a little bit surprised by that. But they have what seems to be a very clear issue. Because when teams implement that fronting of Jokic, they have a tough time because they want to force feed him in the post. And they can't seem to get it there. And then it becomes, hey, Russell Westbrook make a shot, which he didn't early, but he started too late. I mean, Russell finishes 10 of 20 from the floor for 25 points, led the team in scoring last night. Final tally was great. There was a couple of really awkward minutes mixed in between. But that's part of the Russell Westbrook experience. It's you got to ride that roller coaster because the highs that he can get you are really high. Can really make you feel like this guy is going to make a difference in a positive way. What's really interesting is Jamal only shot the ball 10 times last night. Now, I don't know if this is a career high for Jamal. If it is, it's got to be close. Got to the free throw line 15 times yesterday. So he finished with 24 points on just 10 shot attempts, but got to the line 15 times. When they're doing the fronting of Jokic, they are intentionally leaving some guys open, saying, I dare you. And Russell Westbrook is always going to be one of those guys because by volume, he's maybe the most inefficient outside shooter that the league's seen. Christian Brown, they are absolutely daring to make shots, and Christian Brown did make a decent amount last night, but it all just felt so clunky. And Texas says it got so loud in the fourth quarter, thought it was a playoff game. Well, that crowd was waiting that entire game for some sort of life. And when they finally started to get it, and I'll tell you when it happened, it's when Zeke Najee was playing tough defense and then knocked down that three to give them their first lead of the game, which was 96-95 or whatever that was, which they subsequently lost very shortly afterwards, and it felt like it wasn't going to matter. So, yeah, it went from 96-95 to the Kings grabbing a 102-99 lead afterwards. But again, tough defense mixed with attacking the rim. And I think that was the difference for Westbrook at late in that game. They left him open for threes, right? And Russell was like, all right, I'll make this. And then he would miss. And then late in that game, they gave him that room, daring him to shoot, and then I think he realized, I'm faster than most people on the floor. If I put the ball down and attack, I can probably catch them sleeping a little bit and get easy layups, and he got those. You know, Porter early in that game did kind of the same thing, where they were kind of daring the Nuggets to shoot from the outside, and Porter, for like a good 5-6 minute stretch, just attacked the rim and got to the cup. I just think if that's the way that these teams are going to play, they have to do that a whole lot more. The Nuggets don't lack athleticism. They're a pretty athletic team. I mean, the guys that you would say lack in that department are probably Jokic and Porter, but Westbrook has it. Jamal's athletic. Christian Brown certainly is. Zeke Najee is. Aaron Gordon, when he's on the floor, is. They got guys who can go out there and just create something. But, I mean, am I wrong here? Was anybody else pissed? Even at the end, the Nuggets won, and my reaction was like, thank God. I was also annoyed. The refs were awful on both sides, by the way. I didn't know. You for a couple of minutes could hack somebody and punch them in the face without a foul, and then you couldn't breathe on somebody 2 minutes later without it being a foul. the amount of challenges they used all 4 challenges before the fourth quarter even started. You're just like, oh my God, get this game over with.
I think that maybe this isn't a perfect analogy, and I might have to submit myself for the Mojis next year, but sometimes watching Nuggets basketball feels like, you know when you're scrolling on social media and you get ads for those mobile games, and it'll be one person with a gun fighting a bunch of zombies, and there are a bunch of different power-ups they can take. They can go for a power-up that'll give them more people, or if they go through a trap, it'll accidentally take away 20 people. And in the ad, they intentionally play the game the wrong way, so you'll want to download it and play it the right way. And sometimes I see those, and I'm watching.
Is that the purpose behind that? Because I always wonder, I'm like, that guy's stupid.
Yes, it's because you watch them playing it stupidly, and you go, God, I could do it better. And so you want to download it and prove that you actually know how to play it. That's what it feels like sometimes when I'm watching the Nuggets, where I go, no, if you go to the right, you can get the power-up that gives you more guys. You went to the left, and you just lost half your army. Like, play the app the right way. It just seems like everything goes in the exact opposite direction that it should. It feels like they're wading uphill through mud sometimes.
There's an easier way for them to get the job done, and they just refuse to take the route. By the way, can I hear Malone after the game? Because I got to imagine he wasn't happy either. I went to sleep shortly after the game got done. So, and I was like so tired of it. I felt like I just wanted to turn that off as quickly as possible. Again, I am incredibly happy that the Nuggets got the win last night, but it was painful to get there. Painful. It almost felt like you were cooking. You were making something for the first time. Like you're baking a cake or something like that, and you pull it out of the oven, and you're like, this looks awful. I completely messed this up. And then you taste it, you're like, it tastes fine, I guess, but I wouldn't show this to anybody. That's what that game was last night. The end result, you got what you wanted. But it wasn't pretty. Here's Mike Malone's opening comment.
But here's the thing. I really don't care how they guard us. I really don't. They shot 62% in the first quarter. By far our worst quarter. Quarters 2, 3, and 4, I thought our defense was great. So how they guard Nikola should have no impact on our defense. And it did tonight. We allowed our offensive struggles in quarter 1 to allow them to score 42 points and shoot 62%. That can't be, especially with 20 games to go. There are going to be nights where our offense is not humming at the highest level. And what I loved about tonight, I thought tonight was a hell of a win. What I loved about tonight was the defense. I mean, to hold that team second half to 39%, fourth quarter 30%, and they really hurt us in the paint in the first half. They only had 12 in the second half. So as I was walking off the court tonight, somebody said, we'll take it. You're damn right we'll take it. I don't think anybody in this room realizes how hard it is to win a game against a team that has won 4 in a row. So for all the people out there that are saying, yeah, we'll take it, it wasn't pretty, it's a win, okay? Let's not get carried away. It's a good win against a team that's playing well.
Yeah. I mean, the Kings went into that game with 4-game win streak, I believe it was. You're able to close the door on that. For a coach, that probably upsets you hearing somebody say, we'll take it, but that was my exact reaction. I was just like, all right, thank God that's over, and I'm glad that you got the win. But I don't want to watch that game again, especially with the way it started. Like he said, they allowed their lack or their struggles offensively in the first quarter to dictate how they're playing defensively, and that just can't happen. But credit to them, fourth quarter, you buckled down. Outscore them by 15, holding them to 14 points in the fourth quarter. And it netted you a W. So you're now just keeping pace in the Western Conference, back to tied with the Lakers, both 11 games back of first place. Lakers still own the tiebreaker, but we've talked a lot about the schedule that the Nuggets have coming up. Racking up wins is incredibly important because after this, it's Phoenix tomorrow, and then it's a back-to-back with OKC Sunday, Monday. It's Minnesota Wednesday. It's LA on Friday. And then you could even take that a step further. You got Washington on the second game of a back-to-back, and then on next Saturday, and then Monday it's Golden State, and Wednesday it's LA again. Like, tough stretch coming up. Every win is going to be incredibly important. So, 303-504-0925. Shant Mazda text line, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this. Texture writes in, perfectly said by Malone. Pay attention to that, Brett. It's a win. I don't want to hear you and Vic whine all day. Well, good news for you. Vic isn't here. Bad news for you. I do agree that a win is always going to be a great thing. But I will not apologize for having high standards for the Denver Nuggets. I don't apologize for that. I want the Nuggets to play at a level that if they play against any one of the elite teams that we've mentioned before that way last night, that's not going to end well.
Today, I do not apologize.
That's all I'm talking about here. I want the Nuggets to, obviously, I want the Nuggets to win and bring home another championship. But you're comparing what teams look like when they play against each other. And the fact of the matter is the Nuggets have struggled against the better teams in this league. Teams above 500. That now takes them to, I believe it's 15-16 against teams above 500 this year. And if they played like that against a team that was a little bit better than what the Kings are, and the Kings are all right, they're a pretty good team. But if you did that against Oklahoma City, you're getting torched. That's all I'm saying. And I think Malone is absolutely right about one thing. Defense cannot be affected about how you're playing offense. You can struggle at times. You can have some issues. You can have some inconsistencies that cannot affect the defensive side of the basketball. So again, I got high expectations. That's a byproduct of your team being good for a long time. I do the same thing with the Avs, by the way. Super high expectations. And I said the same thing yesterday morning. Nelly, doesn't it sound a little bit like a repeat? Didn't think the Avs played very well. Very happy they got the win. But it shouldn't have looked like that against Pittsburgh because they're better than that.
Malone himself has said it over the years that it's better to nitpick after a win. And that's what we're doing right now. The Nuggets won. Great, that happened. But let's look back and say if this team wants to make a deep playoff run, then how the game happened yesterday can't happen.
Yeah.
You play like that against better opponents in a tough Western Conference, you're not going to win. And so I think that's the point is let's be happy. A win's a win. They absolutely needed to steal a win, like you said, before they go on the road for this gauntlet. But let's still look at the game tape and say that for 75% of that game, they were sleepwalking.
In a roundabout way, I'm being positive because I expect more out of them. That's all I'm saying. Look, if I got here this morning and you were hearing me go like this, hey, guys, that's an amazing win for the Nuggets yesterday. They played unbelievably great. The close was one of the best things I've seen all year. If I did that this morning, I don't think I would have very high expectations for the team if that was my reaction. In fact, I think a lot of you guys would say I'm being like some sort of company man or something like that. I tell you this all the time. You can agree or disagree with the way I feel about things, but I promise you it's what I actually think. And after I say my opinion, look, from my lips to God's ears, I don't know how you guys receive it, but this is how I feel. And I have these sort of reactions to games when it features the Nuggets or the Avs because I want them to be better. And I think they are better than the product that they put up for both of them the last couple of games. And it is a month away from the postseason. There is no time to figure things out anymore. I want this team to be rolling. Catch some sort of fire, get lightning in a bottle, and enter the postseason with a little momentum. So anyway, we can jump back to this in a bit. Here's one thing I found out yesterday after seeing all the news that came out in the NFL. If the Broncos want to improve at wide receiver, they can. Because there is not a shortage of options. Whether it is the news that DK Metcalf has requested a trade from Seattle, whether it's Devontae Adams that is out in New York, whether it's the rumors that Garrett Wilson might be close to asking out of the Jets organization. No matter what it is, you can find a way to improve. And do I think that wide receiver is an absolute necessity of their offseason? I don't. But I sure would put that in a nice-to-have category. I don't think there's any question. Said this before, I'm not getting hyper-focused on positions. If I were, I would find just one way to improve the running back room. I want somebody there, whether it's what we talked about yesterday with Aaron Jones, or whether that's finding somebody in the draft, or whatever the case may be, you need to improve there. But overall, I just want more weapons for the offense and for Bo Nix specifically. You know, I've said this. It's kind of been a running theme. And I hate to keep going to the well because it feels like I'm bagging on the guy, and I'm not. But I just think it's true when you look around the league and all the other teams that are quote contenders in the NFL. If you have a chance to improve on Courtland Sutton being your number one wide receiver, then I think you should do it. I think if I put DK Metcalf and Courtland Sutton on the field at the same time, think about the weapons those would be. And you want to talk about prototypical Sean Payton wide receiver, 6'4", 230 pounds, solid muscle, runs faster than anybody that is on the field most times. God, would I love that. Young, too. Young player. But I'm not like some people. It feels like you're comfortable with where the Broncos are at wideout. And I'm not. I want it to get better.
By the way, did you see Ryan Fitzpatrick yesterday on Twitter? He translated not Debo, other Niners receiver, Brandon Ayuk's cryptic post on Instagram because, hey, death, taxes, and football players saying weird, vague stuff online. Did you see his translation?
I did. Here's what I want to do, because we haven't done this in a minute. Whenever I find a post like that, I want Moser to read it. So I have that banked, and that's saved. And we'll make Moser do that at 7:30 this morning. I want Moser to read exactly what Brandon Ayuk said yesterday on I think it was Instagram, right?
It was his first Instagram post in the year 2025.
I think that there is a huge avenue for the Broncos to get better on offense. Like, I don't think it has to strictly come from the draft. And here's the bummer. It likely is not coming in free agency. So you probably have to make a deal if you want to get one of these guys. But we've seen the market for wide receivers. It's not like these guys are going for first-round draft picks. Debo went for a 5th. Hell, man, you go back to last year, Devontae Adams was traded to the Jets. And it was a conditional 3rd that the Vegas Raiders got in return. There are ways that you can do this. And whether it's DK, whether it's Devontae Adams, whether it's Garrett Wilson, whether it's you name it, anybody out there that's on the table like that, you got a way to improve your offense and continue to get weapons for Bo Nix. The Broncos at times last year were far too reliant on one guy in Courtland Sutton, who I think is if your number one wideout is the MLB and your number 2 wideout is AAA, he's one of those tweener type of guys, it feels like. But it'd be a lot better to have him as a number 2. You know, we've kind of been over this exercise before, but if you were to take all the teams across the NFL and ask how many of those is Courtland Sutton a number 1 on, Most aren't. He would find a couple of different spots. Most of them wouldn't be, but he's still incredibly valuable and productive. And I think that only becomes even more so if he's not the only threat you need to worry about in the passing game. Changed a little bit towards the end of the year with Marvin Mims. Did change. But it was few and far between. Like, get me somebody else in the red zone that you have to worry about outside of Cortland Sutton. Get me one of those. So you can improve on that in a hurry. Here's the other thing from yesterday. Latest report here is the Broncos, because this is what happens with success when you become a successful football, basketball, whatever team, price tags come with it. It means because you have good players. That's why the Nuggets find themselves sort of hamstrung in the salary cap department. When you win a championship, it's because guys matter and guys played well, and when they play well, they get paid well. Well, we were just talking about Nick Bonito. You got to get that guy under contract. He seems to be one of the premier pass rushers in the NFL, and he's younger than most of the premier pass rushers in the NFL. Got to get him under contract. But how about what I think you could argue was the MVP of your season last year in Zach Allen? According to Chris Thomason, Zach Allen is seeking a contract extension that pays him over $25 million per season. And I'll be honest with you, if you believe that he's got years of this kind of production left, it is worth it. You go back and look at the Chiefs. There were times where they had to pay the piper. And they had to make really strict, difficult decisions on who to keep and who to let go. And almost in every case, they let go of the guy that I think would have surprised you. They let go of Tyreek Hill. And basically, you let go of Tyreek to keep who? Chris Jones. Because they understand if you got an interior defensive lineman who's capable of collapsing a pocket, it does amazing things for your defense. Zach Allen's one of those guys. We saw it last year. Why were the Broncos the leaders last season in pressures on the quarterback? Leaders in sacks? It's because that freak, almost every single play, was living 3 yards deep in the backfield. Living there. Zach Allen, from an interior defensive lineman position, had 8.5 sacks, 15 tackles for loss. I think you look at him and you go, sir, whatever you feel like you deserve to be paid, here's the check. He is way too important and way too difficult to try and find again.
Pay him. Pay that man his money.
You should. You can find edge rushers that are productive. Now, to find elite ones is really hard. To find like the Myles Garrett types, to find the TJ Watt types, yeah, that's difficult. I would argue to find somebody who can do that from the interior is even more impossible. It's why I think Aaron Donald is one of the most remarkable football players that I've seen in the last 20 years. His ability to do that from the inside is crazy, where those guys are taking on double teams every single play. And that's in run and pass. You're getting a center and a guard, both at the same time hitting you. Can you wiggle out and find a way to make a play? Zach Allen did repeatedly last year, multiple times a game. And if he didn't, just by his presence, he was opening up the door for Bonito to get a one-on-one situation. It is, I think, of the utmost of priorities of not just improving the roster, because that's what we're looking for. Who can we add to help this team in the offseason? It's to keep guys like that, because he is incredibly good. So, tomorrow, if you are one of the first 5,000 fans through the doors for the game against the Utah Jazz, they're giving away Rocky bobbleheads. So get there early and don't miss out on the exclusive giveaway. You can get your tickets now at denvernuggets.com/tickets. We are also going to give away a Rocky bobblehead on the show tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. We have our Nuggets scratch tickets that we're giving away today and tomorrow as well. So a whole bunch of chances to win things.
And that game against the Jazz is on Friday, March 28th.
Oh, I'm sorry, the 28th. My bad.
Yes. Well, so the game is Friday, March 28th, but tomorrow, Friday, March 7th, is when we are giving away a bobblehead.
Correct.
So you can get a bobblehead tomorrow. You can skip the lines, and you can still go to that game, and you don't have to be out there, be one of the first 5,000.
So the game against the Jazz on the 28th is when they're giving away the bobbleheads, but we're going to do one tomorrow. So 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. Avalanche back at it tonight as they take on the Sharks. That's going to be at 7:30 right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Saw this yesterday from Elliot Friedman. This on the subject of Mikko Rantanen. I'm going to do a segment I call Reading. According to multiple sources, the Carolina Hurricanes are doing their Mikko Rantanen due diligence, checking out potential returns as either a rental or with an extension, assuming he's willing to sign anywhere before July 1st. Among the teams believed to be very interested are Toronto, Dallas, and Los Angeles. Although that's a ridiculously incomplete list. Who wouldn't want him at a $2.3 million cap hit if Carolina retained 50% of Rantanen's salary? But a trade return would be much better for the Hurricanes if Rantanen agreed to extend with a new team, something else everyone's trying to determine. The Mikko story is crazy. We know Mikko's game around here. I love Mikko. I think that Mikko or his agent or somebody has drastically overvalued what they believe his market is if he were to hit free agency. Mikko, since the trade, has racked up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points since the trade. So that is in a handful of games. 6, 9, 12. So 5 points in 12 games. In 3 goals. I feel bad for Mikko. I think that he's in a really tough place right now where he very clearly is not himself in Carolina. I think he's still kind of shell-shocked by everything that went down. I really don't want him to go to Dallas. Because there's a very real possibility that you're playing Dallas in the first round. And I would hate to have Mikko squaring off against you in a first playoff series. I think that the conversation surrounding him has been a little disrespectful to his game. You know, there's always going to be a boost that you get playing with a guy like Nathan MacKinnon. That's just going to naturally happen because when you play around good players, you get better looks. That applies in virtually every sport. If you're a good pass rusher, but you have an even better one on the offense or the opposite side, then it's going to help you get one-on-one opportunities. Same thing if you're a wideout. You know, we were just talking about this with Cortland Sutton. If you were to put DK Metcalf opposite of him, I bet you Sutton's even more productive. It's a question that people have about T. Higgins, to be honest. How good is T. Higgins if he's the number 1 on a team and he's not the number 2 behind Jamar Chase who gets all the attention? Like, it's always a question in sports for that guy. You know, Mikko's had that question. Leon Draisaitl's had that question. A whole bunch of people have.
Well, and I'm not saying that this guy's ever been talked about as a number 1, but look at what's happened with Casey Middlestat's game after Val Nichushkin came back. Now he's looking like his old self because he's got the right teammate with him. Those combinations absolutely do matter.
I do want to remind people that when Nathan MacKinnon was out, was it last year for like a month? And they had 2 years ago, I believe. They had a whole bunch of guys on the shelf. Mikko Rantanen carried that team throughout the course of that. He did. So he's a very, very, very good hockey player. But he's one that I don't know what Carolina's doing. If they just traded for him to trade him away a few weeks later, it makes no sense to me. But I feel bad for him. So in one instance, I see that, and here's a back-to-back. Here's another player who was traded that felt like a giant, huge piece of a team that was largely responsible for a championship that was won. Maybe not the main piece, but a huge piece. And then was traded away. Anthony Davis traded to the Dallas Mavericks for Luka Doncic. That's only been a few weeks. Jeannie Buss wasted no time in pretty much throwing him under the bus. Here's what it sounded like. Jeannie Buss, owner of the Lakers, said, "We have lost the last 3 years in a row to the Denver Nuggets in the playoffs. And we really didn't have anything that was going to look different going in the playoffs again." Anthony Davis was complaining about where he was being played, and he wasn't happy. So I think this is a positive for both teams. They got what we're looking for, or they got what they were looking for. We got what we were looking for. Of course, it's easy to say that when you were basically gifted as the only team that could negotiate a trade for a player of Luka Doncic's status. But just throwing Anthony Davis under the bus like that is one thing. Here's the other. This move was made specifically with the Nuggets in mind. She just admitted as much. If they went into the playoffs this year with that team and they got matched up against the Nuggets, they didn't think they would win. And I don't think anybody would. I don't think there's a single person that would, before the Luka trade, if the Nuggets and Lakers matched up, would have picked the Lakers. Now, things are different with Luka. I certainly have my reservations about playing the Lakers in a 7-game series. But previously, she's probably right. Just pretty quick. It's amazing that both teams with players that they seem to adore, between Anthony Davis and Luka Doncic, their top brass, whether it's ownership or GM, waste no time in talking trash about them on the way out the door. And I guess you have to justify this in some way. But the Lakers, here's all they had to say. We loved AD, but Luka is 25 years old and a generational type player. We couldn't not make the move. The Mavericks had to explain it. And that's why Harrison goes in front of a microphone and says, well, he's fat and he likes beer and he likes hookah and he doesn't take basketball seriously. And I'm pretty sure he does meth in the locker room. And that's what he has to do, because there's no other way to justify it. And to this moment, I don't think it's justified yet. Texture says, lost to us the past 3 years. Has it been 3? I guess it's only been 2 that they've lost to the Nuggets, right?
Right, but it's one of those things where it was 2 seasons, but it's been 3
3
years on the calendar.
Yeah,
time's a flat circle, man. But you know what? You don't really piss me off though. This might be me going full Vic since he's gone. Yesterday, I was scrolling through Twitter, and I saw some highlights of the Lakers just beating up. I can't remember who they played last night, but they blew their doors off. And Luka and LeBron both balled out. They got a nickname now. They got a celebrity couples nickname. You know what places like Bleacher Report are calling them?
What's that?
Bronchich. LeBronchich.
Yeah.
Nope. I'm done. ESPN's bending the knee to Bronchich. Strap in, boys. It's going to be a long playoffs.
So this was 2 days ago where they crushed the Pelicans. Luka was a plus 37 in that game. 30 points, 8 boards, 15 assists. Yeah. They're different. That's for sure. You can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch the show on YouTube. Search Altitude Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube. Find the link, subscribe, like, comment, all of that fun stuff as we are live from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. every single weekday. So check us out on YouTube as well. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Jokic has it, working against DeRozan. Here comes a triple team. He throws out of it and throws it away. Loose ball comes down to Keon Ellis. Backcourt cut, dunk, two hands. Nuggets just don't have it, man. Nuggets are not in this basketball game, not anywhere near ready to play tonight. Denver down by 14. If things don't change, this is going to keep on keeping on. Timeout Malone. Murray has it inside the arc, guarded by Ellis. Head fake on the jumper. Kick out three, Najee. Yeah! Denver leads 96-95 with Jokic on the bench. Throws it off over to Joker, right back to Murray in a three. Boom! Shakalaka! Nuggets up 6, their big lead of the night, 110-104, with 2 minutes to go. Jamal Murray at the free throw line to win the game and come back from behind fashion for Denver needs this free throw. Ball game. Denver leads at 115-110, and they will survive the Sacramento Kings.
All right, Moj. So I've been on for an hour already, and I've gotten a lot of this in the first hour. I am glad that the Nuggets won that game. I am happy about the way they played defense in the fourth quarter. I hated virtually every second of that game, though. I was pissed, like actively angry watching that game.
I could not agree more.
Like, I was angry at the end. Even when the Nuggets won, I was just like, my reaction was, thank God. Just move on.
I could not agree more. It sounds so, again, it sounds so selfish, right? We go back to the Avs game the other night. Yeah, they won. Okay? That's the best part. But the coach was not pleased. Nobody was satisfied with the way they played, even the guys themselves. It's a win. I mean, it's a dub, but it feels so unsatisfactory. Why is that? Why am I selfish? I mentioned this, I want to say a couple of weeks ago when I first got back, that coming down the stretch here, it's not just that they win, it's how they win. The style, the emphasis doesn't make you believe that this team really is a contender. That's and listen, everybody's going to squeak out wins and come from behind and so on and so forth. I feel like, and by the way, the Nuggets are tied with the Lakers for the number 2 spot. They were a half game back. I feel like that's a team last night that you should have drilled. Without Sabonis, you drill them.
Fair. My whole thing is this. For the people who are texting me over and over again the 6 o'clock hour telling me, hey, it's tough to win in this league. I was like, I'm well aware of that. Well aware. But I do not apologize for having high expectations for the Nuggets and the Avalanche. They should have high expectations. They both have arguably the best players in the world on their teams, which makes you a contender for a championship already. Okay? Both of these teams have won in recent memory, in the past 3 years, championships. I want them to do it again. And I'm basing their chances of that off of how they play. And if the Nuggets played that way last night against Oklahoma City, they get run. That's the bottom line. Like, Sacramento's a good basketball team. They won 4 straight. They're a tough team. Yes, they're without Sabonis, and yes, you're without Aaron Gordon, and yes, that game was reffed in a completely unpalatable manner.
Weird.
Like, for 2 minutes, you could punch somebody in the face without a foul, and then you couldn't breathe on somebody the next 2 minutes. I don't know what the hell was going on.
By the way, though, I will say, Jamal Murray going to the line so much, I don't know that I've ever seen that in my life.
I was going to say 15 free throw attempts has to be the most in his career.
I don't think, I'm trying to remember. Somebody would have to look this up because I've not done that. I don't care to. It's not that big of a deal. But when was the last time or ever he shot 15 free throws in a game? Ever.
But the point in this, Moj, is there isn't a lot of time for you to get things figured out. Now, I have positives from the games that I want, or from the game I want to get to in just a second. But overall, this team let the offense affect their defense early in the game, which was incredibly annoying. And secondly, they're still having a really difficult time finding out a way to beat this fronting Jokic thing. They try and force feed him when I don't think that's the proper route to take. Teams are obviously, they have taken what J.J. Redick and the Lakers did, and they said, we're going to use that. And they looked at guys like Russell Westbrook and Christian Brown. They go, shoot it. I dare you. Shoot the basketball. And
they last night they did effectively. They did.
Well, they turned it around later, and this is one of the huge positives. The Nuggets have had a tough time closing this year. They closed that game with an A-plus effort.
It was great.
A-plus.
Absolutely.
One thing I like that Westbrook did.
And by the way, when you look at the first quarter for the Kings, and you look at the last quarter, I mean, it's a 25-point difference. Okay? So that's how much it swung from quarter one to quarter four. Nuggets were only 3 points better offensively in the fourth quarter, but they were effective on the other side of the court.
One thing that Westbrook did later in that game in the second half that I think really helped things out. They're obviously doing this, Moj. Front Jokic, force the ball. They're letting Westbrook stand wide open on the perimeter, and they're saying, kick him the basketball. When the Nuggets do, they'll take a step back and say, Russ, shoot it. And I think Russ realized, if you're going to give me 6-7 feet, I'm more athletic than most people on the floor. I'll attack you and get to the rim faster than you can backpedal. And once he started doing that, I think he found some confidence that picked up a shot. He hit a big three late in the game. But to me, the overall, this is by far the best part. No question about it. I think the reason you won, Zeke Naji, for every second he was on the floor, was incredibly good.
Really
every
good.
second. He was good on offense. He crashed offensive boards. He was playing defense with the tenacity that nobody had for about 2.5 quarters.
His plus-minus outside of Jamal, who shot all those free throws and whatnot, but his plus-minus was the second best on the team.
He brought the energy
Absolutely.
last night, and that crowd was dying for energy.
They really were.
That's why late in that game, that place got really loud because they were begging the Nuggets to give them a reason to cheer.
Here's what I want you to do today. I want you to say something that I don't agree with.
Okay.
Because otherwise, I'm just going to sit here and go, you're right. Uh-huh.
Okay, Van Halen's overrated.
Well, now you can go.
Yeah. There you go. You wanted something. There you go.
Okay. You know where you can go.
The point is, I think Zeke Naji has not only earned the right to be on the floor here and part of this rotation, I think he's almost kind of necessary. I think his ability on defense,
right,
which they need at times. Did you see him on that one possession where he was flying to the hoop, blocks the shot, Kings get the rebound, he blocks the shot again, fights for the rebound, grabs it, and then I think shortly after that he went down the floor and hit the three that gave him the first lead of the game? It's like that type of stuff.
That was the cause call right there.
Yes, that type of stuff is just like, I don't know anybody else on the team that's capable of doing that.
Plus, you need that sometimes. I mean, you need that little extra oomph.
Yes.
When was the last time, Nelly, I'm sure your gal trusts you, right?
I'd like to think so.
Okay. Have you ever given her a reason in anything to not trust you? Like you're not going to be on time or whatever the case may be.
Well, I mean, Moser, I'm a jazz musician, so she's got a lot of reasons not to trust this sax player.
I think she's probably okay in that department, bro.
Yeah, the marching band kind of offsets that.
Yeah, exactly.
That might be the only way my wife does trust me. She doesn't trust me for anything else. Showing up to something that she planned a week ago, no way. Oh, you forgot to do this.
And, the list at the grocery store?
I
forgot.
Done for. Yep. All the time. It's like I forgot the thing that she really needed.
I'm trying to think. Has anyone earned someone else's trust quicker than Najee's earned Malone's trust?
Surprised it took this long.
You know what I mean? You go from, is dude even in the building?
Yeah.
Right? Was he in the layup line? I don't know. To now, like you just said, the block, the rebound, the three, and you're like, damn, that was good. And like, coach is like, hey, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you 20 a night. How's that sound? Does that feel good? You want 20? It's awesome.
Zeke it wasn't that we didn't know if he was in the building or not. A month ago, the GM of this basketball team walked in front of a microphone and said, we tried to give him to anybody who would take him, and they all said no.
I know.
So now he's still here. Anyway, that was the reaction from the GM, was like, You know, we tried to make moves. Obviously, Dario and Zeke Najee, we tried to trade them. Nobody wanted those guys. Ugh. And now, let me give you a stat, Moj.
Well, the funny part is, Brett, I was even wondering, are they playing him to try and showcase that he can actually play before the deadline? You remember that? I was like, is this a ploy to try to move him? Well, now the dude's getting 20 a night.
Let me give you a stat. In how many games is this? This is since the beginning of February. So 4, 8, 12, 16 games. 16 games Zeke Najee's appeared in since February. In games in which he has played over 15 minutes, the Nuggets are undefeated. In games in which he has played less than 15 minutes, they are doing math on the fly here, 1-3. Think about that for a second.
That's weird.
So 1-3 in games he's played less than 15 minutes. In games he's played more than 15 minutes, they're 11-0.
Now, you can say, well, that's just circumstance, happenstance. It's the way it shakes out. Or you can say, you know what, there's a direct correlation between dude getting more than 15 and we're going to win.
Here's the other thing, though, Moshe. You say he's earned trust. The 4 games in which he's played less than 15 minutes, that was really early against New Orleans, he only had 9. The other 3 games are L.A., Milwaukee, Boston. So the games in which they were your toughest opponents was the games he played the least, so maybe he hasn't gotten that much trust yet from Michael Malone.
But maybe. Well, listen, you've got a bitter stretch here. This week and a half for the Nuggets is a pain in the old tailpipe.
Yep.
So maybe you ought to think, hey, you know what? Why don't we try our little Zeke experiment? I'm not talking about the Suns tomorrow night. Is it tomorrow night?
Yes.
Suns? Yeah. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the 2 OKC games. Why don't we give it a shot and see if the correlation holds up?
I'd love to.
Well, so would I.
Again, I think that the role that Zeke needs to play, he needs to be the guy who comes off the bench and plays exactly like he did late in that game, where I don't care if I get 5 fouls in 5 minutes. I'm playing this
You play with your hair on fire.
Yes.
Is what you do. Because that's how you're effective. You're a change-up. You're a lengthy guy with a lot of energy. You can shoot the dang basketball. Remember, we were talking about this so much, Brett, like, can he play or can he not play?
Yeah.
And if he can play, why is he not playing, right? That kind of thing. Well, now, I mean, he's out there. It's not as simple as, well, when he gets over 15 minutes, they're good. I mean, there's more factors that go into it. But there is a correlation for what he brings to the floor. Now, that being said, when you have all of your players available to you, and by the way, they only went 8 deep last night, Michael Malone was like, you know what? Let's just kind of stick with these guys right here, and let's see if we can make the comeback with these guys, the guys I trust, and so on. But when you have your players available to you, I feel like he's got to be part of the rotation.
I do too.
I just feel like he's got to be a guy not only that you can utilize, but that you need to utilize for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Right? And nobody should have any hurt feelings because you can show it in black and white that, look, when he's on the floor for this length of time and a change-up kind of guy, we're going to win games.
I was actually surprised late in that game. They made a substitution, and I forgot who went back in the game. Maybe it was Russell. But both Zeke and Peyton were on the floor. And they took out Zeke instead of Peyton Watson. And I thought, gosh, I think I would have left Zeke in. Now, he re-entered late in the game for Porter for defensive purposes. Right.
But you know what? Again, when I look at the starting 5 last night, and Aaron Gordon, of course, is out. When I look at that, I want those guys on the floor. I mean, those are the guys I trust the most, obviously. Sure. But you got to figure out a way to keep using this guy.
Have to.
Either way, it's a dub. It's a dub. It's a dub. And the Phoenix Suns are a mess. So hopefully you'll pull your act together and drub them coming up tomorrow night. Hopefully.
That is a dub.
Yeah, do not look forward to Sunday and Monday. We know what's coming Sunday and Monday.
Well, hopefully it's
but just keep racking up wins though. Focus on the Suns tomorrow night.
Yep. Got another chance for you guys today to win 12 of those Denver Nuggets scratch tickets. Again, they're limited edition $5 tickets. The overall top prize is $50,000. There are 25 $5,280 prizes that deepens the brand connection with Mile High Basketball and provides a high number of high-value winning experiences. Perfect if you're a Nuggets fan or a Scratcher fan. They're available now. But the key word for today, Moj was all like, oh, it's too confusing. You guys ruined this yesterday.
Okay.
That was a perfect impression of you, by the way. Perfect.
I honestly thought Moser was talking there.
Yeah.
Was that you, Brett?
Yeah, that was me. Hang on. Let's try it again. Who do you think's talking right now, Nelly? Oh, my gosh, it's just Jokic arms. There's an accent above it. You guys totally messed up this game.
Moser, stop talking. We got to get to break.
Thank you. So the key word today, try messing this one up. Bread. Like you're getting some bread. So if you can't spell bread, tough luck, Chief. Find a dictionary.
There's no Serbian accents.
Well, hold on.
Reject this time.
Text bread in your first and last name to 303-504-0925 for a chance to win 12 Nugget Scratchers.
Bread like you eat bread, or like money bread, or like bread like you bread a dog. There's two different breads.
I guess you're just going to have to figure it out, aren't you?
Oh, for God's sake.
It's the way that Moser uses it all the time.
Because if you get these scratchers, you have a good chance to get your hands on some bread.
I like that.
So bread in your first and last name.
I could use some of those scratchers, by the way.
504-0925. Well, they're available for $5. Moj.
I need some of that.
Back after this.
Went to the doctor some years ago and had a full physical. It's great. Oh, you're healthy, doing good. Okay, good. But your testosterone's a little low. Oh, all right. What do I do about that? No, nothing. You're just getting older. Sorry about that, Moj. I said, no, man, I don't feel like I used to feel. So I called the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and you should too. Are you not feeling like yourself, sluggish, low energy, sleep patterns off, all that kind of thing? Well, listen, guys, early to mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every single year. It happens gradually. Before you know it, you're like, wow, I don't feel like I used to feel. I'm not the same as I used to be. So go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. Look, schedule an appointment. They're going to draw your blood. Results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical provider. It's only $99. You got the consult, the T, the PSA test, all of that stuff. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment that day, the appointment's absolutely free. Higher energy levels, better gains in the gym, sleeping better, wake up feeling refreshed, all this kind of thing. More productive at work, no brain fog. It's going to help you. Don't wait. Most guys wait a year or more. So call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or, again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I'll tell you this. You got Devontae Adams out there. You got DK Metcalf out there. You got Garrett Wilson out there. It would be pretty disappointed if you didn't hear they were strongly in the hunt for one of those guys.
I agree.
And we got the Brandon Ayuk. I guess you got
There you go, Brandon Ayuk.
Well, let me ask this. No dumb question. The 4 receivers Tyler just mentioned, are you going to be disappointed if one of them in Bronco next year?
I don't know if I'd be really disappointed if we weren't strongly in the hunt. Right?
Yeah,
I think there's a breaking point for everything, and you got to use common sense.
I'd have to see. I agree with Tyler. I'd have to see if they didn't end up here, what they ended up somewhere else for.
I completely agree with PhD. Completely. That is too much talent that is out there for if they weren't active in trying to find ways to grab these guys. It's not that I'd be pissed if they didn't get any of them, but you should be finding out exactly what the price is on both trade compensation and contract extensions.
I'm sure the Broncos are absolutely doing that.
How could you be so sure?
But believe me, I'm sure. There's no way George Payton is not sniffing around. Did they sniff around Debo?
They did.
They sniffed, okay?
I still don't know what the holdup on that was, but...
Well, I don't either. But ask 30 other teams besides the Broncos. He was available to anybody.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
He was available to all 31 teams. And then Niners got a 5th. Okay? Yeah. So clearly everybody sniffs, but nobody wanted to bite. I'm sure they're sniffing around. Man, I'll tell you what. DK Metcalf. You don't have to sell me on this guy's value, all right? You don't have to sell me on this guy's size and speed and everything that comes with it. You do have to sell me on the kind of money he's going to want.
Well, sure.
He's coming off a 3-year, $72 million contract.
What is that, 64? He's 24 per.
Yeah, he's going to be coming off that, entering the final year of a 3-year, $72 million contract.
Yeah.
And he's going to want more.
Sure.
So are you ready for that? Are you ready to throw $30 million at him or more, to be honest with you? More.
I think I would be.
Okay.
If your plan here is to grab a tight end and a running back in the draft, then you aren't paying them all that much money. You aren't paying your quarterback any money. You aren't You're
right.
Going to have
which
room.
Is a huge luxury.
Yeah.
I was listening to you a little bit talk about Zach Allen. If you pay him what he wants,
blank check,
and you pay Benito what he wants, and you go get you a DK, then all your money's gone. I mean, you can be creative.
Remember, they're going to gain an extra $35 million after this year.
Understood. I mean, well, the cap is going up. You're going to get that money back. All the rust is gone.
Yeah.
All that stuff.
The remainder of the rust money for $30 to $35 million is going to go back in your pocket.
I heard, and you said something smart again, which is amazing. Is that when you get better, you got to pay the guys who help make you better.
Yeah. Yep.
So you think, well, we have all this money just to go on out and play with and go get guys. Well, you got to take care of your own as well. You've got baby birds in your own nest that need to be fed.
Okay, let's go through the list. Let's go through the list of guys.
And I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying. I think
it's a great point.
I'm sure that George Payton is keeping all of this in mind.
I think it's a great point, but let's go through the list of guys that we're talking about in that discussion for, right? And I'm talking like the next couple of years. I don't want to go like 5 years down the line. Like, yeah, you're eventually going to have to pay Bo Nix, but that's not for a while.
Right.
So let's just go short term. Who's left to be paid? Benito?
Yep.
Zach Allen?
Yeah. That's got to happen sometime soon.
And?
Well, yeah, that's good.
JFM?
Probably, yeah. I mean,
but he's not gonna get 30.
No, he's not. But again, do you not want to keep that defensive line intact?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I think that's why Zach Allen and Nick Benito are the keys there. I think you can find some other interchangeable parts. You know, a guy like John Franklin Myers is incredibly good, and I would love to keep him on the roster.
I think what you're looking at here with this defense as well is that the sum of all these players is good, right? You would say, well, how can this one player affect? Well, they all sort of fit together,
right,
like a puzzle piece, and that's what makes them so good. We're not talking about, again, Pro Bowlers all over the place, and oh my God, it's wicked. And
that's what I'm getting
There's
at.
a nickname for the defense and all this kind of stuff. No, they like playing with each other. They all play for each other. They're all happy for each other, and it shows. So if you want to keep that intact, again, you're not talking about exorbitant amounts of money for everybody, but you're going to have to pay.
I think as long as you lock down those two guys, your defense is really good. I want weapons. And they just listed 4 receivers. Again, going through them, DK, Devontae Adams, Garrett Wilson potentially, and Brandon Ayuk. That's 4 guys that I think are your immediate number ones in this team. Again, no disrespect to Courtland Sutton. Courtland Sutton, I think, would be an amazing too. I said if your number 1 wideout was an MLB player and your number 2 was a AAA guy, he feels a little tweener to me. Probably leaning more on the MLB side of things. But still, if you had him, I can't get this out of my head now that I saw it. DK and Courtland Sutton on the field at the same time, good luck. Because somebody's going to get a 50-50 ball that they're probably going to win the matchup on. Not to mention DK has ungodly speed at that size too. I just think you need to be very active in these negotiations. Now, the tricky thing is going to be these players are going to be looking for teams with established quarterbacks that have championship aspirations.
No doubt about it.
And you're certainly not out of that discussion,
but the number
you
one
aren't
thing,
number 1 on their list.
Well, the number one thing, well, you could be. That's the thing is you could be. The number one thing that guys want is what? They want money.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Now, if the money is equal, then who am I playing with? Where am I playing? All these things start to factor in. Guys will take a lot of money to play in Cleveland. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Green Bay should not be. The Packers should not be as good as they've been for the last 30 years. Have you've been to Wisconsin, right? And Green Bay, Milwaukee.
No, I've driven through Wisconsin.
Well, I've been there plenty. My point is that, you're going to go to Green Bay and you're going to play in the freezing snow. Okay, sounds good. No, but if you get paid, hell yeah, I'll play in the freezing snow, no problem whatsoever. You're right. I would like to see a complimentary guy with Yak. Again, Courtland Sutton, if you're talking about a number 1 wideout in this league, number 1. In fact, I'm going to look at of the top 32 wideouts in the National Football League or receivers. I'm throwing tight ends in there as well. The top 32 in the league. He has the least amount of yards after catch. That's it. Courtland Sutton does. The least amount.
He high points the football and comes down with
That's
it.
exactly
That's what
right.
his job is.
He is a possession guy. Red zone, awesome. Yes. But what he's not is a huge, big play kind of guy, right?
Right.
The hell was that?
That's Ace Ventura doing his Yak impression.
Oh.
We're talking yak here, Moj.
Makes me laugh every time I hear
That must have been number 2, right? When nature
I
calls.
think it's the second one, yeah.
Is that what he's like? He's in the fake rhino and he comes out the backside of it?
Dude, Ace Ventura, the first one, was on the other day, and I got to tell you, it's still funny to me. I'll always laugh at that.
Well, I'll say this. I get back to the receivers. In number 2, when he's driving the dude in the Range Rover, Land Rover, whatever, and he's singing.
We're just rolling it.
And he's singing Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Dude, I'm not kidding you. I literally
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, Chitty Bang Bang. How are you?
I literally was laughing so hard in the theater I couldn't breathe. One of those kind of deals. And then he barrel rolls it into the spot. It just
like a glove.
That's a hell of a way to open a flick.
I know
it just cracked me the hell up. Anyway. By the way, I love Chitty Chitty Bang Bang too, so it all came together. He has the least amount of yards after catch.
I got baby Jamal Kale laughing really hard. I stood outside her sliding glass door to her backyard, and I went, she thought it was hilarious.
She thought it was the greatest thing ever, yeah.
By the way, speaking of these wideouts, can you do me a favor, Mo?
So, but everybody else has more yards after catch. So, yeah, if you're talking about little thunder and lightning in that regard, I'm all for it. But you may have that guy. You just need to utilize him. I know Marvin Mims is not. It's not even remotely the same as the names you've been talking about. I dig that.
Well,
but
he
I would
could be. The problem is Marvin Mims is 5'11".
Yeah, he's a smaller dude.
That's not really an outside guy consistently. Now, there have been a few. Like Steve Smith made a great career out of being a shorter wide receiver that played that type of role. But you got to be tough as nails to do it.
Absolutely.
Again, it's not impossible, but
by contrast, let me put it this way. By contrast, Jamar Chase had almost 800 yards after catch.
Yeah.
I mean, so that it shows you what the top wideout in the league is doing. Most guys are in the 300 plus. A lot of guys are in the 400, 500 plus yards after catch.
Yep.
And then you're starting to talk about the top 15, 20 receivers in the entire league.
Do me a favor, by the way. Brandon Ayuk is one of the names that we mentioned. He sent an Instagram post yesterday after all the rumors were swirling about him. Can you read that for me?
Well, looks he's on the street.
No, just read his caption.
If he ain't worth 100 or better than something in another city, I'm icy. Land got run, none tucked. If he ain't worth
I don't understand anything that you said.
If he ain't worth 100 or better, then who's Yeen? Somebody.
So Yeen is if you ain't worth 100 or better in another city, I'm icy. I ain't got nothing tucked. So if you would like to know kind of what that means, you look very confused.
Well, because that sounds like really something really cool people would say, and I'm not that.
Here's the Ryan Fitzpatrick translation.
Copy.
If you are not worth $100 million or more, then please be quiet. I am currently visiting another city with lots of jewelry on, but I am not carrying a handgun.
Oh, okay.
There you go. That's the translation.
Why would he send that out?
And then also he followed up, Ryan Fitzpatrick followed up with more analysis. He said 2 more possibilities for none tucked. A, all the jewelry is out in the open and nothing is hiding. Or B, auto-corrected from nunchucks, so he is not to be messed with because he is wielding nunchucks.
Copy.
I just think there should be some active stuff. Now, I want to get to the Zach Allen thing a little bit later.
I listened to you talk about that, and I don't disagree with you.
I need more time than a couple of minutes on that, though.
But if you're talking, let me put it this way. If you're talking about big-time money, and he wants to be paid like a big-time interior defensive lineman, does he not?
Mm-hmm.
Then you've got to plan accordingly here. You can't just say, oh, everybody gets theirs. If you're going to do this right, you must plan accordingly. I don't see a way that you would let him get out of here.
With a couple of minutes. Last night, in the middle of the game, Scotty was talking to a man who traveled from South Korea to the Nuggets game because he is a Russell Westbrook super fan. I think his name is Kim, right? So Kim was at this game. Scotty talked to him in the middle of the game, and Russell Westbrook was the player that was chatting with Scotty on the Jumbotron afterwards, and this happened.
I was telling you this a while ago, you got one of your favorite friends from South Korea, Kim, over there. He's jumping up and down. He's all excited for you.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. And I got another jersey for you. I'm going to bring it over to you, man. Appreciate it. Yes,
everybody, what do you think about Russell Westbrook tonight?
You saw the happiest man in the building, Kim from South Korea.
Too.
And he's on a mission. Westbrook taking off the jersey. He's heading to Kim. We hold here for a moment. The Nuggets have now won 12 of the last 14 versus Sacramento. Look at this. The Nuggets.
But this is why Russell Westbrook is so great. He understands the platform that he has and the impact of something like this, the way it can inspire people.
A hug.
So there you go. Kim gets a jersey from Russell Westbrook. He literally takes it off his back, and Russell Westbrook is shirtless walking back into the locker room.
But we got a couple sweaty hugs. Are we sure that Kim is really from South Korea, not from like Highlands Ranch?
It seemed all check out.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
Seemed to. It would be a good grift though if he was cheating.
I want to see his driver's license.
Here's the thing though.
Yeah, I'm from Seoul. Prove it. Well, I mean, Seoul Street and Highlands Ranch.
It was a really cool story last night. It was all over, like NBA Twitter,
Right. No,
Bleacher
it's
Report,
cool.
everywhere.
It's cool.
One thing I thought of though, because my wife was watching at the end of the game, and she wanted to go to bed, and she goes, "I'm now invested in this game. I need to see how this ends." And then she sees Kim and watches Westbrook take his jersey off. And first of all, I thought my wife was going to have a heart attack. I was like, relax. I look just like him. Secondly, she hands him the jersey and she goes, ew. And having a sweaty jersey just handed to you like that what do you do with that? You just leave it in the stink?
Absolutely you
okay.
do. What do you do? He autographed it too. Did you see that? It looked like he autographed it.
Well, I don't know if he did or not. I don't know. It looked like he was autographing, but he didn't. I don't think he got a pen.
Well, there's a security guard right there. I have no idea.
Maybe. But yeah, I just, you got to put that thing in a case then, don't you, and trap the stink in there? Because it's probably
100%.
not going to smell good.
Well, he's got his DNA on that thing.
Well, when hockey players, they give away like
gloves and all that,
like game-worn gloves.
Yeah, what are you? Yeah, you don't.
They're disgusting.
Of course they are. They're sweaty and they're wet and they're.
So how do you keep that from not just reeking if you want to display that somewhere in your house?
Well, you leave it in the garage for about 6 months and then you bring it in.
Gotcha. So one thing I thought of too, very cool gesture, and I think that guy, obviously, Kim was going nuts.
Hockey gear though will stink forever.
There is nothing like a hockey locker room.
No doubt about it.
As far as the smell in there.
No doubt
Just
about it.
crazy. Anyway, cool little story last night, and good to see Kim get a little hug and a jersey
Honestly,
from his favorite player.
He came all the way from Pueblo. No, if he really is from South Korea, that's awesome.
He's from South Korea. Why are you being conspiracy theorist about this? He's from South Korea.
It sounds like something that I would do.
Well, because Moser's confused because there's
I came to see Messi all the way from Wales.
No, you'd have to do that the other way. Man, I think that the English person wouldn't have. If you went to see Messi,
right? I know I'm in Miami. Right, I'm all the way from Wales to see Messi, my favorite. Right.
Moser would go to a game and say, "Yeah, I'm from Paris, Texas,"
Yeah,
but he's
exactly.
going to say, "Oh, I came all the way from Paris."
we don't get much on Russian TV, but I do watch Messi occasionally.
You're right.
Something like that, yeah.
Brett from Omaha.
And it's just, yeah, where's your driver's license? I was actually born in Olathe, Kansas, believe it or not.
Were you really?
Overland Park.
You're kidding me.
Overland Park, Kansas, yeah.
I know, well, I think everybody, does everybody know exactly where that is? I know exactly
It's right
where that
outside
is.
Casey.
Yeah, we know.
Yep.
Good
I don't think a lot of people do, actually.
Good for you. That's great.
You know who's from Olathe, Kansas, by the way?
Your mom.
Darren Sproles.
Great. That's why he went to K-State.
Exactly right. And he also went to K-State because he had no stars and he was 5'2".
Okay.
Isn't Olathe that thing you learn how to use in shop class in high school?
Yes.
What is Olathe?
Yeah. Yes, it is. 303-504-0925. Saw a story from Elliot Friedman yesterday, Moj. Starting to feel kind of bad for Miko because there's an update on what's going to happen with Miko, potentially, before tomorrow. We'll get to it next. No, just read his caption.
If ye ain't worth 100 or better than something in another city, I'm icy. Land got run, none tucked. If ye ain't worth 100 or better, then who's ye? Somebody.
Oh, stewardess, I speak jive.
Oh, good.
He said that he's in great pain and he wants to know if you can help him.
All right. Would you tell him to just relax and I'll be back as soon as I can with some medicine?
Just hang loose, blood. She's gonna catch up on the rebound on the med side.
What it is, Big Mama? My mama didn't raise no dummies. I duck a rap.
Cut me some slack, Jack.
Say cutting the
Chump don't want to help. Chump don't get the help.
Say can't hang. Say 7-Up.
Jive ass dude don't got no brains anyhow.
Good Lord. We'll reset the keyword here in a few minutes, but I want to read something for you here. Moj. Elliot Friedman. According to multiple sources, the Carolina Hurricanes are doing their Mikko Rantanen due diligence, checking out potential returns as either a rental or with an extension, assuming he's willing to sign anywhere before July 1st. Just that first sentence, by the way, is wild. How long ago was that trade?
A month ago? Is it a month?
Was this their plan? I trade for him just to trade him?
Who's the defensive end that wanted the new contract and who's traded to the Jets?
Hassan Reddick.
Hassan Reddick. Did the Jets think they were just going to get him and everything was going to be fine? Or
yeah, good question.
You have to know. In my opinion, you've got to know what that player's wants, needs, and agreements are before you make that kind of deal. That's me.
Yeah,
that's me.
But it's followed up with this. Among the teams believed to be very interested are Toronto, Dallas, and Los Angeles, although that's a ridiculously incomplete list. Who wouldn't want him at a $2.3 million cap hit if Carolina retained 50% of the salary? But a trade return would be much better for the Hurricanes if Rantanen agreed to extend with a new team, something else everyone's trying to determine. First of all, keep him the hell out of Dallas. Please.
Please.
Because that's one of the things I think with the Avs trade is that you specifically deal him to some place that you aren't exactly worried about at this moment.
Mm-hmm.
And if they just flip around and deal him to somebody that you are worried about, then that's going to piss you off. But
I will give you total perspective on this. Just ask me the proper questions. What would I do if I was him? I would ride it out and go free July 1st.
I think I would too. At this point, why not? Unless somebody is trying to give you a good amount of money. And Moj, you and me have talked about this. I don't know what he's being told, or maybe it's what he thinks against the advice of his agents. I don't know what's going on there. They have to have a heart-to-heart here. And I love Mikko. Still do. I think that Mikko is getting a little bit of a bad rep for a tough little stretch of games here because I don't think he's himself, first of all. I think he's still kind of shell-shocked by everything that went down. But secondly, they need to have a heart-to-heart on, we can take this to free agency and really test out the market, but we also need to have a conversation about we could be losing money the longer that we wait. And that's what's tough. If he waltzed into Carolina, Moj, and he had 13 points in 12 games and he put up 6 or 7 goals and 6 helpers, it's probably a different discussion. They're probably on the same page of like, see, I told you, you're this good, you hit free agency, you're going to get paid. He's not having that production right now. And there's going to be a lot of people questioning, you're absent of Nathan McKinnon and your numbers dropped. What's going on?
Let's see what he's done in Carolina. He's got 6 points in 12 games.
Yeah.
So if you're just talking about regular, that's a 41-point regular season.
3 goals, right?
I think he's got 2.
Maybe right.
I have to look.
I thought I saw 3.
Maybe. I'd have to look. Let me take a
Yeah,
look.
2 goals.
2 goals.
I counted the 1 goal that he scored against Sweden, which obviously doesn't count.
Yeah, dude, that was
On the
Nations.
game, it's hard to
Four
hard
Nations,
to,
bro.
Hard to see on the game
Okay,
logs.
good.
Go ahead.
Good. Here's my advice to him. And by the way, I don't care what he does now. I mean, I don't want to see him go to Dallas or LA, or I don't want to see him come back to the West, okay? But you had a long time to figure this out.
Yeah.
You had a long time to lay out every damn scenario under the sun. If you're caught with your pants down, it's your own fault. That's all I got to say.
True.
What you shouldn't do when you're a high-priced, soon-to-be free agent, okay? You're saying he's shell-shocked. Well, you shouldn't be. If you're a high-priced...
No, I think you're shell-shocked by the trade.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You shouldn't be. You've had... This has been going on for a long time, okay? Are you... Did the team love you? Yes. Are you valuable to this, to teams? Absolutely. But if you're going free, or you're about to, you cannot get caught with your pants down. And if you're caught with your pants down, that's on you and that's on your representatives.
Okay.
That's all there is to it.
Can I make a correlation here?
Sure. So I don't. In all honesty, I don't really care. I mean, figure your life out, dude. Good luck.
Mikko, is there a chance that he thought he was in Landeskog territory where they wouldn't actually let me walk? Remember, Landeskog was this close to hitting free agency.
It was, 11:59 p.m. type of thing. Yeah.
So did Mikko think he was in that era where he's like, even if I don't get an extension done, they aren't going to trade me. We'll figure it out once the offseason hits. Did he think he was that? And the Avs just said, you're not.
Well, I think that clearly the Avs and Gabe were a lot closer. I'm not even sure it was about the dollars per year. It might have been the term,
Sure.
that kind of thing. They were obviously a lot closer. If anybody out there thinks, and this trade is long done, I'm happy with it. You should be too. Did a super cool thing with Ross Colton and Jack Drury yesterday. Drury's obviously, coming on over as part of that. Been good.
Mm-hmm.
When I look at it, it's just one of those things, Kaner. If you don't think that Chris McFarland was on top of this from day one, and do you think? He didn't want to do it. You have to do it. If you have I don't know how it went down, but here's what I'm guessing what happens in these types of situations. You have a final meeting in your eyes with the player and their representatives.
Mm-hmm.
You say, listen, it's getting to the 11th hour here. You know what? Where are you? Can you bend a little bit on this? Can you not bend a little bit on that? Where are you? And if they're playing hard ass, what are you calling their bluff? Is that what you're saying?
Hang on.
So then the team has to make the decision. Hey, do we want to make a run with this guy and potentially walks free, or is it our obligation to get assets?
I don't think you're understanding my position.
I guess I'm not.
I want to clarify this for you. This has nothing to do with the move from Chris McFarland. I think he did the right thing. From Mikko's perspective solely, I think he had himself in an untouchables category that he wasn't in. I think he put himself in the they would never trade me, I'm too good for them to risk losing category, especially in the middle of the season when they're trying to win a championship. I don't think he remotely thought there was a possibility that he would be dealt from the Avs when they're trying to win another cup midseason, especially when he was being productive. That's what I think. Has nothing to do with McFarland or anybody else. Has to do with his own mindset of where he was within the organization. He thought he was like, it's me and Cale and McKinnon. And they said, nope, it's McKinnon and Cale. And then there's a gap, and then it's you. That's the difference. That's what it feels like to me anyway. That's why I think he's shocked by the trade. Because obviously, Moj, if the rumors are true about the number that was tossed out there for the Avs, they weren't being disrespectful with a number.
Not at all.
So he had a higher elevated sense of the player he was.
Highest paid winger in the game. Is that a bad thing? Come on, man.
Moser, again, I'm trying to figure out what the hell was going through Mikko's head to lead to this, because he's obviously not happy now.
Well, that's his problem. Hey, self-awareness is a hell of a thing to have.
It is. It's a very underrated quality in people.
It's hard. Listen, I love the guy. Always have.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard for me to have sympathy for him. Hard.
I got you.
If he wanted to be an Avalanche for life, he could have been.
Yep. I totally agree.
Self-responsibility, self-awareness has to come into play sometime for player. Because the teams, Vic will tell you, and he said it a million times over, the team's a hell of a lot bigger and more important than you.
Yep. That game tonight, by the way, 7:30, Avs and Sharks. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jeff Legwold at 9 o'clock. Stick around.
I'm gonna ask you a question. Nelly, stop that for a second and re-cue it.
Don't
please.
you dare.
No. What I'm saying is, what's
Have
better?
You ever been with a plan?
What's
Take
better
you
than a
downtown
funk?
where they treat you like the mayor?
What's better than a funk bass?
Yeah, not a lot.
Not a lot in this world is better. So Nelly, can you restart that? Is that possible? That climb right there, Nelly. That little climb, right? And then the riff at the end. What is better in the world than a funk bass?
Oh, it's all up in your face.
It is.
That's why I love Parliament so much. The bass on Parliament songs. Are you kidding me?
And actually, I gotta switch up the songs here. So one of my favorite moments I've ever had with a guest, I was filling in for PhD many, many moons ago, and they had Thomas Harding on as a guest, the MLB writer, right?
Yep.
Covers the Rockies, and it was a Funky Friday. So I asked Thomas, I said, do you have a funk walk-up song that you would like me to play you in with? And he suggested this song, and he told me, he said, you can start it at the beginning when you bring me in, but if you want to bump me out of my interview, start at, 4 minutes and 25 seconds, because that's when the bass is low. He called his shot.
I love it.
And this was the one he chose. You want to talk about a funk bass?
That's rad.
And he had exact time markings like he was an FM DJ just trying to hit the post.
Good for him.
Oh, that's killer.
What a professional.
You know who's one of the best funk bass players? Flea from Chili Peppers.
You know what's really funny? So George Clinton and Parliament, I saw them do a concert once at halftime of a football game. Would you like to know what football game that was?
Sure.
The Omaha Nighthawks of the USFL.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
How old were you?
Oh, that was, I was in my 20s.
Well, let me tell you something. One of my favorite bass players
I was
of
just
all
sitting,
time.
but Moj, they drove a limo onto the field.
Killer.
George Clinton came out with a
Awesome.
gold cane and a fur coat.
And multicolored hair?
Multicolored hair and a fur coat that was, it was like 3 coats put together.
Awesome.
It was so big. And then he just started ripping flashlight. And I was like, this is amazing.
It's amazing.
Do you know he actually produced, I want to say, Red Hot Chili Peppers' third album, Freaky Styley? George Clinton was their lead producer, and so if you read Anthony Kiedis' memoirs, he just tells stories of they were chilling in the studio with George Clinton, pulling a Scarface to get in the mood for writing some bangers together, and George Clinton had no shortage of a supply.
Oh, wow.
Well, good for them.
Well, if you go to Earth, Wind, and Fire, I already got my tickets, right? My wife got me tickets for my birthday, and I'm ready to. But Verdine White, their bass player, he's 73, dude, and he absolutely kills it.
I watched that guy.
This guy he might be my favorite bass player of all time.
Is it just him and Philip Bailey as far as the OGs left?
No, I think they. I'm trying to think who else.
They still have the original bass player.
That's
guy
Vernon
who goes
White.
crazy. Yeah.
I watched that guy at about 65 years old on his back, spinning in a circle, playing the bass. And I was like, wow. And he also had hair that was down to his ankles, which blew me away. Anyway, let's get to something else, please. And back to the Nuggets from last night.
I can't believe you all are still listening.
Yeah, me too. Real quick, get your tickets. Otherwise, you're going to miss out.
Got it.
All right, good.
Again, I was pissed watching the game yesterday the entire time. Even when the game ended and the Nuggets won, I felt like I was angry. And it's just, I have bigger expectations of them.
Yeah, but I think that's a fine line to walk, though, Brett, between expectations and being selfish.
I'm happy they won. But
so am I.
This selfish nature comes from this. I am very much in the camp, and I do not apologize for it, of if they aren't in the finals, then I will be incredibly disappointed. Because I feel like when you have Nikola Jokic in the prime of his career, the best season he's ever had, that should be the standard. Whenever you have the best player in the world, I actually heard Chris Drury say this yesterday. He goes, we have 2 of the best players in the world. You should always expect the championship if that's the case. That's a new guy on the Avalanche roster saying that about Cale Makar and Nathan McKinnon.
Well, that was Jack.
Jack Drury, sorry. I do that a lot.
It's okay.
Jack Drury said that. New guy on the roster said that. And it's the truth. If you have that level of talent, you cannot let that go to waste. And this isn't like a baseball team, right, where you can have Shohei and your team can still win 75 games. This is a completely different animal, and especially in basketball, where those kind of guys make all the difference in the world. Or if I just insert Nikola Jokic on the Hornets roster, they're probably a top 3 team in the Eastern Conference. So that's the expectations I have.
Sure.
And I watched them play a game against a tough Sacramento team yesterday. I give them full credit. They're a tough team. And all I can think to myself is, if you play that way against the elite teams in the Western Conference, you're going to lose if you play that way. So I'm glad that they won. I am very, very happy with the way they closed out the game, especially holding them to 17 points in the fourth quarter's big time. But I still have that sort of benchmark that I would like to have checked off my list every night that they take the floor. And sorry, it's just the way I feel. Not to mention the overall flow of the game, Moj, was awful. The refs were terrible. They had all 4 challenges that were done before the fourth quarter. It just felt like it took forever for the game to find a rhythm.
It was optically unpleasing.
Yes.
For the most part, for the most of the game, it was incredibly frustrating. And by the way, Sacramento's a pretty good team.
Yeah, they're not bad.
I thought after you trade Darren Fox, you're like, what are they going to do? I mean, you put Sabonis back in, and that's a pretty good basketball team.
They traded Darren Fox, but they got Levine. Levine's a good player.
He's a good player. Yeah, he is a good player. But still, Darren Fox, I think he's a star. That's just me. But it was a frustrating game, kind of from top to bottom. Not until they took that lead in the fourth quarter, right? Actually, it was the Zeke 3, where you're like, just a little bit. Yeah. I mean, it just was. It was unsatisfying. Is the best way I can put it.
The other thing about this, and they have plenty of time to fix it, I'm not panicking about this. I think they figure it out. The fronting of Jokic is a problem. In the past, if the, quote, others, not named Nikola Jokic on the roster, were having a bad night, Jokic would get the ball in the paint, and even if he was double-teamed, he would find a way to get a bucket because he's that good. So if you ever ran into trouble, like you started the game 3 of 17 from the three-point line, we need buckets.
Throw it to the big fella.
He would find a way to get one. The issue with the fronting stuff is you can't get the ball to him. That's the problem. And if that's the case, it makes life even more difficult. And I think they get that figured out. My solution is just all you have to do is get the ball in his hands. Once he does it, he's big enough to back in wherever he wants to. I'm like, they're going to front him at the top of the three-point line, so give him the ball up there. And then let him either make a choice to do a dribble handoff or back his way in.
It's interesting, too, because we're so used to him touching the ball all the time. We're so used to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when he doesn't, he still had 22, 15, and 6 last night.
Yep.
But when he doesn't touch the ball as much as he typically does, we're like, oh, my God, this is an incredibly effective strategy against this guy. But when the ball's in his hand, he's still freaking good. I mean, he's still a really good player.
But it's
obviously.
getting it to him. It's getting
right
because
that is correct.
They had a handful of turnovers last night where he was being fronted, and they were trying to throw that perfect pass where it's lobbed over the top, but not enough where the guy behind him can get a hand on it.
But if you could shoot better than 12 of 35 from three-point range, I mean, they're giving you the opposition when they do that, Brett. They're giving you free stuff. You just have to take it. They're giving you their money. You just have to make the buckets.
Yeah, I don't know if they can, though.
Okay, well, then obviously that's an issue. If the Nuggets had, again, if MPJ isn't 1 for 7 last night from 3, right? I mean, let's say you got 2 guys who consistently just drain them, right? Where they're a threat. I mean, where they're honestly a threat every time. You think teams are employing this if they're going to get burned?
Well, this is where the Nuggets need to figure it out.
27 feet on a nightly basis.
Because I'll tell you what happened. They front Jokic. They stick to Jamal like glue. That's why he only got 10 shot attempts last night. And they make sure that Porter doesn't have breathing room. Porter took threes last night, 7 of them, which he should, but they were contested. They were tough shots.
Sure.
And they said, I don't care about Christian Brown and Russell Westbrook. Let them shoot. And if your response is, well, Russell just needs to make 45% of his threes, he's never done it. He's never done it. You can't ask a guy who shoots 32%, 31% from 3 for his career to knock down 45% of his three-point shots. It just can't happen. That's what they have to fight. What I liked about it was I think Russell eventually got to the point of, if you're going to sag off me, that's going to give me time to open up a driving lane.
I'm just going to go to the bucket.
I'm faster than
Right.
you are, so I'll just beat you to a spot. And then he took a couple threes late, but that was after nailed some layups, got some confidence maybe in doing that, hit the big three towards the end.
The good news is, Brett, there's still 20 games left in the regular season. I think 20, am I right?
Mm-hmm.
There's time.
Yeah.
The good news is there's time to work this out. There's time to figure this out. Maybe they're going to see this employed against them every single game from this point until the end. Maybe they will. But you know what you need to do then? Figure it out.
Right. And I think they will. There's plenty of time, and this is still pretty new.
It's been a couple of weeks.
No, I don't think not every team has employed the same strategy.
Understood.
So in the games in which teams have done that, they did it, the Lakers did it, and there was one other team in between. But it's three.
It was on the road trip. Was
it Boston?
I think it was Boston.
Yeah. So they have time to figure that out, is all I'm saying. And I think they will because Jokic is too good. There's not going to be what? You think that there's going to be a defense that just stops Nikola Jokic from being the best player in the world forever?
As long as the ball is in his hands, he's going to get his. Okay? I'm just saying, man, if they're giving you something for free, then you must take advantage of it.
Yeah.
And that's what teams are doing. There's not enough guys on the floor to guard everybody when teams employ this strategy.
Texture says, I'm tired of everybody saying that MPJ's a sniper. He can't hit threes consistently. I understand that comment. Here's the problem, though. It doesn't add up factually. Here's what I mean. I get that feeling, too, that, hey, man, Porter's just he's kind of inconsistent with his shot. And he's shooting 40.5% from three. So what does that mean?
I think people want to see him on a nightly basis. You don't want to see 1 for 7. All right? That's what people don't want to see, Brett. Let me try to help you out. They don't want to see 7 for 10, 1 for 7, 2 for 9, 7 for 10. They want to see a guy that is going to be a consistent threat on the outside. I think
he's consistently a threat.
Understood. He is.
People are aware of him.
Okay, hold on. I think the fans want to see a consistent make.
Yeah.
The threat is there, but they want to see a consistent make. Honestly, again, I don't know what you think. I don't know what you think is acceptable from the outside. But, man, if teams are going to give it to you, you have to make. That's it.
Step back, Jay,
kaboom.
I'm just curious for, like, volume three-point shooters, kind of what that looks like. If you were to pick, like, a good three-point shooter in the league, and don't say a guy like Steph. Steph's a freak. He's the best ever. Who would you say is, like, a consistent three-point, I'm scared when this guy takes a shot kind of guy?
I would say Malik Beasley's one for me.
Okay. Let's go to Malik Beasley.
I would say Donovan Mitchell's one for me. Honestly, Boston, all those Boston guards, take your pick. Hell, even Jason Tatum at the 3 is a good three-point shooter. And by the way, they take volume too.
Yeah, I don't know if this is just part of the arc of what a three-point shooter goes through. If they'll have a 1 for 7 night and then a 6 of 7
What are their
night.
numbers?
Their numbers being what? What do you mean?
I mean, their consistency numbers. Can you figure that out? Because I don't know.
I'm looking at Beasley's right now. It's certainly better. It's certainly better than Porter's as far as like. See, but I don't know, man. Beasley has a game where he's 5 of 14. Like, is that a good night?
Well, listen.
Or not?
Do you remember some of the games that we saw Steph have against the Nuggets? Good and bad, right? He's had some bad games against the Nuggets. There have been games when Steph Curry couldn't shoot. He couldn't throw a beach ball into the ocean.
Yeah.
But more often than not, Brett, he hurts you and he hurts you bad.
So Porter's he's gone through a rough stretch. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, you're probably right. If it feels that way, then you're probably correct. It's just it's hard to compute that with somebody who's also shooting 41% from three, and then you're like,
agreed.
Well, then how much better do you want that to be? It's pretty damn good.
Where does he rank in the league?
As far as percentage?
Yeah, 3-point percentage.
Oh, there's a whole bunch.
I'd have to look it up
with volume,
I'd have to look
the
it up.
amount of threes that you take, that sort of thing. So the leader in 3-point percentage is, I'll take guys who have taken at least 4 per game. Luke Kennard is 45. Torian Prince, 45.
I know Joker's up there. He just doesn't take very many.
So he's 28th, but there's some guys who take like 2 threes per game in the middle of that.
Okay.
But he's in the top quadrant, I would call it. But it's just, I get it. It just doesn't feel that way sometimes. I don't know why.
Well, he's one of those guys where when he's making them, we're like, wow, MPG was on fire last night. What a game.
I think his problem
and then when
is,
he's not, we're like, oh God, he couldn't do anything last night. I mean, it's just I think we as observers and fans, we swing like he swings, okay? Because he could very well come out against Phoenix tomorrow night and knock down, 7 3-pointers and be like, it's great. What a great night.
like Jokic is playing incredible. And Jokic, by the way, is 5th in the league in 3-point percentage. Porter's 3% behind him. Not 10.
Yeah, but Joker also only takes not even a handful a game. How many did he take last night?
He takes 4.5.
Okay, how many did he take last night?
Porter takes 6.5.
How many did he take last night?
I don't know, actually.
I'd have to look it up. See, look at me. I'm catching my own self. Last night, Nikola Jokic took 2 3-pointers, and he was 0 for 2. There you go.
You know what the problem is with Porter?
But again, you're talking about jobs, too. What is your job? What's your number one job?
That's it. Like, Porter's real job on this team is to hit threes. And so when he doesn't, it doesn't feel like it brings a lot more to the table.
Well,
now, I'll give him credit.
He's a good rebounder, dude.
He's become a really good rebounder.
Yes, he has.
Or a lot better. I still wish I've been saying this for like 4 years. You know those things for your forearms, those little grippers?
Yeah.
What are those called?
Squeezers?
Yeah.
Do they even make those anymore?
He needs to do that every second he's off the floor.
Remember guys in the office would just be squeezing the squeezer thing?
He needs to have stronger hands. Like, that's one. If you want to talk about a huge difference, well, there's plenty between Jokic and everybody in the world, but between him and Porter, Jokic's hands are incredible. Porter's got like some frying pans up there, where not only does he have a tough time catching it and controlling it, he's got a hard time like hanging on to it with traffic around him. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah, what are those things called? Grip strengtheners? Okay, cool. Hand grippers.
Nelly, it's the one right there to your left, right? Those. Those.
Those are the ones.
Those are the ones.
Do you see the one next to it? Captains of Crush Hand Grip Trainer.
So wait, that one looks exactly like the other one. Is it just stronger?
You'll be stronger after using it.
Well, it's from a fitness company.
What is this like Iron Man looking contraption here at the left side, Nelly? Go down one. Yeah, what's that?
Therapist choice. That looks like if you had like wrist surgery or something. Yeah.
Anyway,
what was that movie? Oh, Cowboys and Aliens. You ever see that movie?
I actually haven't seen that.
With Daniel Craig and
wow, I saw that in theaters. What a pull!
That's a good movie. Remember he had the thing on his arm?
Yeah,
that's what that looks like right there.
Shooting down aliens.
It was killer.
Reminder to you guys, chance to win those Nugget scratchers. You text the word bread in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Let me emphasize something. Not my name, bread. Like a loaf of bread. To 303-504-0925. Get a chance to win 12 of those Nuggets scratchers. When we come back, I want to talk about Zach Allen and the potential extension for him, along with a very special thing that's happening before the Avs game tonight.
It's going to be awesome.
On Altitude that involves the captain of the Avs.
Stay tuned for that.
These guys you should check out, Moj. Their name's Wolfpack. They are incredible. Incredible. All right. So I want to get to the Zach Allen thing in just a second. There's word on what a possible extension for him would cost the Broncos. And for me, I don't care what the cost is. We'll get to that in a second. But for tonight.
You don't care. Why would you care?
Avs and Sharks, 7:30, right
Tonight.
Here. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
By the way, the game on television will be on ESPN.
ESPN. But before that, there is something else that's happening tonight. I'm sure if you guys love the Avs, you saw this yesterday perusing social media, that on Sunday starts episode 1 of the docuseries for Gabe Landeskog. And the trailer makes this show look like it's going to be a very, very good watch. So it takes you kind of through. And Nelly, let's just play a little. It's 2 minutes. Let's just play a little bit of the 2 minutes here.
Okay, so where does this story begin?
How did we get here?
Complete freak accident.
Potentially that could be a cut on the right leg.
Slices my quad like it's a warm knife through butter.
That's a real cause for concern.
Never had my leg cut before by a skate, but it felt like it wasn't just superficial cut. August, September of 2021, the cut itself had healed. The knee really starts to bother me now. It just becomes something that has to be managed through that entire first half of that season. You're good enough to play, you're good enough to play. It's the way it is. You fast forward, start realizing, well, we are in the Stanley Cup Finals now. That a whole day, it's going in slow motion.
3 seconds! 2 seconds! 1 second!
The buzzer finally sounds. Pandemonium just ensues.
It's over! They did it! The Colorado Avalanche are Stanley Cup champions!
All of a sudden, the partying kind of stops. Reality sets in. My knee's messed up. But I never connected the two dots that was related to the cut.
So we just cut it there.
Setting
It's a great trailer. It looks like it's going to be an amazing show, and that starts this Sunday. But tonight, there's going to be a show on Altitude, Moj.
This is really cool. It's going to be called A Conversation with Gabe Landeskog, Kyle Keefe, and Gabe Landeskog sitting down. And this is something that Gabe wanted to do. Okay.
And that's happening today.
Yeah, exactly. I think that I want to reiterate this for those who talk about, and by the way, have we talked about a guy who has not played more than Gabe Landeskog, any guy ever in the history of sports?
That is off the floor, the ice, the field?
Correct.
Yeah. Probably not.
We talk about him all the time because he's a valuable player, a valuable captain, a valuable leader. He's all of this. He wanted to do this. He wants to he wants to get he feels the responsibility to get the fans up to date exactly where he is, what he is, so on and so forth. This is not a decision. This
isn't him coming on saying, I'm retiring from hockey. That's not what this is.
That is correct. But what this is going to be, this is all about the process. This is about where he's at. This is a real in-depth, and by the way, he and Kiefer are our buddies. It's a real heart-to-heart conversation to get inside the captain's head, inside the captain's body, so that all the fans can understand exactly what this is all about. And this is important. I mean, this is important for Gabe. It's also important for the fans. So I'm really glad this is happening.
I am too. I like everybody else. I don't know what the future holds for Gabe. I've said it before that I got a hard time seeing him if he doesn't return this year, still getting back after it. I think that's a really difficult thing. And the other part that's difficult, Moj, is we've barely heard from him for 3 years.
Correct.
We've barely heard him do interviews. He did that one press conference. Was it last year that he did it? In the offseason?
Yes.
But it's rare to hear things coming from Gabe. It's always we're asking Chris McFarland, hey, where's he at in the process? Oh, still working. We asked Bednar on this show every Wednesday, hey, where's Gabe at? Well, he's still working towards it. It's going to be good to hear it from his own words. So that's going to be tonight.
So anytime
at
anybody
6:30.
I may just carry it around on my phone. And anytime anybody ever asks me a question about it, I'm just going to say, give me your number and I'm going to send you the video.
Yeah. So
because he's, again, we're talking pure honesty here, pure heart to heart, pure everything. Not a decision tonight. You're not going to get any of that. But I think that everybody needs to be on the same page and understand where he's coming from, the team's coming from, and so on and so forth. And let the fans get a good handle on this. I think it's awesome. I think it's appropriate, and I can't wait to see it.
So this is 6:30 tonight. It's going to air multiple times on Altitude all the way through Monday. Well, I'm sure they'll have it up on socials and stuff like that as well in case you guys can't get there for it. But if nothing else, tune in at 6:30 or record it. It's going to be great.
I think that I know, a lot about what transpired, and it did start with that cut. It was just a freak thing above the shin pad, right above the knee. Odd.
No, you said you wanted to play the back half of this thing. Let's go ahead and hear it.
Your head hits that pillow at night. You're left with some pretty deep, dark questions.
I think that's why the injury was so hard for him, because he's only really ever identified as a hockey player.
Peter, do they love and admire Gabe Landeskog? Oh my God.
Okay, so Gabe Landeskog, he's a first-rounder, youngest captain in the league at the time. He has an Olympic medal, but this surgery, will we ever see him play again?
I'm a 30-year-old pro athlete, but I can't chase my kids. Nobody has come back from this surgery in this sport and had a successful, productive career. My mind is unraveling.
So again, that show is going to air on Sunday on TNT. I believe it's at 10 o'clock. But this interview with this exclusive with Kiefer is going to happen 6:30 on Altitude. So tune in for that.
And by the way, they've basically been kind of following Gabe around for an awfully long time. Talking about the other thing.
Yep.
This is a sit down with Kyle, and this is all the questions are on the table. All right, and Kiefer's really good at this, so it's going to be great. So it'll air tonight at 6:30. It'll also air. I think it's going to air following the game, but this is on Altitude. It's going to air following the game, and then multiple other airings.
Yes, all the way through Monday is what I've seen so far.
Okay, so there you go, and it's going to be awesome.
Chris Thomason had this yesterday. He's great, by the way, for the Gazette. Zach Allen is seeking a contract extension that pays him over $25 million per season, is what Chris Thomason is saying. And I think that he is worth that. I don't know how else to put it.
Well,
I can't.
If you have your best season ever.
Well,
which is what
that.
he did.
And he did. He had by far his best season ever. 8.5 sacks from the interior of the defensive line.
If you have your best season ever and you've got a year left on your deal, now's the time to talk.
The importance to a defense, I think you could make a strong argument that if you have a freak in the middle of your defensive line, is more important than any other position on the field. It's more important than corner. It's more important than a really good edge rusher. Now, is Zach Allen Aaron Donald? Probably not that, but...
Well, he's certainly not that. I mean, Aaron Donald was arguably
of course, yes.
Top two to ever do it.
But I think Aaron Donald is maybe the most impressive defensive player of the last couple of decades.
Very, very well could be, yeah.
20 sack season from the interior of the defensive line.
Insanity.
You command double teams every single play, which frees guys up outside of you. And if you can actually get pressure, which Zach Allen can, there is nowhere for a quarterback to go. That makes life easier on your edge rushers because they don't need to scramble back to try and get a sack. That makes life easier on your corners because now all of a sudden the eyes are averted from the wide receivers to pressure that's directly in front of my face. I have to run backwards now in order to get out of the way of trouble. His impact last year on the defense, I think you could spend a lot of time drawing direct correlations to Broncos' defensive success with Zach Allen individual success last year. And if that's the case, $25 million or a little bit more than that is totally worth it for a player of his caliber. Not to mention, Zach Allen isn't 32 years old, he's 27.
27 years old.
He's got a lot of time left to be this effective.
He would be then the third highest paid interior defensive lineman in the league.
Deserved.
I agree. I mean, I think he's a terrific player. I can't believe the Broncos got him, to be honest with you.
Yeah, what was Arizona doing?
I don't know. I'm thinking to myself, if I'm the Cardinals, what the heck am I thinking? Right?
Yeah.
Anyway, he would be the third highest paid guy. He's also seeking a pay raise on the average of more than $10 million per season. Okay? And what I'm telling you, and I would do it, Benito's got to get paid, all this stuff. And you'll still have money left over, your draft class and free agency and so on and so forth. But it's just funny how all of a sudden, when guys want a $10 million per year pay raise, how all of a sudden the money that you have and the money that you thought you were going to have, all of a sudden that starts to get eaten up a little bit, doesn't it?
Yep.
Chump, 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 chump. You're like, well, maybe we don't need that super free agent wideout who wants 35 per. You start to, I guess, rationalize a little bit on what you really do and do not need. I think that Zach Allen, let me put it this way, I think he's incredibly important to this team, very important to that defense, and he does a lot in the interior side of things that don't even get love, Brett. They don't even get a ton of love, but he's a huge factor.
According to PFF, the top 5 interior defensive linemen right now are Chris Jones.
Well, he's probably the best.
Dexter Lawrence, Quinnen Williams, Cam Hayward, and Aleem McNeil.
Those guys are all awesome.
And I think that maybe once you get past Chris Jones and Dexter Lawrence, probably Quinnen Williams too, we're talking about Zach Allen is absolutely in the conversation for top 5 at that position. Absolutely. So he does deserve to get paid like that because he is. This isn't projecting what he's going to be. This isn't paying somebody on the past knowing that they're going to devalue. This is a guy prime of his career that is absolutely in that conversation. And I think outside of maybe PS2, the most important player on your defense. I go back and look at the Chiefs, by the way. How have the Chiefs sustained success when they've had to make cuts here and there? You see the Chiefs are doing it right now, right? You think they want to trade Joe Thoney for a fourth-round draft pick?
Of course they don't.
They have to.
The Bears are happy.
Of course, but they have to because they have dollars allocated in places that they think is more important.
But they have to move. They have to move the chess pieces.
But hang on, Moser.
The Broncos are still in spending mode.
Yes. But I'm saying, what did the Chiefs value in order to stay competitive? Obviously, quarterback is going to help that. They let go of virtually every wideout that made them successful. Tyreek Hill left. The 3 guys that they focused on that were stalwarts within their organization were Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, and who?
Chris Jones.
They said, I'll let Tyreek walk. I'll let L'Jarius Sneed walk. I'll let Tyrann Mathieu walk. I'll let Kareem Hunt walk. I'll let all these guys walk. Chris Jones is going nowhere because he's that important to our defense. The Broncos should value that at the same sort of level as the Chiefs have with Chris Jones. Maybe not to the same price tag because he's a freak, but they need to have his level of importance, his stacking up on the totem pole has to be equal to that as far as importance to their success. So we can jump back to this a little bit later.
The pass rusher is going to get paid too.
Well, both.
What's the pass rusher going to get?
They're probably going to get in the same sort of ballpark around mid-20s.
North of 25.
Mid-20s? Yeah. Price of doing business. You want good players, you got to pay them.
I completely agree, but these are already your guys.
And it's lot.
You're not going to the grocery store. These
Correct.
are your guys. These are the guys.
Those are the best guys to pay.
This is like pulling the steak out of the freezer, and now you got to pay a little bit more for the steak.
Do you know what's great, though, about paying your own guys? There's no questioning, do they fit on this roster? You're paying them because they do. And in the advantageous spot that you're in as opposed to most other teams in the league, this is the time you can afford to do it because your quarterback isn't making $45 million a year.
How good is it when your quarterback is not crazy paid?
It's the time to strike.
It is the time to get it done.
Hey, San Fran did this for about 4 years. And then Brock Purdy was like, I'm kind of done with the Walmart coupons that you guys are paying me. I want big time money. And they go, well, buy Debo, buy Ayuk, buy who's the guys on the defense that they just lost? A host of other people. Forget the names right now. But they can't pay everybody anymore. So we'll talk more about this with Jeff Lakewald in 20 minutes. Stick around.
Guess who went 1 for 2 yesterday in spring training? Hitting a balmy .375 with a .524 on-base percentage and a slugging percentage of .750. This is important stuff, Brett.
Who?
Your boy Nick Martini.
Yeah.
Now, hold on a second. You can't tell me that spring training means something and then poo-poo Nick Martini, the 34-year-old journeyman from Crystal Lake, Illinois, who's got 193 career games in him. Can't do it.
It's good spring training for him. He's 34. He has no role on this team. That's why I shrug it off.
That's why I shrug off spring training.
I treat spring training the same as I would treat a preseason in the NFL. It's about individuals and how they perform, especially guys that you're looking to rely upon. Are you telling me if Bo Nix threw 4 touchdown passes in a preseason game, you would just go, who cares? Or would you be a little bit more excited about that? Not to say that that's exactly who the guy is, but would you be a little bit excited?
Who's he throwing against?
What does it matter?
Well, if he's throwing against guys who aren't going to be in the league, then it matters.
Well, you know how spring training works.
Okay.
Starters play in spring training.
If you're hitting bombs off a guy who's going to be in AA, don't give me that.
So do you totally dismiss AAA stats over the course of it? Why?
No.
Those guys, they're facing non-MLB pitching every single day they go out there. So why does that matter?
The difference.
Ooh, gotcha.
Hold on a second.
Gotcha. I put you in the Hannibal Lecter. I rolled you out.
But Brett, when April comes around, guess what? Everyone you face is a big leaguer.
Yeah.
That's when it really matters, man. So I'm just saying.
When I give you a Rockies minute, am I projecting that is going to be the record over the course of the year? Or am I just pointing out individuals that the Rockies will rely upon and how they are performing?
Okay, I get what you're saying. I'm saying don't come in here every single day all jacked up about what you saw in a Cactus League game. Because you do that.
It's 8:49 in the morning. Have I said a word about the Rockies yet?
Not on the air, you haven't.
When did I say anything off the air?
I don't know. Maybe I imagined it.
Yeah, you imagined it because I didn't say a word. You brought it up.
Nonetheless, I want to clue the fans in, and I think a lot of you probably know this. Brett, I want you to reiterate this. How many guys have you seen in the AAA level who tear up AAA? But they get to the bigs, and it's just like, man, it just... You know how many guys...
It's not as often as you think, but there's a few.
I've seen guys who tear up the AHL.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, my God. And you're playing against men, professional men, who get paid good money to play minor league hockey.
Yeah.
The AHL's probably the second best league in the world, to be honest with you.
Better than the K?
Yeah.
Okay.
Better than the Swedish Elite? Yeah. I mean, it's full of guys with families and young kids who are hungry and they're really talented.
Yeah.
But I've seen guys tear up the A and then they get to the NHL and it's just too much for them. Well, there's a lot of those guys. I'm just saying there's a lot of those guys in spring training right now. And, they're grooving 88
you know what? Death,
right down the middle.
taxes, and Moser talking about baseball in a negative tone. Like, I can't take it with you. You haven't said one nice thing about baseball for about 3 years.
To be honest with you, you know where I wish we were today? By the way, Vic is still on assignment. He's on assignment. He'll be back Monday, but he's on assignment right now.
Yeah.
Very important assignment.
For him.
Well, when we find out about his assignment, it's going to be important for all of us.
Yeah.
I think, though, that you and I, with him gone, we should be right now down at spring training, doing the show, watching some ball. It's not...
you know what? No. I think I should be down there.
I don't hate.
I think you stay here and you don't do a thing.
I love the game of baseball.
You don't.
Okay, you're putting words into my mouth.
Say a nice thing about it. Tell me I'm nice.
When I walk
tell me I'm good.
You're great, dude. I love you. Every time, and I'm not even kidding. Any professional ballpark I go into, I'm talking about Major League ballpark, but really any ballpark that I would wander into. When I walk into a Major League ballpark, and to this day at Coors Field, when I walk into Coors Field, and you're walking on the main concourse, and then the field starts to open. You get the glimmer of green or brown, right? From the infield. And then you walk out and the whole field, you get close enough and the whole field appears before you. It's still a magical feeling to me. I'm still a little kid walking into horse crap Candlestick Park in San Francisco.
It's not about the sport. That's about the stadium and the ambiance. I want the sport.
Every Major League ballpark I walk into, except even the sarcophagus that's now torn up in
Tampa.
In St. Pete.
Yeah.
I could walk. They're playing at the AAA ballpark this year, right? For a couple of years? Well, they put a roof back on that.
Yeah, I forget.
That crap hole. Honestly, they should just dynamite it and call it a day. But even then, it's like a cathedral to me. And the feelings rush back. And I love the game. The sport of Major League Baseball pisses me off. I love the game. Hell, I'll tell you what. You want to go to South Korea with me and watch some Korean baseball? I'm in. You want to go to Japan? See the Cebu Lions? Watch guys jacket all over the field? I'm in. Do you want to go to let's go to a Mexican League game.
You'd like that, wouldn't
you?
Yeah,
I would. I love the game. I hate the sport of Major League Baseball for what it's done to me.
So,
well, and also, Moj,
you failed.
No, I'll give you this though. I think another thing is the attitude about the sport of baseball.
And I don't
overall,
hate it. I'm mad at it still.
Yeah, in Denver, it's just between the Rockies just being a vacuous pit of suck with no way out, and then also
I never said that.
Tell me I'm wrong. And the Dodgers being what they are, just a lot of people in Denver aren't excited about baseball anymore, and it's a shame. The other day I was I saw a friend I hadn't seen in a while, and she had her boyfriend with her, and I started talking to him, and he's a Mets fan, and he was super into baseball, and he starts talking about the Mets and their failures and their successes in the franchise, and I was surprised because I was thinking, I can't remember the last time I got this in depth about baseball with someone in Denver who actually cares.
Well,
you talk to one every day.
Well, I'm talking about off this show. I'm talking about the average man on the street.
I'll be the one guy. You know what? If this is my burden, if this is my cross to carry, I'll be the one guy in this town that resides in some sort of media landscape that tells you I'm excited about baseball season this year. I'll be the one guy if I have to. I have a passion for this, and I love this team.
Okay.
I really do.
All right.
I think they have young talent.
I like
and
some
I
guys
think
on
people are dismissive because of things in the past, and I think that fair, but I'm telling you, this team has potential to grow into something that is fun to watch.
When?
I think this year they could be fun to watch. Doesn't mean it translates to 90 wins.
What's the
but
over
fun
under
to
and
watch.
win total?
I don't care what Vegas thinks they're losing 100 games. I already told you. I'll take a bet on that. I don't think they are.
Okay, that's fine.
But if I have to be the one guy that somebody brings up baseball and their tone isn't this, of the 100-loss season, Nick Martini, but
listen.
If I have to be the one guy in this town and not do it, then I'm going to do it. I'll be your guy.
If you want a tickle fight buddy on baseball, we have one right here. You and Kreckman can be tickle fight buddies. He'll
cool, Carl.
He'll talk Cubs to you until your face is blue.
I think that people use the Rockies as an avenue just to talk trash about baseball because they don't like the sport. And that's fine. There's plenty of people that don't like. I'm not saying it's you, Mosh. Hold on.
I'm getting offended now because you're misrepresenting my position.
You've offended me for 3 years.
Have I ever? Do I even ever talk the Rockies down? Hell, if anything, I defend them. I say say what you will about the ownership group. Baseball is an inequitable sport. I don't know how it survives the way it does. And I don't know why more people aren't pissed that the LA Dodgers have a $400 million payroll and $600 million in deferred, or $2 billion in deferred money, $600 just to Ohtani alone. Right? I mean, there's no fairness involved in it.
I'm pretty sure, by the way, does Premier League have a salary cap?
I don't know.
I don't think they do. And they do just fine.
Well, yeah, because I reckon. Let
No, I think it's
By the
ridiculous
way,
that baseball doesn't have it.
I don't bag on the Rockies at all. There are guys in that team that I like too. I'm right there with you, and I want to see these guys rise up. But I know I've accepted my fate in life. I know their lot in life as a franchise. When we go to Coors Field, do we have a good time?
Yes, it's not about that though. I'm talking about actual baseball, not the feeling you have drinking a beer outside at Coors Field.
Kiss my backside. How's that?
Whatever. For everybody listening, if you don't like baseball, then I'm not talking to you because you aren't going to care anyway.
I don't like Rob Manfred. I have that right. I have rights.
Will carry the burden of somebody excited about baseball season. And you'll get about 2 minutes a day because it's all these people can stomach around here. But I will give it to you. 2 minutes of Rockies talk per day. I promise you that. Until July, if they're like 30 games back. 303-504-0925.
Dude.
Jeff Legwall joins the show next. Avs and Sharks, 7:30 tonight. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But that means, why not make it a little bit more interesting with the Circa Sportsbook? Avs, minus 410. Huge favorites against the Sharks tonight, as they should be. But maybe that's a little too steep. How about winning by a goal and a half, minus 150 on the Circa Sportsbook. You can find that in so much more. If you download that app, take a look at all the game props for tonight because they have everything you could imagine, including get out to Vegas and check out that beautiful stadium swim, especially with the NCAA tournament coming up. Why not? Download the app right now. Best odds in the game, no question about it. Or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah.
I like this. One of our people on Twitch says, kill us with your facts, Mr. Legwald. Oh, we can't wait for this time of the week. Jeff Legwald joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Leggy, I have a host of things to discuss with you today, but I want to start here. Every wide receiver seems to be wanting a trade. Whole bunch of wide receivers now on the market that previously we didn't think would be. Do you think the Broncos will be actively involved in any discussions for these guys, whether it's Davante Adams, whether it's DK Metcalf, whether it's whoever that's on the market right now? Will they be actively involved?
Well, actively, I bet they'll kick the tires. I bet they will, whether they ever admit it or not, they'll ask around. I mean, Metcalf fits the physical profile Sean Payton wants in a receiver. So, I mean, he likes the bigger receivers, so he certainly would be a guy that
6'4",
I think they would
6'4", 4'3".
Yeah, at least internally talk about. But you're seeing now why when you ask GMs about receivers, they just roll their eyes. I mean, they want the ball more, they want the ball better, they want more money, they want to trade. I mean, they always seem to want something as a position group. And I guess in my time covering the league, I've done far more frustrated wide receiver stories than I have any other position combined. You don't even hear quarterbacks have this much angst publicly as receivers do. And again, it's what you think the value is. Like the Broncos had no interest in the Deebo Samuel sweepstakes. So I guess if you do the math from there, it would seem they have a pretty narrow view of what they would be intrigued by in the veteran receiver market. And I think health plays a big part. How healthy are you? How much are you going to be on the field?
Well, to me, I don't think anybody wanted Deebo. I mean, if he goes for a fifth, look, wide receivers crack me up, Jeff. They are divas. A lot of them are. They fight. They complain. They're hard to deal with, man. I don't know. So you got to get the right guy. Does that come through free agency? Does that come through the draft? I'd rather have a homegrown guy, go out and pick one off the vine that you can make into the guy that you want to have, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and I think right now they're actively trying to figure out a way to get Cortland Sutton squared away, too. So what would adding a free agent wide receiver do to that? I don't know. Does it upset? And Peyton talks a lot about makeup and chemistry and your locker room and all of those things. What's it do in your locker room if you sign one of these guys, no matter how much they may help you, for what you wouldn't give Cortland Sutton, that type of thing. I think that is a consideration. How big a consideration, I don't know that.
Jeff, we were talking a little bit earlier about Zach Allen going into the last year of his deal, and Benito's going to need to be paid as well. Could you again reiterate what you think those guys should bring? Because Brett wants to pay Zach Allen as the third highest paid interior defensive lineman.
I'm just like, whatever it takes. I think he's too important.
And you know what? I don't disagree with him because he's a heck of a cog piece. But could you also blend that into how much hay you have to make when you have a quarterback who's on a rookie deal or not being paid $40 million a year?
Well, this is any team's best window to compete for it all, is when you have your established starter who you think is your long-term solution on his rookie deal. Now, teams have gone on to have great success, when the quarterback's in the second deal. The Patriots, the Chiefs, even the Bills to a certain extent now, with Allen on his. But your best window to do big things, quickly as you can is when that quarterback's on the rookie deal. So the Broncos clock has 4 years left, max, on Bo Nix's rookie deal. So that's the window. And, it's intriguing because, they were already facing it anyway, but, Benito and Allen would come up at the same time for free agency after this season, the 25 season. So they're facing this all the way through 2025, and they knew that before. And look, the season Zach Allen had was a bargain for the Broncos. Of course, if you're the player and as representatives, you're going to want a little something more. The metrics are you were one of the best players at your position in the league. You were named an All-Pro, and your peers named you a Pro Bowl selection. So yeah, you're worth whatever you can get, and you showed what kind of player you are, and that you might still be an ascending player, which is always a coveted thing. So that they've got big decisions to make. Does one of them get the franchise tag a year from now? Maybe that's a short-term solution, but it will be two of the biggest questions they have financially until they make a decision. Who's getting the money and how much?
So we are about a week away from free agency opening up, a little less than a week. 2 years ago, the Broncos spent a bunch of money, were a huge player early in free agency with McGlinchey and Ben Powers and Zach Allen. Last year, not really. Signed Brandon Jones, and that was maybe the only notable free agent signing. What does this year look like? Do you think they're players early, or is this going to feel a lot more like last year?
I think it could be a mix. I think they could be players if they think it's the right guy at the right price. I don't know that they'll, like they gave McGlinchey more than anyone else would have. They probably gave Ben Powers more than everybody else would have. I don't know that they'll be that kind of player where they just put the biggest number out there and go get it. I think there'll be more, we think this guy fits, and here's a pretty big number to go with it. And you're hoping that the player thinks it's the best spot for him. But I think it will be a mixture of both. I don't think they will take nothing but big swings. Their issue is, and, it's stuff we don't talk about, or, if you're a fan, you just bring the players, don't tell me the rest of this stuff. But they've added voidable years to almost every deal they can. So their wiggle room, even though their cap room is pretty good, their real life wiggle room is not. So they've still got to they got to get them right.
Yeah.
Again, like last year, they got to get them all right, because this bill will come due, 2-3 years from now, when they're trying to figure out what they're going to do with Benito, when they're trying to figure out what you're going to do with Allen, and Bo Nix's 9-figure deal will be waiting out there if he keeps playing like he did as a rookie.
Jeff, your boy Brett over here raised a very good question yesterday. I thought it was fantastic. And I want you to maybe raise it to some GMs around the league or people you know. But it was a really smart question about running backs. Brett, could you please reiterate?
Well, I was wondering, are we in a running back renaissance? Has the cyclical nature of how we view that position come back around to they're important enough to spend high-end first-round capital on again? And the way I posed the question was this. If I told you that I took Barry Sanders into a DeLorean, okay? So now you got 21-year-old Barry Sanders. You know who he is. You know what kind of career he has, that he's a Hall of Famer. And I implemented that guy in the draft where the GMs across the league knew exactly the player they were getting was a Hall of Famer for 10 years. Would he be the first overall draft pick?
This year?
This year.
This year he would, because there's no QB.
Okay.
Yeah, well, no consensus QB. Now, Cam Ward is closing in on the majority, but not like a consensus. Not like Joe Burrow at number 1 or Peyton Manning at number 1. Not like that. But, I think there would still be the outlier GM or two who would fight you and say value and a lot of that. But I was saying years ago, it's time for teams to start, despite the fact no one calls you a genius for running the ball, that with all these nickel defenses, it was the way to go on offense. It's a matchup you can win a lot. And I think that's what's happened. I think people are finally, with the quarterbacks more involved in the running game, I think people have finally decided why keep, as much as people want you to throw the ball analytically and even, visually, people want you to throw the ball all the time. the play right now in today's league is to run it. And this year was a good indicator of that does work if you have the right people doing it. And, everybody copies the champion, and a lot of the good teams are very good at running the ball right now. And this is the best class of running backs I can remember in a very long time in the draft. So I think the two things together will combine. I think during the draft weekend, you're going to see how much people like these running backs. But I've been to a few combines, and that may have been the best position workout overall I've ever seen.
Wow.
Top to bottom.
Ooh.
Well, on top of that, I go back to a couple years ago when Bijan Robinson was number 8 overall, Jahmyr Gibbs was number 12. And I go, if you ask those teams right now, are they happy with their selections of value on those picks? And I go, well, Bijan just ran for 1,500 yards and got like 60 balls out of the backfield.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they're happy with their choice.
Well, people were saying, Saquon shouldn't have been taken at, where he was. And they're not saying it after this year.
Exactly right.
Yeah, you had to wait a few years, but, patience is a virtue, I guess. Just wait and the good stuff will come. But this is in the draft, it's a fabulous group of running backs. And I think the free agent running backs are going to feel the pain because of it.
That's too bad. We were talking about Jahmyr Gibbs, and when they line selected him at 12, I'm like, it seems like a little bit of a reach. But now I'm like, that's a hell of a smart pick. I mean, sometimes you just got to trust your instincts, I guess, and what your needs are, and go for it, because that guy's an awesome player. Jeff, I would like to see a running back renaissance. I really would, because that's what I grew up on, right? I mean, that's how valuable those guys were. But when you look at the total number of running backs now taken in the draft on average, it's not even half of what it was, let's say, in 1991, where you have like 45 running backs taken. Now you've got like 18 to 22 maybe.
Yeah, I think this year will be a little blip. This is a good group.
Okay.
But you're right. I mean, and again, the pressure of the business has created this in some ways. Some of this isn't a football decision. It's coaches trying to get hired. It's offensive coordinators trying to be head coaches. And what do owners respond to? What do fans respond to? No one ever says, okay, the team I love needs a head coach. Let's go out and find the best defensive mind we can. No one says that ever. I mean, ever. They say, let's get an innovator. We need to be, innovative on offense and creative, and we need to do more things. It's always that. And that's not conducive to people, who are coming up in coaching to try and convince their head coaches, I think we should call more running plays. I mean, look how the Broncos struggled this past year trying to figure out when to run the ball.
Yeah.
And they have one of the most experienced coaches in the league calling plays.
Just a couple quick ones, Leggy. On the subject of running backs, there's a report out of this sports anchor, Darren Wolfson, in Minnesota a couple days ago, where he said that there is legit steam for the Broncos in regards to Aaron Jones. Have you heard anything on that?
Well, he fits their offense the best of any free agent running back. So I've put his name on any list I've made. He's had 3 50-catch seasons in the last 4 years. And he rushed for 1,000 yards last year, and he at 29. So he's 30. He just turned 30, and he's coming off 1,000-yard season with 50 catches. That's a joker in Peyton's offense. He fits. Of all the free agent running backs, he is the best fit for the Broncos. And if you're going to pursue one that old as a running back, you want a guy with the health history he has. He's on the field a lot. So he checks all the boxes. They better have interest, would be my reaction to that.
Yeah, I agree. And then last thing for you, you were at the Combine. You saw a whole bunch of people participating. For the local products that were there between CU, CSU, everybody else, is there anybody who stood out? Torrey Horton, guys like that?
Yeah, I think Torrey helped himself. I think people were wondering, how's he look coming off the injury, and he ran really well. So that's always a good start. I think, none of the receivers were really spectacular in the drills because the quarterbacks were not spectacular in the drills, other than the Louisville quarterback, Shuck. everyone else had a pretty middling throwing session. A lot of people have been touting that Jackson Dart was head and shoulders above everybody there. I personally did not see it that way, and many coaches I talked to did not see it that way. So I think that's a media creation. So the receivers did not have a great day catching because the quarterbacks did not have a great day throwing overall.
What happened to Will Howard?
I think he helped himself when he ran, for sure.
What happened to Will Howard?
He had a tough day. He was all over the place.
That's what I hear.
Milroe had a tough day. He was all over the place. Again, it's hard for a quarterback because you're throwing to 20 guys you've never thrown a pass to for the most part. And you're hopped up. It's a tense situation. And the combine, unlike pro day, which is why some guys don't throw at the combine, is they pick the most difficult routes and have you throw those over and over because that's what they want to see.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to see you connect on the easy ones. They want to make you throw the hard ones, and that impacts some guys.
30 seconds. I got one guy that I love. That could be a mid-round pick.
I don't answer anything in 30 seconds. You know this.
All right, fine. 25 seconds. Savion Williams, TCU's 6'5", 230-pound running back, wide receiver, whatever. What about him? Are you with me? Should I be excited about this guy? Is there intrigue with him?
There's not a lot of intrigue. I got to be honest. I think people see him as a more athlete than player right now. So that's you're banking on potential, and that's a down the board guy to be excited about. Let's say that.
25 seconds. That's all I needed for you to crush my dreams. Yeah. That's all it took.
I didn't crush it. It still remains in a day 3 or late day 2 format.
All right, gotcha. Jeff, always appreciate the time. Thanks for killing us with those facts, buddy. We'll talk to you next week.
See you up.
Thanks, fellas.
Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com. All Conversations with Leggy, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career.
Yeah, get it now. Yeah, get it now.
Okay, get to the Avs and the Sharks tonight. I just saw on the Circus Sportsbook, by the way.
Yeah.
Minus 410. That
That's
is a heavy favorite for tonight.
Do you want your keys now, or you want them a little later?
Save them for a second, because I want to recap the Nuggets game from last night just for a moment. We'll jump back to the Avs.
No problem. Again, I don't like to live this way. I don't enjoy living the way I'm living when it comes to the Denver Nuggets.
I don't either.
And maybe I'm doing it to myself. Maybe other fans are like us. Maybe other fans are living this life and you want to get off that path. But I don't like being frustrated in wins. I don't like being worried, when I shouldn't have to be worried. Now, listen, let me give the Sacramento Kings some credit. They would won 4 in a row. They're doing without Sabonis. And you know what? This is a team that gives the Nuggets fits.
They're a totally respectable basketball team.
Absolutely they are. But I'm thinking some good stuff last night, and I'm frustrated by that. That first quarter was frustrating, and then from that point on, what do? You're playing catch-up, and you got you caught up, but golly.
Can I put it this way? I think Sacramento, if they're in the Eastern Conference, are like a 4 seed, but they're a 9 in the West, just because that's how the Western Conference has always been for 15 straight years.
And what is it with the NBA in that regard? Let me throw a stat out at your face. You see your face. In the Eastern Conference, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams have a negative differential in scoring. 9. In the West, it's 5. The balance of power is in the West.
It's always been that way.
I know. The East just can never seem to get... you've got the top-heavy East. Cleveland's really good. Boston's really good. You think the Knicks are going to be capable of winning a championship? Just say no.
No.
You think the Bucks can?
No.
Pacers?
No.
Pistons?
Any team underneath that.
Okay.
No.
So outside of Cleveland,
it's Cleveland and Boston.
Okay. Could OKC win?
Yeah.
As much as I hate to see it now, could the Lakers win?
Yep.
Could the Nuggets win?
Yeah.
Could you see, I don't know, even Memphis, the Rockets, or Golden State going on some sort of a run?
I'm telling you, people are sleeping on Golden State right now.
I think they are too.
They are so good since the Jimmy trade. They are so good.
Somehow,
now, I don't put them in the same category as some of the others you've mentioned, but I'm just saying you are not allowed anymore to say Golden State is not in the conversation.
They've won 8 out of their last 10. Okay, so watch out. They got Jimmy Butler revitalized, and their whole team is revitalized because of it. So what I'm getting at is that, I don't want to be frustrated when the Nuggets beat any team in a playoff position in the Western Conference, which is what they did last night. But why am I so hung up on how they're winning? I'll tell you why. Because I want to believe. I'll tell you why. I want to believe. I want to believe the words that come out of my mouth that this team is capable of making a long run. And to believe that, I've got to have to see it. I'm going to have to see them knock off some really good teams.
We just talked about things in regards of the Western Conference is really good, and they have multiple teams that they can throw at you that are going to give you fits. And that's all true. And the Nuggets, out of all those teams, are tied for second in the conference, which is very, very good.
Very good.
But there are things about them that frustrate me because I feel like if you get to that tippy-top elite level, they are going to kill you if you do these things.
Schematically.
And last night, they had a mixture of both. They had a quarter to start the game in which you give up 42, where I think to myself, if you do that against OKC...
You're not coming back.
You're not coming back. But they also had a close to the game where they give up 17. And I go, if you can do that, then why not more? Why not more?
But against elite, like you're supposed to be, that's...
But maybe that 17 turns into 24, and that's totally okay. Like, that's if you give up 25 a quarter to even the elite teams, you're holding them around 100?
Yeah, but
you're in great shape.
Well, then last night to come back, you would have needed, if that's the case, you would have needed more points than 32 in the fourth quarter.
Well, understood. All I'm getting at is this. Well, it's if you don't give up 42 in the first, but whatever. The point is, I want to see a team that when they take the floor, I can say with confidence, I think they stack up against the elite in their own side of the ledger. I haven't been able to do that yet. So I was watching that game through gritted teeth. I was mad. Like the entire game, I was mad. There was a few moments of joy. Zeke Najee hit a 3 that gave him the lead in the fourth quarter, and I was like, yes. And then they won the game, and I go, yes. And everything else, I was pissed. Like angry. Really angry. Just because the way it looked was so clunky and sloppy that if you're playing against a team that, yes, the Kings are good, but a team better than them, I don't think you get the opportunity that you got late in the game. That's kind of the point. So I have high expectations, and I won't apologize for them. In the same way I won't apologize for the Avs, who take the ice tonight against the San Jose Sharks. They had a pretty bad game overall against Pittsburgh and were able to pull it out. Good for you. Got the win.
I was calling the game. I thought that Riker and I maybe had the most honest game we've had of this season.
I agree.
And they still won. But that game was frustrating as well.
Very, very frustrating.
It was annoying is what it was.
San Jose is miserable, and you should kick the teeth out of everybody that takes the ice for them tonight. That I want to see a straight-up domination of that team.
All right.
That's what I want.
Well, the Sharks, they lost $1 billion. They lost $1 billion out of $1 billion. I mean, they're not a good team.
Yeah.
They've won 2 in a row coming in. They're still the worst team in the Western Conference, but they've won 2 in a row. They won at Toronto. Pretty impressive. They kicked the snot out of the Sabres in Buffalo. That's not really saying much, but still. Before that, they had just lost, I don't know, they lost like 20 out of 24 or something like that. I mean, just it's been a miserable season for them, but they're in full rebuild mode. Full rebuild.
They're the worst team in the league, and it's not particularly close. That's the truth. They are the worst in the league, and nobody else is even close to them, even if you count Chicago, who's only got 3 points on them. They're a minus 68 in goal differential.
Yep.
This should not be a question tonight.
Nope.
And that's what I want to see. I want to see this time of the year, these teams start to look dominant in games they should look dominant, and they're competitive in winning against teams that are good. And for the Avs in particular, you're on the chase to get out of the wild card. You're on the chase to get some home playoff games. You're 2 back in Minnesota. They give you a gift at this point in the season to play a team like San Jose. You take advantage of it.
100%. I completely agree with you. They've got the San Jose Sharks, though. They will be a team on the rise in the future. Right now, you got to kick them as hard as you possibly can.
Yeah.
Now, do you want your keys?
Give them to me.
All right.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Game tonight, 7:30. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avs in San Jose.
I don't take great joy in saying this.
I know exactly what you're going to say. Can I guess?
I'm guessing we're going to see Georgie tonight.
Uh-huh.
I'm guessing. By the way, you know their new backup goalie, the kid from Russia, his first name is Georgie?
Is it?
Yeah. Georgie Romanov. And then, of course, Georgiev, nicknamed Georgie, right? So that's got some Georgies going on there. It's almost like UC Soros in Nashville. What's his nickname? Juice.
Juice, yeah.
Well, what's his backups?
I always wanted to call UC Soros Juicy.
Well, his backup is Justus Sonanen, whose nickname is Juice.
Juice.
Got 2 Juices and 2 Georgies. What are the odds? Anyway, his goals against average is not good. He's 4-12 in his Shark sweater, by the way. 4-12. That ain't good. He's got a .365 goals against average, save percentage right now of .879. Pepper him hard.
He won his last 2.
That's why I said they've won 2 in a row. Pepper him hard. The Sharks are bottom of the pack in both power play and penalty kill. The Avalanche power play in the last 6 home games is over 57%.
Yeah.
They are cooking at home on the power play. Score on the power play, Pepper Georgie. That's it. You got it.
I think just get one on Georgie early. We witnessed a whole lot of that where the game would start and it's like the second shot of the game, you're down 1-0. You're like, what? Try that. Try that strategy.
Sounds good. Like I told you, though, this Macklin Celebrini, this kid's a player, man. He's going to be an absolute stud.
Keys? Sorry.
Is that it? That's all you want to know?
Well, we can get more into it in a second. Keys to the game are brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Veteran Tyler Toffoli's playing well for them. He's got 24 goals already. It's pretty dang good. They got some dudes on the rise. They do. So, there you go.
Just not right now.
Smoke them.
Yes.
By the way, I don't know if you saw Moj, but Tyler Toffoli, he had a bet with Macklin Celebrini and Will Smith because there is a Will Smith on the Sharks. And they had a bet that if all three of them got a goal in the same game, that Tyler Toffoli had to have a sleepover in the hotel room of those two guys. And so it happened. All three of them scored. And so there's a picture out there of the two rookies in a bed separate beds, I should say. And then Tyler Toffoli is there sleeping on the couch bed in the hotel room.
That's awesome. That's good. Will Smith is a former super high pick. It was 2 years ago. He was, I think, 4th overall, I want to say. I mean, they've got some young guys that they're going to grow with on that team, but right now you need to smoke them.
Again, 7:30 tonight. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Reminder to you guys, an hour before that game starts, if you flip over to Altitude at 6:30, Kyle Keefe will have a sit-down with the captain, Gabe Landeskog.
This is going to be, by the way, heart-to-heart, in-depth. It's not a decision. I want to make that well known. He's not going to say anything about his future in terms of what he's going or not going to do. I mean, he'll, I'm sure, talk about the options, but this is not a decision thing, but this is where I'm at.
Right.
Mentally, physically, emotionally, with the team, everything is on the table tonight.
Landy's going to take 3 hours to tell us that he's taking his talents to South Beach. That's what the point of this interview is.
I think that's true.
No, but this, and by the way, this is something that Gabe wanted to do, and it's going to be long. This is not like a quick 3-minute hit or something like that. This is going to be long and in-depth, so please tune in.
6:30 tonight and also 10:30 after the game are two different times to watch, but set your DVRs. 6:30 tonight on Altitude for that sit-down between Keefe and Gabe Landeskog back after this.
Couple things here as we continue on. Got a text here from Evan. Hi, Evan. Evan's from Colorado. That's awesome.
Hi, Evan. Thanks for listening.
I don't know how to pronounce your last name, Evan, so I won't even try. But it says this, and I'm going to use Evan as an example. Quote, when the hell does Landy lose grace on this? I love him, but it's been 3 years, end quote. Evan, the answer to your question is never. The answer to your question is he doesn't lose any whatsoever. And I always find it interesting. Either you don't understand or I don't know what the motivation is. The team is good with it. He's good with it.
Well, when you say good with it, it's everybody knows it's not ideal.
Well, no. But I mean, he's should be afforded all the opportunity in the world to become a player again. And I don't understand why people are up in arms about it. Number one, let's say he does come back and can play again. Okay? And by the way, he's going to have to be able to play well because that's who he is. Then you get the player at a price he's worth and a captain at the price he's worth. Okay? That's number one. Number two, if he can't, it's long-term. There's insurance for that. You're using his money anyway to get other players. The only thing is, do you have to allocate that for next year or do you not? That's important. And Gabe's, I'm sure, going to talk about that as well tonight with Kyle Keefe.
Okay, hang on a second, though.
He knows the situation. Everybody knows the situation.
I want to find a middle ground here.
What's your middle ground?
Because you said something that I disagree with entirely. He takes whatever time he needs. Incorrect. There is a limit. If I'm running this team, and I'm not, we're going on year 5, and it's just like, yeah, take all the time. No, you
Brett,
need to make decisions with the
Brett,
franchise.
I say that because we're getting to that point. Either it works or it doesn't work. And we're getting very close to finding that out.
That's where I'm at.
Okay.
We have, I think we are reaching the end of the grace period of bleeper get off the pot type of time. And it's nobody's fault, but we're here. The second thing is, the only reason why Evan would say lose grace, to have that mindset, your assumption has to be this, that Gabe knows he's not coming back and he's stealing money from the organization, which is patently false. So that's also ridiculous. Landeskog is working his ass off to try and get back. Whether he can or not is a separate discussion, but he's not stealing from the franchise, okay?
Kyle Keefe is going to ask some very... by the way, everything's on the table tonight during this interview. Kyle Keefe is going to ask some very interesting, and I'm sure for everybody, difficult questions. Gabe wants this, okay? I want everybody to understand Gabriel Landeskog wants this badly. He wants to get it all out there, and I want him to. I think everybody does want him to. This is going to be awesome. I cannot wait.
So that's 6:30 tonight on Altitude. You can check out Keefe's conversation with Landeskog. So here's another thing I wanted to get to before Fact Checker.
Is it having to deal with hockey and what I sent you or not?
No.
Good.
When you have a trade that happens that maybe doesn't make sense on the surface, you need to explain yourself. Just like any decision in life. You make a decision, and people can't connect the dots as to why you made said decision.
I'm not having you question my life.
There needs...
Moshe, why'd you go for it from 250 out over water? It's none of your business,
okay,
Brett.
different. I'm talking about big decisions, okay? Especially in business. If I came here tomorrow and you were gone, and they said, we fired Moshe, and I asked why, and they say, don't worry about it, that's not good enough for me. Because you're affecting a whole bunch of different lives here with these decisions that you make.
Not really.
You need to explain to me.
You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine.
If they did that to you, I'd walk. Just so we're all clear. Look at my face. Look at my face. I'm not kidding. If they did that, I'd walk.
You're going to be fine.
Wow.
If I get hit by a bus, you're going to be just fine.
That's a different thing than they just fire you for no reason.
Whatever.
But if they did that, they'd have to explain it to me and give me a very good reason as to why. And if they don't have a good reason, they'll tend to say something that's a little probably not in your favor, Moshe. They'll start to say reasons as to, well, Moshe was doing this and this and this, and it was really awful, and we can't have that around the company. So when the Dallas Mavericks trade Luka Doncic, they need to explain themselves as to why they came to this conclusion. So what did they do? They went out and they said, well, he's fat and he doesn't work hard and he drinks too much and he smokes too much hookah and I'm pretty sure he's got a meth problem and he's married to a drug dealer. Like, they started giving the whole cavalcade of lists of reasons as to why they made the decision they did.
Why did you only deal with the Lakers? That would be as good a question.
Well, that's the other thing. So Jeannie Buss was asked about the trade. She finally had a comment on it.
I saw that.
And here's what she said. We have lost the last 3 years in a row to the Denver Nuggets in the playoffs, which I think it's only 2, but whatever. And we really didn't have anything that was going to look different going into the playoffs again. Anthony Davis was complaining about where he's being played and that he wasn't happy. So I think this was a positive for both teams. They got what they were looking for. We got what we were looking for. That's the comment from Jeannie Buss. Here's the difference between Jeannie Buss and Nico Harrison. Jeannie Buss doesn't have to say a damn thing. Why did you make the trade? Because we got a generational talent at 25 years old. That's why we did it.
Ta-da.
That's all she has to say. But she still basically said Anthony Davis wasn't good enough for us to beat the Denver Nuggets. That's what she said out loud.
I could have told her that.
The thing is, she didn't have to say anything about AD. You say, I got a chance to get a generational player at 25 years old. Why wouldn't I make the deal?
It's fun to give a little pop on the way out.
But yeah, for whatever reason, she did that.
Give a little pop through the door.
Now, Nico Harrison, I think the only option he had was to tear down Luke on the way out. That's the only option that he had.
I think it's probably the only way you could sell it to your fan base. And by the way, they weren't buying it anyway.
Right.
They didn't care. They didn't care if he was a meth dealer.
They were sitting there like, oh, he's fat, drinks too much, and smokes too much hookah.
Sounds good.
Well, guess what? I want to have donut, beer, and hookah night every night at your arena then.
Pretty much. That one guy wanted to off himself.
I mean,
it's crazy. Poor guy.
I'm trying to figure out what the hell happened with Jeannie Buss and Anthony Davis. Just like, yeah, not only did we get Luka, I mean, obviously that was a big part of the trade, but he also was just like being a little pissy with me, and I didn't like it. Just weird. But I say that to tell you, in her comment, she made essentially this statement. We did this to beat the Nuggets, right?
Pretty much, yes.
That's what she said.
Made a shot.
Again, she said 3 years in a row in the playoffs. I think it's been 2, but the Nuggets have won for 3 years.
Yeah, but she's well aware of the situation. And by the way, does it terrify me? Yes, I'm terrified. Yes.
The trade?
Of the Lakers.
Yes.
Yes,
You
Brett.
should be.
Yes.
You should be.
Does it make me have anxiety? The answer is yes, it does. I can admit that. And it should. Honestly, every team in the West should have anxiety about it because Luka's that good, and they've been playing that well.
By the way,
bums me out.
Speaking of the Nuggets, the winner of our 12 Nuggets scratch tickets today is Paul Hernandez. Way to go, Paul. You get 12 of them. We got one more day tomorrow giving away these scratchers. Also tomorrow, tune in for this because on March 28th, the Nuggets will be taking on the Utah Jazz. So it's a few weeks from now. But if you're one of the first 5,000 people in line for that game against the Jazz on the 28th, you get a Rocky bobblehead. But if you listen to the show tomorrow, you could win a Rocky bobblehead.
Really?
I don't mean Rocky's baseball team. I mean Rocky, the mascot of the Nuggets, bobblehead.
And not Rocky Balboa, Vic's favorite person in recorded history. Here, Brett, I know you're a fan of YouTube and unboxing videos. You want me to unbox this Rocky
go ahead.
bobblehead
Give a
here?
nice little unboxing for everybody watching on Twitch.
So now
and
somebody's going to win a
television.
used bobblehead.
We have 4 that we're giving away, right? 1 per show, and one of them will be this very bobblehead that I am unboxing right now. Listen to that Foley work.
Now it's used, dude. It's like when you drive the car off the lot for a test drive. Now it's a used car.
Yeah, I think
with all due respect,
it's fine.
If you're going to be a guy who keeps this bobblehead in the box so you think it'll appreciate and value, it's not an action figure. Come on, this is meant to be taken out and bobbled. Look at this.
That's kind of cute. Yeah.
This isn't a Darth Vader original action figure or something. You're supposed to take Rocky out of the box. Look at that guy.
So each show is giving away one of those tomorrow. So
he's doing the Karate Kid thing.
Exactly.
The
right.
crane.
It's crane
exactly.
Kick. Do you remember, by the way, when I don't know if I should say this,
when Danielson
won
the tournament? What?
After the Nuggets won a championship, you're talking about things being used, and we had the guy who made the rings in studio, and he gave us one of them.
Oh, yeah.
It was somebody's
Yeah.
that we put on before him.
That's pretty good.
I felt a little dirty doing that. Once he said that, I was like, wait a minute, this
I
is somebody
didn't.
else's.
Yeah, I did.
I don't want to wear
didn't.
this.
I didn't.
Of course you did. I did feel kind of dirty about it. I did. Anyway, game tonight, 7:30, 7 o'clock pregame. Hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Keep in mind, everybody, we got a YouTube page. 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. every single weekday. We are live, and you can watch the show on YouTube. So search Altitude Sports Radio and subscribe to the channel. Also,
Well, if you subscribe to our channel and you watch us on YouTube, what do you think the algorithm does?
oh, it gives you all the best things.
Like this, if we're on YouTube and I say Van Halen, yeah, like all of a sudden Van Halen videos
Just gonna
pop
make
up
it
too.
even better.
I mean, what happens?
Well, you can also, if you subscribe to that YouTube page, it's your home base for all things 92.5, including the Altitude Daily, a daily recap of the best stuff you can't miss from each of the best shows in Denver. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe today.
Abs with a real good chance to
Like,
go 4 for
subscribe.
4 on the homestand tonight, man. This is big.
And
you
this
don't-
is a game
and-
heavy favorites.
But do not look forward to Toronto on Saturday.
Exactly.
You take care of your business tonight.
So, can hear that game right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, a fact checker, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Here's a fact for you. Somebody's got to buy Mark Moser a thesaurus for Christmas, so you can find out a better way to word this. Earlier, we were talking about baseball and how you love baseball in its many forms, and how you'd even go so far as to travel to Japan and watch baseball played there.
You want to go to Japan? See the Cebu Lions? Watch guys jacket all over the field? I'm in.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Is that like a in-between innings thing that they do over there? Do they have a seventh inning stretch in the KBL?
Everybody's a comedian.
I'm asking an honest question, by the way. Is that a purely American thing? Or you go to the KBL, do they have a seventh inning stretch? Do they play Take Me Out to the Ball Game?
That's the Japanese league I was talking about. But the KBL, I don't know if they do. But wouldn't you like to go to a ball game?
Yeah, I would.
In Asia? I would love to go to a ball game
we
in
should
Asia.
meet up with our boy Kim while we're down there.
Absolutely. Kim from the Nuggets game last night. Do a little reciprocal.
Find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcasts. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Tell the boss we need a roadie to Tokyo. Let's
okay,
go.
so we need to go to spring training to do a show.
Yeah. We
We need to just do a show from, I think, Augusta would be one of them. Like, do it live from the Masters would be cool.
Tokyo.
We need to go to Tokyo. And I want to go to the Dominican Republic for their World Series.
100%. That'd be awesome. That looks like an awesome party.
Get on the list. Shocky. All right. Have a great day. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
DeRozan inside the arc. Jumper blocked by Najee. DeRozan got it back. He's in the paint. Jumper no good. Got his own board. Put it back up. Missed that. Rebound spiked by Najee. Goes out of bounds. Last touch by Sacramento. Boy, Zeke Najee working hard all over the place down there. Cross-court pass over to Najee. Now to Murray. Short clock here. Murray gets a pick from Jokic. You got to shoot it. Fadeaway 12-footer. Got it right at the horn. Murray has it inside the arc. Guarded by Ellis. Head fake on the jumper. Kick out three, Najee. Yeah! Denver leads 96-95 with Jokic on the bench. There's the horn in Denver. The Nuggets come from behind and use a tremendous fourth quarter to survive the Sacramento Kings. Final tonight from Denver. Nuggets 116, Kings 110.
It was one you had to have with all those injuries. The battle of the weary, the injured, the sick, the sorrowful,
the oppressed.
And it didn't start off well. That first quarter was ugly.
Well, it continued to not go well
for
a long time.
There was a reason, man, that KJ opened with a bunch of Zeke Najee highlights. That dude in 19 minutes was as effective a player on the court on either team. And it ends with a huge stamp on the three to take the lead finally at the end of the game. It was so pure. That crowd reaction when he hit the three was unbelievable. And Zeke Najee, in the course of a month, has gone from how the hell do you get this contract off the books to a player that, and again, I know Sacramento was playing shorthanded, as were the Nuggets, to a player who in 19 minutes last night, especially with Joker off the floor, was one of the main reasons why you won the basketball game. What a glow up.
A lot of us here on Sports Talk Radio, a lot of us here in the Denver area, we looked at Zeke Najee and said, how in the world can we get this off our books?
I did, constantly.
Wow, is it pay off to get on to Michael Malone's good side? But why did it take so dang long, Raj? I know part of it was health. Zeke Najee did have a lot of knick-knack injuries, things that popped up that went, just prevented him from being available. But when it did start to come to the point where, frankly, Michael Malone had to play Zeke Najee.
He's forced.
And frankly, hey, do we give Calvin Booth a little kudos for throwing like slight shade about, when you see Zeke Najee playing in his correct position, he looks pretty dang good, doesn't he? And that was right around the lead up to, potential talks of moving on from players.
Well, it wasn't potential. No. After the trade deadline, Calvin Booth spoke into a microphone and said, we tried to move Zeke Najee and no one wanted the contract. He said that both about Zeke and Dario Saric. And right after that press conference happened, the clarity of Zeke ain't going anywhere. He's not going anywhere now. Seemingly wasn't going to be going anywhere in the offseason, but now that he's turned into a different player, the clarity changed everything.
The Kings are kind of a sneaky, pretty good team.
Yeah. I don't think they're a contender, but I don't think they're a pushover in the playoffs.
They're a team that's just kind of awkward to play against. DeMar DeRozan at 35 years old.
He's an issue.
Has as many points as he has years of life. Jonas Valanciunas. I mean, even in the absence of your big time big, he was good, man.
Yeah, they missed Domantas Sabonis. That was
Sabonis is a really good basketball player.
It was the reason why they lost last night. You were missing Sabonis, but you played big non-Jokic minutes. You're again without Aaron Gordon, so both teams were fighting injury last night.
Zach LaVine, man, it's 3 for 7 from behind the arc, another 20 points. So while you were certainly watching this game and you were just frustrated, was it not a frustrating game to watch? KJ, were you frustrated last night watching 2.5, 3.5 quarters of this basketball game?
Beyond frustrated. When I look at the Nuggets, it just makes my head explode sometimes because I in the attempt to wrap my head around what's going on, it gets so tight that
it's who they are, guys.
Into pieces.
It's who they are. We're running a promo right now. I think I'm the voice on it where I go, the whole year, nothing's comfy. Nothing about the Nuggets is comfortable. And you know what? Was I frustrated last night for the first 3 quarters? Yes, I was. But I wasn't screaming at my television because this is who they are. And if you haven't gotten on board with this is who the Nuggets are this year, I don't know what to tell you. You're going to have a coronary. Get on board. They are frustrating. They are up and down. But as of late, they're winning basketball games.
When you saw the matchup, we talked about the matchup, previewed it yesterday on the radio show, or on the morning sprint. You look at it and you're like, this is a game that the Nuggets should without question win. But then you think about it, this was a team that had won 8 of their last 10 coming into this game, the Sacramento Kings. In fact, that team has gotten better, crazy as it sounds, because the narrative around the Kings would be moving on from De'Aaron Fox. Kings are no longer a relevant basketball team. They're playing better basketball now than they did all year.
After firing Mike Brown.
And, frankly, parting ways with a player that I absolutely love. He's must-watch basketball in De'Aaron Fox.
I think you love De'Aaron Fox. I think you love the specter of what De'Aaron Fox could have been. I think you love De'Aaron Fox for what he was in college. I think you love De'Aaron Fox's ceiling.
I love De'Aaron Fox in the playoff series 2 years ago against the Golden State Warriors.
A great playoff series. Mm-hmm. It's a great series between those two teams.
And that to me is that's the ultimate stamp on a player, is what they do in those moments.
What he could be.
Now, that's 2 years ago, and things happen. But, man, this was an uncomfortable game. I was upset the entire time. I was combination of watching the game, staring at my new update. Have you seen this on the Apple thing where they give you the score updates at the top? Like, just keeps updating you the score. So you're driving kids, dropping them off, and you're like, it's still 10 points? They're still down by 10?
Well, hold on. Driving the kids, dropping them off. Are you telling me you're not listening to Kaz?
There was some Kaz in there.
Kaz ain't telling you the score?
Yeah, but you go into the place, right? Like basketball.
Are you the guy that drove into my sister's house?
The guy is drunk.
No, I am not.
He had an 85% whoop recovery score this morning. That guy hasn't had a drip of liquor in days.
That's true.
That is very true.
Clean. This liver is clean.
But yes, I have seen the iOS update with the scores on top. I like that. It's enjoyable.
I like it a lot.
It's stress-inducing, though.
It is very stress-inducing. Like when you're watching these two teams, and it seems like even the performance of the Avs versus Pittsburgh, you're sitting there like, why are we playing with our food, man? 1-1. It's like you're still, and then, once again, top of the app of the iOS update. It's like 1-1. Still, really? Second period, third period, but still 1-1. Same thing with the Nuggets, down by 10, 12. It's down to 15. Wait, we're back. It's 7 now. Oh, it's back to 10. And then you watch the game and you're like, I'm glad that Nikola Jokic played. I'm glad that that this team proved that it can win without taxing him when he doesn't need to be taxed, when he's banged up a little bit. And I thought Jamal Murray was really good last night.
Jamal getting to the line was everything.
He was aggressive. It's aggressive. It's really good off the dribble. It's really, really, he doesn't physically look like a guy that's super explosive and super dynamic athletically. But dude, his first step, man, when he utilizes it and he's healthy, he's right. The ability to drive off that first step, create that separation, threaten a defender, that makes his three-point shooting and his jump shotting even that much better because you create more space. When the fear and the threat of having to defend the basket is viable.
You know you're rubbing off on me. The
Russell.
third quarter.
Russell Westbrook.
The third quarter. I told you, yes, it was a frustrating game to watch, but I've understood this is who the Nuggets are, and I've also screamed at you for going, that's who Russell Westbrook is. To get 25 points from Russ, you know what you need? You need the 4 turnovers. The turnovers in the third quarter, especially the one where he is staring down Nikola Jokic. It had to be like 4 or 5 minutes to go in the third. Joker had just come back into the game, staring him down, and Valanciunas is draped all over Joker. It was right after Valanciunas shoved Joker on a defensive rebound, goes up, slams it, and Nicole's looking around going, on what world is that not a foul? I think it was the very next possession, if I'm correct. Russ takes the ball down, left side, and just stares at Joker. Holds onto the ball, 3, 4, 5 seconds. The pass was never there. And decides to try and shove it down low to Nikola instead of kicking it back out and maybe resetting the offense with 7 or 8 seconds to go. You don't have a lot of time, but just like, hey, I'm going to pass it to this guy, and then does it, telegraphs it. You're rubbing off on me. If there was one time that I wanted to smash my television last night, that was it.
Russell Westbrook in his turning over of the basketball.
You're a virus.
Do you not agree that you feel every single one of Russell Westbrook's turnovers as a fan? Like, you feel them to the depths of your very being because they are optically so, they're terrible. A lot of them are just like the kind of passes that you say, he got money on the line here? Like, what's going on? I'm not accusing him of that.
Whoa!
No, I'm just saying it looks, and I know that's not he's not doing that intentionally. That's who he's been. Because he wasn't even close to having the most amount of turnovers in this game. That title was taken by Nikola Jokic. He had 7. Did it feel like 7? Does Nikola Jokic's turnovers, do they feel like a Russell Westbrook turnover to you?
Well, no, because he does so many other things.
No,
but again,
take that out of it. Take that out of it.
Okay.
I don't care. I don't care that he's Nikola Jokic. Just when you see a Nikola Jokic turnover, do you go like, dude, are you, like, I cannot watch one more second of this.
Typically, no, but I think I was just kind of pissed off while watching the game. He had that long outlet pass to MPJ where he missed him by a mile right after Denver started to like chip away at the lead. And that one, I got upset, and then I realized it's Nikola Jokic, and he does way more to offset the 7 turnovers. Like, yeah, I can take that medicine.
Apparently, my man Russ, our guy, Russell Westbrook.
Talk about rubbing off.
He's a listener to the morning sprint. He knows that we've been talking about his turnovers and his propensity to turn the basketball over. And you know what? He's going to double down. And this is what he said last night.
What is the question? Like, that's what I'm always interested in seeing. Like, what's the, obviously, some people only watch the TV game, so they watch the Boston game, and everybody has a comment. But throughout the year, consistently, I didn't hear any of this talk before. Now all of a sudden, it's like, oh, we lose to the Lakers, and everybody's like, oh, I can't even cuss, but. Everybody's like losing their mind, and like personally, internally, like we don't panic, play the right way. The best player on the court in the world is Nikola Jokic, so I turn it over 20 times trying to pass on the ball. I don't really care. It's the reason why they got 5 people to paint. If I'm the other team, I'll try to do that too. It's our job as a supporting cast to make sure we help and make the game easy for him.
I get it.
I don't.
I get it.
20.
He's being hyperbolic.
I don't care. I don't care.
I understand the thought process. Get the ball in the hands of the best player on planet Earth.
Do it judiciously.
There's another promo that we run. I think I yell, don't tell my goaltender to let in goals, and don't tell my quarterback to throw interceptions. Don't tell my guards to turn the ball over.
And whatever you do.
I could be on board. But I get the thought process.
See, that's the problem.
You're
the problem.
How many times do you see?
You are empowering Russell Westbrook to throw the ball into spaces that no human being should ever throw a basketball.
I turn it over 20 times trying to pass on the ball. I don't really care.
20!
Right, so you're
20!
He's overreacting, but you
so am I. And you know what? Is this a new take, Raj, from me? Is this a take that started after the Lakers game or the Celtics game?
No, you've had it for weeks.
Weeks. I feel like a dang broken record over the last 2 months. It's all I talk about.
Well, you asked me about if I'm frustrated with the Nikola Jokic turnovers. How many times have we seen where Joker's on the floor and it's like 3 or 4 straight possessions where he doesn't touch the ball? Talk about frustration. So that's where I look at Russ's comment there and I go, I get it. I get it. He's the most efficient player in my lifetime. So would you take a couple of turnovers to ensure that he gets more touches of the ball? That's the Russell Westbrook experience. I've been trying to tell you. It's really frustrating. It's an experience. To me last night, but it's a roller coaster.
It was an experience even
Put your hands up.
Even in his post-game interview with Katie Winchie, where he is able to give a jersey to a fan that traveled from all over the world to come and see him.
There's going to be times where you have your hands up on the roller coaster and you get off the ride and you're buzzing. You feel the adrenaline. You're going, woo! Let's do this thing again. And then there's other times where you vomit on your girlfriend because it's going too fast. And
have you vomited on a girlfriend before? Like in your lifetime? Because I've never heard that figure of speech before. That sounds personal.
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
In my head, I was riding a roller coaster.
That sounded like
and there was a lady next to me.
Okay, I thought it was a PTSD type situation where you maybe had a few too many wobbly pops and then went to a local county fair, the Douglas County Fair.
I passed out on a flight one time. Actually, you know what? I've had something similar happen to me.
Whoa.
I'll tell you the story on the other side. That's the Russell Westbrook experience. I've been trying to tell you. It's
really-
frustrating.
it's
It
an
got to me
experience.
last night, but it's a roller coaster.
The best player on the court in the world is Nikola Jokic, so I'll turn it over 20 times trying to pass on the ball. I don't really care.
There's going to be times where you have your hands up on the roller coaster and you get off the ride and you're buzzing. You feel the adrenaline. You're going, woo, let's do this thing again. And then there's other times where you vomit on your girlfriend because it's going too fast. And
Have you vomited on your on a girlfriend before? Like in your lifetime? Because I've never heard that figure of speech before. That sounds personal.
Oh, that is quite upsetting.
I've never vomited on someone, Coach. I did wet myself on a plane one time.
Shut the heck up.
I'm dead serious.
Stop.
Dead serious.
You wet yourself on an airplane.
So I fly all the time. I love airplanes, have no issues with them whatsoever. Like I'm a pro. Absolute pro. And I do pride myself in being a flying pro. I think people who are not flying pros I have problems with you.
I'm a driving pro these days.
You do drive everywhere, man. It's insane.
I also despise going anywhere that's drivable and paying plane tickets times 5.
So what's drivable?
Like Panhandle of Florida.
12 hours.
No, it's about. I would say the furthest that I'd go is California.
All right. I would say that's drivable with a full family.
It's with 5 people.
Good luck.
And then potentially the dog situation. It's by the time you board the dog and you pay for 5 plane tickets, you're like, what are we doing?
I could have gone to Australia for this.
Like the buy-in price is $7,000. Like for what?
So it happened a couple of years ago, man. Caitlin and I were flying to Seattle to go see some friends. We couldn't sit together for some reason, so I was one row ahead of my soon-to-be wife at the time, and we think I had like a little seizure.
Oh.
And
This
just
got serious.
Yeah,
so we turned dark.
I don't know, but we were coming down into
man,
Seattle,
you
and
would totally do this. I was ready to just destroy you for this, and now you're talking
making you feel bad for
seizures
me.
and medical conditions.
This poor girl, she had to be 19 or 20 years old sitting next to me, and she was writing a term paper that was very clearly due soon. She was just hacking away at this thing. And I'm sitting in the middle seat next to her, and we're coming down into Seattle, and I feel myself like starting to wobble and start to tunnel vision. I've never vomited on a plane before, so I grabbed the bag and I kind of looked at her, and apparently I was just like sheet white, ghost white. We didn't say a word to each other the whole time, but I looked at her and grabbed this poor girl's arm out of nowhere and grabbed it aggressively. She looks at me, freaks out, and I just kind of gave her a look going like I might be going down. Passed out for a couple of seconds, woke up and drenched head to toe in sweat, armpits, grundle, everything. And I'm not a sweaty dude. So woke up, came to, was okay, didn't throw up, but just felt very wet everywhere. I texted my wife. I was like, I think I pissed my pants.
Oh.
And she starts, you can hear her behind me laughing her tail off.
She wasn't concerned?
Thought it was a joke. She gets up. I get up. She looks at me, and there's a wet spot all over my butt. Dude, I just unloaded, apparently. I was fine for the rest of the day. I didn't have
How
a
long
pair
ago
of
was
shorts.
this, man?
Probably 3 years ago.
This is scary.
Went on with my day.
So was it like
what?
Did you have like a stroke?
I don't know, man. I have no idea. It's never happened again. That's as close as I've gotten to, vomiting on a roller coaster next to your girlfriend. I did it to some poor 20-year-old girl that's a story that I bet you she's terrified from flying.
I don't go too far into this, but I will say this. When I was in 2nd grade, I was vomited on in one of those, when you're in class and you're sitting around in a circle.
Oh, no.
And the teacher's reading a story. This kid sitting next to me didn't say a word, was feeling eerily ill apparently, and was just toughing it out because he's probably embarrassed. Leaned over and just full-fledged projectile vomited, face, body, everything. From that moment to this day, I have a phobia of vomit. My own vomit, other people's vomit, the smell of vomit. I don't do well when
I don't think anyone does well with it, Coach.
But when you have a traumatic experience, it's not good. Appreciate the Shop Mazda textures here, and they're just as concerned as I am right now. You should probably see a doctor.
I did see someone. I'm okay. I promise, guys.
Are you sure?
We're good.
Is there like a different type of specialist that I can help you find? Do we need
If
to
it
start a
happens
GoFundMe?
again, we can recanvas my brain. Big NFL news over the last 12 hours or so. The Chargers release edge rusher Joey Bosa. After 9 seasons, he's gone. They saved $25 million in cap space, Coach. The Cowboys, they restructured Dak Prescott's deal to open up $36 million in cap space, but they also go out and say, well, we're not really going to use that to go out and get free agents this year, so I don't understand why they're doing that if they're not going to take a big swing. Zach Bond re-signs with the Eagles for a $51 million deal right as we got off the show yesterday. Max Crosby, 3-year extension, $106.5 million. He's the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. The Broncos end up firing linebackers coach Mike Wilhoit after his altercation at DIA with a police officer. So much happened in the NFL after we got off. PhD, after we talked for half of our show about Davante Adams. Seems as though you and I are the only ones that think Davante Adams is the right fit here in Denver.
You got Davante Adams out there. You got DK Metcalf out there. You got Garrett Wilson out there. It would be pretty disappointed if you didn't hear they were strongly in the hunt for one of those guys.
I agree. And we got the Brandon Ayuk. I guess you got
there. You go, Brandon Ayuk.
Well, let me ask this: no dumb question. The 4 receivers Tyler just mentioned. Are you going to be disappointed if one of them in Bronco next year?
I don't know if I'd be really disappointed if we weren't strongly in the hunt. Right?
Yeah,
I think there's a breaking point for everything, and you got to use common sense.
I'd have to see. I agree with Tyler. I'd have to see if they didn't end up here, what they ended up somewhere else for.
Coach, they would go on to say, and I joined them for the first 10 minutes of their program yesterday. They would go on to say that if they had the choice, and it was just at that point, DK Metcalf versus Davante Adams, I was the only one in the room that thought Davante Adams was the better fit and the better wide receiver.
He's such a better fit and he's such a better wide receiver. And I don't think it's arguable. The reason for it is the redundancy of having a massive, maybe a little bit this age, slightly lesser fleet of foot, lesser elite technical route runner. You already got that already. I mean, you have that in the form of Courtland Sutton. So you just want essentially like 2 Courtlands, the DK Metcalf edition being faster in his prime, but he's not in his prime anymore.
He's a better player than Courtland. I think he's a much better player than Courtland.
He's a much better player when he was in his prime. There's been a reduction in his production, and it's been a lot more rapid than it has been for Davante Adams. Davante Adams has shown consistency throughout even the aging years of a receiver between the ages of 28 and 32. DK Metcalf, 27 years old. 28, 27. He'll be 28 when the season starts. I just don't. I don't think that he is a
Halfway
better.
Through the season, he turns 28, December 14th.
So he's 27 years old. Why would the Seahawks cut ties with him right now? Raj?
Because it looks as though that they might be cutting ties with Geno Smith. Did you see that report yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
So it might look right now that Seattle is going into tear down rebuild mode, which is insane. Because they've been close, but as you said yesterday, you put them in quarterback purgatory because you don't know what Geno Smith is, or maybe you do know what Geno is, and he's never going to be the next stud. We talked about the Russell Wilson trade, right? What did Seattle do with that? That was a haul that the Seahawks got back for Russ. You got Drew Lock, no longer on the team. Noah Fant hasn't really done
he got released.
Anything.
Do you know he got released? Yesterday.
Okay, there you go.
No, did I read that right? I thought I saw Noah Fant was released by the Seahawks yesterday.
Double check that for me, KJ. But all right, so released by Seahawks, gone, not on the team. Shelby Harris, not on the team anymore. They draft Charles Cross in the first round in 22 on the team, but full season starter. Outside linebacker, is it Boye Mafe, 2022 second rounder? Tyreek Smith, 2022 fifth rounder. They haven't really done much with it outside of getting Witherspoon in the 2023 first round. That's like the only player that they legitimately hit on in that trade. And now they're tearing it down to the studs? Crazy to think about that. Denver actually comes out on the better side of that trade when you look at it being one of the worst sign or trade and sign situations in pro sports history. They're on the better side of this. It's amazing how things work out when you get the quarterback. When you get that right, it fixes everything.
Yeah, I don't believe Noah Fant has officially been released, but is expected to be a cap casualty.
Yeah, yes, there are multiple reports out that he is going to be a cap casualty.
So, if you get that quarterback right, like Denver seems to have gotten right last year, you got to go all in to give him every piece of ammunition to take the next step. Devontae's that guy.
And did you look at DK Metcalf's overall trajectory of just production? And I think the big one for him, because he is such a large human being, big target, physical, the touchdown numbers for him have to be good. They have to be on a level that are elite, because he's not going to be your advanced route running guy that creates separation by way of quickness, speed, and technical skills at the point of at the break points. So you look at DK Metcalf over the course of the last several years. His 2020 and 2021 run that he went on was spectacular. 1,300 yards in 2020, 10 touchdowns. 2021, 12 touchdowns. Since then, 2022, and this is him playing 17, 16, and 15 games. So we're not talking about missing a large period of time. He missed 2 games this past season. Said 6 touchdowns, 8 touchdowns, and then in this past season, 5 touchdowns. 5 touchdowns. And his targets, 108 targets. He's getting targeted this past year. Only 66 catches.
I did read he's the most penalized wide receiver in football as well.
Offensive PIs.
Don't love that.
Holding on the perimeter. Gets himself into bad positions. When you don't have great quickness, and that's the body type we're talking about here. We talked about a couple receivers yesterday that were unbelievably fast to climb, and then the fall from grace was quick. Think about Megatron, man. That was a fast fall from grace. I mean, it was like
he didn't even let himself fall. He went, "Yeah, I'm done."
Yep. And that's what I see right now in DK Metcalf. And the numbers speak to that. Is he a good piece? Yes.
He would be.
You don't want to pay for that.
Fit, right? He would be a good fit. But if you're going to utilize it, and what he wants is $32.5 million, that's what his cap hit is this year. And assuming you would trade for him, you would then want to extend that player. We'll get into trade and extends in a little bit in the National Hockey League in about 10 minutes from right now, because there's some Mikko Rantanen craziness happening that I can't wait to get into. The other part of this is when we're talking about the other wide receivers that the Broncos could possibly be in on. Davante Adams doesn't cost you anything in terms of draft capital. So you're telling me that you'd be okay with spending $32.5 million in a cap hit for DK Metcalf and add in a first-round pick and a third-round pick at least, because Seattle may have a bidding war. There's probably a lot of teams out there that would want DK Metcalf. I think the Broncos should be one of those teams. But if you're going to pit him up against a guy who has not shown regression whatsoever, I know that he took a small step back, Davante Adams last year, in an atrocious situation in New York.
And an atrocious situation, maybe even worse from a quarterback perspective, and what was going on in Vegas.
Agreed.
And really, that's been the case for him for 2 years, 3 years.
No regression whatsoever. You could pay the same amount of money in terms of cap hit for that guy. I know he's 32. But no regression and no draft picks, and we're going to say that DK's the better player to have here? I think you are insane to have that thought process.
Courtland Sutton in the past 2 seasons, big body type, 6'4", 216 pounds. DK Metcalf, 6'4", 235 pounds. Bit of redundancy there. DK Metcalf is a massive, he's a horse of a wide receiver. Humongous.
He fits the bill of a Sean Payton wide receiver,
But do you have this? And I would say this. Red zone target. That's what you become as an older, big, physical receiver. DK Metcalf in the last 2 seasons, a combined 13 touchdowns. Courtland Sutton, in 1 more year of service, he enters the league in 2018. He just finished up his 7th year, whereas DK finished up his 6th year. And actually, his numbers are trending in a positive direction. Cortland Sutton, 18 touchdowns in the last 2 seasons compared to just 13 for DK Metcalf. I think that you see a similar player, maybe a more freakish body type, more of a guy that you're like, whoa, that's DK freaking Metcalf. Well, that reputation that surrounded DK Metcalf as that guy, that was coming off that 2020 and 21 run where he did have 22 touchdowns in 2 seasons. That's a while ago. That's 4 seasons ago, Raj. I just don't think it's the right play. I don't believe that DK Metcalf in Denver should even be on the table.
Where the guys hit it, where PhD did hit it on the nose is if the Broncos aren't involved in getting any one of those wide receivers, the Ayuks, the Garrett Wilsons, the Cooper Kupps, the Devontae Adams, if they're not involved in trade talks,
why are we talking Ayuk?
In free agency.
Did Ayuk not get a deal? I thought he signed a Niners deal.
He did, but he's been just kind of chirping off on IG, so it's kind of like rumors out there.
I thought he signed it. He did not sign his deal. We had that extremely long, drawn-out process through training camp.
He's part of that, that bubble of wide receivers that feels like tangible.
That potentially might end up not in San Francisco.
If you
then who are San Francisco's wide receivers?
I don't care about San Francisco.
I know,
at this
but
point.
but they, I don't know, part ways with Deebo Samuel and part ways with Brendan Ayuk.
Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings.
Yeah, I mean it's not.
I like Ricky Pearsall.
I love Ricky Pearsall, but man's just trying to stay alive after getting some steel through his chest.
Where the guys did hit it on the head is if they're not involved in getting one of those top tier wide receivers here, something has gone terribly wrong. But the top tier wide receiver that needs to be here, that costs you less than any one of those guys, it's the best one of the bunch, and the competition ain't close. Devontae Adams has to be a Denver Bronco. On the other side, NHL trade deadline is just, 26 hours, 27 hours away. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. Mountain is when it comes and goes. Avs have $3.1 million in cap space, but a former Av is leading NHL headlines. What is happening in Carolina with Mikko Rantanen? We'll get into it on the other side. Avs and Sharks tonight, 7:30 puck drop, 7 p.m. pregame show with Mark Bertinoli. You can still get tickets to go see the Avs take on Macklin Celebrini, Alexander Georgiev, and the last place Sharks.
Can you name 3 more Sharks?
Will Smith, Mario Ferraro, and Yaroslav Oskarov.
How many of our listeners could reel off
I don't
5
know,
Sharks?
man. There's not a lot. I might be tapped out. Tyler Toffoli, you know
Okay.
that name?
I know the name.
Former LA King.
Is he American?
Toffoli is a Canadian player. That might be where my Mikael Granlund, is he still a Shark or did he get traded? Granlund may have been traded, but he was a Shark at one point this year. Cody
You
Ceci
go
was
deeper
traded.
than I ever could.
That might be as far as I can go. They are not a very good hockey team, man. They're building the right things. Mike Greer's building the right things, but they are bad. You should handle San Jose. Before the game this evening on Altitude Sports, they're coming out with a conversation with Gabe Landeskog, and it's an exclusive television interview that Gabe set up with Kiefer. This is coming ahead of Sunday's TNT documentary. I think it's a 5-part documentary that TNT is putting on about Gabe's road to recovery. He's had a film crew following for the last 2.5 years, but this is something completely separate. It is an exclusive with Kyle Keefe. It's happening this evening at 6:30 ahead of the game. It's airing in its entirety. This is not something that's like LeBron's decision. We're not getting clarity this evening. It's essentially Gabe coming out and telling him the whole process, where he is. It should be awesome. I can't wait to watch it again. 6:30 this evening. It'll be at 10:30 p.m. after the game tonight. And then if you miss both of those, you can rewatch at 10 o'clock in the morning on Friday or at 3:30 in the afternoon and 8:30 at night on Saturday.
I'm really excited to hear this. And I think that this is a combination of hearing Gabe's heart, a guy that's given a lot for this franchise, a guy that is beloved by this franchise, and in a very tough situation for Gabe. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, the fan base, shoot me, as a guy that's on the air. We've talked about this since I've been on the air, on the radio, 18 months. Talking about Gabe Landeskog and what he's going to do, what his decision's going to be. You know, it's starting to get to the point where is this getting a little bit selfish? I think the answer that we all believe truly deep down as people that love Gabe Landeskog is that absolutely not. This is not selfish. But I do love the fact that he's willing to engage the local TV audience. And then obviously with his documentary coming out, we'll get a better picture inside of the world and the mind of Gabe Landeskog. And I think it's going to be must-see TV. The documentary series is going to be must-watch as well. This is going to be really good. And I think I'm hoping, Raj, that what we talked about yesterday is going to come to fruition. That we're going to at least see one, just, hey man, let's give it one more shot in the playoffs.
Game 3 against Dallas at home. See what you can do. If you can't do it, that sucks. LTIR forever.
If you can, at least we know.
That's great.
Yep.
And then we'll figure out, you get to figure out the cap space in the offseason. I think that's what's going to happen. I think he's going to try it in the postseason. Again, it's just speculation. I have no idea. We'll learn a little bit more tonight. We'll certainly learn more in that 5-part series on TNT. Did you know that on this day in Avalanche history, back in the year 2000, Ray Bourque was traded to the Avalanche after playing 1,500 games as the Bruins captain? He famously had not won a Stanley Cup before then. The Avs don't win a cup that year. He stays for an extra season. They win the following season in 2001. So that makes me think I want another historic trade. I'll never let the Sidney Crosby thing die. Make it happen, Chris McFarland. From one trade to another.
Amen to that. Ray Bourque.
Mikko Rantanen's camp has told Carolina that they're not ready to sign an extension. They're not going to do it prior to the trade deadline. There was a report last week that they turned down $13.4 million on an average annual basis over the course of 8 years. Not ready to extend. He famously has not put up a lot of points with Carolina. They've kind of struggled since trading Marty Necas and Jack Drury here to the Avalanche, but the underlying numbers, the possession numbers for Rantanen have been very good. Like, he's largely been the best possession player on the ice for Carolina, so there's some data that says it'll come eventually. But Eric Tulsky, GM out there in Carolina, and notorious penny-pinching owner Tom Dundon out there in Carolina, who I think he was like the controlling manager of like the United Football League or something like that. One of those, number 2, number 3 football leagues that's tried to pop up. They're shopping him around to other teams right now. They have canvassed the entire league about Mikko Rantanen, and the teams that have come up are as follows: Los Angeles, Florida, Toronto, and this is where it gets really crappy, Avs fans. These are 2 teams with cap space and can make cap space: Dallas and Vegas. There's a possibility that Carolina would have given up a franchise player in Marty Necas, a really solid bottom 6 player in Jack Drury, as well as a 2nd and a 4th, if memory serves, that's what the trade was, just for a 2-week rental of Mikko Rantanen to flip him for picks. If I was a Carolina Hurricanes fan, I would be hard-pressed not to burn down the Lenovo Center in Raleigh if that were to happen. Because all that does for the Hurricanes is it extends their, hey, we're contenders, but we're not really contenders window that they've been in for the better part of a decade. It would be stunning if that were to happen. And it seems like there's a lot of steam behind this story.
Raj, do you think that the word is out a little bit about Mikko Rantanen? Not in terms of being he's not obviously not a bad hockey player, but that the numbers were grossly magnified because you played on the same line as Nathan McKinnon.
Seems like it.
So does it even really scare you if he goes to Dallas, if he goes to Vegas? Does it really scare you?
Well, I mean, he then gets paired alongside
really, Raj.
Well, who's the stud in Dallas? Mm-hmm. You don't know. It should have been Jason Robertson. He hasn't taken that next step. He's still a very good player, and they've got good young pieces. I think Rupe Hintz is good. Tyler Seguin, when he's healthy, can still score at a high pace. Dallas is a good team. Vegas, the same thing, right? They're very deep. Jack Eichel's a stud. I would be terrified to watch him next to Eichel. That guy's a hockey player.
He was a lot of fun to watch in formations.
Yeah. Man, a lot of fun to watch in their cup season, too.
You look at Mikko Rantanen, man, and just 5 games, 3 of which he had 0 points. 0 points. How often did that happen in his Avs career?
Not a lot, man. Not a lot. I look at Mikko and I go, if the word is out and you're not performing, and now Carolina doesn't think that they can sign you, but if the word is out across the league that unless you're paired alongside a stud, you then become a very, very good hockey, still an elite player and an elite point producer, but you're not the same thing as you were when you were playing alongside Nate and then had Cale Makar snapping you pucks from the blue line. Turning down 13.4 over 8 million years, if it's about the money, that is a gross misstep by Rantanen's camp at Octagon Sports. A gross misstep, right? If the word's out, and teams don't think he's the same guy, you think 13.4 over 7 years is going to be out there on the table? I think not. I would highly urge him to sign that deal.
How about since January 25th, the day that Mikko Rantanen made his debut as a member of the Hurricanes, Carolina. That's weird. Actually, I've never fallen into that before.
2 tough owners, man.
Well, but think about it.
Tepper and Dundon.
Yeah, Carolina, and then you have the Florida Panthers. Kind of 2 Southeast hockey clubs. Then you have the Carolina Football Panthers. That's a mind screw right there. That's wild. Never really fallen into that one
Just
before.
Break your brain a little bit.
Since January 25th in the debut of Mikko Rantanen of the Canes of Carolina. What do you call them? People call them
Canes.
The Carolina Canes or Carolina Hurricanes?
They're either the Hurricanes, the Carolina Hurricanes, or
Just the Canes. Eventually, I'll get out the stat. Since January 25th.
Coach is waiting for his brain to reboot.
This is wild.
That's a great segue. Thank you.
He has had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games with no points. 8 games. He went on a historic run as an Av this year, where I'm talking it was 1 point, 1 point, 5 point, 1 point, 3 point, 1 point, 1 point, 2 points, 2 points, 1 point, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1. It was a point or 2 every single night. He is being a non-factor in the offensive output of the Canes franchise more often in games than he isn't.
It's an issue. And by the way, the Avs cannot trade for him right now. You can re-sign him if he hits free agency, but you can't trade for him because his contract now has retained money on it. So the Avs aren't part of this sweepstakes that like you might be able to move him, maybe like you move Middlestat and then get Rantanen back. You wouldn't be able to make that work within the NHL's salary cap rules. So that can't happen this year. You could re-sign him in the offseason if he hits free agency. Like maybe this is all just Mikko going, I never wanted to be traded in the first place, and now I'm seeing that the grass is certainly not greener on the other side. And Carolina's been knocking on the door. Like that's a contender. Now imagine if he signs in Chicago, right? Imagine if he signs in, prior to this year with Columbus, making a run at the playoffs. What we thought Columbus was going to be a bottom feeder. The grass ain't always greener. So maybe this is all Mikko going, maybe I just want to go back home.
Mikko should sign in Chicago.
He'd be a good fit in Chicago.
Yeah, especially with Bedard as a guy that is going to ultimately end up being a guy that's going to distribute the puck well. I think that would be a good fit for a future. Not right now. It's not going to.
They got the money to do it.
Yep.
And they're already paying him 25% of his salary right now. So it's not like he's not on the books by the Blackhawks. It's going to be a crazy 24 hours. I still don't think the Avs are done. NHL's trade deadline comes up in just over 24 hours. If you guys are one of the first 5,000 fans through the doors for the game against the Utah Jazz on Friday evening at 7 p.m., you guys can take home a Rocky bobblehead. Get there early. Don't miss out on that exclusive giveaway. And you can get those tickets now at denvernuggets.com/tickets. Also, we'll be able to give away. KJ's got one of them on the camera. If you're watching us on YouTube, just search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and hit that red subscribe button. You can win one of those tomorrow. Get your tickets right now. Avs Sharks tonight on 92.5, 7 p.m. pregame show. Between the Pipes, about 10:30 on YouTube and Twitch with myself and Mark Springer. Final game before the Avs tackle the NHL trade deadline. Josh Manson, according to multiple reports, RF Dean, Evan Rowell, Connor McGahey, Jesse, all those guys.
Mike Sanford.
Yeah, Mike Sanford.
Noted hockey journalist.
Manson will play tonight. It looks as though Mackenzie Blackwood's going to be your starter against Alexander Georgiev and the Sharks. Also, some hiring news from the Broncos. Bam Bam Davis.
Todd Davis, man.
Back in the fold. Defensive quality control coach.
Let's go.
So he was a training camp intern a year ago. Obviously, seeing him out at training camp, was beloved as a player for the Broncos, and then certainly caught the attention of Vance Joseph, guy that he obviously knew and former Bronco player, and then also Sean Payton making a decision to bring around really, really good, smart coaches. So huge opportunity there for Bam Bam Davis to get a foot in the door with a defense that is red hot in the NFL.
I mean, is there a possibility he elevates quickly from defensive quality control to linebackers coach, considering there's an opening there?
Probably not, just because Will Hite was a little bit more of an experienced coach. But if you do bring in a linebacker coach and an outside backer coach that could groom a guy like Bam Bam Davis, and ideally you want to get somebody who might potentially end up being a defensive coordinator in the near future. Then yeah, I do think there's a path forward for a guy like Bam Bam to become the linebacker coach within a year or two.
The Joey Bosa cut,
just whiplash to me.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
The only thing I could read into is, for whatever reason, Joey Bosa and Jim Harbaugh butted heads. Because Jim Harbaugh is a strong presence in any facility that he inherits. He was a very strong presence at Sanford. And when he believes that guys are completely invested, completely bought in, and are total just football guys in their current state, he will fight for you till the end of time. And I think the way that he talks about Justin Herbert publicly, you can tell that Justin Herbert is in that boat. Joey Bosa doesn't appear to have been in that boat.
Okay, so you've obviously been very closely in that circle with Harbaugh. Is it difficult for players who are not in the Justin Herbert level of love and adoration and public support? Is it difficult for players who aren't that guy to feel valued in the franchise?
It's almost less about that, because Harbaugh loves all football guys, as he defines football guys.
And if you're not a football guy, get out.
Yes. Now, I think Joey Bosa is a football guy. Like, there's no doubting that. However, some of the things that Jim Harbaugh does do and the way he does talk about it's very, very different, right? Would you agree that some of the press conferences that we've listened to are unique?
Yeah, he's a weirdo.
Okay.
Football savant, but he's a weirdo.
So if you are the eye roller in the facility to the weirdo-ness, it does not go well for you, Raj. If you are hey, that's awesome. I love that. I'm ready to run through a wall for you, coach. If you're that guy, oh yeah, you are in. And you can go in anytime you want now. You want to be in good graces, you can go in anytime. But if you want to be on the bad side, all you got to do is just kind of look a little sideways and say, yeah, I'm not really one of those guys for you.
He does feel like he's a player, Joey Bosa, that never reached his full potential. And over the past few seasons, the injuries have killed him, right? He only plays 5 games in 2022. He plays 9 games in 2023, has nearly a full season last year where he just 5 sacks. That's not exactly what you want out of a guy who's being paid as a top 10 edge rusher in the game. It's a far cry from what he was when he was putting up double-digit sack numbers from age 21 to age 25. So that's probably the easy answer to this: is Joey Bosa is no longer the player that they were paying him to be, therefore he goes away. And I don't think he's a player that Denver should be looking at. You don't have the space to bring him in when we are having conversations about a top wide receiver, when we're having conversations about Zach Allen, who we have not gotten yet to today. Zach Allen wants like a $10 million pay bump in a year where you have to pay Nick Bonito in the offseason and you're looking to upgrade on the offensive side of the ball. And if it's Davante Adams, that's $32 million, right? That's what that cap hit is. You can get a little creative, but not too much. You don't have room to fit Joey in. Do you take Zach Allen up until next year? Do you bank on this dude ain't going to hold out because he is a football guy?
Why? What happened during this season with Zach Allen's production? It was unbelievably strong through the first 10, 12 weeks of the season. There was a drop in production, and there was a little bit of injury mixed in there. It wasn't quite the same down the back half stretch of the season.
The defense is vastly different when he's not there.
I think it's even more different when Riley Moss isn't there. I mean that. It really is.
Well, you've been concerned about the interior of the defensive line, not...
So Zach Allen, to me, is not a true interior D lineman.
Okay.
He is...
Open that up.
He is more... So if you look at a 3-4 structure, the nose tackle is the guy that is playing directly over the center, and think 320 to 380 pound. I mean, that'd be a humongous nose tackle, but there have been some like that. Tony Siragusa was in that camp. But a true anchor down, put your hands through the chest, restart the heart of the center, and then hold the ground, hold the point.
All right.
That's not Zach Allen. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about an interior D lineman. Zach Allen's more of the 4 technique, which means a 4 technique is it's 2 gaps removed from the center. So you are lined up directly over the offensive tackle. And in a 3-4 structure, that is your base alignment. But then a guy like Vance Joseph changes up the front, and you can kick, a guy like Zach Allen all the way down to playing head up over a guard, maybe a little bit outside leverage over a guard. That'd be a 2 technique or a 3 technique. He is a really good, versatile move defensive lineman. He is not a true bona fide interior defensive lineman. Just look at his height and weight. He's got the length to be the guy that can play the 4 technique over an offensive tackle and disrupt the run game, change up the movement patterns, but he is not the guy that can anchor down in the interior of the defensive line. That was DJ Jones. I think he was a good interior D lineman, was not elite.
Defensive lineman, highest paid in terms of contract average. Max Crosby, his new deal at $35.5. Nick Bosa at $34. Chris Jones at $31.75. Brian Burns at $28.2. To find Zach Allen, you'd have to go all the way down to number 28 on the list at $15.25 million. The reports are he wants a bump as high as $10 million to get him into the top 10. Is he a top 10 interior, with an asterisk, as you just explained, defensive lineman in the league? That would get him around Montez Sweat, Quinnen Williams, Myles Garrett, although Myles Garrett as a defensive line, you're an edge rusher.
But here's
Dexter
the deal.
Lawrence at 21.8.
Dexter Lawrence is the one guy that you mentioned that plays more of that interior type of a role.
All right.
Where you can create production as a pass rusher inside of the offensive tackles. That's what Zach Allen is. That position, unfortunately, doesn't typically command edge rushing defensive end money. You're not going to get that. You're just not. And also stout interior defensive line nose tackles. That's also its own little very unique camp. And it's a unicorn position. So if you got one like Chris Jones, you embrace it and love it.
Hall of Famer.
What does Chris Jones make?
Chris Jones is making $31.75 next year. But he's a Hall of Famer. Chris Jones is a different level of D lineman than Zach Allen is. Zach Allen's a very, very good player. But top 10 in the league? I don't know. I think he's probably in the conversation for that.
He's top 10 4 technique in the league.
Okay.
So in a 3-4 structure, you see nose tackle and then 2 defensive tackles, or some people call them a defensive end, and then you see 2 outside linebackers. The outside linebackers in a 3-4 structure are really the pass rush dollars. That's the money. The defensive end / D tackle in a 3-4 structure, Those guys are typically guys that if they're really productive, then they get $5 to $10 million short of what the elite pass rushing dollars do give you.
All right, so let's give him.
I'd go $10 million short.
$10 million short would kind of have him where he is right now at 15 and a quarter. A $5 million pay bump gets you into that conversation.
That is fair.
At 20.
That is fair.
I could see them doing that. I could also see them because he feels like, and this is just a feeling, guys. He feels like a guy who just wants to play football. I'm not worried about Zach Allen holding out if you can't come to terms on a contract extension. I don't think he's a dude that would sit out the season if you don't give him his $10 million pay bump. And in a year where you're still, I know the cap hit goes up, or the overall cap goes up, you're still paying off Russ. Right? That still hurts. It's still there. We can't girl math that away. I would be comfortable with them looking at Zach Allen and going, dude, next year, that's your time. We got to pay Nick. He's a more valuable player in this scheme as the edge rusher, the true quarterback.
And market value.
I'd be cool with them going, next year, man, we'll see. If you're healthy and you continue that trajectory and you are as important to this defense as you were last year, then we have that conversation about a $10 million pay bump. But we've got dollars that need to be utilized in other spaces. You're under contract right now. We have to go out and get a top-tier wide receiver for our young quarterback. That's how I would use that money. And it's just because I have the feeling that Zach Allen isn't a holdout guy.
Boy, I'm looking back at...
It's a lot of hope.
I'm looking back at Zach Allen's combine. Not very good. 6'4", 281 pounds. So pretty average.
Where'd he go to school?
Boston College.
An Eagle.
5 flat second 40. Ran a 5 second 40. It's not great. It's not bad. It's not good. Like, he's not a ballistic pass rushing Jesse. He was only a 32-inch vertical jump. And so you look back and you're like, this dude has grossly outperformed his draft grade.
Science is a liar sometimes.
He was a third round pick, first pick of the third round for the Arizona Cardinals. One thing about him, though, he's got big meat hooks, man. 10 and an 1/8 inch of a hand. And that's what you see. He has the ability to butt and shed and then disrupt. And I love that about his game. Is that worth $28 million a year? It's probably not, Raj. Is it worth 20 to 22? Yeah, it is. But I would make Zach Allen go through one more season to prove it that he's available for at least 15 games. And he didn't fully do that this year.
KJ's NFL notes are coming up on the other side. Don't go away.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League with KJ's NFL Notes. But before we get to that, on Altitude TV, prior to the Avs and the Sharks at 7:30 this evening, I believe it's a nationally televised game, you guys can watch a conversation with Gabriel Landeskog. It's an exclusive television interview with Altitude's own Kyle Keefe. It's going to air in its entirety this evening, starting at 6:30, and after the Avs game, which is, again, nationally televised on ESPN tonight, it will air at 10:30 on Altitude Television as well. It's not the decision. We're not hearing what Gabe is doing, whether he's going to retire or if he's coming back, tomorrow. That's not what you're hearing. What it is, it's insight for the fans. This is something that Gabe wanted to do, that he reached out, and Kyle both got together to make this thing happen. It's about the process, what he hopes is going to happen. Can't wait to watch that this evening. Again, if you miss it tonight, it'll be back again tomorrow at 10 a.m. on Altitude and Saturday at 3:30 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. as well. Avs and Sharks tonight, 7 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and worldwide on the Altitude Sports Radio app that's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. KJ, what's going on in the National Football League?
Bill Barnwell of ESPN.com released his top teams who could trade for DK Metcalf. The second team he has listed is the Denver Broncos. Quote, unlike the Bills, the Broncos have the sort of roster that would more easily accommodate Metcalf. They have a quarterback on a rookie deal in Bo Nix. The only playmaker on offense who isn't on a rookie contract is 30-year-old wide receiver Courtland Sutton, who is entering the final year of his extension and is due $14 million in non-guaranteed money. Would they be aggressive in shipping off more draft capital to Seattle to land Metcalf? The 2021 Raiders are an example of a team that made an unexpected playoff run, cashed in their draft chips to add a star wide receiver in Devontae Adams in hopes of competing with the Chiefs, and ended up regretting the move, end quote. With this crop of rookie receivers and free agent receivers, would a team like the Broncos actually trade tangible draft capital for a wide receiver like DK? Would it make sense for them?
No, and no. You're going to overpay and you're going to get rid of draft capital, Raj? Do you like that idea whatsoever?
You know my answer.
A first and a third is what allegedly was floating around with the Seahawks and what they were looking for.
I'm Smaug the Dragon. I hoard my draft picks. You don't get to take those things.
I think it was interesting in that story that you just read right there is that the 2021 Raiders are an example of a team that make an unexpected playoff run. Cashed in on their draft chips to add a star wide receiver. His name was Devontae Adams. Guess what? You don't have to do with Devontae Adams.
Part ways with anything but money.
Yes, part ways with money. Walmart has a lot of money. It is doing fine. The egg prices are helping.
Helping them.
Yes. Bring in Devontae Adams.
My protein,
point blank.
My protein intake in recent weeks has plummeted. I make a mean breakfast sandwich, man.
Why haven't you made one for me?
Well, the breakfast sandwich doesn't hit the same if I live 20 minutes away. The key to a great breakfast sandwich is making an egg that walks and doesn't run. And by the time that I get
what?
Making an egg that walks and doesn't run.
You don't like over easy eggs, do you?
I'll take an over easy egg on certain days, but a breakfast sandwich.
This dude right here.
What are you talking about?
What kind of eggs you eating, KJ?
Scrambled all the way, baby. That's all I know.
I'm a fried eggs guy. Give me fried eggs.
Okay.
Nothing better than going to your local Waffle House and say, hey, give me them fried eggs.
I'll eat anything but a poached egg. I think that is vile. A poached egg is, I don't know. I also can't do hard boiled. The smell, it smells like sulfur for me for some reason. Yeah.
It smells like an egg.
No, sulfur. So breakfast sandwich, a walking egg instead of a running egg is when you pierce the yolk, right? It's kind of an over medium. Pierce the yolk and it slowly, very slowly oozes out. Not when you pierce it and it now gets all over the plate and you don't have any yolk in the breakfast sandwich. Now, for me to make you a proper breakfast sandwich, Coach, it has to walk. But by the time I get it to the station, it will have settled. And then the breakfast sandwich sucks.
You don't get that bite in with the ooze of the egg.
Therefore, it's worthless.
And then that ooze, if it's caught by the plate, you get to dip the breakfast sandwich in that ooze. Yeah, I agree. That's pretty fire.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah,
pretty good. Yeah, I don't want to trade a first and a third for DK Metcalf. That's nonsense. Go out and get the guy who's better than him. I know he's a little bit older, but he's better and he's cheaper.
You know what you could get if you hit in this draft with a first and a third? You can get your franchise running back and your franchise tight end.
And a franchise, for 3 years. Again, I'm not saying like getting Devontae Adams means you're set for 10 years. It's a 3-year deal. That's all I would want it to be. You then have number 1 wideout, number 1 running back, number 1 tight end, and I go, oh, all of those holes are filled? Now you're true contenders. You really are. Sure, you're going to have some other holes because you're still dealing with the Russell Wilson money. Interior defensive line would probably go by the wayside. But the defense, even without that last year, pretty good. I know you're missing an interior defensive line because he's hitting free agency this year.
DJ.
That hurts.
DJ Jones.
The defense is pretty damn good. What's next?
I turn it over 20 times trying to pass on the ball. I don't really care.
Every day I get more and more worried about you, Raj. I get more and more worried about you, bro. I have to learn about how you fix your egg sandwiches. According to Chris Thomason of the Denver Gazette, All-Pro defensive end Zach Allen is seeking lucrative contract extension. One source said Allen seeks a deal in the neighborhood of $25 million per year, but SpotTrack projects his market value of an average of $22.1 million. Brett Kane makes his case for why Zach Allen deserves top 5 money.
According to PFF, the top 5 interior defensive linemen right now are Chris Jones.
Well, he's probably the best.
Dexter Lawrence, Quinnen Williams, Cam Hayward, and Aleem McNeil.
Those guys are all awesome.
And I think that maybe once you get past Chris Jones and Dexter Lawrence, probably Quinnen Williams too, we're talking about Zach Allen is absolutely in the conversation for top 5 at that position. Absolutely. So he does deserve to get paid like that because he is. This isn't projecting what he's going to be. This isn't paying somebody on the past knowing that they're going to devalue. This is a guy prime of his career that is absolutely in that conversation. And I think outside of maybe PS2, the most important player on your defense.
I agree and I disagree because I do think that Brett Kane just cited Zach Allen as being a top 5 interior defensive lineman after reading the top 5 interior defensive linemen currently in PFF, of which Zach Allen was not one of them. Am I right? And did I listen to that correctly?
You did.
So he's saying he's a top 5 interior defensive lineman, but yet he's not ranked by the source that he cited as a top 5 interior defensive lineman. I think he's right outside of that camp. Raj, I didn't even know that SpotTrack projected his market value at an average of 22.1. Did you hear me kind of talking around in circles about the Zach Allen deal? And I got to the conclusion of 20 to 22. 22 would be what I think is an appropriate peak.
Is he better than Quinnen Williams?
No. Is he better than Dexter right now? Not even close.
Get him to 20. 20 is fine. I think just under Quinnen Williams, $20 or $21 million. I think it's perfect.
Well,
that's Ed Oliver money.
Also,
he's not Quinnen. He's not Dexter. He ain't.
For Zach Allen,
really close.
System fit has really mattered for him. And the guy that he is fit with has been none other than Vance Joseph. And he is the perfect guy for Vance, but also for his production. He's got to understand that Vance Joseph is the perfect coordinator and schematic designer of pressures and fronts and movements and stunts up front that I want to continue to extend my career here. And there's value in that. That's worthy of giving up a 3 or $4 or $5 million to extend and potentially get your third contract.
What's Jeffrey Simmons making in Tennessee? That's a similar player, isn't it? It's another good, really, really good 4 technique, but I think he's younger.
I think he's on.
Is he
a
younger?
rookie.
He's 27.
Is he not on a rookie contract? He must not be.
He's on his rookie extension.
Okay.
That ends in 2027. His cap hit is 28.3, but his base is
A little bit of a different player, Raj, though, because he is a 305-pound, stout dude, whereas I believe Zach Allen still hovers in the 280s.
Sorry, cap hit at 22.8 this year. Yeah, right around there, right under it, man. At 20, I'm way more comfortable with. And I guess I'm, like, am I penny pinching here? I might be. But I want that money to go to Devontae Adams. So I guess I've got a little bit of a bias here.
I do think that Zach Allen, if he is paid above $20 million a year, for him, he is getting unbelievable income based off of what his projection was as a draft pick and for what his raw athletic numbers are. And so you have to look in the mirror and say, you know what? I have been a beneficiary of a really good scheme for a guy like myself. $20 million? Yeah. 22? Oh, I'm taking that and I'm running with it.
Keep it rolling, KJ.
I'll turn it over 20 times trying to pass on the ball. I don't really care.
The Chargers released outside linebacker Joey Bosa last night, and they cut ties with what would be considered one of their best franchise players. The move saves them $25.36 million against the cap. But here's an interesting little twist. Earlier in the offseason, he discussed the potential of playing with his younger brother, Nick. Quote, "It'd be cool at some point. I always thought of myself being somebody that would play here and retire here, which I think not many people do on one team. And I think it would be a cool thing to accomplish, but you never know." If the 49ers were to get Joey Bosa and pair him up with his brother Nick on a reasonable deal, would that put the 49ers back in the hunt in regards to going toe-to-toe with the Lions and Eagles again?
No.
Wait, you think they're out of the hunt?
No, I don't think that a Joey Bosa, Nick Bosa tandem in San Francisco is going to immediately make them more likely to win a Super Bowl. They have a lot of issues to address. We got some offensive issues. Brock Purdy's contract. Where is the skill player production going to come from? You have aging superstars. There's a lot of questions in San Francisco.
They are an old
Kyle
team,
Shanahan.
man.
Kyle Shanahan as a game manager at the end of games. There's a lot of questions that you do need to answer. I don't look at the 49ers currently as a team that I'd say is a shoo-in to be better than the Eagles or the Lions. I think the Packers are going to be coming. I mean, somebody from that NFC North is going to be humming. Could be the freaking Vikings if J.J. McCarthy catches a hot hand in the next couple of years.
I wouldn't love to go up against that defensive front. It wouldn't be fun. Like, Fred Warner's still playing great.
Yeah, he's still, Hufanga, we'll see if he ends up, I don't know, he hasn't been released or hasn't signed anywhere.
Aren't they releasing Javon Hargrave?
Yes.
Didn't we see that earlier today?
The defensive lineman, interior defensive lineman. Also,
they're contenders.
Who's the other linebacker?
They're not favorites anymore.
The other linebacker we talked about here in Denver, freak show stud.
Leonard Floyd?
No. Other linebacker for the 49ers. Awesome player.
Dre Greenlaw.
Greenlaw. If you keep that core together, which I don't know if you can because you can't pay them. Yeah, they're definitely, and when they're healthy, and I think the key to the 49ers this year is the health of Christian McCaffrey. Period, point blank, end of story. Period. When he's not healthy, they're not the same. They just weren't the same.
Yeah, when he's healthy, they go from contender to, again, I think they are outside looking in the NFC right now, but still contenders when Christian is there. When he's not, they are, is it too rude to say irrelevant?
They were this year. And it was Ayuk. It was the worst case scenario. Ayuk, McCaffrey, and then they even had some, their free agent running back Mason. He was even a bit banged up after some really good performances. So yeah, I mean age catches up to you in a hurry. And I know we're talking out of both sides of our mouth with Davante Adams, but Davante Adams has been available.
He hasn't shown signs of regression. If he showed signs of regression, I would not be shouting from the mountaintop that the Broncos need to go get Davante Adams. What we've seen is that he's the same guy. In a 3-year deal, maybe at 35, it looks terrible. But for those 2 years, I would take those 2 years. Maybe they wouldn't win a Super Bowl this season. But in year 3 of Bo Nix, like, if you're not expecting, especially with where the trajectory has started, if you're not expecting the Broncos to compete for a Super Bowl 2 years from right now, what are we doing? So I'll take that final year. If the regression starts at age 35 and you get half the player that Davante Adams was in year 1 and year 2, man, I'd do that in a heartbeat.
I'm not going to start a chant because that didn't work out great for Sidney Crosby.
Hey, hold on. It hasn't worked out great.
Okay.
Yet.
Well,
we still have.
We also didn't get
still have
great
25 hours.
We didn't get great listener participation at Ball Arena. But you did say you said 3,000 fans were chanting.
There
want
were a
Sidney?
couple of. You could hear
Crosby,
it, and then
we
it
want
got
Crosby.
and then it got drowned out. But I do think that the fans who didn't understand what was happening thought that it was a Penguins positive chant, and then they started chanting other things. So I think there was a little bit of confusion there.
Okay.
I saw some signs at pregame skate. Some of you understood the assignment. Many of you didn't. NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at MountainHighAppliance.com, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at MountainHighAppliance.com. Wrapping things up here on a Thursday.
Dua Lipa?
Dua Lipa, yes.
Alipa.
Dua Lipa.
Yeah.
Houdini.
I don't know if the music's great.
You ever seen her perform her music?
No, I have no idea. Yeah. So
she's up there with Sabrina
Guys,
Carpenter, that's for sure.
We live in the next great era of pop divas. When you look at Christina and Britney, Mandy Moore and all those.
Jessica Simpson.
We've talked about this before.
Beyonce.
I'll throw Beyonce in there too, but she's in her own league.
She's actually on her own planet.
Yep. Yeah. Sabrina Carpenter and Tate McRae and Dua Lipa.
Gracie Abrams.
She doesn't feel as poppy to me.
She's really good though.
She feels more along the lines of like Mandy Moore than the other girls.
Okay.
You know what I'm feeling?
Yeah.
Talking about just feelings, gut feelings, and reaction.
Yeah, just
it's a
kind of vibes.
Good time to like that music.
Yeah.
Good time to be a watcher of music videos. You know.
Are there music videos anymore?
Oh yes, there are, Coach.
Huh.
I'll send you a couple of texts after the show.
Yeah, I'll decline.
All this to say,
the
Nuggets won a basketball game last night.
They sure
Here's
did.
the thing. I really don't care how they guard us. I really don't. They shot 62% in the first quarter. By far our worst quarter. Quarters 2, 3, and 4, I thought our defense was great. So how they guard Nicola should have no impact on our defense. And it did tonight. We allowed our offensive struggles in quarter 1 to allow them to score 42 points and shoot 62%. That can't be, especially with 20 games to go. There are going to be nights where our offense is not humming at the highest level. And what I loved about tonight, I thought tonight was a hell of a win. What I loved about tonight was the defense. I mean, to hold that team second half to 39%, fourth quarter 30%, and they really hurt us in the paint in the first half. They only had 12 in the second half. So as I was walking off the court tonight, somebody said, "We'll take it." You're damn right we'll take it. I don't think anybody in this room realizes how hard it is to win a game against a team that has won 4 in a row. So for all the people out there that are saying, "Yeah, we'll take it. It wasn't pretty," it's a win. Okay, let's not get carried away. It's a good win against a team that's playing well.
And it's all because Michael Malone is okay with playing Zeke Naji.
What changed for Michael Malone? Complete necessity?
Complete necessity. No choice in the matter. I think he was forced into doing something that he wasn't comfortable doing. And just by happenstance, maybe by pure dumb luck, it works. Because it didn't beforehand, and they tried. He tried to play that guy.
He did. I wouldn't say it wasn't as committed. It didn't feel as committed to what we're going through in the last 6 weeks.
But the thing is, can we call it commitment when it was forced upon you by the situation?
But what,
you see the difference?
What really changed roster construction wise 1 year ago to today in terms of bigs? Really nothing. Remember a year ago, it was that Aaron Gordon was going to just play double minutes as the 4 in the starting 5 and then the backup 5 in the non-Jokic minutes. And I didn't love that. I just felt like it, frankly, I think that we're starting to pay some of the price of that because Aaron Gordon's not available nearly as much. Played too many minutes. I think getting a few minutes out of DJ and then Zeke coming in and being able to play and lean into some of his athleticism, his length, his ability to get to the rim. And I even like the confident 3-point shooting. That's the piece of the puzzle that I think is just so underrated. You know who's going to end up having a big next couple weeks, I believe? Jalen Pickett. I just feel like Jalen Pickett's going to pick it up because he is, look at that pun right there. He's going to pick it up. I think because of his ability to knock down 3-point shots, his desire to play great defensive basketball for Michael Malone, I think that Zeke Naji and Jalen Pickett are going to end up being impactful players in the playoff run. Some ways, somehow.
Now a handful of hours removed from what was a welcome win, but a frustrating game to watch. Do you feel still as frustrated this morning, or do you look at that win and go, they didn't have their best, they were injured. Malik Monk and Domantas Sabonis not playing in last night's game, but the Nuggets injured without Julian Strawther and without Aaron Gordon, right? And I know Russ played a lot last night, but is Russ really at full health with him being in and out of the lineup of late? Do you look at that win and you go, well, you can beat a decent team when you're not at full strength, and you take a positive out of that?
I do. And it was a bit of one of those just survive. As a Nuggets fan, you're getting used to it now. Just kind of you got to swallow and take that pill, knowing that it's not going to be a great game. You're not fully healthy. You don't start out shooting the basketball particularly well. I will say that overall, outside of guys named Nikola Jokic and Russell Westbrook, you only had 2 turnovers in the game. That's a positive. You had 11 turnovers, 4 by Russ, 7 by Nikola Jokic. Once again, Russ's felt worse than Nikola's. I'm sorry. Am I right? Do they always feel that way?
They always feel that way.
But you only had 2 more turnovers.
It's tough.
Keep the number sub 15. And if you can keep it sub 10, you're winning the basketball game.
It's difficult to look at those 2 players in a vacuum in terms of turnovers because Nikola does so many other things at the best level in the NBA. When you go, 7 turnovers is a lot, but you're still impacting the game at a great level. In a vacuum, yeah, I can be upset with those turnovers, but that's not how the game is played.
The difference between the 2 of them is that a lot of Nikola Jokic's turnovers are brilliant ideas.
Home run passes.
Yes, he ideates beautiful, creative thought processes of passes. And you're like, yeah, probably should have thrown that, but man, that would have been cool. And that usually is really cool with him. The other one is that a lot of entry passes that go into Nikola Jokic, he is greeted by a mosh pit of slap fighting. And as a result, there are going to be non-calls and the ball ends up loose. And that's a turnover. That's a very different feeling than Russell Westbrook's turnovers.
Some news around the NHL, just about 25 hours until the NHL's trade deadline comes and goes tomorrow at 1 p.m. Mountain on Friday afternoon. Former Cup winner Nico Sturm traded from tonight's opponent, the San Jose Sharks, to the Florida Panthers.
Was he one of the guys that you mentioned? When you named 5 Sharks players, when I challenged you to name 5?
No, I didn't mention Nico Sturm. I did not. Shocking. But I don't know. It wouldn't have counted. He's no longer a Shark.
He was, I think, probably 2 hours
ago. He's a Panther.
Ago.
I do. 2 hours ago he was. Nico Sturm to the Panthers, along with a 7th-round draft pick. A 4th goes back to the Sharks. Brian Dumoulin, defenseman from the Anaheim Ducks, makes his way from the Ducks to the Devils in exchange for a 2nd-round pick and a prospect. Another defenseman comes off the board in a really weird trade of 2 teams that are just worthless this year.
Let's get weird.
It was weird. The Predators and the Penguins make a trade. Luke Schenn goes from the Preds to the Penguins along with center Tommy Novak. And
By far the oddest trade.
It was odd. It makes no sense. Unless those guys are then going to be shipped off to other teams by the time the trade deadline goes tomorrow. Michael Bunting goes back to the Nashville Predators with a 4th-round pick as well. So Avs haven't done anything yet today.
By tomorrow, when we're doing our Pop the Top segment, my favorite part of the week, man, Friday, baby. It's time to get into the weekend. Raj, what do you think we're going to be popping the top to with regards to the Avs in pickups, trades, movements, whatever?
I think you're going to be popping the top to an impact middle 6 forward. Coming to the Avs to utilize the remaining $3.1 million left in cap space that Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic have to weaponize.
Does that middle 6 forward's name start with an S and rhyme with kidney?
No. Okay. No, it doesn't. It's not going to happen. If the Avs don't get Sidney Crosby, I want him to go to the Washington Capitals and play alongside Alexander Ovechkin. I think that'd be awesome. If we're living in fantasy land like we have been, I'd love to see that happen. It'd be awesome.
Does the last name start with a Kruh and end with Bill Cosby?
Jeez. I think those guys are different sides of the planet at this point.
Starts with a cruh.
It does not. Other big deals, Yanni Gord going to the Tampa Bay Lightning from the Seattle Kraken.
Hardly knew you, Yanni.
Mikey Eyssimont, former Colorado Thunderbird.
Oh, a T-Bird.
Goes from Tampa Bay to the Seattle Kraken in a deal yesterday that netted 2 first-round picks and a second-round pick for Seattle.
Did he play high school hockey in Colorado?
Nope. Just played club hockey here. That's it. And then he
Kinda
went
like
to
you, a little too good for high school hockey?
Yeah, he's a little too good for high school hockey.
Kind of like
too
you,
good
Raj?
No, I was not. He was too good for club hockey is what he was. I think Mikey went and played for Northeastern and was a standout player there. Yeah, 24 hours, 25 hours until the trade deadline. I can't wait to talk to you guys about it tomorrow. PhD's coming up next. You can watch the game on ESPN tonight. You can listen to it on 92.5 starting at 7 p.m. with Birdo's pregame show. Avs and Sharks. Talk to you guys tomorrow at 10.
What's on the docket today? Well, you never know what breaking news will be happening in the NFL. We'll certainly get you updated on all of that.
Or the NHL.
The NHL is, we are 24 hours-ish, 25 to be exact, from the trade deadline. What exactly does that mean? We shall see. I don't know exactly what moves can be made at this point. We will be looking forward to the Kyle Keefe, Gabriel Landeskog interview. Gabe is making news left and right. His documentary comes out on Sunday on TNT, and Kyle's going to sit down with Gabe this afternoon. And at 6:30 tonight, they're going to roll that out.
We're getting ahead of the TNT. That's what we're doing.
A little bit. We'll see what Gabe's all about and where his head's at. And it is not, though, some sort of, hey, I'm retiring sort of thing. It's not like that. But it's, definitely worthy to watch. Games at 7:30 tonight. So pregame at 6:30 on Altitude TV, 7 o'clock here on 92.5. And then, of course, we have the Nuggets game where I don't know. How are you feeling about the Nuggets game last night?
Weird game, man. It was so bad for so long, and yet you walk away feeling, all right, look, as Coach Malone said, I'm not going to complain about winning. And I guess that's what it comes down to. Congrats to Zeke for continuing to have his moments and just being a part of things. But, yeah, that was a weird game. I mean, Nikola couldn't stop turning the ball over. Russell Westbrook couldn't stop turning the ball over. But it's a win.
Yeah, I actually was pretty. Listen, they had a bad first quarter. They started off slow, like our man Scott Hastings predicted. But after that, they actually played all right. They hit a bunch of clutch buckets in the fourth quarter, no doubt about it. They had 6 different guys in double figures. I don't know. And then Scott Hastings, our guy, went viral.
Congratulations.
Scott is officially viral today.
And here we thought you were only going to do that for KFC.
Congratulations, man.
You
want to explain why you went viral?
I will. First of all, you got to say I pulled a DMac.
You did?
Yeah, one of our big bosses out there, so I stayed and talked to him. So I figured,
it's all right.
Why let Darren get all the loving?
Smart.
I talked to him last week.
There was a kid over there.
Sent him a couple emails.
Sure.
There was a kid over there, and he had these signs. He's wearing, and he built probably no bigger than.
The dude gets in the gym,
but he gets in the gym.
He looks fine in a tank top.
He's a guy that can wear a tank top.
I got to wear a sweatshirt, but most of y'all have to wear at least a t-shirt under the.
Yeah, no, he was
not him.
No, he didn't need to.
No,
but he was sitting kind of where I was doing sideline, and we had something else planned for our. We have a sponsored thing called Toyota Talk. I'd find and the guy went and talked to him. He goes, "Hey." In broken English, I interviewed him so you could tell broken English.
Where was he sitting?
You know where the end of the Nuggets bench is?
Yeah.
And you could go right there by the bomb. They have 2 seats right there that they put out, and sometimes there's.
So those really aren't seats. These are.
No, they're like 2 chairs they put down there and gave it to him. So I don't know if he reached out to somebody.
Well, obviously he must have.
Well, none of us knew about it. And
okay.
Like I said, he came up to me and goes, "Hey, I love watching you. I'm from South Korea. I watch you and Chris all the time on League Pass."
And he was by himself.
Oh, by himself. He flew 6,000 miles because he's a Westbrook fan. He's been a Westbrook fan since OKC.
Well, we actually have the interaction. Maybe I should just play it. You've done a good job describing it. So here's how it went down.
I'm from South Korea for watching Denver game.
So 6,000 miles, and you watch the Nuggets on League Pass?
Yeah, I also League Pass and also in Korean sports channel TV. Yeah.
How'd you become a Russ fan?
Because 10 years ago, I watched as an OKC fan at that time. I watched his play. Oh, how can do the season triple-double? He always do triple-double. It makes me incredible and unbelievable.
And now we have Joker does triple-double too. So it's
that's why Jokic is my second favorite.
That's the best line right there.
He does triple-double.
I don't think he understood that was actually such a good line.
So there's that, but the moment that topped everything was postgame.
Yeah. Well, Russ goes nuts. Scott Bay, our director, was brilliant in foresight because we have this thing called Live View, and it's like a roaming camera. You can go anywhere, but you can send the pictures live back to the truck, and they could take them right on air. he sent our Stan, the guy who's running the camera, said, go over by this kid. All of a sudden, Russ goes nuts in the fourth quarter. And this kid is going, listen, we should all be fans of something like this, right?
Right.
This kid, and I say kid, he's probably 26 to 32, somewhere in there.
Mm-hmm.
He's going nuts. I mean, and we're captured. So because you always, if you know anything about television, you have the play, and then the director always cuts to the crowd going crazy.
It's cut
then
to
the
Kim.
bench go crazy. Scott Bay was cut. Russ would do something. Cut to Kim. He's going nuts. He's going crazy. Blah blah blah. And so I told Russ, because he had 25, hit a big three late, kind of iced the game. And I told Russ before we did our interview, I said, hey, there's a kid over here from South Korea. He's a giant fan of yours.
Mm-hmm.
Came 6,000 miles just to watch you play for the Nuggets. You go, oh, man, really? That's kind of cool. So I did my interview. So I said, I got to say something. I was trying to give the kid a wave.
Yeah.
So when Russ would sit there and just wave at the kid. So I said to Russ, hey, there's a kid, blah, blah, blah. I said, I got him. Hey, brother, I got you. I got you a jersey. And I was thinking about this morning. In my head, I'm going, what, is he going to go inside, get a jersey, and then walk it back out to this guy?
Nope,
not at all.
Nope.
Doesn't need to do that.
Why do all that?
He walked straight over, took his jersey off, and that's when this kid was,
Russ takes his game jersey.
Talk about a trip of a lifetime that paid off.
It paid off, right?
Yeah. Takes his jersey off right then and there.
Well, again, like the other kid can wear a tank top.
No,
Russ
why,
can take his shirt off.
Why do you even own a shirt if you look like Russell Westbrook?
Right.
Guy's in unbelievable shape.
But so he goes over there, and this kid, you can see he says in English, best day of my life, right? He says something like that. He's hugging him, and he's happy. But here's the cool thing. So my seat wasn't far from that guy. So I went back to go get my stuff. I bet I saw 100 fans, all the ones that came out that exit, every one of them were high-fiving this kid, shaking his hand. There was fans taking pictures with the kid.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about a total experience. And the fans kind of, I think, appreciated it also.
Well, one thing goes to another, and we're talking millions of views. Millions of views less than 24 hours later.
Pretty awesome.
The interview I did with him,
yeah.
He comes over and taps me. I had just done it, come over, thanked him, went up, sat down, and I wasn't sitting down there 30, 40 seconds. He taps me on the arm. He goes, look, and he's showing me his phone, and one of his buddies from South Korea was watching the game, saw the interview, recorded it, put it on whatever the South Korean, internet thing or social media they use. It had like 10,000 views, like in literally 2 minutes. Of this kid being interviewed on Denver Nugget television, which I thought was kind of cool.
Now it's impossible to even measure now because it's on so many different ways. You get to sort of that weird viral moment, and I got there with Jokic with the parade, all the parade stuff, and once it takes off like that, it's mind-boggling.
Yeah, well, I didn't even think about it until by the time I got home. And I told the warden the story. They didn't watch it. And she went and looked up. She was, oh, my gosh.
It's literally everywhere.
The numbers are pretty staggering.
It's everywhere.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, no, it was cool. It was cool because then they come back, they win the game.
Are you saying you made the moment happen?
No. Well, I got the interview. I just thought it'd be a neat interview. Listen, what we've talked about.
But if you didn't direct Russ to the kid, would Russ have known to go over to the kid?
Well, no.
I'd say not, because it is not the exit that you go out to get to the locker room.
It was opposite the exit.
It's opposite.
How would Russ really have any clue?
I have no idea.
Yeah,
he may have seen the kid because the kid was so close to the bench by the description you said. Maybe
not
he might have
far.
caught. But by the way, there's loads of people that have Russell Westbrook. That's not really that big of a deal.
Well,
you wouldn't have known he's from South Korea unless you said it to him.
Yeah, unless I came and talked to him. Well, and when I said to Russ, like I said, I just thought it would make the kid's day if Russ waved at him. That's the only reason I said, hey.
So when he started walking over to him, what were you thinking? Well, because Smart TV, you guys followed Russ.
Well,
you did not cut away.
When he goes, well, I got, and he's saying it on the microphone to the whole crowd, I got you, brother. I said, I got you a jersey.
Yeah.
And I said something to the crowd. I said, what do you think about Russell Westbrook now?
Yeah.
He's walking. I see him 5 steps away from me. He's taking the shirt off.
Right.
So I'm thinking he's going in, coming back. Is he going to bring the kid back there? You know,
well, because when he says a jersey, it's like, okay, well, that could be anything.
Well, thank God you guys didn't cut away because it was kind of a long TV shot,
but it was brilliant.
Great. Oh, it was fantastic.
And Marlo, I thought Marlo went.
He did play-by-play.
He did full-on Olympic play-by-play. I was like, dude, everybody else around him, be quiet. Shh. Because Marlo he was doing play-by-play. I thought it was brilliant.
Well, here we go. Here's the play-by-play, and then you can hear a little bit of Kim from South Korea.
The Nuggets.
But this is why Russell Westbrook is so great. He understands the platform that he has and the impact of something like this, the way it can inspire people.
A hug, and yes, you can say it's a feel-good win for the Denver Nuggets.
Oh, I can believe it now.
And Kim is stoked.
But Marlo also, before that part of it, Marlo does the whole walk up to him. I mean, from when he left me and I go back to Marlo, I mean, he takes it from there. So, listen, I thought 6,000 miles. Let's put the kid on TV.
It's great.
His English wasn't great.
Great job.
Good enough. Good enough.
You could kind of understand. And then I don't know if you got that part. I said, because he didn't get when I said throw it back over there, and I didn't know what else to say.
Yeah.
You know, he couldn't get Chris and Katie. That confused him. I said, well, say these guys over there, they got to talk now. So throw it over to him in Korean.
God,
and he goes, what? And he just rattles off about 15 seconds of Korean. I was like, okay,
we'll
that's
take
cool.
it.
You might need to take a trip over to South Korea. You might be a legend over there now.
You never know what presents itself playing on the
I tell you what,
sidelines.
Russell Westbrook goes over there, he's probably. If that went viral over there, Russell Westbrook now is got a new fan base.
Well, it shows you how global the NBA is and how much beloved these guys are. Stars, man, the stars. That is one thing the NBA has done better than any other league. They have made
global.
Their stars.
And
worldwide.
And global, yeah.
And sometimes maybe we forget that Russell Westbrook has been around for as long as he has sometimes and has had a dramatic impact. I think sometimes we're just like, oh, okay, how did he do last night? How's this going?
17 years in the league, right?
It's a great acquisition.
This kid's bringing up, I was a fan when I saw him play at Oklahoma City.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, so 17 years this kid kind of followed Russell Westbrook.
Well, we're going to have some nice little drama in Oklahoma City with Russ and the Nuggets and the Thunder coming up on Sunday and Monday. I know road trips for you are probably kind of oh my gosh, another road trip. Of course, you're happy to cover the Nuggets and all that, but road trips are what they are. This one feels a little different, little more fun, a little more juice maybe to this one.
A little more playoffy.
Yeah, but don't you think?
Yeah.
I mean, the whole
you got
thing.
to take care of business Friday. I know I hate doing that, but they got to keep adding. They got to keep adding content to the left side of the column.
Yeah, having as much time off as they did is a little tricky. You'd probably like to play a little quicker. I think they'll be fully focused by
I've always
Friday.
said the hardest game, and I stole this from Hubie and Fratello, but the hardest game in the NBA on a long road trip is usually your first game home. Because you go from captive audience where they tell you exactly what you're doing, what you're thinking, and it's basketball. I mean, it's basketball for 7 days. Then you come home and it's, Daddy, can you take me to school? And can you pick me up? And your life all of a sudden, the real world jumps in on your back, right? And it's sometimes tough to get refocused.
Well, nice win. High quality win. I think last night you did what you were supposed to do. That would have been a tough loss. You got the win. And as Michael Malone said afterwards, we've got 20 games to go. Pick them off when you can, and that'll be tomorrow night against the Suns. That'll be another good one. Good one tonight for the Avs. They're doing what they should be doing.
Absolutely.
They got to beat the last place teams. You got Georgia in net tonight against Blackwood. A little switcheroo. See what can happen down at Ball Arena. We got action on Saturday as well with Toronto coming to town. We got the Nuggets, now they're playing Friday and then Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Monday, you got Chicago. It's an exciting time. We got that all going on. Meanwhile, we know what the price theoretically would be for DK Metcalf, and the Broncos are one of the favorite teams to pick him up. Details coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Dealing with erectile dysfunction? No good. Who wants to deal with that? And if that's been your story for the past, I don't know, weeks, months, or even years, it's time to get your life back. It could be a relationship destroyer, ED that is, can contribute to depression, conflicts, breakups, all sorts of things that you don't need to bother with. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can get you on the right path. They work when the pills or herbals fail, with treatments with success rates well over 90%. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinics, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. The initial visit's only $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test. If medically advised, a test does. If that doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. So find out your future today by calling 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. More info on DK Metcalf coming up. Yes, sir. Hey, Dan, help me out here. Where did you see the Seahawks are seeking a first and third for DK Metcalf? Where did you actually see that?
I saw it on Twitter. I will confirm here in a sec.
Yeah, because that's the first that I've heard there's like specific value. I was reading quite a bit about prospective teams for DK Metcalf, and your Denver Broncos are right at the top of that list. With the Patriots are up there too, perhaps the Giants as well. But it was interesting to see. But I have no thoughts whatsoever the Broncos would give up I don't know, man. I just don't see it. A first rounder, I don't see it.
First and third's a lot. Just let's just be very, very clear. And I'd be surprised if that's really what he got. I mean, if somebody gave up a first rounder and that was it, that would still feel like a lot to me. I could justify it. I could understand it. I would bet it's anywhere from a low second to a high third is what DK ends up going for. But isn't it kind of fascinating, man? And it does make me wonder if my theory is starting to unfold here. Isn't it fascinating? DK Metcalf, Garrett Wilson, Deebo Samuel, Devontae Adams, Brandon Ayuk. 5 of the top 10 receivers in the NFL are all of a sudden available.
This is your bubble theory?
This is my bubble theory.
This is it?
It is. I'm being dead serious.
AAA tranches.
I mean, come on. What are we talking about here? I thought this was the most coveted position in the NFL. We've got 5 of the best wide receivers in the NFL that are all available right now. What's going on?
It's cat shizzle wrapped in cat litter, or cat litter wrapped in cat shizzle, as they said.
The bubble that he's talking about then would be kind of what we've talked about with quarterbacks. Win you a Super Bowl while the quarterback's still on his rookie deal, a.k.a. Kansas City, Russell Wilson in Seattle, Tom Brady, although he never broke the bank as a quarterback position, but same thing. Maybe that's going to be that's the bubble now for wide receivers.
Get them while they're young.
Get them while they're young and hot, and, then you probably a select few gets that second deal.
I mean, it just doesn't make sense. If this is the most coveted position in the NFL, why is DK on the move? Why is Garrett Wilson on the move? Devontae Adams on the move. Brandon Ayuk potentially on the move. Deebo Samuel already on the move. It doesn't add up.
Well, Diana Rossini is the one that put out there the Seahawks are seeking a first and third in exchange for Metcalf. Metcalf is eyeing a new contract worth around $30 per. I don't know, man. That feels a little. I want the Broncos to be aggressive too. But that feels.
But you're
like
going to pay 30
much.
for Adams. You're not going to pay 30 for Metcalf.
I don't. The money doesn't really bother me. The first round bothers me. The cash is no big deal to me. And in this lengthy, it's a long article, but in the end, ESPN writes the 2 teams that are the top 2 teams for Metcalf, Broncos and Green Bay. Running through the league, my 2 favorite landing spots for Metcalf are the Broncos and Packers. Denver has a need for a more physical top receiver. And in Green Bay, who cares about them? So,
but another team with another young quarterback, they're hot on.
The money's no big deal. I don't care about the money. The $30 million, whatever. That's the going price for a number 1 guy. And I believe DK Metcalf at 27 has plenty of good years to go.
Oh, you know who else is potentially on the move, by the way? Who we haven't mentioned a single time? The best wide receiver in the NFL.
Justin Jefferson?
Jamar Chase. Chase.
Last time I read, they were going to sign him.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. And now all of a sudden they're saying that he's available for a trade.
Who's the Bengals are saying that?
It's floating all over right now.
Holy cow! I did not see that one either.
Going to trade him and then keep T. Higgins.
Yeah, they're more committed to T. Higgins than Jamar Chase.
It's money. Jamar Chase is going to be the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL.
Okay. Well, I would be very interested in Jamar Chase.
So 6 dudes out there? I mean, this is freaking wild. So I will give you this, though. If there's 5 or 6 of these guys that are all available and we don't hear that the Broncos are aggressively in the hunt for one, that would feel disappointing.
I would be surprised if they're not in the mix for one of these guys.
I can't believe Cincinnati and Joe Burrows are going to. You're going to do what?
It seems hard for.
I agree.
You're going to trade who?
I absolutely agree.
I agree with you on that.
And it feels like if it was really coming down to it, you would have let T. Higgins walk so that you could have kept Jamar Chase. But that's what's floating around right now.
What would a Joe Burrows Chase package deal cost you?
Oh, my God.
What?
Well, you can only trade 3 first-rounders. So, you can only trade 3 years. So
3 consecutive years.
Correct.
Is it 3 or 2?
3.
I would I would do it for Metcalf too. I'd trade this year's first.
DK,
I wouldn't do a first and a third.
I'm not giving up a first and third. Nope.
I'd give up a first though.
Got some interesting mock drafts out there.
I mean, how bad do you want one of these guys?
Well, once again, the thing I said yesterday is your expectations been raised too soon, too quick, too high.
Right.
Couple of them. Charles Davis, Titans.
Used to be a friend of the program.
Shadur Sanders, quarterback Cam Ward, Giants Jackson Dart. The Jackson Dart train is starting to chug down the tracks. I knew there would be somebody. I was hoping it was going to be Kyle McCord, my Syracuse guy. It's not. It's Jackson Dart.
But they're trying to get lightning in a bottle and said we need to pick up Ole Miss. Our only championships were our last championships were with Ole Miss quarterbacks.
I guess, man. And then there's another rumor, like if Jackson Dart is there at 21, that the Steelers would jump on him, which
that makes sense.
Makes perfect sense.
Jackson Dart going in the top 5, give me a break. But okay, I mean, at 21 for the Steelers, sure.
Well, if the Titans just if the Giants just need a quarterback, whether they're 3 or they're 25 or whatever, what's the difference? If that's going to be your guy, that's going to be your guy. I mean, that's always what I've said. Who cares what slot he is? Is he your guy or not? I mean, who gives a crap? But then it's got Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter going to the Jags, and falls out from there.
Damn, Travis falls all the way to the Jags.
Well, I mean, then you've got this coin flip. Like, who do you value more, Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter? And if you got quarterbacks going 1, 2, and 3. By the way, this is the very first mock that we've seen guys going 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is outlandish of a mock as Shadur Sanders not being in the first round, right? So this one is a much better mock for Shadur Sanders. It's also very, very outlandish, not necessarily for Shadur. I mean, could we see a world in which the Titans select Cam Ward and then the Browns select Shadur? Sure.
Yeah, I could.
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense to me. That makes total sense to me. But, you also wonder if our team's going to move up or be aggressive. We thought of something else that was kind of quirky, too. Run this past you guys. There are mocks for 2026, Scott. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
2026 mock draft.
Scott, Scott, I'm going to do it for you.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'll just
2026.
I'll just give you
I don't even know who they are.
Well, you know one guy. I'm
going to tell you this. The only reason I know it is because Dan told me, because he prepped me for this before the show, and I couldn't figure it out until he told me who it was.
I would say Arch Manning.
There you go. See, that's not that hard. I mean, that's just one guy. The 2026 one, and this made me think, like, boy, the Saints do need a quarterback. And in this mock, they have the Saints drafted number 1 to get Arch Manning.
Wow.
So it brings up kind of an interesting point. If you're the Saints and you really are unsettled at the quarterback position, do you tank a season to get Arch Manning?
Arch has not played a year of football.
I got you.
He was pretty good at the 2.5 games he played. He was pretty good.
But
so he's played 2.5 games, and we're going to tank a season for him?
Are you going to tank a season for Arch Manning?
No. Hell no.
Well, it's not like you have a lot of other choices, though. You're not that great of a team. You've gone through some coaching changes, obviously. You're not really settled at quarterback. Derek Carr and Spencer Rattler, please.
Guys, you don't think about tanking a season until week 14, until week 13. It can't even cross your mind.
Unless you're the Philadelphia 76ers.
Okay, fine.
But
basketball is radically different. It is. In football, it is so easy to accidentally win 2 games, 3 games. And if you do that within the first 10 games, you're out of the running. You just don't even think it. So to think that you a year and a half out or 2 years out, you're going to plan for tanking for Arch Manning a full season in week 1? No, give me a freaking break.
You know what's funny is we've been talking about, jokingly, since Arch Manning has been in high school, basically, in sports talk radio here in Colorado, we've been talking about all sorts of wacky scenarios for 2026. Jokingly. Well, 2026 ain't that far away now. It's kind of right around the corner.
We got to think of a slogan: massage for Manning,
March for Manning,
March for Manning, manage for Manning.
It's not going to be in the Broncos' wheelhouse, but for the Saints, I don't know. Who knows? We'll see how it goes.
I told you I read an article, and one of you all poo-pooed me, I think, but I read an article that said the Saints are all in on Rattler being the starting quarterback next year.
Yeah, you buy that?
Well, I do if all of a sudden you throw this on top of it.
I say, listen, maybe you're not.
Let's go conspiracy theory, Tyler. You like to play.
I can't play that conspiracy theory because the team isn't going to tank until week 12, 13.
Yeah, but if a team says, hey, we're good, we like Spencer Rattler.
Right.
Does this not also?
It's kind of you're tanking and you're not tanking at the same time. If you hit gold with Spencer Rattler, fine.
Yeah.
But, I mean, let's give it a good 14 games to see it one way or the other.
Hey, I'm here to talk about the tunnels under DIA. I'm all for the conspiracies. I just don't think you guys get football.
Yeah, I don't think anybody necessarily does it on purpose. But if you're a GM and you don't have a quarterback for your organization, and Arch Manning is just kind of lingering out there. Listen, do you guys have any doubts that he'll be the first pick in the draft next year? Or 2026?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not saying he can't be. Guys, we've never seen this dude play a season of football.
You don't think we've seen a little bit enough to know what we should expect next year?
I think we've seen a little bit enough to be like, yeah, this dude's got a chance to go top 10.
9 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 939 yards, 68% completion in 2.5 games. Pretty good.
That can't be just 2.5 games.
He started 2, and he came in for yours when he got hurt.
You can't throw for 1,000 yards in 2.5 games.
We can look it up. I mean, we can look up his specific stats if you want.
If he did, that's pretty gangster. I'm not going to lie.
Arch Manning stats. Let's see here. He played in...
Look at starting because he probably... he had to mop up too, didn't he?
Let's see.
Yeah, but if you're mopping up, are you throwing it?
No, he played in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games.
Yeah.
So this is over 5 games.
How many start?
Oh my gosh. Do they have that here? I don't know. I'm not sure how many he started. They don't list the starts in college the same they do in the pro stats, so I'm not sure. He played against Ohio State, Clemson,
2 starts.
Georgia, A&M, and Florida.
Like you mopped up some games.
Well, I mean, I can look. I guess. 49-17 over Florida. That's probably a mop-up, right? A&M was 17-7. They lost to Georgia 22-19.
Look behind you. You got the exact stats for the games that he played in mop-up duty.
Yeah, there you go. I don't know. Listen, Arch Manning, to me, he's the front runner right now to be the first overall pick. But if you tell me that there's no way the Saints would be starting, if they start Spencer Rattler, my thinking is if it works out, fine. But if it doesn't, that's fine too.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But that's different than we're planning to get Arch.
Yeah, because, the owners are probably going to fire everybody.
So he came in that CSU game and threw 6 times, 5 of 6, 95 yards.
Hey, Arch in New Orleans would be freaking nuts, though.
Well, that's right. One more mock draft for you. This is from CBS. They're involving trades, and they have the Giants moving up. And, of course, if Tennessee really doesn't want to take a quarterback, they'd be fools not to trade back. So they got Cam Ward, Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter going 3 to the Titans, and Shadur Sanders landing 6 with the Raiders. But this one is kind of interesting because it shows the Broncos taking Colston Loveland with Tyler Warren still on the board. Do you think there's any scenario where the Broncos would take Loveland over Tyler Warren?
I do. Yeah. I've broken it down before. I think Loveland's got a very, very unique skill set. And Tyler Warren's arguably the more versatile and not even arguably. If you just flip on the film, you're going to think Tyler Warren's the better football player. But if you do a little projection and you look at what the skill set that Colston Loveland has and what you think you can do with the ceiling of it, I could see a team doing it.
Okay. Well, there you go. The tampering period begins, and we'll keep. Oh, Bosa. Were you guys surprised to see about Bosa? Yeah, money injury.
I think he's a weird dude anyway. Wasn't he the guy that held out his rookie year Was it his rookie year or that next big contract he held out?
I think it was his rookie year.
He held out then, and then when he got a second deal, didn't he? When he missed all of training camp or something?
I don't remember.
It seemed like that happened too.
He's been hurt a lot. He's cost a lot of money. Yeah, I mean, no interest there for the Broncos, right?
No,
we don't need it.
Landon Jackson.
What will be fascinating though? Does he go with his brother?
Well, what's their space all about? What's their money all about?
It's hell.
Well, then, what do you think? He'd just go to his brother, just hang out with his brother?
Well, maybe the dude's made a boatload of money.
So he's done making money?
No, not necessarily. I'm not saying he's going to play for dirt cheap, but
but his brother,
if a dude was ever willing to take a discount, I think it would be to go play with his brother.
And if his brother really wanted him there, his brother might say, "We can redistribute my deal. Let's move it around a little bit."
Has there ever been a player ever in the history of any sport? And I know brothers have played together, for sure. But has there ever been a brother who's taken less money to play with his brother, where he could have made more money on another team?
Oh, God, I don't know.
That'd be a fun one to try to track down, because there have been tons of brothers that have played on the same
Van
team.
Arsdale's.
I mean, the Antetokounmpo clan, they're not taking less money. I know there's like 6 of them, right?
You want to know how much money Joey Bosa's made? Take a guess.
I don't know, 120?
140.
$142 million. I think that dude might take a discount to play with his brother.
Ah, okay. Well, we'll see. But
and a discount might be what, 10?
Yeah.
Well, he's out there
Something
too.
we would drool over.
We'll have Adam Schefter on with us in about an hour, so we'll go over all this with Adam. Really interesting thing on Altitude TV with Gabe Landeskog. Details about that next. So tonight, Kyle Keefe sitting down with Gabe Landeskog. Gabe has a documentary coming out on TNT that debuts on Sunday. 5-part series. Cameras followed him around for the past couple of years.
5 parts is a lot.
5 parts is a lot.
2 years is a lot of film.
2 years is a lot of film. I guess they got to put something out at this point. And we've been told that this is not some sort of, hey, everybody, Gabe's about to announce his retirement. It's not like that. But I'm going to guess it's going to be a pretty honest and open conversation.
Mm-hmm.
What are you hoping to hear tonight? What do you think is important to communicate?
I don't know that there's necessarily anything important to communicate. I mean, just from a human aspect, I'm just curious to hear how he's doing. Like how's the human being? This is psychological warfare. When you go through something like this for over 2 years, man, a lot of people don't come out the other side the same person. And so I'm just going to be fascinated to just read between the lines of how Gabe Landeskog is doing.
Here's the interesting thing for me. Here's how I'm going to take it. It ain't going to be a hard-hitting, this isn't a 60 minutes interview.
No.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, however, Kyle and Gabe are good friends. In fact, Kyle, I don't know if many people know this, married Gabe and his wife.
Okay.
He was the guy that officiated the wedding of
I did not know that.
Of Gabe and his wife.
Really?
Yeah, so they're
Okay.
close friends. So although I don't think it's going to be like a 60 minutes interview and blah, when are you going to hang it up and shouldn't interview on to, I do think it's going to be two friends.
Comfortable.
And I think a comfortable interview for Gabe, and I think an opportunity where he'll probably be a lot more open than if it were you or me interviewing him, where he's got to keep his guard up. He won't have to keep his guard up. So I'm expecting some pretty sincere, heartfelt moments. But I don't know if it's,
Here's what I've seen social media-wise, kind of for the first time. A little bit of pushback about, okay, is it time just to move on? Because when this was all starting and going, it was like, take your time, take your time, take your time. And there's plenty of people that still say that. But it has been interesting to see a few other people out there. Hey, it's done. This is enough. Enough's enough. And I do wonder if Gabe feels that a little bit too.
I see that also. And I guess my gut on those folks that are feeling that way, do they really do they understand the finances of it? Do they understand that he's on the LTIR? Do they understand that it doesn't affect the team? That he's not in the way of signing anybody, that he's not preventing anything.
Not taking a roster spot.
The team is not, they're not stuck in the mud because of Gabe Landeskog, right? And I think that there's probably a lot of fans out there that are like, oh man, he's in the way of this team's growth. I do think that there is a mental thing about him hanging on, but I think that's actually come and gone. And now it's just like, he just kind of exists. He's just kind of there. And there's really no pressure from either direction.
I'd be curious how he's processing that whole thing. I think the Avs have essentially moved on. I really do. Not that they wouldn't welcome him back. And I think that's going to be a tough thing for an athlete too, to see a team that you're part of move on. I mean, who wants to see that? Never mind literally being around it. You may feel like you're, I'm in the way. And that's got to be a pretty lousy feeling as well.
Well, they have honored him by not putting a C out on a jersey.
True.
And they've kept that, and I think that's probably what kept hope alive.
I don't think the organization could be more kind to Gabe in his situation.
Right.
I don't know how you could be more generous to him.
But what else could they do?
They could have forced him out. They could have just moved on somehow. I mean, there's ways that you could have.
That's
could have
fine,
done
but you're
that.
still paying him the whatever. What if there's a chance, even
Who
if it's
knows?
3 years, that he comes back and can be a 15-minute or 12-minute a night player?
Can I just toss something kind of wild out there? And I don't actually think this is going to happen, but we have said this isn't like a retirement deal, right?
Correct.
Any chance this is a passing of the torch of the C to Nate?
It's a fun one. I would think that Kyle would ask him about that. It's a good one. Don't know.
I mean,
that's not a retirement thing.
I'm not going away, but I'm passing the torch.
That's a good damn question. I would hope that Kyle would ask him about that. I do wonder if there's something with that. That's a good one. Don't know. That would make some news. I don't think Nader Kale would take it, frankly, as long as he was around.
They would. Yeah, they would.
Oh, they would?
Yeah, somebody. My opinion. It's just my opinion. I mean, my opinion is somebody passes this thing on to you. That's an honor, and the respectful thing to do is to receive it.
I don't know. That's a good one. It's good. It's a legit question. It's a tough one to frame. So, Gabe, you would have to know that ahead of the interview. It would be, I know. That would have to be kind of a setup sort of deal. I mean, there has to be some sort of reason that Gabe is doing this, period, I guess. So we'll find out tonight.
Well, he also might be throwing Altuve a bone because, I mean, they've covered his whole career and they've done everything like that.
Well, and TNT's
and now you can tease the documentary that'll be also on TNT, which there may be. I don't know if there'll be more revelations in the TNT documentary, but you're gonna see behind the scenes in more depth.
We're 24 hours from the trade deadline. It's fascinating to see where things are going sideways for Miko in Carolina, by the way. Yeah. So he may get traded again.
Hey, what was the guy's name?
They said his camp's made it very clear to Carolina that he's not ready to accept the offer.
That's right.
I used this with Andy the other night. And remember the guy, I'm trying to think of his name, and he ended up winning a championship with Dallas, but he was a role guy. The Matrix. Remember the guy they used to call the Matrix, sit out in the corner and shoot the threes? Well, when it was Nash, the Matrix, and Stoudemire, they were killing folks in Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that thing was – well, all of a sudden they give it to Nash, and all of a sudden Phoenix or the Matrix and Stoudemire just go to the Knicks and Dallas. They just become role guys. They were like all-stars in Phoenix.
Sean Marion,
thank you very much. The point being, and going back to this Miko thing, and you said it yesterday, I'll use Will Barton. What did Will Barton do when he was with the Nuggets?
It said a record for most threes.
Well, and he was, and
we all know that.
His plus minus and his two-man game, I mean, it was unbelievable. All of a sudden he goes to Washington, he don't have Joker anymore. What happened to Will Barton?
Yeah.
He's out of the league in 2 years. And sometimes playing with a great player, and Miko had a great player on the line with him for his entire career.
Yep.
There might be something about that.
Oh, I think there's a lot with that. You know, somebody brought up to me, like, Netchus has, 13 points in 13 games, and Miko's got, 5 and 12 or something like that. And it's a bit of an eye roll because I'm like, well, who's to say that Miko wouldn't have had the same point production as Netchus if he was there with McKinnon? And I think he probably would. Nate's the leading scorer in the NHL right now. He got another helper the other night. He's Nate McKinnon. I think he makes everybody better that's with him, as I think Joker makes everybody better that he plays.
That's what great players do, though.
Yeah, they get other players paid.
Absolutely. We look at definitions. How do we define a superstar? Other guys get paid because of you.
Yep.
Yeah, and we talked about the Nuggets game last. Christian Brown going to get paid soon?
A lot.
Christian Brown going to get paid soon?
A whole lot of money.
Yeah. When does that? This is year 3. I don't know how the NBA contracts work.
Probably be eligible for an extension this summer.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, he's a legit starter on a championship contending team. What's that worth? Probably quite a bit,
right?
Who's in the prime of his career as a young buck? Yeah, he's probably worth a lot.
They're bouncing back yesterday. Boom, boom, boom. Who's hot? Okay, we'll put you on this guy.
Wouldn't it be crazy if the Canes just traded Miko back to the Avs?
Dan, what does that little club thing mean next to his contract?
That means they have the option of it.
Club option. Okay.
So it's a club option next year.
You think the Canes would be interesting in Middlestat for Miko? How funny would that be, though, man? Has that ever happened in sports? Has a guy ever been traded?
Well, Miko still wants 12.5, doesn't he, or something?
Yeah, but
I think
that's what Yeah. I mean, can you imagine? And I think there actually is a scenario. Miko comes back in free agency.
Yeah, okay. But I'm talking about this year. That would be wild if there was a scenario where the Avs could actually get him, even if it was for a rental. Because I think they're looking for a rental right now for Middlestat.
What did we get for him?
For Middlestat?
No, for Miko.
We got Netchus and Jack Drury.
Did we get any draft picks or anything?
No, I think we might have given up draft picks.
They got a second rounder.
We got a second rounder? All right. How about Middlestat? We'll give back your second rounder, and you can take, I don't know, Keaton Middleton. We'll throw somebody else in there for you. That would be a riot if they could get back. Now, it might just be for a rental because maybe they still don't want to pay him.
I don't understand the rules behind it, but we got floods of text rolling in that's not allowed to happen.
Oh, really? Oh, too bad. That would be fun as hell if that could happen.
But it doesn't say that he could not sign as a free agent this summer. And if he stays in Carolina and his production goes way down, his value's got to go down, doesn't it?
Raj is saying they can't. There's retained salary. It's illegal, unfortunately.
And the second rounder they gave up for Lindgren.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I guess
so it's already gone.
They can't do it anyways, but, it's fantasy land there. But Miko back as a free agent? You never know. But who knows where he's going to go? We'll wait and see in 24 hours.
So how many games are left in hockey? What's the record? How many games?
About 20 left. I mean, I can tell you exactly.
Probably a little more than the.
It's like right there. It's virtually the same. Give me a second. 20, yeah. So it's right
20 both teams.
Yeah.
And their trade deadline's Friday. The NBA screw up by having their deadline 3 weeks
You tell
ago.
me.
I'm not sure.
I like later deadlines. I like later deadlines.
Well, I remember when I first started doing the NFL, I think like the trade deadline was done by the second week.
Oh, it used to be real early.
Yeah,
it's still early in my opinion.
They pushed it back 1 week though.
Yeah.
They did last year.
But
they
it's
pushed
still
back 1
early.
week.
It's like 6 or something like that, isn't it?
No, it's like week 9.
9?
Yeah.
I don't see the problem with having like in the NFL, for example. Why can't you have a week 16 deadline?
Probably because they don't want a team that is trying to tank after the 14 games sitting there going,
okay,
we're going to give you this,
fair.
and build up a championship team.
Yeah, fair.
But I would say like right around that 25 games left, or maybe even 21, right around that quarter mark in the leagues. That's where the deadline.
Do you know today is an anniversary? By the way, it's the 25th year anniversary of the Avalanche trading for Ray Bourque today.
Oh, wow.
That happened 25 years ago.
Wow.
Today. How's that?
Got him a banner.
I'm getting old.
Yeah, no doubt
Got
about
him a
it.
banner.
We appreciate you watching us on Twitch, brought to you by Safeway. You can order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Scott went viral. Why? We'll tell you next.
Hey guys, Tyler here, and I value relationships in life, and that's why I continue to go back to my friends over at Phil Longford every time I need a car. Been going there since my rookie year in the NFL. If you're car shopping, there's only one dealership you need to deal with, Phil Longford. What I love about my friends over at Phil Longford is, number one, they're going to respect you. They're going to get you in, they're going to get you out, they're going to give you the best price. That's not unique to me. That's unique to every customer who walks in the doors over at Phil Longford. And you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Don't drive all over this weekend trying to find that new or pre-owned vehicle. Just go to Phil Longford. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. If you've not given a test drive to one of those electric vehicles, the Ford F-150 Lightning, the Mach-E Mustang, you're missing out. Incredibly fun vehicles to drive. They are lightning fast. Ask about their award-winning service department after you buy that new vehicle, whether it's new, whether it's pre-owned. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time as long as you keep it serviced with my friends over at Phil Longford. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop for the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
No dumb questions in 10 minutes or so. Adam Schefter joins us. We'll have Adam on for the next 3 weeks. Thursdays around 1:30, 1:35, something like that. And he's always pretty generous with his time. And he has one of his busiest days of his year coming up on Monday when legal tampering begins. That really is where things start. Even though the new league year starts in the NFL on Wednesday, Monday morning, and even over the weekend, the action gets going. So it'll be fun. It'll be really
news
exciting.
is about to fly.
Yeah, so we'll be here for all of that. If you got a no dumb question, Twitch, YouTube, text, Three-Eyed Ravens, however you want to get it to us.
Smoke signals?
Smoke signals, we can interpret those, no problem. Last night, the Nuggets got I think a pretty high-quality win. Michael Malone after the game.
When it's smaller guys or non-centers fronting him, do you feel like maybe the level of physicality allowed is different at times in the modern NBA when it's kind of smaller guys?
Next question.
You and us.
I appreciate the question.
Yeah.
I really do.
I'm not trying to get you in trouble.
No, I know you're not. I just, because there's so many things that I want to say. And if you guys want to start a GoFundMe, I will say what I want to say. But I don't think that's going to happen in here. So, especially from Hastings. He still got his Holy Communion money.
Well, I mean, it was on our show where Michael Malone, admitted the obvious that there's some games that he went into, the Detroit game, where he's going to pick up the tee right off the bat a minute into the game because he just is sick of it. Is sick of what's going on.
It's frustrating, man. I mean, when you walk away with literal battle scars and you don't shoot a free throw, I don't know what there is to be said.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. And listen, I think more teams are going to try to copy, and certainly the Kings tried to.
Well, they did a pretty good job of it for a while.
They sure did. They sure did. And it's going to keep coming. There's no doubt about it. So, I mean, what's Malone supposed to do? Pick up a tee every single game to set the tone? And he certainly doesn't want to sit there and get fined. I don't blame him on that. But nice resilience by the Nuggets last night in a game that started lousy. And then they were down by 10 at halftime. But they bowed up. They figured it out. They got back into the mix and then hit some huge shots and played good defense. So you can probably joke around about things after the game, as Malone was doing there, when things go your way. But setting up a GoFundMe page, I don't know if that's the smartest alternative in the world.
That was hilarious.
Was he accusing Scott of what did he? No, he said something at the end about the communion fund.
Well, I think he's just implying Scott's got a lot of money.
Okay.
No. You missed what he said. He said, I know Scott won't give me any, or something like that.
Yeah,
that's how I took it. That
you're cheap.
Yeah, but then Kliss goes, I'll put in 20 for the first.
Who?
Kliss.
I'm sorry, who?
Or not Kliss.
Kisla?
Kisla.
Okay.
Kliss.
Gotcha.
Kiz goes, I'll put in the first 20. Yeah, Kliss would be caught dead in a basketball game.
Well, that would be.
Although
news.
he went in Indy.
You never know what 9 News is cooking up. I don't know.
I've seen Troy. Troy's been there to a bunch.
Well, Troy's a columnist for the Denver Post. He's got to cover it all.
What's my our guy that covers the Rockies? Been covering the Rockies.
Patrick Saunders.
Patrick's been there.
Writes for the Denver Post. Sometimes he's got to pick up the slack.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've had nice conversations with Patrick there. I think it's a good win. It's not why Scott went viral, not for the little fun back and forth with Malone. Scott went viral because
I'm from South Korea for watching Denver game.
So 6,000 miles, and you watch the Nuggets on League Pass?
Yeah, I also League Pass and also in Korean sports channel TV. Yeah.
How'd you become a Russ fan?
Because 10 years ago, I watched as an OKC fan at that time. I watched his play. Oh, how can do the season triple-double? He always do triple-double. It makes me incredible and unbelievable.
And now we have Joker does triple-double too. So,
Yeah,
it's
that's why Jokic is my second favorite.
It's a fun interview, man.
Millions of views of kind of that combination. Then Russell Westbrook giving him his shirt later. Fun, man.
I before I got Russ on the floor, I'll tell you this. And so you kind of walk out from the back stand, and they give you your mic, and I'm going out there, and Russ talking to guys, so you got a little bit of time. One of the coaches came by and said, because Malone was almost perturbed at the beginning of the press conference.
Is that right?
And I'll tell you why, too.
Okay.
But what the coaches came into me and said, I don't think that's a big win. And I go, no, hey, listen, they've won 4 in a row. They're rolling. They're trying to get up out of the play-in stuff. And I mean, they balled. They tried to do the exact same thing the Lakers did with them, front joker and beat everybody else up. That was a big win. But Malone was upset at the beginning of it because as he's walking down the floor, one of the fans came down and said, well, we'll take it. So, Malone, right? Because all he cares about is winning, right?
Yeah.
He started the presser, we'll take it. Somebody said, well, damn right we'll take it. A win's a win. And he went off a little bit. I said, oh, that fan kind of rubbed him the wrong way a little bit right there.
Well,
not pretty, but we'll take it.
It's a compliment to the coach and to the team that the fans do expect on the 100th sellout in a row.
Mm-hmm.
How about that one? Nice job, fans. The expectation bar has been raised.
Yeah.
And so you're working your ass off to get every single win. You've spoiled some fans. And without Sabonis there, you were expected to win. You said they win by 18.
Well, after you got me, but I also said it was going to be tough.
Well, but you
didn't goad me.
I mean, look, let's keep it real. There was a lot of frustrating basketball in that game. There was. And you walked away with the win, and you walked away with a lot of good things. And, man, are we at the point where we're like, hey, Zeke, worth $43 million. Congratulations, dude.
I was going to ask you that today because you were probably at the beginning of the year as hard on him as anybody.
Sure.
Or now are you going, oh,
43 kind of looks like a bargain right now.
$8 million a year? Oh,
yeah.
That's pretty good.
Hell yeah. Did you hitting three-pointers? Let's go.
He hit a big three.
Did you see who closed the game out?
Yes.
Zeke was on the floor closing that game out. Now, I was
all right, well, hold on. They were going back and forth with him and MPJ for offense and defense.
Well, they didn't.
Really. It was
last 2 minutes. It was pretty much just.
It was a back and. What are you talking about?
It was 2 minutes. It was pretty much just Zeke.
Pretty much, or exclusively.
Well, there wasn't any stoppage. After that.
Okay, but Malone did make an offense-defense switch on a free throw.
I looked up at 141. I think it was 141.
Well, hold on.
Michael came out and didn't come back in.
Now, I know we've played that game with Michael for years, so I know that's not like breaking news here, but it's still a big deal that Zeke is getting tossed in there in that rotation. Even if he's getting tossed in just to play defense, okay, cool.
Well, and he won Defensive Player of the game again.
He did. He won the DPOG.
Listen, they gave up 42 in the first quarter, 68 the next 3. That's pretty good.
Listen,
and their defense in the fourth quarter was outstanding.
I'm not trying to bag on Zeke. Malone went with a 3-man playoff-style rotation. 3 guys off the bench, and he was one of them. He's big. Of course, it's huge. I mean, they could use – I don't know. I mean, of course you could use Saric, but that's not happening. You could try to get away with Hunter Tyson maybe if you wanted to there. It's not. It's Zeke. Yeah. He's clearly
what? He's strong and he's fast. He works hard.
Well, there you go. He's being rewarded.
He's still got to improve his hands, but
and you know what's interesting?
He's getting 2 or 3 blocks every game he plays.
Zeke very easily. Just put yourself in his mindset for, over a year now, and compare that to what you see Dario looks like on a bench, right? And Zeke very easily could have mentally have gone to that spot. Very easily. And I'm not trying to take shots at Dario, but I mean, I think it's pretty clear you can see guys that are engaged and guys that are not. And Zeke's done a phenomenal job of staying engaged.
Big hurdle he jumped, though, was when he was on the list yesterday with the sprained ankle and he played. And I'm not sure he did in the previous years.
We'll get more into the game here in a little bit. We also have a bobblehead giveaway to talk about. We'll give you details there. Adam Schefter right around 135, 140 or so. No dumb questions coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I'm looking at the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. No dumb question. Adam Schefter coming up in about 20 minutes. Regarding Coors Field and the Rockies, what dollar amount are you willing to pay to go see a game? That's a good one. How much money you'd be willing to I guess you'd have to frame that like who you're going with and whatever. I'll throw out family of four. That seems to be a family of four sort of thing.
You went last year, family of two.
Was
it 2 years ago that you did the
I really,
night out
I went.
The date night, stay at a hotel.
Yeah, we go to get. Well, we stayed at McGregor Square when it wasn't baseball season, and we had a great time, man. It was awesome. But that being said, because they jack the room rates up kind of crazy when there's games in town. To me, I if I'm going to a game, I want to sit in good seats, and I know you can sit anywhere. I'm not going to hesitate on buying. I'm ready when I go to my 1 or 2 Rockies games that I'm paying for a year to drop a couple $100. I'm ready to do it. I don't go to a lot of them, but I'll drop a couple $100 because it might be the only one I go to all year.
It's about $30 pop. $30 pop. Get you in the door. $120, family of four. Then you got to buy it. Then you got to buy food.
Well, that food's going to be more than $80 though.
It definitely could be. You willing to drop $200 to go see a Rockies game?
I'd have to think about it.
We dropped way more to see Charlie Blackmon. That's what you're thinking about. That's what I did pay.
Yeah.
I paid over $350 in tickets to go see Charlie Blackmon's last game, and it was worth it. I'm glad we did. It was a great game. We had a great night. I love Charlie Blackmon. So to me, that was worth it. But that was a pretty penny to spend. Did not use a press pass, nothing. Just paid the money and just went as a fan. I remember that because I sat there. I didn't tweet. I didn't do any of that. I just sat there and enjoyed it as a fan. We sat, maybe 20 rows behind home plate. Said, screw it. I'm going. But that's a lot of money to spend, man. But my rationalization was, well, this is it for the year. This is what I spent on Rockies baseball for the year.
So you're going 350 divided by 81.
It's cheap if you think about it that way, right?
Yeah.
But you guys are the ones with the kids. The kids are the ones that rack up the dough. I mean, you try to get free tickets the best that you can, and But how much would you be willing to pay? I think $200 is like the bare minimum.
I think that's about the maximum I'm spending.
Well, minimum, maximum. That's what you probably have to be willing to spend. I mean, how are you getting the kids down there? Where are you parking?
Well,
you taking the light rail?
And they've also, like for me, okay, I want to go see 1 or 2 of the biggest stars. Okay, Ohtani comes to Dodgers. Well, they automatically already jacked those prices.
Right.
Well, that's right.
The Yankees come down. I want to see Aaron Judge. Well, they're already jacking those prices.
By the way, you realize Charlie Blackmon's last game was an Ohtani game. And Ohtani went like 4. It was a hell of a game. We saw a great game. Ohtani went like 4 for 5, and the Rockies, of course, lost, and Charlie did his thing.
But didn't Charlie get a hit in his last at bat? They took him out or something?
Yeah, it was something like that. It was, and we had talked about that too. He got a hit, but it was like in the 7th inning or something. So it was later in the game. It wasn't early. But it was cool.
We got no dumb question on Twitch. Says, which Russ jersey is worth more? Russell Wilson or Russell Westbrook? I don't know. I guess Russ Westbrook's guaranteed Hall of Famer. So you would think that would be worth more.
Well, I know that when he gave off his shirt of his bag, so it's game worn. You saw it being game worn, then he signed it. I would say that was probably, unless you maybe have a Russ Super Bowl one that he actually played
if you got Russ like heyday Seattle, it might have been worth more. Now,
are they both Hall of Famers?
No.
Really?
I've said it before, but I believe this. If Russell Wilson would have retired after Seattle, pretty much guaranteed Hall of Famer. And I think he's played himself out of it.
Wow. I think Russell Wilson will get into the Hall of Fame. But I think it's going to be one of those things a whole bunch of time from the end of his career to when they finally – and it might all the way go to old-timers.
Who was the MVP of the Super Bowl that they won? The Seahawks?
It was a linebacker. It was
Bobby Wagner?
It was, I think.
A linebacker?
Yeah, I think so. It was definitely a defensive player.
Wow.
I mean, you can look it up, but it was.
Let's see, what Super Bowl was that?
48.
That was 48.
Oh,
that was
yeah.
48.
Yeah. I mean, the offense, the Seahawks offense didn't have to do a whole heck of a lot in that game.
Malcolm Smith.
Wow,
yeah. Malcolm Smith won a freaking MVP of the Super Bowl.
Linebacker, right?
Good for him. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
On YouTube, what is your wish list for free agents this offseason? Position and players. Just pick one. If you had to have one free agent, who would it be?
You're talking Broncos right now?
For the Broncos.
Can I give you one of 5?
Sure, just pick. But who's your guy?
Okay,
now.
I'll take Garrett Wilson. I'll take DK Metcalf.
Well, they got to be a free agent.
I'll take Devontae Adams. I'm including that though. I am because I think that's a part of free agency. It is because when you make a trade for these guys, you're balancing the books. You're balancing the budget, right? You're all these guys are coming with a brand new contract. You're not going to trade for a single one of them and not give them a brand new contract. So I'll take Devontae Adams. I take DK Metcalf. I'll take Garrett Wilson. I take Brandon Ayuk. Who is the 6th? I had a 6 in there earlier. I'm drawing a blank on who it was.
Godwin?
Yeah, I'd take Chris Godwin. Sure.
Okay. Was there a 7th?
Jamar Chase.
Scott?
Juwan Johnson.
Yeah, there's rumors about that today. There's rumors out there today that's who they're
it's like
looking
too
at.
easy. It's just too simple. Of course, it feels like it's going to happen.
Yeah,
I would take that, and then that opens your options in that first pick in the first round.
Well, and quite frankly, I'll just say this: like, yes, it's going back to the well. It would also be a good free agency signing for the Broncos.
Yeah, I would go Juwan Johnson, and then that opens up my first round. That maybe one of those two guys drop. Okay, maybe you want to do another tight end. Cool. Now you got depth. But now it also opens up if a big wide receiver drops down or if a running back that you're not afraid to take at 20 drops down. Maybe you drop to 24 and he's still available and you pick up a 4th-round pick or a 5th-round pick.
All right, last one. Go ahead.
No dumb question. Could you see and how would you feel about the Denver Broncos trading down in the draft with the 1st-round pick?
If they signed a Juwan Johnson, so you got your tight end off the board. You got your starting tight end you just signed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can add and I mean, how far are you dropping? Are you dropping down to 36? Maybe not. But if you're dropping down to 24 and you're picking up a 4th-rounder also, or be lucky to get a 3rd, what? Yes, for me.
I could see it. I think it's unlikely because I don't know that Sean Payton's got the patience for that, but 100%, I can see George Payton wanting to do it.
Well, I think George would do it.
I'd love to see the Broncos. Drop down. George Payton would definitely drop down. That would drive me nuts.
At 20, I don't even feel like it's that big of a deal at 20.
Where are we dropping to?
Like Scott just said.
24.
All right, I guess that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
And you picked up a 3rd,
but that's right out of the George Payton playbook. No doubt. Nobody likes the deeper picks than George Payton. I'd be okay with it, sort of. It would bug me. I don't think they'll do it, though, because Sean Payton's the devil on his shoulder, like, let's go. And George Payton wants to drop back. Sean Payton probably wants to move up. And likely they'll just sit there at 20. They'll get a good player at 20. I've got faith they will. And in free agency, they're going to spend some money, and I have faith they'll do that, too. It'll be fun to watch. Hey, if you're one of the first 5,000 fans through the door for the game against the Utah Jazz, March 28th at 7, take home a Rocky bobblehead. And get there early and don't miss out on this exclusive giveaway. Get your tickets now at denvernuggets.com/tickets. We will have a Rocky bobblehead to give away tomorrow.
It's right there.
We'll have, there he is. He's in the Karate Kid pose right there. I know there's been a lot of stories about the old Rocky. He's done TV now. He's done articles. It's really not a secret. I got to give the new Rocky a lot of credit.
New one is good.
He's very athletic.
Yeah, not as good as the original Kenny.
He's not as
Rocky.
good as Kenny.
I was watching Kenny on a podcast the other day talking about all his antics with Charles Barkley and everything. It was pretty fun.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to top him.
Still has the purple goatee.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you this. The new Rocky, whoever that is
very good.
Is a little taller, skinny, and in really good shape. And he's doing a good job. And they're not doing the behind-the-back thing every game. And you know what? I'm glad they're not. It's more appropriate with what he's doing. He's getting his own personality together.
Now he's climbing the bleachers every day.
He can do that. It's impressive to watch. So I'm like, yay, new Rocky. You're doing a good job, I think. I think you're keeping it entertaining, which is the number one reason. Okay, Adam Schefter coming up next. Dealing with erectile dysfunction can be a relationship killer if you're not going in the right direction. And oftentimes men just push away their partners when ED becomes the thing. You do not need to do that. And how many guys out there just are satisfied with a mediocre sex life? Again, just being good enough isn't good enough. It doesn't need to be. And thank goodness for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. With success rates well over 90%, some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They're there to serve you. The Front Range of Colorado has had the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic in their back pocket for the past decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. And if you're struggling in this department, they're there for you. With a $99 initial visit cost, that is free if the test dose doesn't work in the office. You get a T and PSA test and medically advise a test dose. You go from there. If you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. And I know there's a location near you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Adam Schefter joins us next. Breaking NFL news, the Cincinnati Bengals have agreed to let Trey Hendrickson search for a trade. That's according to Adam Schefter, who will join us just in a little bit. That just broke about 15 or so minutes ago. Wow. Damn.
It makes sense. It's a really tough decision, and I wondered in the offseason what they were going to do because they got 3 of the most expensive players in the NFL between Trey Hendrickson, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins, and they are choosing to keep Joe Burrow his weapons.
I guess so. So much for Jamar Chase leaving if you're just getting rid of one of the best defensive players in the league. Holy cow. If Max Crosby...
He was the NFL sack leader this year.
I gotcha. He was a nominee for Defensive Player of the Year along with Pat Surtain, who actually won it. If Max Crosby got what he got, what in the world would Trey Hendrickson be worth?
Well, and keep in mind,
My
the
Lord.
Bengals have already promised Jamar Chase that he will be the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL, and Max Crosby just reset that market.
Goodness gracious.
Well, Trey Hendrickson went 17.5 sacks back-to-back years.
Oh,
yeah,
my
he's
God.
a baller, dude.
Oh, he's unbelievable.
And he doesn't wear gloves.
And he started his career in New Orleans. Is that right?
What are you saying?
No, we don't need that. I mean, as much as I'd love to have that's not what we need. We've got young, cheap players there. Well, it's not so much anymore.
They're about not to be cheap.
Exactly.
You're right.
Oh, would you?
I mean, but if you did that, you're bailing on Nick Benito, which is fine.
Fine for Trey Hendrickson. Fine. That would be a heck of a deal. I mean, hey, probably would be a great deal for the Bengals. I get it. You're not getting Trey Hendrickson, but you're getting a high-quality player.
I wonder if you could swap them somehow. Because, the Bengals, they got to get better on defense. It's the one thing that they've just got to do, but they're making a choice to keep their offensive guys.
Well, you don't have
to. They felt like they could get Nick Benito done on a much more reasonable deal. They're like, hey, we'll take Nick Benito, give you Trey Hendrickson, and whatever else we got to throw in.
Should the Broncos make a play for Trey Hendrickson and give up on Nick Benito? Damn. That's an interesting one.
Something to think about, at least.
That is definitely something to think about. I mean, because you're going to pay Zach Allen and Nick Benito?
Well, the question is, do you think Nick Benito's growth is going to continue? Or has he hit the ceiling?
No, I think it's going to continue. I think he's a damn good player.
Well, if you think it's going to continue, then the choice, honestly, is not that complicated. You keep your guy and you get it much more cost controlled.
Okay. I mean, okay. Hey, listen, Hendrickson's 30 years old. Benito's way younger. There's a lot of potential with Nick Benito.
And if you can land Landon Jackson in the draft, he could be
Sure.
a cheap version of Trey Hendrickson.
It's not crazy. Now we're replacing Jonathan Cooper, I guess, who they just paid. Hey, for a minute, Baron Browning was part of the future, and they dealt him. I don't know, man. This is getting pretty wild already. I guess that does make sense. If they're keeping Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and Joe Burrow, how the hell do you keep?
You can't do it all, man.
No, you cannot.
You got to get an offensive line, a better offensive line for Burrow.
Yeah.
Can't keep getting 6 sacks a game.
No, that's ridiculous. Adam Schefter joins us right now. We're just seeing the story, Adam, about Trey Hendrickson. Goodness gracious. Thank you for joining us, by the way, Adam. I know it's a unbelievably busy time for you. You got any other insight here with Trey Hendrickson and the Bengals?
Well, the question is he actually going to be traded? He wants to be traded. They've granted him permission to be traded, but it's another thing to actually be traded, right? Like the Bengals have not been the most aggressive team, which is why I think they've granted permission. He's going to go out and see if he could find a trade partner. But it's sort of like DK Metcalf, a similar thing in the sense that, yes, a player wants to trade, but you have to compensate the player with a new contract. You've got to compensate the Bengals with draft pick compensation. Is that going to happen that we're going to get both of them? We'll see how that works out.
Adam, I find what's going on with wide receivers now pretty fascinating. I mean, Deebo Samuel gets traded. Devontae Adams is on the street. DK Metcalf is available. According to reports, Brandon Ayuk might be available. What am I missing there? There was a fifth. I've said it 10 times today. I'm drawing a blank on the fifth one here.
Are you talking about Chris Godwin or not?
No. I'm talking about Trey. But we've got 5 of like the top 10 wide receivers in the NFL all available right now. Is this any chance this is because the prices have just gotten out of control for these wide receivers?
Well, I think it's about supply and demand. You look at all these free agent wide receivers, there's a lengthy list. Now, again, there are rare exceptions, right? Not everybody is 26 years old like DK Metcalf, 6'3", 240, 4'3", 40, total physical specimen. Now, you could go get Keenan Allen. He's older. You could go get Stephon Diggs coming off an injury. Chris Godwin coming off an injury. Devontae Adams, a little older. There's nobody like a DK Metcalf. Cooper Kupp, older. So look, there's a reason that guys are available. That's the deal right now, and we'll see how it works out.
Is a DK Metcalf would a first round? And I know you're going to tell me it's going to be even more than that, but would you swap the 20? Okay, would you swap the 20th pick in the draft for DK Metcalf?
Oh, I wouldn't. Like, again, just go back and look at what wide receivers have gone for. Now, I know Tyreek Hill went for multiple picks, so you can find certain receivers that have gone for multiple picks. But I think in a market like this, to me, Seattle's going to want a 1 in return. Now, whether the Seahawks actually get a 1 in return is another issue, because not only are you giving up a 1, if that's what I think it'll be a 2 in the end, if I had to guess. Okay, maybe a 2 and something, but I think a 2. This guy's a total freak. A.J. Brown went for a 1, his former college teammate. A.J. Brown was younger. In this particular case, you're going to not only have to compensate the Seahawks, but then you have to pay DK Metcalf a new deal for about $30+ million a year. So it's a big investment at a time when there are a lot of free agent wide receivers. None as good as DK. None. Okay? It's just a question of what you want to do. That's why I think in the end it's a 2. But I could be wrong. Maybe they get a 1.
What's the market you think for Devontae Adams?
He's free right now. He can go sign wherever he wants. So we're going to find out what it is. He is not what he was. He's still an elite wide receiver. But at one point he was, to me, I looked at him like you could say he was the best wide receiver in the league at one point. Right. He's still a great receiver, still, but he's not the best receiver in the league anymore. Although he might think he is.
Garrett Wilson, is he possibly going on the market or not?
No, I don't see that happening.
Okay. I'm trying to just trace down every rumor that we've heard.
Of all the other guys, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing. You hear so many rumors this time of the year, right? There's so much information out there. Some of it's real, some of it's not. You see how it goes.
Are the Steelers focused on signing Justin Fields and then? I saw something today that they're interested maybe in Jackson Dart and going in that direction. Does it look like that's the direction that the Steelers are going?
They've been talking to Justin Fields, and I think whether or not they sign Justin Fields or Russell Wilson will not impact who they take in the draft. Whether that's Jackson, you just made Jackson Dart sound like a formality there, and I think we're just way early on that. Like, maybe they will be interested in him, maybe they won't. I don't know, and I haven't heard that that's the direction they're going. Maybe it will be, but I think we're way early on that. Like when Sean Payton left the combine last year, I don't think he was thinking Bo Nix at that moment. Went back to Denver, did a lot of work, went to the pro day, and by the time he got done with everything, at that point in time, well, he felt good about it, and his thinking on Bo Nix shifted. And so I don't know where Pittsburgh's on Jackson Dart right now, but we'll see how that plays out.
Adam, I saw somebody repurpose a quote from you, but I didn't see it coming out of your mouth, so I hope this is true. It actually came from you, but I saw a quote that you said something along the lines of one of the things that you're more confident in this draft is that the Cleveland Browns are going to take a QB.
Yes.
Okay.
I said it.
Okay. So my question for you in regards to that, number one, why? But number two, if, let's say, Tennessee Titans surprise everybody, they select Cam Ward number 1. Do you think that the Browns would take Shedeur Sanders?
Well, first of all, I don't think it would be a big surprise for the Titans to take Cam Ward at 1.
Either do I. That just makes sense.
It makes sense.
Okay, and they're going through their process right now to figure out who it's going to be. And they hired a GM late. They restructured their front office. A lot of changes, a lot of people coming together. They want to take the time that they need to come together and make their decision. They haven't made it yet. I will not be surprised if when they grade the players and Cam Ward comes out with a high grade, they say, we're taking Cam Ward, and they don't trade the pick. And then I think Cleveland takes Shedeur at 2. Okay. That's what I would think would happen. And then the Giants would be, to a certain extent, holding the bag. They got to beat the Colts late in the season, and they got to fold in number 3, and it may cost them the chance, which who knows how that's going to work out, to get one of the top 2 quarterbacks in the draft. Because if neither one of them is willing to trade, then the Giants can't get the top 2 guys if those teams go quarterbacks. Now, the Titans are going to analyze it. If they decide, hey, you know what, we're good with Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter, they can trade that pick today, tomorrow, anytime to the Browns or the Giants. But they're not there yet right now. When will they go? It'll be a little time. They want to go through visits at their facility. They want to go to the pro days. So there's a whole host of things that have to happen.
Is there in your mind, you were at the combine, you talked to, knowing you, 1,000 people probably. Is there a sweet spot in this first round that you kind of want to be at or above as opposed to at and below? I've
had teams tell me, Scott, right or wrong, that they feel like the top 8-9 players in this draft are really good, and that the player that you'd pick at 10 is the same player you'd pick at 35.
Wow.
Now, I'm not far enough along to know whether that's real or not. I'd want to speak to more people, and I really don't fully dive into the draft, frankly, until after free agency. I'm about to enter into a period that is upside down every single day, and there's all sorts of movement. And when we get through that, about a week from tomorrow, at that point, I will immerse myself in the draft for, at that point in time, a good 6 weeks.
Well, I know you don't want to down talk other reporters, but it was interesting here, and from a Colorado perspective, that there was reporting that Shedeur Sanders was, I don't know, offensive or didn't have great interviews with teams in the top 10.
Doesn't mean anything to me. Okay. I'm not trying to punch down or step on another. I'm just telling you, like, my belief is that Shedeur has come off no issues to people. And I know people that know him, not named Dion, aside from Dion, who say that he's a great kid and that you want him on your team. Like, I had somebody on the phone. I was on the phone with somebody this morning. We were going over that exact issue. And this person was saying that exact thing to me, unsolicited, came up. Okay. Going to bat for Shedeur.
Okay.
So, as I said to Dion last week, we were on the phone this week. I'm like, Dion, there are going to be people for the next 2 months who take shots at your son because that's what this process is about.
Was Prime concerned about that?
No, he was not. No, but I said to him that, like, that's what this period is about. Everybody critiques everybody. They critique the quarterbacks more than everybody. They critique the top quarterbacks the most of everybody. And therefore, Cam Ward and Shedeur are going to be subjected to the most scrutiny, whether you like it or not. I said to him, to me, the best thing you can do, tune it out. It doesn't matter. People can say whatever the hell they want to say. Shedeur is going to get drafted high, and he's going to have the chance to show up everybody next year. That's it.
There was a time I saw a slightly out of shape Adam Schefter, I think, attempt a 40 at the combine, and I think he pulled both hamstrings or something of that nature. I didn't see any video of you running the 40s this year, but you were there. Did anybody, while watching these workouts that just jumped off the page for you, went, whoa, okay, I better look into this guy?
Me or Shedeur?
You.
You know, Scott, I think that my athletic abilities have been vastly underrated through the years. I've incurred any number of injuries doing any number of events. DMac knows this well. I am prone to slipping, wiping out, winding up, being hospitalized. I've had all sorts of issues and great humor. I provided tremendous entertainment to my wife and 2 children. I am the easiest guy in the world to laugh at. But the fact of the matter is, I still have some personal athletic accomplishments that I would rival up against anybody. How many NBA championship rings do you win, Scott? 2?
I won one as a player and won one as a broadcaster.
Okay. 2. I've had a couple of athletic drills that were unbelievable.
Lambeau
like, we don't have
Leap
to go
was
into
great.
them. What's that?
The Lambeau Leap was great.
That's even. I'm talking about legitimate things like in college. My fraternity, we're playing in the semifinals. I'm playing DB. The other team, the fraternity's about to go for a game-winning touchdown. I pick off the pass 105 yards down the right sideline with my whole fraternity running, won the game with the pick six at the end. Like, how many people have a thrill like that?
How many people have a thrill like that?
I got to admit.
Come on, Scott.
That's good.
I always,
especially at Michigan.
When people give Adam a hard time about his and it happens all the time.
Well, he pulled 2 hamstrings running a 40.
I always, in my mind, think about us training for the Boston Marathon because I don't want to feel old myself, Adam. So I always think of Adam as a pretty good athlete. Always.
No, listen. I am a klutz. I am a fool. But I care. I try hard, and you're always going to get maximum effort from me. That's the way it's going to be.
Was it the Boston or the New York Marathon? You almost died when you overdressed.
That was the Boston Marathon. DMac was there, and I flew back to Denver, and literally felt like I was going to die on the flight home. And literally, the plane landed. We landed, and they made nobody get up from your seats. They sent the stretcher onto the plane. They rushed me to Rose Medical Center, and I was in the hospital for a full week.
I remember that.
The funniest part is that I was convinced that Adam had beat me because training for that, he definitely was in better shape than me.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh man. And so I never saw him at the finish. And I was like, oh, he finished. And I that was my fastest. I ran it in 4:03. Okay. But I was like, oh, Adam must have killed me on this one. Meanwhile, I didn't realize he was behind me by about 40 minutes, like dying on the course.
But he didn't quit.
Yeah, it was not dying a slow death. Dying a slow death.
And for everybody who didn't remember that, you wore like a full body warm suit because you thought it was going to be cold out or something, right?
Story for another day, but yes.
Okay. Adam, busiest day of the year for you on Monday? Starts on Monday, is that right?
I would say this week has already been relentless and intense. Just hung up with Trey Hendrickson on the phone, about to do NFL Live. Got to be in the chair here in 3 minutes, wired up.
Okay.
And this is a busy week, but this is the appetizer to the main course on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week if you got some time, and we love you.
Sir.
We'll see you later, Adam.
Have a great week, guys.
Okay.
You,
There's our guy, Adam
he
Schefter.
stayed late on this one.
You could hear the energy in his voice today. It might be stressful, but he loves it.
Oh,
yeah, he loves it. He was fired up to talk today.
Hold on,
of course.
Who read was it you that read the breaking news on Trey?
Yeah.
And I don't know if people caught that. I just got off the phone with him.
Oh yeah.
So when you want to authenticate whether or not that tweet was legit, he just legitimized it right there, didn't he? Did he not just legitimize it
yes,
right
Scott,
there?
because that's what real reporters do that are on this radio station. Sports, not sports. Let's go, Dan.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
You guys like cards?
What
Signing
does that mean?
the cards, the playing cards, the cards, all that sort of stuff.
Like playing cards or like getting cards from people to wish you well?
No. Like this is about Paul Skeens.
Like bicycles.
You know Paul Skeens, the rookie pitcher, Pirates.
Yeah.
You know the whole thing.
Olivia Dunn.
Is he with Olivia Dunn?
Yeah.
Paul Skeens is with Olivia Dunn?
You're yes.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
I did not know that. Good for really? Well, she's got a couple years on him, doesn't?
She's younger.
She's younger.
Who am
Are
I?
you drunk right now?
I mean, I think I'm thinking
She
of
was
Olivia.
was she a senior or the?
Oh, you're thinking about Aaron Rodgers' ex?
Yeah, Olivia. Is that Olivia Munn?
Munn.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Dunn's the
I'm getting my Munns
leader
and
in
Dunns.
NIL for the last 3 or 4 years.
Okay, my bad.
I'm talking about the LSU gymnast.
Okay, I was talking about the Aaron Rodgers. Sorry. Okay. Good for him. So he is, signing this one-of-a-kind autographed baseball card. The card's journey over the past few months generated all sorts of buzz. So they're doing like one card that is going to collect some sort of significant sale. So there's that. How much do you think these cards are really worth, guys? Do you think that, a once in a generation card is worth what these days?
Well, it depends on what you're talking about and the scarcity of it. But Evan Mathis, my teammate, sold a Mickey Mantle card for $5 million.
Guys, it just seems insane to me that anybody would value these cars at any kind of high level. Am I missing something here?
I was watching a video the other day, 2 different ones actually. One came in with baseball cards, and the guy started flipping them over. The guy that evaluates the deal, and they were all had already been judged. There's a number they put on for pristine or not and whatever. He goes, yeah, this one right here is probably worth 3. This one's probably worth 8. Then he had one that was like in a briefcase in its own little thing, boom, boom, boom. And this guy, they said, this is the holy grail of all one. He said, this is probably a $30 million card. The guy said,
I'm sorry, what?
$30 million. And he goes, can I just take a selfie with it? I mean, the guy that's evaluating it, he said, I've never seen one in person. Can I take a selfie? And then I saw a guy that was bringing in Pokemon or Star Wars or something like that. And, dude, he was getting thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars from that.
Now, where people get in trouble, it's actually relatively safe investments when you buy the old timers, especially the 52 cards. Those ones are very safe. Where people will really speculate is when they're spending a lot of money on these rookie cards for people that they think are going to become the best of all time. And they'll spend $2 million on these cards. And those are the guys that will get burned, or they make the most money of all time. But as long as you're buying the older generation, like Otis Wagner, that's the most valuable card of all time.
Well, this is one of one. It's the Paul Skeens rookie debut patch autograph. There's going to be a 2-week auction that closes on March 20th, and they don't have an estimate of
But it goes
where
back
it's
to what
gonna
he
go.
says. Now you're hoping Skeen has a 15-year career, and he's got multiple Cy Youngs, and then maybe it'll be worth some. Otherwise, if he has a blowout season, doesn't repeat what he does,
right.
And who knows about him. And listen, these card things, it's crazy some of the value in some of those things.
Well, all right, there you go.
My
Paul
buddy,
Skeens.
I had a buddy who was a sports writer in my hometown, small paper. And he got tired of the business, saw the business kind of going down, and especially small papers starting to go down. So I need to go back. I'm going to get my master's degree, get my teaching degree, and he's going to go into teaching. And he was a baseball collector from the time we were little kids. He ended up selling 5 or 6 Mickey Mantle cards that he had, and this was back 25 years ago, 30 years ago, and sold them and paid for his graduate degree.
Evan Mathis got me to buy a Mickey Mantle PSA 5, and I spent a pretty penny on it. And my biggest regret is not holding on to that thing. Biggest regret.
What'd you pay for it? What'd you sell it for?
I don't want to talk about that, but it was.
It's that kind of money.
It was a lot.
Okay, all right,
all right.
Lot. You did
how much more would it be worth today as opposed to when you did sell it?
4x.
But you did make money on it.
I did. Not that much in comparison, though.
Okay. Why did you sell it?
Because I got nervous. I got nervous about the amount of money I had invested in a piece of cardboard, and it scared the hell out of me.
Gotcha.
And he kept telling me, "Don't you ever sell this thing? Pass it on to your kid." And
so he was right, though. I mean,
he was absolutely right.
But you did get that cash, though.
Yeah, but I mean, in hindsight,
you got half of it.
Yeah. that cash gone now.
It's at 2:00. Let's go down. We'll get to Viral Scott in just a second. Nice win by the Nuggets. Preview what's going on with the Avalanche tonight, going against Georgie, 7:30 puck drop. But what did we learn from Adam Schefter there, with Trey Hendrickson now wanting to be traded as well? What did we pick up from Adam in terms of what to expect?
That whenever he said something or tweets something, believe.
Mm-hmm.
That was proof of that right there for me. And before really, and he even said it too, and he makes his living in this. He's not even worried about the draft because starting, he said, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
After free agency.
This gets nuts. So
it does feel weird when we're doing all these mocks. Of course, we've been guilty of it, and we're speculating without knowing.
We
Well, okay. without knowing what's happening in free agency, it is difficult to see, like, well, where are you going to go with your team?
Well, and we said as well, right, Tyler? If they sign Juwan Johnson, they're gonna draft a first-round tight end at 20?
First rounder or through third round, yes, I think they still
Well,
should.
no, I'm not saying they won't draft it because I think there's a lot of good tight ends.
Yeah.
But are you going to pick 20 now and put it on tight end?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, 20 for a tight end, generally speaking, it's really, really high. It is. And you don't need to convince me of that. You better be a Hall of Famer if you get drafted in the first round as a tight end. I think the more intriguing thing for me to take away from Adam Schefter is him acknowledging what DMac and I have both been saying for a long time. Let's use some common sense here. You're the Tennessee Titans.
Right.
What do you need? I need a quarterback.
Right.
You're the Cleveland Browns. What do you need?
Right.
I need a quarterback.
You see Deshaun Watson's restructuring his deal too?
Yeah, which is actually fascinating because they're pretty much done. They've got one more year. They got to pay him another $30-some million. But now that they've restructured his deal, they've already paid him. They're done. They're done with Deshaun Watson outside about $30 million.
Which sets up them drafting a quarterback.
Makes it easier for sure.
Yeah. So, like, all these stupid mock drafts that have been getting in the way and all the groupthink and all the people out there that refuse to use common sense as I'm sitting here like, oh, Will Levis, that's the dude. Yeah. No, like, let's listen. Like, Adam Schefter, like, common sense would tell you the Titans need a freaking quarterback. The Browns need a freaking quarterback.
Makes sense to me. And the Giants do too. And so do the Raiders. So do the Saints.
Here's the funny thing.
We'll see who else needs. I think so do the Steelers.
The Tennessee and Cleveland draft quarterbacks.
Yeah.
This puts so much pressure on the Giants. I mean, the Giants almost have to give up almost everything to go one or two.
But you have free agency before you have the draft.
Which is why they offered Matthew Stafford $100 million.
Well, but let's go to the draft. Tennessee, Cleveland.
Okay.
Takes 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Giants sit there at 3. They're in trouble.
Well, that's the mock draft Tyler found from Charles Davis. It said Jackson Dart 3. Well, I mean, what are we doing here?
Jackson Dart ain't going to 3.
What are the Giants going to do then?
Trade down.
And this is where the team's got to get some serious spying going on right now because it's free agency, man. You got to figure it out.
If they aren't able to get a big-time quarterback in free agent, and I don't know, and I use quotation air quotes on big time. If they're not able to get that in free agency, they're going to have to sell out to try to get the first or second pick.
That's right.
They're going to have to sell out.
Correct.
Swap picks. Give you a first round next year.
Correct.
They're going to have to sell out to move up to 1 or 2.
Which, if you think about it, the only logical reason the Tennessee Titans don't take a quarterback is because the Giants, and I mean specifically the Giants, are so scared that they will give up whatever the hell they got to do to go to number 1.
Yeah.
And now Tennessee says, okay, well now we're just going to 3. We're not that big of a deal.
We'll take your 3 this year. We'll take your first next year, and we'll be good.
And we know the Giants are taking a QB, and we're pretty sure the Browns are taking a QB. And guess what? We still get Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter.
And you just don't have a quarterback. But that's where you take, that's where you roll the dice probably on somebody in the second or third round.
If I'm them, and this would go
which
crazy,
isn't great, but
I'd try to get Cousins to go to Tennessee, and I would still stay at number 1 and take Ward or Shedeur. Or if you think Shadeur's got more growth that he has to do.
That would be freaking hilarious if that happened to Kirk again.
Well, I know it'd be really tough on Kirk, but I mean,
if I'm Tennessee, I just take whichever, Cam or Shedeur, whoever you like best, and you move on with your life.
Listen, Kirk Cousins can play another 10 years as a backup quarterback and make even more money.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to trade for him. They're not just gonna let him go.
Yeah,
I don't think.
Well, the only way that Atlanta gets a trade done is if they agree to take at least 80% of that salary. And they might be very motivated to do that.
So if you're sitting there and you're the Raiders at 6, what are you doing? You're in the same boat.
Well, they're in hell. They just got to cross their fingers and hope and pray.
Yeah, they really do.
They were happy 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago with all the discussions, they were happy. We got Shedeur number 6. We're good. Now they're, although they got Tom Brady. I guarantee you Tom Brady's looking at himself and going, listen, I'm going to find you, guy.
Well, you see what Max Crosby's campaigning for?
No, what?
Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
He's hardcore. And if you think about it, hey, man, you're Tom Brady. I just went to Tampa, worked for me. Max Crosby is talking about the Achilles. He's talking about year 2 is when you can actually play.
Mm-hmm.
Year 1's a joke. Don't even worry about what happens in year 1. Year 2, you're Tom Brady. You're looking at Aaron Rodgers. Worked for me.
Well, ideally for the Raiders,
I don't see Aaron Rodgers in a Chip Kelly offense. That I'm struggling with. But the rest of it adds up.
I understand why veteran players want to win now, and they just are looking for the fastest path. But I don't know, man. To me, that doesn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense.
Well, it does if you feel like you have no chance of the draft of getting a QB. What's your better option?
Okay.
Hey, you sign Aaron Rodgers, and then also the draft goes nutsy, and Shedeur is available at 6.
Cool, we'll take him.
You still take him at 6.
Yeah, this is why I never bought the Shedeur falling past 6. Because look at these scenarios that we can easily come up with. He ain't going past 6. It'll be lucky if he falls to 6, frankly. And as good as Jackson Dart was and the whole thing, what he's going to pass Shedeur? Somebody's not going to roll the dice with Shedeur? Come on. That was interesting hearing Adam talk about Shedeur, that he's talking to NFL people and they're saying good things about Sanders. That's cool. That doesn't surprise me whatsoever. That might just be teams bad-mouthing him, hoping he drops.
I'm not sure, and because I pushed back on your all's mock drafts forever. I mean, you just brought up 26.
Arch Manning, Saints.
But I'm all in combine free agency. Now, that, to me, is way more intriguing than the draft.
Well, here we
combine
more
is the
intriguing?
Draft. When you're down in the 20s and 30s or whatever, free agency, especially you got money. You mentioned it how many times?
Well, free agency is definitely interesting. It's crazy interesting.
Free agency is a blast. Free agency it's like taking a drug.
Yes.
Exactly. It's like 24 hours of just bliss and whatever.
Yeah, but then it's over pretty quick, too.
Yeah.
Well, but in the same thing with the combine, because to me,
and then you get a headache because you overspent, just like you do with the drug.
It's closing time at the bar, man.
Combines and pro days.
Put on your
now
beer
all of a
goggles.
sudden that gears you up for the draft. So I love the combine. Loved it for 20 years. Free agency, especially now when you're a team, and I keep bringing this question up that I brought up yesterday. Do you try to jump over your process to try to advance it a year sooner than maybe you're ready to by going big in free agency?
We'll get back to more football with Dan Tanner. Let's football go in just a little bit. I want to play a little Michael Malone from last night.
You mentioned Jokic was mugged. When it's smaller guys or non-centers fronting him, do you feel like maybe the level of physicality allowed is different at times in the modern NBA when it's kind of smaller guys?
Next question.
You and us.
I appreciate the question.
Yeah.
I really do.
I'm not trying to get you in trouble.
No, I know you're not. I just, because there's so many things that I want to say. And if you guys want to start a GoFundMe, I will say what I want to say. But I don't think that's going to happen in here. So, especially from Hastings. He still got his Holy Communion money.
Holy Communion money. I forgot about Holy Communion.
Do you have your Holy Communion money?
I forgot about that, right? We got those little envelopes. When
I remember that. I collected like $20. I thought I was rich.
Yeah. 13, right when you were around 13.
Holy Communion?
Did you grow up Catholic?
Episcopal.
Yeah, communion is.
See, when he said that, I literally didn't even know what that meant.
When we had communion, you got to go and learn the Nicene Creed.
You didn't have
Apollos
your
Creed.
First communion I got in 3rd grade. I was in Steamboat Springs training for that one. We went to Sunday schools on Tuesday.
So you're like 7 or 8?
Yeah, whatever, 3rd grade, 8, 9, yeah.
I thought I was fifth grade.
I remember because
10 or 11. I was 11.
For your first communion?
Well, yeah, because you had to go through all the classes and we had to do all that stuff.
Okay. I mean, we went through stuff too. We went through a lot of stuff, and then
the Catholics.
We're what? We did all this training for first communion, and then I figured you just have to say amen. Body of Christ, amen.
No.
That's all I had to do.
Oh, no. You had to learn the Nicene Creed.
We were supposed to do all sorts of stuff.
We had to take classes. It was like 6 or 8 weeks of classes.
For your first communion?
Every Saturday.
Not your confirmation.
Oh, that thing, confirmation.
See, yeah, confirmation is a whole nother deal.
So I think that was like 5th, 6th grade then, right?
No, confirmation is like you're a teenager.
Well, so maybe it was
You're
13.
like 7th, 8th, like 8th grade or something.
So that's why I said at first. You're right. I was thinking confirmation. But that's where you got to learn all that stuff. You take
confirmation was a whole thing. Confirmation
like 6 or 7 weeks of of classes.
Are we
right?
ringing any bells with you over there, Tyler? Or are we?
No, I didn't need to get permission from a priest to talk to God.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
Well,
there's Tyler ripping on the.
I'm just saying.
Wait. So how did you grow up?
I grew up evangelical, more or less, in a Presbyterian church.
Oh, okay. No.
But anybody was allowed to take communion.
No. We had it was a whole thing. The Catholics.
Episcopals.
Dan?
Episcopalians.
You got maybe the Catholics.
How many Catholics did I just piss off?
Oh, well, you just insulted all of them. So however many there are, I suppose. Dan, what'd you grow up?
Well, I guess. What'd you say, Scott?
Heathen.
No.
Wiccan. He was a Wiccan. He grew up.
That is not true. Born again, Presbyterian, Lutheran. I'm not exactly sure the specifics.
You're Tyler. You're Tyler. That's.
Well, no, Tyler knows.
Yeah.
I'll never forget. Just real quick, I'm out in Steamboat. 1 year, we moved out in 3rd grade. My dad did write a novel, didn't get published. Moved back, but in that 1 year, I did go through my first communion. I'll never forget. Like I knew I was out west. My first welcome to the West moment. We're going through the commandments. And I'm sitting there and this little kid, I forget his name, he goes, what is this, that? And he goes, thou shalt not cuss. I'm like, boy, I am not back in Massachusetts anymore. Because for us, it was you don't swear, you don't, thou shalt not cuss. I'm like, oh, all right, well, I won't cuss either.
That was the Indian IV
I have no idea why that stood out to me too much, but we had a blast. I loved it. See, it wasn't Sunday school. It was Tuesday afternoons, which is kind of cool. Like you would get out of school, we'd go to the church stuff on Tuesdays. We'd hang out, play around, get a little message going here and there, and it was cool. Then I moved back to Massachusetts, and they do Sunday school 2 hours before church. I'm like, what is going on here? I mean, I'm sitting here for 2 hours now. I got to do church too?
Which was long.
Oh, my God. Every Sunday was like a 4-hour.
If I ever have to go to another Catholic wedding in my life, just don't invite me.
No, you're in trouble when they start singing the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who I'm like, oh, boy, we're in for it on this one. I've been through a lot of Catholic masses, man. They're not exciting.
I think I've been to one Catholic wedding and one Catholic mass. And it was
you've only been to one Catholic mass?
How long did the wedding take?
Well, no, I want to throw
About
some
3.5 hours.
I want to throw some more. The wedding was long, but the mass was long too, and it was done in Latin.
Well, you got the really long version. The Catholic masses, first of all, there'd be 4 or 5 to choose from. We had 7 Catholic churches in my hometown, so you can pick and choose which one you want. We would go for the
Reverend Billy over there only goes 25 minutes.
No, we knew what it was. It was the 1115 French church. That's right. We had the Polish church, the French church, the English church. We had a variety of churches to pick from. And we went to the 1115 Frencher because it was 1115 is as late as you go. So my parents were like, let's go. They drug us to that. We're in and out. It's an express one, maybe about 33 minutes.
Yeah, I go to 11:30 mass.
The 11:30 now?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how long your services are, but
1 hour.
1 hour? Yeah. We if you got the 11:15 French Catholic one, you're out in 35 minutes. I'm sitting there. Oh, please have Steve Grogan have a good game. I remember,
Ever tell you my Steve Grogan story?
Well, save it for me.
Okay, I got a Steve Grogan story.
Let's Football Goes coming up next.
All right, guys and gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, first off, I want you to know you're not alone. I've been there. It's a bad feeling, and you might have already gone online. You're starting to look for answers. You bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. You're frustrated because nothing's working. At least it's not working the way you want it to. How about you just make a commitment to get your hair back by committing to call Advanced Hair Restoration? Ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. So pick up the phone and call today, 720-459-HAIR. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best of the best. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, the best of the best, and they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee, your own natural hair going to start regrowing the very next day. Pick up the phone, call today, 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
Kim, the celebrity from South Korea. Scott going viral. Millions of views. Crazy. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. That's mountainhighappliance.com. They're the absolute best. We'll give you more the details.
I was
fun
just
story.
watching him on the official NBA Twitter account.
What's the views on that?
I'll try to find it.
Yeah, I mean it's all over the place. It's not just one or two. It's like dozens of different places. But I was looking at one this morning. This morning it was like 500,000. I'm like, whoa.
So, Steve Grogan, real fast before we get Dan. Real fast. It'll be real fast.
Okay.
Back when you used to go, I was being recruited by KU and K-State.
Okay.
So, and you just drive up these unofficial visits. Tyler took them. You drive up, and they're going to get us to a basketball game. And it turned out it was K-State KU.
Okay.
Things happen in that game. It's a very big game. I can tell you about that later, but I'll link to the story. But these two guys, two pretty good-sized dudes, are sitting by me and my boy. My boy and I came up with me, or he ended up going to K-State. We're sitting behind these two guys. They're right in front of us. There's no leg room hardly at all. And these guys keep moving their backs and in us. My buddy and I, we kept jabbing them with our knees and stuff like that.
Okay.
And one guy's real big.
Uh-huh.
By halftime, we're sitting there, and I said, hey, Kansas State University would like to recognize one of their all-time great alums.
You gotta be kidding
Sitting
me.
in the crowd tonight for this quarterback for the New England Patriots, Steve Grogan. And the guy sitting there that's leaning right on my right knee stands up. I've been kneeing Steve Grogan in the back all game.
Nice.
Did you say anything to him?
No, I didn't.
That was just your moment?
After you think, okay, pro football player, probably his offensive lineman, two peewee, skinny high school kids. Sorry, Mr. Grogan.
Well, perhaps. But I saw him fold like a card table for years and years with the Patriots, so I don't think he had a shot.
How'd he do in the Super Bowl?
He never got to the Super Bowl.
Who's the quarterback?
Tony Eason got there. Yeah, Steve Grogan. They had some good teams back in the day.
Too.
Hopefully you weren't annoyed by him as much.
Super nice guy. He was just fighting skin cancer, and we were out at Grand Lake, Colorado.
Yeah. He was the quarterback when the Bears rolled. You remember that? Refrigerator Perry getting a touchdown, not Walter Payton.
Oh yeah.
You remember all that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was who the Patriots quarterback was. Go ahead, Dan. Let's go.
All right, before we get to a Broncos story here, fellas, got some breaking news out of the NFL. Our guy Adam Schefter, who we just had on,
he did it to us again.
He did it again.
No way.
218. The Jacksonville Jaguars are trading wide receiver Christian Kirk to the Texans for a 2026 7th-round pick that originally belonged to the Rams. So Shefty dropping some.
By the way, Shefty actually
bombs
broke
on us after the interview.
Well, there's actually two stories. He tweeted out two stories since he's been on with us.
Well, do you remember in the middle of us
the
talking
other one's
to
not
him,
that big. Colts announced they've released defensive tackle Raekwon Davis. I mean, it's small, but
do you remember when he's sitting there on us looking at us, and he kept looking up to his left, right?
It was like a little birdie hit him in the face or something.
Because he went, oh. So something popped right there, and I was like, oh, well, something's going.
Jags trading Christian Kirk to the Texans. Okay. I mean, is this a big deal? I don't know.
7th round. No.
All right. Next story, Dan. But thanks for pointing that out.
26.
It's fun.
7th round and 26.
By the way, can I just point out really quick, Adam Schefter, the power of Shefty. He put that tweet out about Christian Kirk, and we're like, That has 270,000 views in 8 minutes.
Well, he has 11.4 million followers.
Dude, is that just kind of sick? Just sick.
Wouldn't you just throw out there, hey, make sure and subscribe?
It would not be a problem for Adam Schefter. What's the story there?
Well, doesn't he have a podcast now?
He's got something, but I don't know if he has his own YouTube page. I think he probably works for somebody else doing the thing.
See if he can get over here.
I tell you what, it wouldn't be bad. That'd be great. What's up, Dan?
All right, let's hear from Jeff Legwald. He was on the morning show. Yesterday, I brought up Zach Allen wanting around $25 million per season. The Broncos still have to decide what they're going to be willing to pay edge rusher Nick Bonito. So here's Leggy on the Broncos having to decide who gets the money and does one of those two players get franchise tagged.
The season Zach Allen had was a bargain for the Broncos. Of course, if you're the player and as representatives, you're going to want a little something more. The metrics are you were one of the best players at your position in the league. You were named an All-Pro, and your peers named you a Pro Bowl selection. So yeah, you're worth whatever you can get, and you showed what kind of player you are, and that you might still be an ascending player, which is always a coveted thing. So that they've got big decisions to make. Does one of them get the franchise tag a year from now? Maybe that's a short-term solution, but it will be two of the biggest questions they have financially until they make a decision. Who's getting the money and how much?
All right, what do you guys think there? Who should get the big money from the Broncos if you had to pick between those two players?
So I brought this up yesterday, and Scott and DMac kind of looked at me like I was crazy. Like, what if you have to choose between one of these two guys? And I think that's a very realistic possibility. Jeff Legwold was saying the same thing. I know who I would choose, and I don't think it's the same as you guys. I would choose Zach Allen. What Zach Allen can do, it's a unicorn, okay? You don't, there's lots of great edge rushers in the NFL, lots of them. But you do not find guys that play a 4-eye like Zach Allen plays, that disrupts, that gets after the QB. Zach Allen, for 3/4 of the season, had the most pressures in the NFL playing the 4-eye position. It's insane. He's got an Aaron Donald. He's not as good as Aaron Donald, don't get me wrong. But he's got that type of impact playing on the interior defensive line. Nick Benito, look, great football player. Take him in a heartbeat. But there's lots of guys like that out there. And I'll tell you this. I think the contract value of those two guys, it's going to be very, very similar. Nick Benito probably going to go for about $23 to $24 million per year. Zach Allen wants $25 million per year.
Why can't you keep both?
Well, I'm not saying you can't. There's always ways to get it done. But you look at what's going on out there in Cincinnati right now. You got 3 people coming up at the exact same time. Well, they had to let go of Trey Hendrickson.
Mm-hmm.
They're choosing their wide receivers. You got Zach Allen. You got Nick Benito coming up at the same time. Who else is coming up next year? I don't know. Do we have any other big names that are coming up next year? It just gets complicated when you're talking about big-time money with people that come up at the exact same time.
Okay. Next story, Dan.
All right, fellas. So Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, signed a 5-year contract with the Buffs. Total contract value is $29.5 million. So his salary last year was $5.5 million. It went up to $5.7 million this season. Why am I bringing that up? Because Dan Lanning, the head coach of the Oregon Ducks, have agreed to a new contract that will raise his average salary close to $11 million annually through the 2030 season. He's gone 35-6 in his 3 seasons coaching at Oregon. What do you guys think Deion's next contract will command to keep him in Boulder long term? Is it going to be around the same that Dan Lanning just got from Oregon?
I don't know how it can be. I don't know, but I don't think CU's got those kind of pockets.
They don't have those kind of pockets, and Deion doesn't have that kind of record.
Well, I don't think that's got anything to do with it. I think if CU could afford it, the value of keeping Prime is next level. I mean, you're paying for wins. I get it. But with Prime, you're paying for something kind of different, too. You're paying for both.
Lost in the shuffle here, guys. It was months ago that we were reporting that Deion had a new contract in front of him.
Yeah.
That was months ago.
Yeah.
That was before the Raiders conversation, before the Dallas Cowboys conversation. Now, maybe those reports weren't true. I don't know. Are we sure he hasn't signed a new deal?
I have no idea.
It is kind of fascinating. What's his value? I think you're both right. Scott's right. You got to win to get that kind of money. You're right. CU will overpay for his value for the wins based off the value it brings to the university. But he doesn't have that kind of money coming his way. If he did, he probably would have had an NFL team offer him a job.
I think he's at a big crossroads as his head football coaching D1 career goes, only from this standpoint. He's now going to have to do it with unknown commodity.
That's right.
And this will really see. Listen, he goes out this year and wins 9 games, 10 games. Dude, you better pay him because he showed he really is a coach. If it's back to 4 wins or 3 wins and everything's a struggle bus and you lose tons of guys, then I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, man. I mean, Shermer's run the offense. Livingston's running the defense. We already know he's a great recruiter. That's what he is.
But
are we sure Livingston's going to stick around?
How we know any of these guys? I told you the story of the the Miami basketball coach walking away after going to the Final Four
Mm-hmm.
and 8 guys left. He goes, we love it here. We love playing here, but, we can get more money somewhere else. They were just, so it has nothing to do with winning. From a player's standpoint, right now, we are in an ugly period, I think, in college sports because it's no longer about winning. And that to me is a little sad.
I think it's going to be weird watching CU with Prime without Travis and Shedeur there and a little bit Shiloh. It's going to be weird. I think there's 2 pretty good quarterbacks, it looks like, that are there.
Caden
2 of them.
Salter and Juju Lewis.
Yeah. So, I don't know. You start there, right? But even Shedeur, who's obviously going to go high in the draft, he was running around, man. He was he was having a hard time. And I don't know if Salter or Lewis are as good as him. Probably not. Is the offensive line better?
Well, they did bring in some more. They got a big recruit out of IMG.
Mm-hmm.
They got the kid from USC.
Seton stayed. He didn't leave. Thank God. So, hey, I hope for nothing but the best. I'm glad Prime's here. But are they going to be able to pay Prime $10, $11 million a year? I mean, come on, man.
Well, I don't think he's commanding that yet.
Okay, good. But we haven't heard news that he signed a new deal either, have we?
But he also might be
Wouldn't that have been big news?
Yeah.
Yes, but I'll bet you Prime still makes more than Landingham. What's his name?
I don't know, because who knows what all the other deals are.
Yeah, because what I'm told,
a lot of other
what
stuff
he's
going
making on a lot of other stuff.
The salary doesn't matter.
He's making way more than $11 million.
The Broncos did fire Michael Wilhoit, the inside linebackers coach. So whatever was going on out there at the airport, I'm going to guess the Broncos got a peek at it and, hey, innocent until proven guilty and all, but they did decide to let go of him. Todd Davis got a job. He was over there at DNVR talking Broncos, and he got a job as a defensive quality control coach. Good for Todd Davis. It's kind of cool.
Good for him.
But that's another significant job to be replaced there.
Well, your outside linebackers coach and your inside linebackers, you got a vacancy at both those spots right now. You got a lot of vacancies.
Right?
You haven't hired anybody.
Right?
What? I was going to say, is there anybody out there that the player-wise that'd be kind of cool? Where did the coach of the Raiders go to? Did he land anywhere?
I don't know.
Well,
Antonio Pierce?
I don't know.
Let me ask you guys a quirky
question. Would he be
question.
a good linebackers coach here?
I'd take him.
Who gets to make the call? Does VJ get to hire his guys? I mean, we're talking assistant coaches.
I would
here.
hope so.
If he doesn't, then he shouldn't be here.
The defensive coordinator should get to hire the inside.
Of course he should.
Like, no-brainer, right?
Yes.
Sean should just be like, hey, Sean, here's who I want, and Sean should just sign off on it. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think Do you think that is the case?
I think whoever it is going to be, you're going to bring him in, and you can say, hey, have you met Coach Payton before? Blah, blah, and there may be a
hey, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing? Blah, blah,
right.
And I get to know, can I be in the same building with this guy?
I mean, it's never that simple. In theory, it seems like, yes, that's the way it should go, but a head coach has always got say.
You realize Todd Davis has a relationship with Sean from New Orleans. This is a great story about Todd Davis in New Orleans.
Todd went to New Orleans?
Yeah, that's when they were trying to, hide him.
Right.
That whole story, do you remember that story? They were trying to hide him during something, or he wasn't. I know I'm getting part of it wrong.
No, yeah.
But it's something like that.
Yes.
They were trying to trade for him or whatever, or they had released him, but they didn't want him to sign with anybody else. They wanted to bring him back somehow.
And then
they were telling him to go stand in a room somewhere. It was totally
kind of like they were doing hiding you. And then I think the Broncos got a hold of it.
Yeah, something like that happened.
And so Sean hired him, or VJ or somebody brought him back to Denver. So when you say defensive quality control, it's with Denver you're talking about.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. But I'm going to guess that's a pretty significant Sean Payton sort of
maybe
thing.
One week you get defensive defensive quality control guy, and the next week you're the linebackers coach.
But maybe.
That might be a weird cross-pollination. I'd have to look it back. VJ may have been the head coach back then, though, too.
With Todd.
Yeah, right? So he may have been the head coach when Todd was brought in here as a player. So he might have both those things going on.
You may see Todd Davis as the linebacker coach in the next week.
No.
Well, I think we would have already known that.
No.
I mean, because he was.
Well, Wilhite was fired yesterday.
I got you, but they already gave a title to Todd for what his thing was.
No.
Easier to replace a defensive quality control guy or a linebackers coach in March 6th.
Of course, quality control.
It'll be interesting who comes. Listen, they have a lot of people to hire. Like, you're right. Like, there's a lot of openings there with the Broncos. We'll see.
Todd did do a training camp internship last year with Sean also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So he's known, so that's good. So that's the first step in his process to be a football coach in the NFL. I'd call Al Wilson and say, what are you doing?
I feel bad for this Will Hoyt guy, man. I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he just had a really bad moment. And is not like a bad guy, but.
I'd ask Steve Whitewater, are you interested in coaching?
You think Steve would want to coach?
I don't think he would, but I'd ask him.
I can't really.
Hey, I know he played safety, but do you think he knows about thumping people? Do you think he knows about reading gaps and where you need to be?
I've never really asked Steve if he wanted to coach. Have you ever talked to him about that?
Nope.
I don't know. It's a good question. I have no idea.
Bring Rico back. Where's Rico at
now? Rico is in Seattle, I believe.
Bring Rico back.
Because Clint Kubiak just went to Seattle, so I'm just assuming Rico went with him.
Lots of drama to come. You know, it's funny, though. Wouldn't you want to...
This is more fun time than the draft even for me. I'm being real serious.
I understand, because you know all the names. Every single name. It's I know. They're familiar.
Yeah. But it's for me, the psychology of a team and how you're trying to develop it and build it and what you're trying to do and what you're willing to risk to break something up to get this guy. The status of Allen and Benito. I mean, are you going to pay $50 million for two guys on your defensive line? Or are you going to say, hey, okay, we'll take one of them. The other guy, hey, you can play. You're not happy? We can trade you. Might get something. And listen, we've learned that from the combine, the D line or the D end is one of the deepest positions in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
We have a big game for the Avs tonight against Georgia. We'll preview that. Nuggets get a nice little W. And a giveaway, a very special giveaway. Details on that coming up next. Tonight, we have the Avalanche going against San Jose. Georgiev is in the net. A reminder on Altitude TV at 6:30. It's a 7:30 puck drop, so everything is just a little bit later here. And at 6:30, Kyle Keefe will be interviewing Gabe Landeskog. And there's a documentary about Gabe on TNT that debuts, I believe, Sunday. It's a 5-part series.
You know what time Sunday?
I think it's in the morning. I think it's like 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, something like that, which is a little tricky because
bus times will be like 9:30.
They'll be on over and over. I'm sure you can catch it.
It's on at night also.
Yeah.
I think it's 6:30 at night.
I'll take your word for it.
Well, Keith's interviews at 6:30.
That is at 6:30 tonight. Yeah. So the Gabe special on TNT, I'm not quite sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got confused there.
Yeah. Kiefer is at 6:30 tonight. And TNT, I believe, is Sunday. And Sunday morning as well at 11 a.m. again is Oklahoma City against the Nuggets.
Yeah.
Good morning. Well, noon for you. Oh, don't forget. Actually, you know what Sunday is? Oh, do you not know?
The
legal
night.
tampering?
Oh, yeah, I do. It's the time switcher.
Daylight savings.
Is this the last time ever?
I hope so. That would be great.
Here's the stat I saw the other day.
I think it might be.
I'm all for it. Jonah Ryan wanted to get this done on Veep a few years ago, and come on, Jonah. Let's get it done.
I read this the other day, starting the 9th, which is daylight savings, sunset will be 7:15.
Great.
The sun will not set before 7:15 till all the way into October.
Beautiful.
I love it.
Right?
What do we care if it's dark when the kids go to school? Who cares?
I used to.
Okay. Do you care that it's dark if the kids go to school?
It is depressing getting up then, but I would far rather have the daylight at the end of the day.
Right?
Who cares?
All the outdoor sports leagues will be happy.
Everybody's happier when there's more daylight throughout the course of the day. Who gives a crap? It always sucks to get up in the morning to basically do anything. Who cares if it's a little dark out?
Yeah.
Really?
Daylight does help when you wake up.
Yes. I hate getting up if it's dark.
Oh, my God. I would so much rather have it lighter later.
My
much
body
rather
clock,
have
though,
it.
the second I see a little speck of daylight through those blinds, I'm up.
I'm wasting time.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what time of the day it is. If I see daylight, my body is awake.
Our show starts at noon. We shouldn't complain about anything.
No, I know, but I get a lot of stuff done between 8 o'clock and 7 o'clock and 11:30.
Yeah, daylight savings. So it's a noon, but you got that, and you're in Oklahoma, so it really will be like an 11 a.m. start.
Yeah.
An NBA basketball game, legitimately from the players because of daylight savings, will start at 11 a.m. That is bonkers.
Yeah.
Now, what do the players feel about that? What does Malone think about that?
It's a whole listen.
That is weird because it's daylight savings.
We do that in football every time we go to Kansas City.
The games are at noon.
Yeah, but it's 11 o'clock our time, right?
Yeah. Yes, you are right. Correct. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, but it's like you would have already been there the day before.
Not really.
Well, all right.
I mean, you get in at 6 o'clock at night.
But when you get in at 6 p.m. their local time.
True.
Right. Like, it is super unique this Sunday because when you go to
when
bed.
I go to bed at
I got
10
you.
o'clock,
I
it's really I'm going to bed at 11 o'clock.
Right.
Or if you're one of those guys that stay up till 1, you're really staying up till 2.
Right.
And now you've lost an hour of
so
sleep.
Technically, this will be the earliest start for a game, period, you will ever have. How about that? From the time you go to bed to the time the game
we call
is
that
played.
the double dipperoo.
Yeah, that is a wild one.
Well, they've done
that is kind of a crazy coincidence, isn't it?
They've done the sleep study stuff, but they used to do stuff in biorhythms and habits formed at certain times. And BBB, and you should do everything at the same time to keep your rhythms going. It's tough if you're used to playing at 7, all of a sudden, and you got to gear yourself up, and you have your routines down to how you gear yourself up for 7, and then all of a sudden you go into 11.
Yep.
It's tougher.
It really is.
When I was watching the,
You know what is a huge part of it? Meals. What do I eat before a game? I'm accustomed to eating pasta. I'm accustomed to eating whatever. And then you wake up, you're like, oh, am I eating eggs or am I eating pasta?
I'm used to eating at 10. Now I got to eat up at 7:30.
on the broadcast of the Celtics, TV broadcast of the Celtics and Nuggets game, the announcers repeatedly were saying this crowd does not seem that into it. And they were pointing out how just kind of a weird of a start time it was and how early it was. Does it work for the road team's advantage that the crowd is a little bit not quite into it and it's a little bit off? Is it a little bit more of an advantage for the road team than the home team?
I don't know, because you still have the crowd. You still have the friendly faces. And there was still noise. I mean, I did the game also.
No, that's what I'm asking.
And I didn't know the crowd. I didn't notice the crowd being submissive.
Okay.
For me. To me, they looked like a Boston crowd.
No matter that it was such an early game, whatever.
No,
well, they were making that comment because the Nuggets started coming back, and they kept referencing what Cleveland had done, and Boston had actually lost 2 games in a row. But Cleveland was down 22. They were down 25-3 in the first quarter and came back and won that game. A little paranoia with the Celtics.
Yeah, but I would say it would be more from that paranoia than it was because it was an early game. I think it was, it's happening again. I think that will affect the crowd.
All right, no dumb question on the way out the door. To the Avalanche tonight. It's Georgie's first game back here. Do they do a tribute video for Georgie?
No.
Yes.
You say no. You say yes?
Are you being serious? You're being serious.
Yeah, you can always take the high road.
First time out is always when they do tribute videos. Dan, what do you think? Do they do a tribute video?
It's not about taking the high road for me. It's like, did the dude earn a tribute video?
Well, he was there for three years.
You realize he had like the most wins in the league last year.
A 3-year stint is worth a tribute?
I don't think it was even
a year and a month stint was worth
2 years?
Was worth a banner in the rafters.
I think it was just like I think it was 2 years and change.
Yeah. You can't do a tribute video for that.
Does he get a tribute? Dan, does he get a tribute video?
Do they have enough highlights to put one together?
Dude, you guys, hey man, I remember when Bones Highland, it was Mile High City, baby. I'm there at Avs games when they're chanting Georgie, Georgie, Georgie.
I say yes.
You say no.
To me, it's not a shot to the guy. It's like you got to earn that.
Well, there's a difference between did he earn it and will they do it? That's two different. That is two different things. No and no.
Yes.
I will say no, he didn't earn it, but yes, they will do it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Is that where you're at?
Yeah, more with that.
Okay.
No, he didn't necessarily earn it. I mean, he had more wins than anybody last year, but
let's just put everyone in the Hall of Fame.
Averaged 4 goals.
It'll be a funny one tonight.
Should he go up in the rafters?
Guys, I'm eligible for the Hall of Fame. I'm just saying.
25 years ago today, Ray Bourque was acquired by the Avalanche. We will know by this time if the Avs make a big move, no move, whatever move. And tonight, we have Avalanche hockey right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nate and Andy coming up next.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Good stop by Denver. Crowd senses a win. They're to their feet in Ball Arena. Jamal just needs one free throw here to ice the game for Denver. Jamal Murray at the free throw line to win the game and come back from behind fashion for Denver needs this free throw. Ball game. Denver leads at 115 to 110, and they will survive the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, buddy. That was too close. You said it. Hey, what do you say we head back to base and drink some space beers?
I'm already there.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
All right, let's get loud in a bar. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We are live today at the Black House Tavern for a fine bourbon sampling featuring Elijah Craig, Evan Williams, and Larceny. Andy, should we do whiskey or San Jose Sharks defenseman today? Come on down. In addition to sampling these awesome bourbons, you can register to win great prizes like tickets to tonight's Avalanche game. They play the Sharks. Drawing will be at 5 o'clock right here at the Black House Tavern. The food here is, in one word, incredible. You must sample this menu, so get down to Black House Tavern in Parker. Every time's a good time with copy written by Sean Brennan. Andy Lindahl, how are you, my friend? Good to see you today, pal.
I'm good. I'm showing, we're showing everyone the bourbon.
Yes, we've got the bourbon.
It's a prop right now.
It is here. That's
For
all
now,
it is. It's simply a prop.
I did a little too big of a... The legs, don't you do the legs thing with the wine?
You swirled too hard?
Got good legs.
Does it?
Got a good bouquet.
I was going to say, yes. Are you the sommelier of whiskey?
You know I like whiskey.
Yes.
We'll keep yours around for a prop. That's all I'm saying. You need yours for your voice.
Mine is to make sure I can talk today. Yes.
Every time I get a cold, I get a little bourbon and, just a little
straightens you out.
A little touch.
Yes, Andy
Yours
Lindahl
will be okay.
Along with Tom Waits today here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're with you until 6.
I don't know. You sound like you're going to get me out of a timeshare. I don't know about Tom Waits.
I don't like lawyers, and I don't want to sound like a lawyer.
We got that guy.
If you want, I can also set you up with a 74-year-old grandmother if you'd like.
We're good. I'm not touching that one. I'm not touching that one. Hey, the Bengals' Trey Hendrickson would like to be traded.
Trey Hendrickson wants out, huh?
I'm just finding any headline to steer the car the other direction.
To get you out of that one.
That is right.
All right, Andy, here we go. This is obligatory segment. Trey Hendrickson to Denver.
How many guys got let go today? There's like 9 guys.
Yeah.
The NFL's on crack. I feel like this is, I guess I should be used to it. It just feels like it's one headline after another of guys that are either available for trade. Now, Christian Kirk did get traded, 7th rounder next year, so they were really holding on to value for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You know what? Again, we kind of talked about it yesterday. Just give me Zach Allen and Nick Bonito. Work on those guys. Trey Hendrickson's a really good player, but I'm not giving up this year's draft choice for that.
Well, you already got a guy.
Yeah, you got enough guys to pay.
Yeah, you already got an all-pro pass rusher.
So go ahead and keep him.
Yeah, you don't need another.
Yeah, you don't need to go dipping in someone else's pool.
They'd be great to have.
Sure, if he was a free agent and things were to work out, that's a different story.
Yeah, it's not like I'm saying Trey Hendrickson's not a good football player. It's just that's not really Denver's need. We talked about this yesterday. Quarterback, edge rush, tackles, and corner. They got all those dudes.
All right, Leggy did tell the morning show he thinks they're going to go looking for a second receiver, so you all right with that?
That doesn't surprise me.
Okay, but don't you have to lock up Sutton first? Don't you have to make sure Cortland Sutton is happy first?
I'm not as worried about Cortland Sutton's feelings. No.
Okay.
I think you should pay Cortland Sutton, but I think you can do multiple things at once. They employ a bunch of people down there, and so I think we can do more than one thing at a time. I'm firmly confident of that. The other thing about Sutton is he's already under contract for this upcoming season, so there's not a huge ton of urgency. This is something you can. Yeah, doesn't this feel like a nice like OTAs or like early training camp press conference? Hey, Cortland Sutton got his contract extension. Let's bring Cortland Sutton up here to the podium, and we'll take care of all of this.
Maybe, man. They tried it last year. No, well, remember, we already did this dance last year. When did he show up? He showed up in training camp.
Yeah, well,
he showed up, mini camp.
Yeah, I think
mini camp did that press conference you just described where he goes, yeah, I still want money.
A couple of those things is like, okay, let's show some good faith. Let's let it be known, hey, man, we're working to get this done. We're building other things around it. You just had a 1,000-yard season. We love you, Cortland. Show up. We'll get this done. Don't you worry. We're gonna take care of you. You are a Bronco for life.
Okay.
You have no faith. You have no faith in Sean Payton and George Payton.
I'm curious, we'll talk to Leggy tomorrow, and then we'll get our answer. If you think they're going shopping, where do you think they're going shopping? Are they trying to get DJ Metcalf? Maybe it's what you suggested yesterday. Maybe it's a nice complimentary piece that is Tyler Lockett. I don't know. I just don't. To me, if you're going to lock up Cortland Sutton and that's costing you $20 to $25 million, again, all this cap room that they're perceived to have, that's going to go real fast when you start signing a lot of these deals.
One of the other issues that they've got is, like, would I like DK Metcalf in a Broncos uniform? God, yes. Okay? Like, a dude with a giant catch radius and physicality who can get open over the middle of the field? Hell yeah. Like, give me that all day long. That's right in Bo Nix's wheelhouse. I would love to have that guy here. It would cost you a first-round pick. It will cost you multiple draft picks. And kind of revisiting the conversation from about Russell Wilson in that trade with Seattle yesterday, this team went multiple years in a row without taking anybody in the first round of the draft. And that does start to reverberate eventually. Like, you don't have star players on low-price contracts on your team. And it's something the Broncos – give Sean Payton and company a bunch of credit. They were able to overcome it last year and win 10 games, but also, like, you're trying to build the most complete roster that can, win a Super Bowl.
All right, so I'm looking at the headline from Adam Schefter here, and Shefty did appear on the midday show. Catch him every Thursday, I think, during this next little ramp-up period for football. Chiefs are being thrown around out there as a place for DK Metcalf.
Yeah.
Now, again, Seattle's asking price is reported by Schefter to be a first and a third, which to me, your whole point about the draft picks, I just think you're still in the building process. I'm not giving up those two. Do you have to reconsider your position if the Chiefs are involved? Are you worried about DK Metcalf ending up in your division?
Yeah, I mean, I'm worried about DK Metcalf in my division, but, like, that also doesn't change the Broncos' issues with their roster structure.
Right.
And so there is also a point where you just got to look at Kansas City, and it's just like, you know what, to the victor go the spoils, and that is the team that just gets to go out there and find a dude. I still think if I was the Chiefs, I'd go get Devontae Adams.
Sure.
Because I think you can do that for less. And also, like, he can be what you hoped DeAndre Hopkins was going to be for you, except I think Devontae is still closer to his prime and still a guy that Mahomes and Reed would be able to maximize on your football team. That's what I would do if I was Kansas City. DK is a pretty big swing for those guys.
Yeah, I'm probably looking at anybody that's not traded. I don't want to make a trade. I want to hold on to my draft picks.
I agree.
And to your point about Devontae Adams, I can go have him right now for whatever number we agree upon.
Yeah.
Without it having to cost me a first and a third-round pick. I was reading The Athletic. The Athletic threw out there great fits in free agency. Should the Broncos go find a new star was how it was put to me. And
of course they should.
Piqued my interest. Guess what receiver they tabbed for the Broncos? Hint, I mentioned him to you the other day, and you were not interested.
Was it Amari Cooper?
It was Amari Cooper.
Okay.
That they thought the Broncos ought to go kick the tires on. They admitted he did not have a good run in Buffalo, as you pointed out when I mentioned his name from the top 100 free agents on whatever that was, Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah.
But they just said that they thought he would fit well in Sean Payton's defense with that skill set.
So, Amari Cooper, and here's where I'm willing to say, he gets to Buffalo midstream. Allen is so established. He has all of his chemistry with the weapons that he already has in place. He essentially is the offense that maybe it's not super easy to jump in midstream and be productive on that team. I think simultaneously that can be true, that it was a difficult situation, and also, like, I didn't notice him out there. Like, he was not an impact player when he got to Buffalo, and so it's like, was he hurt? Was something going on there? That he was injured? He did not have a huge impact for the Buffalo Bills.
He's had a wild career. He was obviously a Cowboy. Didn't he have a quick stint with the Raiders? Then the Cowboys trade him to the Raiders, right? Then he ends up in Cleveland. Or did he go from the Raiders to the Cowboys? What was the path there? Did he go from the Raiders to the Cowboys? Do I have that reversed maybe? Anyway, he ends up in Cleveland. He started to kind of get things figured out in Cleveland. He actually was one of those guys that was pretty good with Joe Flacco.
Yeah.
It wasn't just their tight end.
Cooper, by the way, went Raiders, Cowboys, Cleveland, Buffalo.
That's right, because I remember Cowboys giving up pretty good haul for him at the deadline for whenever he went and became a Cowboy. But then he was all right. He was an all right Cowboy. He's been pretty good with Dak Prescott. He's never been elite. I don't think he's ever been what they thought he would be for his draft profile. But see, again, to me,
he's good.
Courtland's
He's not
kind of your
great.
number one.
Yeah.
Like, if you can get an affordable deal done with Amari Cooper, I'm cool. As long as I'm not breaking the bank and you're behind Courtland, you slot in behind Courtland, fine.
Yeah.
Not that I'm worried about Courtland's feelings, to your point, because I don't know how much.
God, Amari Cooper's been in the NFL since 2015.
A long time.
That's a lot of routes run.
How much? What's his yardage? What's career yardage? Because, again, he's kind of been up and down as a player.
He's over 10,000.
All right.
For the career, he has 6 1,000-yard seasons that he has compiled low over his NFL career. He's never had 10 touchdowns in a season, 64 career touchdowns for Amari Cooper. Again, like he's a good player, but what kind of impact would he have here in Denver? God, he's coming off a season 2 of 44 catches. And I know it was a weird season. He was stuck in Cleveland. He was traded to Buffalo. 20 catches over 8 games, 32 targets over 8 games that he put up when he was in Buffalo this year. He had to have been hurt. He must not have been healthy. Either that or the guy is just like falling off a cliff. But
yeah, but you get
he's
the
on the market.
space, and you know, you don't quite. He and Josh Allen clearly didn't click. I've not seen anything about him re-signing in Buffalo. Who knows? That doesn't mean it won't happen.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this too. Then, what about a Cooper Kupp? I mean, if the Broncos and the basis for this conversation is
this
if Jeff Legwold says they're going shopping for a second receiver, who's out there that you want them to go shopping?
Do you prefer Cooper as a first name or a last name?
That's a great question. I haven't really thought about it. There's
angle?
Cooper Manning.
Yeah, you got your Amari Cooper and your Cooper
Manning.
Kupp. You got your Cooper Manning, sure. A lot of Coopers out there.
I'm probably going last name.
Last name, okay.
When we fought over the kids' names, Cooper was never up for debate.
You never went Cooper?
I'm not knocking Cooper. If you are a Cooper,
it's a fine
great name.
It's a fine name.
Just was not something I was worried about naming. It feels a little. I feel like if you're Cooper, you might have a brother Wyatt.
Is there somebody named Wyatt Cooper? There has to be, right?
There probably is.
Is Wyatt
there
Cooper
might even be a Cooper Wyatt?
Is Wyatt Cooper a defenseman on the Columbus Blue Jackets?
Could be.
I promise.
See, no,
or a country music star.
No, he's a pitcher coming out of the Rockies pen. They just drafted him out of Arkansas.
Or
a nice SEC season.
Or is Wyatt Cooper a fine bourbon that we can enjoy right here at the Black House Tavern?
Evan Williams has not created a Wyatt Cooper yet, but we could talk to the folks, see if they want to maybe do something that's a little on the.
Wyatt Cooper went to college with Evan Williams.
Yeah, he could be an offensive lineman. That's an offensive lineman name. Isn't there a Wyatt that plays for the Cleveland Browns?
Probably. It is
Tiller or something.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're going to get to listen back to that segment right there. We are with you today until 6 o'clock.
You didn't answer my question. Cooper Kupp or Amani Cooper?
Amari Cooper, too.
Amani.
Yeah, Amari.
Either way. Which of the Coopers you want, first or last name?
I'll take Cooper Kupp. I'll take Cooper Kupp over Amari Cooper.
Cooper Kupp's the guy you should be shopping for, is it not? Just to finish the point, that's the price range I think you need to go searching.
On a one-year rental,
I'm not looking for $30 million a year guy because you're probably making Cortland $25 million a year.
Yeah, one year
T.
rental.
Higgins is the only $30 million a year guy I'm interested in.
And you're not going to get him.
So then I'm not interested.
Yeah. So he's out. All right. Kreckman and Lindahl. We are live
solved.
at the Black House Tavern here in Parker. Stop by, see us today. We got bourbon. We got Avalanche tickets. They play the Sharks tonight. We got much to talk about. We're going up to the trade deadline, which is tomorrow.
1 o'clock.
At 1 o'clock. So we'll be reacting to that tomorrow afternoon here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. So we'll dive into all of that. We have a Nuggets victory from last night to discuss, and they get set to now take on the Phoenix Suns. So we've got all that coming on. But yeah,
we got to get to your tweet answers. You got some great answers to your tweet.
There was I threw a tweet out there last night, and we had audio audience participation. Some of them were great. Some of them were pretty weird. So we'll talk about that today on the show as well. We're with you until 6 o'clock. We're in Parker. We never make it to Parker. Okay, if you live here,
Please come see us.
in the lovely southeastern section of the Denver metro area, come and see us here today. Parker is lovely. There's a gazebo directly across the street from where we sit. I'm getting Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania vibes here today in Parker, Colorado. So come down and see us here today. Bring the kids. Visit the Black House Tavern in Parker, because that's where we're broadcasting from today. And you can register to win tickets for tonight's Avalanche game. Like tonight's game.
Like you're leaving here, having a nice meal, get the bolognese. There's a bolognese that kind of caught my eye.
Phenomenal.
Get some of that.
Yeah.
Head down to the game.
And you go, I believe it'd be up to the game from where we are, but yes, head up to the game.
Really?
Yeah, north.
You're right.
I'm thinking about, I'm looking at a map.
Just go to the game.
What is the elevation of Black
look.
House Tavern versus Ball Arena?
Do you realize I live near Littleton, and I found out the other day with all this weird snow forecast that Highlands Ranch is higher in elevation than we are.
In Littleton?
Yeah, Highlands Ranch is a higher elevation. Now we're talking 20, 30 feet, but it was still higher.
That's a factoid nonetheless.
Let's go.
I officially learned something here today. So come see us here in Parker. But we got to dive into this Nuggets game a little bit when we come back. Wild won last night. They get the victory over the Kings.
5,900 feet.
Ins and outs all over the place. So I believe we're higher here in Parker.
So it is going down.
If you were going by elevation. I know. I'm a slave to big map over here.
I got it, yeah.
Big Atlas. All
Sure.
right.
Yes.
It's I had an internship with Rand McNally when I was in college, and I can't get over it, all right? I studied to be a cartographer, and instead I landed here. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
For the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, let's talk about maybe some of the signs of low testosterone, something you may be dealing with to try to figure out if you are in fact dealing with low testosterone. It's things like low energy level, maybe some brain fog, waking up not motivated. Depression can even be a sign of this, and of course ED. If any of this stuff is what you're dealing with, maybe gains in the gym aren't going the way that they once did, you're not sleeping well. The brain fog is really one of the big ones that they like to kind of talk about there. You want to make sure that you go and get your T levels checked over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. See if maybe a testosterone treatment is the way to go for you that would help you get a lot of these things back that we're talking about. You can go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and even take a low T quiz if you'd like. It's just 10 questions, yes, no answers, takes 2 minutes. Schedule your consult at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. It's super easy. Just give them a call. You can do it on the website. They draw your blood at first visit, and they'll have your results in 30 minutes. You'll then talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll discuss the results, and you can make the decision together. The cost of the visit is $99 and includes a T and a PSA test. But if you sign up for testosterone the day of your visit, that visit is free. They have 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Also Castle Rock, not too far from where we are today. Give them a call, 720-440-7900 or the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Denver basketball on the side. Nuggets looking to tie up the game. Inbound goes to Jamal Murray. You get a bucket here, they'll blow the roof off the joint. Murray has it inside the arc, guarded by Ellis. Head fake on the jumper. Kick out three, Najee. Yeah! Denver leads 96-95 with Jokic on the bench.
Zeke Najee blowing the roof off the place. Kaz on the call last night right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Final stat line for Zeke Najee. He was 4 of 7 from the field. That was his one triple on 3 attempts last night. He scored 10 points. He had 3 rebounds. He was a +9. A +9 evening out of Zeke Najee in his 19 minutes on the floor. Nuggets beat the Sacramento Kings in a wild, wild game. And if you had to hand out a Player of the Game award, an MVP for the evening of the basketball game that you watched last night, who would you give it to, and why is it Zeke Najee?
You know, I kind of would.
Yeah.
Because he gave you some points. He gave you energy. He played some tough minutes. He hit that big 3 right before Malone pulled him out.
Yep.
Quite honestly, I mean,
he defended really well
look,
last
man,
night.
the way MPJ was struggling from some of the wide open shots, I thought maybe he needed to put Zeke. Now, Zeke did finish the game. I don't know if everybody noticed that, but
yeah, they were
he was
using
on the
him
floor for that last defensive possession.
Yeah,
they had.
defense for offense substitution late in the game. Just a quick aside, and then we'll go right back to Zeke Najee. I want to give him his flowers. Why does MPJ miss every wide open 3?
I don't know, man. I don't.
Is there a player that is worse when he's wide open than Michael? That's a better shooter that is worse than they're wide open than Michael Porter?
We all like MPJ. We all want MPJ to be the alpha three-point shooter on this team.
Yeah.
Right? That's how he made his money. I don't understand. The inconsistencies with him, I struggle so much with. Because there's days where he's worth every bit of that contract.
Sure.
And then there's nights last night where, quite honestly, I yelled at the TV when Malone took out Najee. I was like, no, don't take him out right now, late in the game. Leave him in a little bit longer. And, again, ultimately he went back in.
All right, so I'm looking at his game log right now. I'm going back to February 1st. He's got an 0 for 6 in there. Then he made 17 threes over his next 3 games. Then he went 0 for 3, 1 for 4, 1 for 4, 2 for 11 in the loss in Milwaukee. He was absolute puke that night. And then the very next night, they go up to Detroit, and he goes 6 of 7. Now he is 3 of 13 over the last 2 games, that being the Celtics game and the Kings game. I don't know. I don't know. I don't. But I digress. Zeke Najee played extremely well last night. Russell Westbrook was terrific in that game last night.
Yeah,
He was.
He was.
He was.
But he still had some of the shooting. I kept thinking about our guy who was our guest from The Athletic yesterday.
Zach Harper.
Zach, I was like, he had the greatest line of sometimes the worst thing he can do is make a 3 early. I kept thinking, all right, Russ, please.
He was 4 of 7.
Yeah,
4 of 7.
I know.
That's just it. If any other player shoots 4 of 7 from 3,
We're
you're just
throwing
like,
a parade.
awesome. That's great. He was 10 of 20 for the game, but 4 of 7 from 3. He scored 25 points. He had 5 rebounds. He had 3 assists. He was +6 in a night that Nikola Jokic was a -7. And so he was terrific last night. I think, again, as long as we're singling out guys that I thought played really well last night, Jamal Murray was fantastic last night.
He was.
24 points. He had 8 assists. He shot a career-high 15 free throws in that game last night, making 14 of them. All the whistles that we all wish Jokic would have gotten last night, Jamal was just getting all night long. He was 4 of 10 from behind the arc, but he hit a huge 3 in the fourth quarter, and he goes for 24 points. Yes, the part where Joker was a -7 in that game is absolutely wild, because any game where you tell me, oh, Nikola Jokic was -7, I'm like, cool, they lost. Not last night. Not last night. No, the bench showed up in that game. Here's a stat for you, Andy. They lost Jokic's minutes by 7 points, as you know. It was the first game they have won in which Jokic was a -7 or worse since December of 2022.
Wow.
Yes, when they needed a last-second three from Jamal to beat Portland. The Nuggets are 2-34 over the last 3 seasons, including the playoffs, when Jokic's minutes are lost by 7 or more points. 2-34. So, weird anomaly game last night. And again, you kind of make up for it by Jamal Murray getting to the free throw line and taking 15 free throws, which is a large part of how you were able to win that game last night. Jokic. All right, let's talk about the big picture thing that's going on right now with Jokic.
Okay.
Is that the Lakers did the thing, right? They fronted him with a smaller defender. They Austin Reeves just glued to Jokic all night long. And Boston then copied it. Sacramento, you saw them throw it at Jokic last night. Hell, at times they were guarding him with Keon Ellis in that game last night. But put a smaller defender on him and put Jonas Valanciunas on Russell Westbrook and let him essentially roam. That was what Doug Christie did in that game last night. That's what everybody is doing. Now, you were probably sitting on your couch saying or thinking the exact same thing that I was. Why don't you just run more pick and roll? Why don't you just get him the ball in the high post and let him operate from there and do more DHO kind of stuff? Why are they not doing that? And this is all I can think. And I kind of had this take after the Laker game, and I really have this take right now, is they're trying to play through it. They're not adjusting to it. They're trying to figure out how to beat it. And they're trying to master the coverage that everybody is throwing at them right now for the sake of being able to handle it without simply going to the pick and roll when they get to the postseason, because that then introduces other defensive coverages that can get thrown at you. I feel like we're watching a coaching staff and a team trying to solve the puzzle in real time.
I hope you're right. I did have the same thought last night. Are you really holding your ace card to defend, to counter this for the playoffs?
Yeah.
Because you don't want to show it too early. And listen, last night's game, I'm sure you're thinking we should be able to win this without having to make that adjustment.
And they did.
So
and they ultimately did. And they made some great defensive adjustments at halftime, but they didn't adjust any of that. And so, again, a lot of us that topped out at the junior varsity level sit on our couch and going, I know how you can counter that. Just run pick and roll and get Jokic going downhill. It's really easy, okay? Well, some of it, too, is teams they're blitzing the pocket pass, and they're making life a little bit tougher right there. I think what Malone is trying to do and what his staff is trying to do right now is there's a couple of things. Number one, I think he's looking at some of his guards and saying, you're going to have to win games with your shooting. Okay?
Someone's got to shoot their way out of whatever this is.
Exactly. You're going to have to win some games with your shooting.
And Jamal kind of is right now.
And he's playing out of his mind. And also, I think he's looking at it and saying, our entry passing needs to improve. And you're watching guys, and this quote from Westbrook last night is just wild. Okay? This quote, the best player in the court in the world is Nikola Jokic, so I'll turn it over 20 times trying to pass him the ball. I don't really care. Which, a little prescient, all right? It's a little too on the nose, Russ. But also, this is what they're trying to do. And they're willing to go through these growing pains right now. But again, if I, Nate Kreckman, bozo with a radio show, can figure out how to counter this coverage, I'm willing to bet you NBA champion head coach Michael Malone and his outstanding coaching staff also can solve the riddle. I think they're willingly not solving it right now.
I hope you're right. I would.
I have to be, right?
I hope.
I
mean, we haven't seen too much of an adjustment to it, so
No.
I hope so. But how long can you hold out? And look, maybe where we're going to get it unveiled is Oklahoma City. Maybe that's what they're holding it for. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because, look, you can't hold any cards back when it comes to this 2-game set with Oklahoma City starting Sunday.
What beat him last year? A team super physical, giant defense swarming around Nikola Jokic in Minnesota.
Wasn't that Valanciunas playing last night?
It was.
Let's talk about physicality.
Big boy.
Good night. That was some man. Yeah. That was big man basketball going on in the key last night.
That guy's he's Zangief from Street Fighter 2.
Yeah, I know you're tough. You were knocking Joker around.
Yeah,
and I don't think Joker was flopping. I mean, there were some big bodies getting thrown at each other last night.
There were, and the other thing that everyone is doing right now to Jokic, and again, I think there's counters to it, and some of this is Malone is trying to battle the officiating in the media. Everybody is trying to essentially. To use a football term, they're chipping him. Okay?
Right.
They're trying to bother him, restrict his freedom of movement.
Maybe get him barking at the officials too much.
Get it. Number one, you get him barking at the officials. Number two, you will run the risk and roll the dice, so to speak. I'll get the metaphor eventually. That they're not going to whistle it every single time. And
hell, they weren't even doing it last night.
And when smaller players foul Nikola Jokic, they get away with it. If Jokic fouls them back, he gets called. And you complain about that until you're blue in the face. That's never changing. So that right now, again, I think that what Malone is trying to do is he's trying to set a precedent of, okay, this is what they're doing to my guy. This is frustrating the first week of March. Will this pay dividends for me the first week of May?
Okay, I'll trust you right now. As long as they're winning, I trust you.
I mean, don't trust me. Trust Michael Malone.
Well, no, I trust that what you're seeing is correct because, again, we've not really seen – it's not like they're going to come out – I don't know. Maybe there's a small surprise, though they're going to try this too, but I'm sure they're expecting it.
Yeah.
Because the teams are going to try it till you show it's not effective.
Sure.
So
sure. I think what the Nuggets are trying to do is they're trying to figure out how to beat it.
Sure, and now's the time, I guess. You got
you,
Phoenix coming in tomorrow, another chance to do it.
You think about training camp. It's like you tell your quarterback, don't just check down because you see cloud coverage. Throw the ball. Like make the play. The problem is the NBA is 82 games, and Mike Malone is trying to play through this in real time. And he got asked about it after the game last night, and he just sort of evaded the questions.
Yes.
Yeah.
He did.
And he's trying like hell not to get himself fined. So that's what I believe is happening right now with Denver.
Let me ask you this real quick, and I know it's not your favorite question.
All right.
If they were giving big men don't get a kind whistle in this league, you and I know it.
Right.
Would they be getting away with this if Jokic got more of a proper MVP type whistle? Because not only are they doing this, they're getting real physical with him while they do it.
Okay. I tell you what.
Want to have a larger discussion?
Put a pin in this one. I want to come back to this on the other side of this break. And I want to talk about the Jokic whistle. Plus, there's NHL trade news that is absolutely wild that we got to talk about right here.
There's all sorts of things happening.
There's the machinations
and not happening
of the National Hockey League are crazy. We are giving away tickets to tonight's Avalanche game. They play the San Jose Sharks over there at Ball Arena, up there or down there, depending
you can go
on
boo Georgie if you'd like.
Whatever your measure
Sharks
is.
traded their backup yesterday. Evan Williams bourbon, real smooth.
Is it? Okay.
Real smooth.
Okay.
I've heard.
Would Georgie like an Evan Williams?
Georgie's going to need an Evan Williams.
After this one tonight?
Bednar, after the other night, probably wanted a couple Evan Williams. He wasn't real fired up about this thing.
You want tickets to the game? Come down here to the Black House Tavern and see us here today. We're in Parker.
Now, there are two. You need to get to the one in Parker.
Parker.
We are in Parker. It's
Yes.
just off Main Street and Parker Road. Couldn't be easier to find.
Can't
There's
miss
a lovely gazebo park across the street.
It's delightful. So come out to Parker today. But, yeah.
The food is great. There's a pork belly that's amazing.
The Jokic whistle. More on that next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. Bidding is now available on their construction and contracting equipment auction. This bidding is available until March the 12th. So much great stuff that is available. If you own a construction company or if you have a large-scale project coming up, go to roller.bid and check out some of this equipment. Wheel loaders, a motor grader, excavators, loader and backhoes, street sweepers. Yeah, pick yourself up a street sweeper, skid steers, forklifts, tractors, box trucks, water trucks, dump trucks, pickups, trailers, attachments, and so much more. Heavy equipment all over the place. Got some great deals available to you in Roller Auctions, March 2025 construction and contracting equipment auction, which is available for you to bid right now. I'm looking at some of these trailers, guys. Imagine what you can haul right now. Great deal on some trailers. Go to roller.bid right now and check out this construction and contracting equipment auction. It's available to bid right now at roller.bid. Nuggets get the win last night. Avalanche in action tonight against San Jose. You can win tickets right here at the Black House. That's where we are, the Black House Tavern in Parker. So come down and see us registered to win a pair of tickets for tonight's game between the Avalanche and the Sharks. Puck drops at 7:30. Berto's got your pregame at 7 o'clock here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
You literally have to be here to get them.
Literally must.
There is a QR code here as you walk in. Scan it. Away we go.
Scan it and win. It's that simple. All right, so Andy, I'm looking right now. A couple of things, okay, because the whistle was a massive topic of discussion last night, especially the kind of physicality that Sacramento was playing Jokic, right? So a couple of things. Number one, the Nuggets took 30 free throws last night. The Kings took 14. So I'm willing to bet you Sacramento fans probably had a bigger problem with the whistle last night than Nuggets
I think the game overall was
not well
for
officiated.
both teams. Like all I ask is, what I think every player, coach, anybody, fan, what are we doing here tonight? Are they allowed to be physical? Are they not allowed to be physical? What's the tone you're setting? They kept flipping back,
so
within a quarter.
Something else that I can tell you about that game last night was Jamal Murray took 15 free throws. Now, I had to go deep into the internet for this. pbpstats.com. Good tracking site, though. I've been kind of having fun tooling around with it in the break. Jamal Murray drew 7 fouls last night, and he took 15 free throws in that game, a career high. He was fouled shooting threes numerous times in that game. I don't know what the Kings were doing, but it worked out well for Denver. I think it happened 3 times.
Yes.
Where he got fouled shooting threes.
I remember Marlowe mentioning that.
Yeah. Nikola Jokic also drew 7 fouls last night. Now, Jokers resulted in 6 free throws attempted. There weren't many shooting fouls, as was called on Jamal Murray, but he drew 7 fouls last night. Those were both the highs for the game last night. 7 fouls drawn for Jokic and Jamal. After that, Peyton Watson drew 2. Brown, Porter, Westbrook, and Zeke each drew 1. Jalen Pickett was not fouled in that game last night. So, he did get calls. He didn't get shooting fouls, but he got calls. Here's the other thing that I wonder about sometimes with Nikola Jokic, and I pulled up the data on this, all right? Now, I'm just looking at bigs. I'm looking in terms of guys that touch the ball in the paint at the volume that Joker does. Giannis leads the NBA in free throw attempts per game with 10. Embiid shoots 9. Paolo Banchero shoots 8. Zion Williamson shoots 8. Anthony Davis shoots 8. But let's be fair, that's going to go down now that he doesn't play for the Lakers anymore. And scroll down, and there's next up is Jokic at 6 free throw attempts per game. All right. What's a key difference between Jokic and all those guys that I brought up right there?
He is a facilitator. He's not necessarily the guy getting the ball in the paint and shooting first.
And what kind of shots does Jokic usually take?
A lot of jump shots, a lot of hook shots, not shots that you're going to get hacked on.
Right. He's not going
Not the classic big man shot.
Through contact as often. He's not a dunker. He had a dunk last night, but it was on a fast break. It was uncontested. It was just out in transition. So I do think that that's a huge factor in all of this. When you look at Jokic, is like, how often is he going through bodies in order to score or put up shots? It doesn't happen as often with him. And so I that's also a factor that has to be considered in all of this. Now, again, does Jokic get hacked by smaller players all the time, and then if he does the same thing to smaller players, it's a whistle? Yes. But also, like, there's context that goes into all of these numbers and all of these stats. And again, he drew 7 fouls last night, same as Jamal Murray. So while I don't think it was a great officiated game last night, I also think there are reasons why these numbers are what they are.
Fair enough, but there are times where I feel
Does
like
every
even
Nuggets fan
on-
hate me
well,
right
no,
now?
not- but on his entry, his run into the lane, there are other areas where I feel like he does get fouled. They let it go.
Yep.
Where he gets frustrated is I think you hit it on the head, and every big man in the league has dealt with this. Shaq dealt with it.
Yeah.
I don't know if Olajuwon did because he was smaller. I'm sure Ewing dealt with it. Mutombo used to get upset by it.
When you're huge.
When you're a big person move,
Yeah.
they just don't. Scotty's talked about it forever. You just don't see it the same way because if you or I run up and hack Jokic, it's not going to even throw him off balance.
Sure.
Right? But he doesn't. He still wants the call. Now, again, you go to Boston where he's got a literal slash on his arm and didn't shoot any free throws. That's ridiculous. But I just think – I just feel like for an MVP – and I'll tell you why I am a little bit biased to this. I watched Karl Malone get every little call. That was a big, thick power forward, and they treated him like a guard.
Yeah.
You got near the guy, and a whistle was going. So to me –
But Malone was also a downhill player.
Fair enough, but to me, that's a little bit of what the MVP whistle should look like.
Uh-huh.
I feel like there isn't – I get it. He gets a fair whistle amongst other big men. I don't think he always gets a fair whistle, though, amongst MVPs. How about that?
He was frustrated last night.
Well, the whole crowd, everybody was.
There were
that
a couple
whole building was frustrated.
There were a
with the
couple of
refs.
possessions where it's like, dude, you got to get back on defense.
Yeah, stop fighting.
Yeah, you got.
Oh, well, there was one point where Jamal's waiting on the 3 free throws, and you're like, please don't say anything that costs the 3 free throw.
Oh, he was tiptoeing last night.
But he was so mad.
Yeah, he had a lot of frustration. And I'm telling you, this is going to be a factor going forward because I don't think the Nuggets are automatically going to adjust to the coverage that he's getting, which means he's going to take a beating for a while here.
He's not psyched about it, I'm sure.
No, and his ankle already hurts. This is going to be an interesting ride down the stretch here.
I want to have a big conversation about hockey, but let me give you another interesting name just got released that I didn't see coming.
Ooh, what do you got?
The Jaguars have decided to release, pay attention, folks, tight end Evan Ingram. He's now a free agent. Now, I know the Broncos are interested in grabbing the old Saints tight end. Now,
Juwan Johnson.
Our guy Cole over there, who's a Jaguars fan, is about to give himself whiplash trying to say, no, don't go after Evan Ingram.
30 years of age, coming off a year where he played 9 games.
9.
But he's also, I mean,
former Giant.
2 years ago, Andy, 114 catches.
Yeah, guy can get open. Guy can run some routes.
It takes Broncos tight ends like 5 years to get 114 catches.
I'm not sure we're there yet. Frankly, since Owen Daniel left, I'm not sure.
Interesting.
Because we loved giving, the jet sweeps to Noah Fant, so.
Evan Ingram once destroyed the Broncos in a Monday night game in Denver.
Was that Eli with their psycho coach, Ben?
Were they 4-0?
Yeah.
When they lost that game?
That was 2017 and everything. No, they were 3-1 because they lost in Buffalo.
Yeah.
But they'd had the bye. The Giants were terrible. They threatened to bench Eli, then changed their mind.
And Evan Ingram came in and
Ben
carved
McAdoo,
them.
wasn't it? Ben McAdoo was the coach with his psycho haircut.
Deep pull.
Came rolling in here, and everybody
Good name.
thought that, the
Good
Broncos
name.
are going to move to 4-1 and things are going to roll. And instead, that really is where the season started to shift. And then nothing was really good from there.
I want to read a hockey tweet, and then we'll find out what you make of this coming up here at the top of the hour. Pierre LeBrun tweets out. I don't know if he ever got in a fight at a Starbucks or not, but he tweets out. Probably as expected, but league sources confirm Carolina has received clarity from Mikko Rantanen's camp as far as not being ready to make a decision on the team's contract offer by Friday's trade deadline. Hence, Carolina talking to teams and seeing for real what the trade market is for him. It comes down to weighing best trade offers on the table versus keeping Rantanen as a rental. Let's see how it goes. Oh, we're 22 hours away from the NHL trade deadline. Is a Mikko Rantanen Hurricanes jersey about to become an antique? We'll talk about that coming up on the other side. We're live at the Black House here in Parker. We got a great event going on here today. You can sample some bourbon. Elijah Craig, Evan Williams, Larceny. I know about bourbon.
You know about Larceny.
You can register to win great prizes Don't reveal my career as a white-collar criminal, okay? To win great prizes like tickets to tonight's Avalanche game. That's right, Avalanche Sharks tickets drawing at 5 o'clock. The food here is, in one word, incredible, Sean Brennan. You must sample this menu, so get down here to the Black House Tavern in Parker. Hour number 2, we're live at the Black House Tavern in Parker. Avalanche and Sharks tonight. We got tickets available, so come down here, scan the QR code, and you are registered to win a pair of tickets to tonight's game. That's right, tonight's game. Like, you come here to the Black House in Parker, you hang out with us, you register, you win tickets to the game, you leave here, you go to the game. Pretty good night, right? Avalanche are 3-0 on the homestand, and, oh, by the way, Andy, healthiest they've been pretty much all year as of tonight with the return of Josh Manson.
Yeah, I think that of everybody you expect to play, and we'll talk about Gabe and a great altitude interview coming up with Kyle Keefe later on in the show, but pretty much everybody is available that you've got, right? So, look, man, do whatever you got to do to keep this health going. I feel like they haven't been healthy since the first week of the year, so I hope they can just keep bubble wrap them all. I don't know.
Funny thing about that sport, they all get hurt all the time. So we mentioned the news about Mikko Rantanen earlier. And the news being he's not committing to signing a long-term deal with the Carolina Hurricanes and could very well be on the move again by tomorrow. That's right. Carolina might have to flip Mikko Rantanen to try and get some assets in return after they gave up valuable assets in order to acquire him, most notably Marty Necas and Jack Drury. This is wild. But they made this deal apparently without the assurance that Mikko Rantanen would sign a long-term contract there, and it sounds as though Carolina was not all that interested in a true rental. Which I would say to Carolina, you probably should have worked this out before you put ink to paper, right?
It does tell you how shocked everybody was by all of this, frankly.
Because
that means Carolina really didn't talk to his agent to tell him what was going on.
You probably should have worked on, and maybe the part of this where this was sort of all done kind of under the cover of darkness, but still, reach out to his people.
Yeah, how are you? If I'm Carolina, I would have told Colorado, there's no way we're making this deal till we know his intentions.
And it's, if he's a true rental, then fine. Keep him. Try and win the Stanley Cup with Mikko Rantanen, by all means. Because now,
do you think they overplayed how good of friends he was with Sebastian Aho?
Maybe
thinking that he would want to be here with his guy Aho.
The other part of it is okay, now as a trade piece, he's like a true rental. Because it sounds like, and granted, Mikko Rantanen he's earned this, but it sounds like he's interested in being a true unrestricted free agent and being able to pick the next hockey team that he plays for.
Yeah, unless he gets somewhere, and enjoys the experience. I will say this, I don't know how much Mikko's traveled the world, but I would
say quite a bit.
I immediately wondered, though, how a guy from Finland coming to Colorado, and I'm not going to say we're junior Finland out here, but I can imagine the mountains, the cool weather. There's probably some similarities to home. And all of a sudden you find yourself in North Carolina. That's got to be a touch of culture shock, man.
Yeehaw.
And on top of it, you're not playing with a guy. You're not playing with a group of dudes you've only known your entire career.
Right.
I don't doubt this is completely unsettling for him. And he probably is like, you know what, I don't want to sign, to your point, I don't want to sign with anybody. I want the summer to be able to visit and think about some things. That's what I want.
Yeah, I think that was the case. And I really do. I get the impression that it wasn't total BS out of Mikko of they really thought they were going to get something done in Colorado.
I'm sure he thought so too because everybody else did.
Yeah.
And I bet you he thought even if they don't, I'll at least be here through the year.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
You had talked about it. The best trade they might have made at the time was to just keep Mikko. Now, they didn't agree. And but hey, look, I would still say there is a part of Mikko's game this team is still missing.
I agree with that.
That power play, as pretty as the power play one is with Necas and McKinnon, there's still a whole lot of passing that still goes on at times where I wish Mikko was there to just set up and fire away from that left side.
Jared Bednar today, at his media availability, was asked about the potential of big number 96 potentially being on the move again.
I don't think that's because of Mikko's play, I mean, he certainly didn't get moved out of here because of his play. I don't think if he got moved out of Carolina, it's not because of his play. This is more of a business situation. I try not to get involved in other teams' business because I'm not, privy to all the details that it takes. So I really don't want to comment on it, but again, I think, just looking at Mikko's game, he's played well since he's been there. He was a little snake bit at first. Now the production's starting to come. I think he's a fit on any team in the league, including Carolina. So, yeah, again, I think it's just more of that's just the business side of hockey at this point.
Also, and I know Jared Bednar's head is down and he's more worried about his own team. Last 3 games, Mikko Rantanen 1 assist. The production is not coming. It's not happening. The other night against Detroit, he played 17 minutes and 50 seconds and registered 2 shots on goal. It's not working.
No, not for him there.
So I get Carolina's frustration with the entire situation. In the meantime, it's like here's where we can sit and look at this from an Avalanche perspective. Is like Marty Necas has been here and been really good. And the Avalanche got themselves financial flexibility and a player that is still producing when he's playing next to Nathan McKinnon. The Avalanche kind of made out like bandits on this whole thing. And while it sucks for Mikko Rantanen, Chris McFarland, his job is to do right by this franchise and this fan base and this city and this ownership, and I would argue that he did that.
Look, and don't forget, you got Jack Drury in there. You've gotten yourself a nice player in there, and I think right now the Avs have clearly won the trade. There's no arguing that at all. I would not be upset if Mikko found his way back to here. Now I don't think it's going to happen. He's going to get paid too much money somewhere else. He's not playing tonight, by the way. He's not in the lineup.
They took him out of the lineup tonight
because they can't afford to get him injured. That's a clear sign.
I believe he is in the lineup tonight. I think that
was
reverse
court.
That was an Adorn Schefter, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Peter LeBrun had bad information for us.
All right. Well, listen. If he ends up, here's my biggest point. If this guy ends up a Vegas Golden Knight, I've been saying this from the beginning. If he's a Knight, if he's an Oiler, if he's a Star. Now, I've not heard him connected to those. Now, the Knights are shopping.
Yeah.
And the Knights have a little bit of money. If you're going to go somewhere, go take up the money getting used by Tkachuk on the Florida Panthers or something. But this becomes a little bit of a headache to me if he ends up back in your way to get to the Cup.
I've got another tweet here. I don't know if this is a darn Schefter. This guy's name is David Pagnotta. Mikko Rantanen is open to signing an extension with the right team as part of a sign-and-trade. It's one option believed to be available in a fluid situation and would help maximize a return for Carolina. Everything seems to be on the table, including the Canes keeping him. It's all on the table, Andy.
Well,
Carolina's straight up just worried about being still having a chance to win.
They need some picks back.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah. They want to win a Stanley Cup this year, though. God, this is wild. Crazy situation. It really is. Meanwhile, we're a little less than 22 hours away from the NHL trade deadline. Andy, your guy Paul Bissonnette will not drop the Sidney Crosby thing. This is last night on TNT. He continues to perpetuate the story of a world in which Sidney Crosby is traded to Colorado.
People have been saying maybe Crosby to the Avs for a long time here. I know I text you every few weeks about it. What are the percentages of that happening?
Well, did you ever see Dumb and Dumber?
Yes, one of my favorite movies.
So it's like 1 in a million. So you're saying there's a chance.
Okay.
I'd go with that.
I'll take
That's
it.
what I'd
I'll
go
take
with.
it.
Yes.
And by people, he means person has been saying.
Big
this.
gulp, say.
One person has been saying.
See you
this
later.
Over and over.
I will say though, Liam, there is a legion of hockey fans out there who are with Biz on this.
Well, they want it to
I get asked
happen.
this
Yeah, it doesn't
question
mean that.
more than anything else. 100%.
I'm lighting the tiki torches.
Many people are saying, Andy.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would like it. Connor's very upset with me, by the way. Connor McGahee's very upset about how much better he thinks the first power play is and the puck movement. Connor, they're overpassing and they're not shooting enough, and even Coach Bednar has said that. People are talking. Who's people? We've talked about it. And because Bissonnette has said it, we all jump on, and we'd all like it. There's not a person. I think if you're a hockey fan, if you're a Canada fan, you'd love to see these two guys play together. It was fun watching it in the Four Nations, okay? I get all that. But, dude, It's not happening. It's not. There's nothing out of Pittsburgh. This all went down. This is all linked back to the night Miko got traded, where Bissonnette and Weeks and Whitney and all those guys were saying, "Uh-oh, here comes the move for." They've now freed up enough money. They're going to go get. Sid. It's going to happen now. And immediately the Pittsburgh insiders came out and said they had no information that said Sid had said, I want to leave the team.
Yeah.
It's not happening. It's not going to happen. And you know what? I'll proudly eat these words by 1 o'clock tomorrow if it does happen. But there is nothing out there aside from Paul Bissonnette trying to get this to happen. So
maybe he's the guy. Maybe he is the one that plants
makes
the
it
chip.
happen.
That maybe Sidney Crosby has heard it enough times that he's like, I'm willing to go to my front office and say I want out and I want to go to Colorado. And this is the chance for them to start a rebuild because our old veteran team is falling apart, and I can help kickstart that and have one more chance to win a Stanley Cup. That Paul Bissonnette guy's right.
I hope he's right then. I hope it happens. I'm not telling you I don't want it to happen. Do you feel like it's going to happen?
Not really.
Have you seen from anybody outside of Paul Bissonnette that it's happening?
Our insider is Dave McCarthy. That's our guy.
And Dave McCarthy said, "Nah."
Yeah, probably not. Probably not going to happen.
He said he talked to who was the GM that worked with him?
Brian Burke.
Brian Burke.
Yep.
He said Burke has heard nothing of Sidney Crosby telling the Penguins that he wants to go somewhere.
He wants to be a forever
take
Penguin.
one more shot at the Cup.
Yeah, forever Penguin. Do
you admire him for that?
Not really. No, go win a Stanley Cup. Have an opportunity to be competitive. Your franchise is so far away from being interesting, but hey, maybe you just really like living in Pittsburgh. Maybe you can't get enough Dave Parker and Bobby Bonilla and Andy Van Slyke in your life. Name some Pirates.
Maybe you want to be around when Terry Bradshaw shows back up in town and we celebrate Chuck Knoll.
Maybe he's out broing out with Paul Skeens, and
maybe he's just got a hankering for a little of Jerome Bettis' steakhouse there.
What am I going to do with this old Hines Ward jersey if I leave Pittsburgh?
He's got a big picture of Three Rivers. Didn't they have Three Rivers up there?
There are three of them. Yeah. I don't know. I have no idea. Hey, Altitude TV is going to be airing a conversation with Gabriel Landeskog, hosted by Kyle Keefe. It will air in its entirety tonight at 6:30, and again after the Avalanche Sharks game at 10:30 p.m. I can't believe we haven't had an Avalanche Sharks drop yet today on the show.
We haven't said it enough.
This is a heart-to-heart conversation with Gabe Landeskog about the physical and mental struggle he has been through to get back on the ice. Again, that will air tonight at 6:30, and again following tonight's game, Kyle Keefe and Gabe Landeskog in a fine sit-down conversation. I'm hoping Kyle Keefe is sitting in front of a fireplace. I hope he is wearing a sensible sweater, chatting with Gabriel Landeskog about the challenges that he has been through. We know we got the documentary coming up. We talked about the Peter Baugh piece yesterday. Well, we can complement all of that with a great special, Kyle Keefe and Gabe Landeskog. I know Kyle's going to do a great job on that. I look forward to seeing that. So that's tonight that airs on Altitude Television. Everyone, be sure to check that out. Pat Surtain, Andy, the Defensive Player of the Year in the NFL, old PS2, stopped by the Rich Eisen show yesterday and shared some interesting Sean Payton anecdotes.
Real interesting.
We need to dive into this.
Is this Belichickian?
Slightly. We need to dive into all of this and how long this act is going to work for. That's coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. You know what? If you're looking for truck or 4x4 accessories, Colorado Off-Road's your place, and I would recommend you go by their showroom right now. Right now, you know what? You're free. It's 416. Workday's done. Swing on by the showroom. It's 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Find them right there behind ACC. Go in and tell Jerry, because he's probably sitting right behind the desk. If it's not Jerry, it's Wendy. Say, look, I need to see some bed covers. I need to see these displays. I want some step rails. I want a remote start. I want a tow kit. I want to get ready for camping season. He can help you with all that stuff over at Colorado Off-Road. They can do contract work, help you upfit the contracting vehicles if you need so. And by the way, they also have a new truck topper, the Workforce Pro. They're exclusive dealers of this one. It's for their contract workers, their commercial workers, folks that need a little bit more out of their topper. Let him stop in there and get the one right for you and get it on your vehicle. Again, it's Colorado Off-Road. They're a 20-year Colorado business. Believe me, they know what works in Colorado. There's been so many suggestions I've taken from them I've been so happy about. They'll do the same for you. Give them a call today, 303-761-1264, or find them on the web at cooffroad.com.
Oh, you got about another 45 minutes to get down here. Potentially win yourself a pair of tickets for Avs Sharks tonight, 7:30.
What was that? Avs what?
Sharks.
Oh, crap.
Avalanche Sharks. Real movie, by the way, guys. It's a real film that was made. I feel like film is a little
Film. It was not on film.
bit of a lofty term.
If they weren't using digital cameras from Target, they wouldn't have shot that thing.
Yeah, Avalanche Sharks is lives in a bit of lore here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. What was it, 2-3 years ago, whenever it was, the Avs were playing the Sharks one night. I just simply was trying to look up some data to preview the game, Googled the word Avalanche Sharks, and found out that it was a 2014 Canadian made-for-television horror film, sort of in the vein of Sharknado. Once the success of Sharknado took off, it was like, for whatever reason, these the Sci-Fi Network and these assorted studios, they couldn't stop making knockoffs. One of which was a movie literally called Avalanche Sharks, which was about sharks that swam through the snow at a ski resort.
Yeah. We got to get us some more shark movies going.
Yeah, it
was like a Jaws revival.
It was like a haunted Native American burial situation.
Yeah. And sharks were in the snow.
Sharks were appearing out of the snow and then eating skiers.
Right. That's some deep snow.
I watched it.
You did. You dedicated you screwed me on the old Joey Chestnut documentary, but you did watch Avalanche Sharks.
I did watch Avalanche Sharks, and I gave a full review of it here on the show
You
number of years
promised
ago.
me you'd watch the Joey Chestnut thing. I got bored 60 of the 90 minutes in, and I powered through.
You saw it through.
And whatever. I have not watched Avalanche Sharks. So you know what I've got sitting that I want to watch now that I thought you would like? We Beat the Dream Team. Have you seen that? It's on HBO.
Okay.
And it's they talk to all the college, like Grandma Ma, all the college kids that got to scrimmage the Dream Team. And I guess did a little bit of yapping.
Yeah.
I watched about 5 minutes of it, which got me to go ahead and record the rest of it. But they were doing some yapping. Someone called Larry Bird. It was our guy Rodney Rogers called Larry Bird an old man. And I guess Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson got so upset at the disrespect that the next practice was not cool for Rodney Rogers.
I've read the Jack McCallum book about the Dream Team, and yes, that is a chapter. I didn't know they made a movie about it. I got to check this out. Also,
it's on Max right now.
Those scrimmages, that's kind of where the legend of Cooper Flagg started, was what he did last summer against Team USA. He went out there and kicked ass fresh out of high school, and now, the guy's going to be the number one pick in the draft for very good reason. So Patrick Surtain goes on the Rich Eisen show, and Eisen asks him for a Sean Payton story. Now, I will say this, and Rich Eisen's very good at what he does. That question never works because you have to ask for specifics. If you're just like, hey, tell me a story about this guy, nobody's got a good story. You have to try and direct them somewhere. So Eisen asks for a Sean Payton story. It meanders, and it takes a while, but eventually Eisen gets the good stuff after some follow-up questions. But let's start with Patrick Surtain and the insider tale of the trip to the Greenbrier in West Virginia last year, where the Broncos stayed in the week between the Tampa Bay game and the Jets game. Here was Patrick Surtain on with Rich Eisen.
I mean, it's plenty. I just know. So Sean, he's a firm believer in getting things done. So. Before the season, he's very schedule oriented. He mentioned about our travel plans, this and that. And, he brought up this time throughout the offseason about going to the Greenbrier, which is a resort in West Virginia. It's like an old 5-star resort, which is very traditional. But so he mentioned it early on, like in training camp before the season even started, that we was going to be staying there during our time in the East Coast, because we had a schedule where it lined up that we played Tampa Bay, then we had to go to New York to play the Jets. So, he suggested why not just stay in the East Coast. Us on the team, we didn't believe it. Like, we was going to stay, in this place in this sort of, old 5-star resorted place. And but he stayed with it. And we stayed there. And some of the team, we was quite confused because we didn't know where we was at. Like, we was in the middle of West Virginia, just staying there and sleeping there. And everybody, like, he had these stories how everybody believed it was haunted and stuff, and the whole team was kind of scared and sort of skeptical about staying there. But he brought us there. He was very confident that once we stayed there, we was gonna get on a winning streak. We was gonna get a winning streak going because the camaraderie gonna build, the bondage is gonna build as well too. And I just remember some of the teammates, they was hearing noises in the green bar, and everybody was scared, and everybody was sort of on the edge of their toes. But at the end of the day, it was a great experience because at the end of the day, Sean was like, once we stay here, we're going to get a winning streak going. And, surprisingly not, we was on a winning streak. And from there on forward, it was like Sean has these beliefs and, he has these conspiracies that work. And it paves a long way for sure.
So in this case, the conspiracy is my team will bond and start a winning streak
in a haunted hotel
because of supernatural activity.
And it was, I know you don't believe the hauntings. I wondered, old South like that. There's a lot of, Civil War battlegrounds around there.
Here we go, Andy.
Let's get it.
The story of the Greenbrier ghost.
You knew that it finally came out.
The most well-known story involves Zona Heaster Shue.
Okay.
A young bride who supposedly died in 1897. And her mother's claim that her daughter's ghost visited her 4 times, claiming she was murdered by her husband. Apparently, Zona Heaster Shue, the mother, Mary J. Heaster, claimed that her daughter's ghost told her that her husband, Erasmus Stribling Trout Shue, had broken her neck in a rage over dinner being delayed.
That's not a good story.
Well, that's not going to get you dinner any faster.
Yeah, that didn't help with dinner.
No.
Turns out you didn't get any dinner.
Yeah, you're still hungry, and now you have a corpse to dispose of.
And now you're about to go to jail.
Yeah, that's
life took a dark turn.
Well, 1897. I bet it turned out okay for that guy. So there you go.
So give me the name of the ghost again.
The ghost was Zona Heaster Shue.
Zona.
The husband, the suspect.
Erasmus
Stribling Trout Shue.
Okay.
Stribling.
All right.
Uh-huh.
So maybe they heard Zona walking around the hallway.
So apparently Zona, which that's where Aaron Gordon played his college basketball.
Yeah.
Zona was out there haunting the Broncos. Are we sure that Zona wasn't haunting Aaron Rodgers and the Jets that week?
They did get – now it was an ugly winning streak to start, but they did get a winning streak going.
They did get it
wasn't
cooking.
Wrong.
Yes.
Are we done with the tales, though, of Sean Payton?
We're
I don't
not.
think we are.
We're not. It wasn't just Zona Heaster Shue terrorizing the Broncos. Apparently, the other guy that's terrorizing the Broncos is Sean Payton. Here's where Rich Eisen pressed forward and got a little bit more light shed on some of Sean Payton's motivational tactics with his number one cornerback. Here we go.
I mean, here and there he does.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I remember one time throughout the year last year. So 2 years ago, we played against the Patriots, and it wasn't the best game. We lost that game. And on the field, he written down the exact stat sheet that receiver had against me. It was just one receiver he kept mentioning. It wasn't like one of my worst games, but it was a game where I knew like I was slacking a little bit. He was on me a little bit about it. And this year coming up, we played against a familiar opponent who wasn't as good.
Mm-hmm.
We should have beat the brakes off him. And he just wrote this stat sheet on paper that the receiver had, and he put it on my nameplate, my practice jersey, and he made me wear it the whole practice. So let me know.
Now
we're not doing this again. Yeah,
that's it. So you put it on your nameplate. You're walking around amongst your
he put it
teammates.
On the back. He went up to my coach, matter of fact, And he was trying to make it like so secretive, but I was standing right there underneath. My coach was right here. He was like, so I'm running by these stats against the Patriots last year with this one receiver. And he had a pretty good stat line against our number one corner. And I'm hearing it, you know what I mean? I'm sort of glimpsing the conversation, act like I don't hear it. And he had this piece of paper written down, and I looked at it, and it was the stat sheet the receiver had. And he taped it on the back of my nameplate, and I wore it throughout practice, which was crazy.
Pop Douglas's stat line, was that what it was? It was Demario Davis's.
It was
Demario Douglas.
Devontae Parker.
Devontae Parker.
He had like 2 catches on me, and it was just like one of those games where I wasn't locked in, and it was just. Yeah, it was one of those games where I didn't have my best game, but he remembered that game vividly. So
I think a lot of Broncos fans remember that game vividly.
Yeah, it's the one that pretty much ended Russ.
Yeah.
That was that Christmas Eve game, and that was that. Russ was done playing quarterback for Sean Payton, and the Bronco playoff hopes are gone.
That was a 7-7 Broncos team playing a terrible New England team, starting Bailey Zappi at quarterback, and Devontae Parker finished with 4 catches for 65 yards. But Andy, the key play was a 3rd down and 3, late 4th quarter, deep in. New England had the ball on their side of the field, and Devontae Parker beat Surtain on a deep route down the sideline. Bailey Zappi dropped it in, flipped the field, and New England would kick the winning field goal and go on to defeat the Broncos. The Broncos were trailing 23-7 going into the trailing 23-7 going into the 4th quarter. Russ led a couple of touchdown drives, but ultimately Devontae Parker beat the Broncos that day, and Sean Payton used that to shame Patrick Surtain into a Defensive Player of the Year season.
There you go. How about that? I wonder which team they were getting ready for. He said they were playing a familiar opponent. That probably was the Raiders, wasn't it?
Could have been. Could have been.
He didn't give away what week it was.
Don't go getting beat by Jacoby Myers this week.
Right.
Right. You got to beat those guys.
Another former Patriot, oddly enough.
All right. So, Andy, obviously a little bit of a Richard move by Sean Payton, but also, I mean, let's be honest, like, corners are motivated by fear of failure. Like, that's kind of how you have to play that position. So if you remind Surtain of what was his worst day in an NFL uniform and blowing a game that the Broncos desperately needed late in the season, hey, maybe that's your opportunity to be able to motivate the guy. You can't say it didn't work. Surtain had a great year.
Yeah, just like I said, it feels a little like Belichick. You know, I'm going to pick on my best players so everybody knows that you're open, that nobody is going to be missing from this team when it comes time to call people out. If I can pick on him, I can pick on any of you, so you better grow some thick skin.
I'm going to make him wear this through practice.
We're going to show everybody. So
wow. Sean Payton.
Old school.
Bully, but it worked.
It worked.
It's you
as
can't.
far as we know.
Hey, Surtain's still telling this story like it's a fun anecdote. Again, he can't argue with the results. He won a Defensive Player of the Year. Oof. God, I remember that game too. That game sucked.
Yeah, well, I think that game probably went exactly as Sean wanted it ultimately, because I don't think he wanted any extra time with Russ.
It all worked out.
I'm not sure Sean wanted the playoffs by that point, quite honestly.
Yeah.
He'd had enough of Russ.
More of a funny memory than anything else by
yeah.
then.
Yeah,
So Sean Payton pushing all the right buttons. He's haunting the team with Zona, and then he's mocking Patrick Surtain for getting torched by Devontae Parker.
Are you going to be shocked if the Broncos end up at the Greenbrier for some portion of camp? I'm serious. They've already set up because of the construction, they're going to go do a single, the old double practice or whatever. I think it's just one, but they're going to joint practice with the Niners, but it'll be in San Fran because their facility is going to be in the middle of the tear-up. And so since I don't know how ideal coming to watch camp's going to be this year, I wonder if they end up at the Greenbrier for camp, because I don't think they have another – 2 or 3 week East Coast stretch where they could set up the old let's stay there for.
All right, so Sean goes in to talk to Greg and Carrie.
Yep.
Maybe Rob's on speakerphone or whatever from, I don't know, his compound on Mars, wherever he lives. And he says, look, we went to the Greenbrier last year, and relative to the 5-1 stretch of games that we played, after our stay at the Greenbrier, in which you had to certainly get the charge card out for that thing. This is a perfect opportunity for us to be able to springboard our season. If you're Sean Payton, no matter what, he can say, we won. Now, we didn't play great that day against the Jets, but we won the game. And because of the bond that our players created, because of their fear of Zona the Ghost, who was strangled by Erasmus, because of all of that, we went 5-1. We ended up having a playoff season in that stretch. This is another reason for you to send us back to the Greenbrier.
Well, I think he talks about the bonding. First off, I think Penner doesn't care. I'll write the check. Just show me the results. I want the return on investment.
That's just it. If they had gone up to Jersey and gotten their doors blown off by Aaron Rodgers and the Jets that week, they would have never set foot in the Greenbrier.
No, you're
ever
absolutely
again.
right, dude. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I just think Sean is going to pitch to Greg Penner, whether it's the Greenbrier or some other location. Maybe they have to go back up to Coeur d'Alene, and he could show him his golf course or whatever. He's probably going to want to go away from camp. You know what I mean?
Right.
This is, with the construction at the facility, I think it's the perfect opportunity for Sean Payton to steal guys away to camp a little bit. And we know the old school guys love that.
Sure
they
do.
love that.
Sure do.
I don't know if the players do, but they do.
Get them out there to the Greenbrier. They got a football field there. It's all set up for it. Apparently, some of the other reported activity at the Greenbrier, Andy. Strange noises and disembodied voices in guest rooms. Shadow figures throughout the property. Audio anomalies recorded in empty guest rooms.
Hey, it's a regular Stanley Hotel.
Being touched or grabbed by unseen entities.
Hey.
All
Well,
right.
You know.
Doors slamming shut and swinging open by themselves. Unexplained shimmers of light throughout the hotel. Shimmers.
We need you to go to the Greenbrier.
I gotta go. I gotta see this
get
stuff.
in there.
You know me.
You're all about it.
I'm a complete ghost skeptic.
Yes.
But I
we
don't
could just send you up to the Stanley for a bit. They've got the famous room.
They've never bothered to come and visit me. I don't know.
Well, they might find you off-putting.
Can't blame them. Really can't blame them. They know that I am not that good of a time to be around.
They don't care for your ham-hock stew.
So Sean Payton bonding thanks to Zona. Good stuff right there from Patrick Surtain.
I like how he said the team's scared. Now are we all going to go ask the team who was scared when we get the off-season availability?
Who was the most scared?
Who was scared?
Who was scared up there at the Greenbrier? Kreckman and Lindahl. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Apple Air. It's about that time of year. The weather is starting to warm up. You got to think about staying cool in the summer months. Well, right now, Apple Air is offering you a fantastic special. We're talking about $1,000 off a brand new heating and cooling system for a limited time only. Go to appleair.com. That's air with an E, and check out this deal. You stay warm in the winter, you stay cool in the summer, and you get big-time savings. This is a better deal than I got. I got $750 off my new furnace. You're getting $1,000 off a brand new heating and cooling system installed from the guys over at Apple Air, and you're going to love the work that they do. The things that Apple Air provides standard are upcharges with other HVAC companies. Family-owned and operated. They've been in Denver forever, and they're going to write you a quote, not an estimate. They will write you a quote because Apple Air cares about your comfort and efficiency and value. Give them a call, 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813. Ask about this special, $1,000 off a brand new heating and cooling system, or simply go to appleair.com.
Apple Air, the experts that care.
We are live at the Black House Tavern here in Parker, Colorado. Come see us today. We got a fine bourbon sampling featuring Elijah Craig, Evan Williams, and Larceny. Come on down. In addition to sampling these terrific bourbons, you can register to win tickets to tonight's Avalanche game. You still got a few more minutes. People are still getting in here to get entered in to win a pair of tickets for tonight's game with the Avalanche and the Sharks. Your chance to see Macklin Celebrini live and in person this evening. He's probably going to win the Rookie of the Year, Andy. Any other Sharks you're excited to see tonight?
Well,
little Barclay Goodrow in your life?
Is Georgie going to get booed? What's going to be the reaction? This one's an interesting one. I mean, he was cheered a number of times.
Sure.
Had his name chanted. Matter of fact, it was funny. Wedgie was laughing about getting the wedgie the other night. Or hearing the wedgie the other night, I should say. I don't think anybody gave Scott Wedgwood the wedgie. But they had chanted wedgie, and he talked about it in his post-game. It was cool to hear wedgie. I haven't heard that one in a while. And look, people love to chant the goalies' names. I feel like, Georgiev did the best he could while he was here. I just am not quite sure. Like, if I were a fan just going there, I'd give the guy a round of applause. There's nothing to be totally angry about. Listen, when it comes to Dallas last year, he won the one that cost you the series. You couldn't score a dang goal.
Isn't the best revenge living well? I would say the Avalanche
Blackwood,
are living well.
You've done just fine.
Yeah. Blackwood, by the way, expected to go against his former team tonight in Alexander Georgiev between the pipes tonight for the Sharks. 7:30 is your your puck drop time. I was messing up my sports right there. Your puck drop time.
We'll be tipping again tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll tip tomorrow with the Nuggets taking on the Phoenix Suns, who are just a complete and total mess. Okay, so I think Joker plays tomorrow.
Okay.
I think he plays Sunday. And I think he's off on Monday.
You might not have a choice, man. They've got a legitimate reason to rest him.
He's got the ankle injury.
What if you don't – I keep asking you, though, what if you don't play well? What if it's another butt-kicking Sunday?
Great question.
I don't think you can keep letting these – you know what? I'm glad we got back to this.
Okay, good.
Because I think it even goes back to last night's game. And I think some of this – whether it's the Avs or the Nuggets – like, if the Nuggets can win or stay close with OKC Sunday, I am fine with that particular opponent if Jokic sits then on Monday.
Yeah.
If they get their doors blown off like has happened, then I think he's got to play. But I will say this. I think you asked earlier, and we should get to some of the responses to that tweet you put out there. Last night's game was blank, and you asked the fans to fill it in, and we got a lot of responses as to what they thought the game was. And I know that, like, listening to the morning guys, Brett Kane was all up in his feels talking about how, they should have blown that team out last night. You need to be blowing teams like that out last night. It got me thinking. We've all accepted this is not as dominant a Nuggets team as it was 2 years ago, right?
Right.
This is not the team that won the title 2 years ago. No Bruce Brown, no KCP, no Jeff Green. We've gone over that ad nauseum, all right? So, knowing that this team is not as complete, knowing that this team is not what you had 2 years ago, isn't just beating teams good enough? Should we recalibrate the expectations until we get a dominant stretch with Nate? You and I have not seen a dominant stretch probably since maybe a year ago after the All-Star break, but they've not really had a dominant stretch, I would say, all year. I guess I can't say that. Those 3 games where Jokic sat the fourth quarter, but they were against really bad teams. But should we recalibrate to maybe not expecting you to blow teams out and just accept wins when you get them? Either the Avs or the Nuggets.
They're 29-12 over their last 41 games. That's a large sample size. That's literally half of an NBA season. And they're 29-12 in that stretch. They were playing the first game after a long road trip. What does Scott Hastings always say
talks about that?
The first game after a long road trip? Teams can play a little bit uneven. You're out of town. You get home. You have re-entry back into your life. It can be a little bit tricky, okay? Tomorrow night they play a Phoenix team that is struggling mightily. It's also like Sacramento's – they're not a bunch of slouches. Like, I'm not going to argue that, like, Sacramento's a contender or anything else like that. But, like, Sacramento's not a bad NBA team. They're over 500.
They can shoot the 3 ball. We have to accept any team that shoots the 3 ball well, or gets going that night,
DeMar
Nuggets
DeRozan
are going to have a bit of a problem.
started slow as hell, and then he just made everything.
Everything.
And Zach LaVine is, again.
LaVine gave Murray a couple of his tastes of his own medicine with that turnaround jumper.
Just trading buckets at the end of that game. I tell you what, again, Andy, I know it happened in the Chicago game the last time they saw LaVine, and it happened last night against Sacramento. And I just sat there and I watched Michael Porter Jr. struggle, and I was just like, wonder what that would look like.
Kind of wish you would have made that trade now.
And I can't say that with certainty.
You wouldn't have had Zeke Naji, though, likely. And Zeke played all right last night. Now you still – yeah, I get it. I know. I know.
Okay, hold on.
Never did you think those words would be uttered?
I would have March 6th, Thursday, March 6th at 3:51 p.m.
Yeah, it happened.
4:51. Excuse me, my clock
Next
is on
week
the wrong
it'll be 5:51.
time zone. Yes, exactly. But I just want to make sure that I got this right here. It was said out loud on this show. Yeah, but you wouldn't have had Zeke Naji.
Yep, I said it. I said a thing.
Hey, Zeke's playing okay.
Yeah,
I don't.
He hit a big three at the end.
He
hit a big three.
Scored 10 last night. He defended. He was a plus on a night when Jokic was a minus. Zeke was really good. Again, that's the thing that gets said out loud now. What I tell you what, man, NBA seasons are long, aren't they?
They are.
82 of these things.
There was a time back in December where, like the white elephant gift at the party, you were begging somebody to take Zeke Naji.
Do you remember after Summer League when we were like, I don't think Jalen Pickett's an NBA player.
Yeah.
He's going to be like in the Israeli league before you know it.
Yeah, that all happened.
Yeah, he'll be playing in Istanbul or something, and instead,
Greece.
Jalen Pickett is a viable NBA player. Not a bad NBA player either.
Probably someone you're going to have to rely on through some of this stretch.
I think so.
If Aaron Gordon isn't going to be right, if Jokic really has a thing with the ankle,
yeah,
we're going to see some of those three-guard lineups you talked about.
And I stay in this place right now is Mike Malone doesn't give a crap that was a close game last night.
Nobody does because they just want the wins. And that's why I guess I'm saying.
He cares that they won. And right now, and I'm telling people, like the Nuggets are going to go through a stretch right here where Malone and this staff are going to be more worried about process than results. And that sounds insane, but that is their biggest concern right now. And playing through some things, including everybody fronting Jokic with smaller defenders and trying to fill the passing lanes as much as they can. I get it. Like, As a fan of your team, you want your team to win every single night. You want your team to win by a lot every single night. That is not the way the team is approaching this, which sounds counterintuitive, but it actually is what they're doing.
So then I'll ask the question again, should we be upset when they don't blow teams out?
No.
Do you think the Golden State during their run ever cared about if they were blowing teams out or not?
No, but they almost always did anyway. But I know what you're saying right there. I want to say it was... Yeah, was it the 73 win team? I think it was the 73 win team, the Golden State team, and they were coming in to play the Nuggets, and this was the Brian Shaw Nuggets, okay? And so I did a closest to the pin contest that afternoon, Andy, and I called in and asked people to guess the score.
Okay.
In other words, how bad is Golden State going to blow the doors off the Nuggets? And my friend over there got an angry phone call from somebody over at the Nuggets ticketing office that did not appreciate that particular bit. Did not, as they advertised on the station, they did not particularly care for my how bad are the Nuggets going to get murdered tonight. And
what ended up happening?
I think they lost by like 25 or whatever. You know, it was just like a standard rote Warriors blowout.
Okay.
That night, yeah. And I definitely – and we were giving away a prize, and I definitely did get a couple of angry callers that were like, I think the Nuggets are going to win tonight. And I was like, you're not going to win the prize. But thank you for chiming in.
You won't be collecting anything. What ended up happening? Do you remember, did they blow the doors off?
Yeah, they did.
Right?
Yeah, the Warriors kicked their ass. Yeah.
And the guy, in fact, did not win anything.
He did not win a prize. But you know what? He stuck up for the feelings of his organization and was a proud fan.
Yeah. Well, look, in closing, I'm just saying.
Uh-huh.
I think a lot of the frustration some fans are feeling right now is that you want blowouts at home because we've been spoiled with those, and some of this is coming from Scott Hastings. Scott Hastings is as convinced as our buddy Zach from the Athletic yesterday.
Yeah.
This team's a contender. He's not worried about it at all. He thinks Jamal's found his game, and he thinks they're – and you know what? More and more you look around, Nate, there are a lot of NBA people saying – The Athletic wrote another article saying the Nuggets are a contender. There's still plenty of ESPN folks that believe the Nuggets are a contender.
And I want to say this to hold this very show accountable is I spent the entire first half of the season saying you're not winning crap until Jamal gets his act together, and Jamal Murray is balling right now.
You're right.
Right now, Jamal Murray is as tough and as dangerous an individual scorer and playmaker as there is in the entire NBA.
I still feel either Aaron has to stay healthy and be himself, or MPJ's got to refine his form before I'm all in on.
I agree on
getting the trophy.
On both of those things.
But you're right.
But the single most important entity is that Jamal, because Jokic is always great, Jamal Murray is great right now too. And as long as you have that, you're a contender to win the NBA title. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, including yet another Bengal is unhappy. How's Joe Burrow going to feel about all that? We'll talk about it next. All right, we're back at it. We're live at the Black House Tavern here in Parker. That is Main Street and Victorian here in Parker, Colorado. Stop by and say hello. We still have, I don't know, a couple more minutes for you to sign up to win Avalanche tickets. Avs take on the Sharks this evening at Ball Arena. But right now it's time for football news. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Mark Springer. How you doing, pal? Back at the shop. Big Spring. What's up?
Here all by myself to present to you the High Five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. So Diana Rossini of The Athletic tweeted out earlier today that the Seahawks are seeking a first and third-round pick for wide receiver DK Metcalf, according to sources. Metcalf is also eyeing a new contract worth around $30 million per year. So I have odds, courtesy of Bet365, for which team DK Metcalf will play for starting next season. The Seahawks are the favorite at plus 275, followed by the Chargers at plus 375, the Patriots plus 400, the Raiders plus 600, Steelers plus 800, Texans plus 1,000, Broncos plus 1,200. When I was perusing the futures market on Bet365, the Cooper Kupp market caught my eye. The Broncos are the favorites for Kupp to play his first snap next season for the Broncos at plus 350. Plus 350. For reference, the Lions are second at plus 600.
I see. That is the aisle I want them shopping in, the Cooper Kupp aisle, when it comes to wideouts, if you're going to keep Sutton. Now, if you're not going to keep Sutton and you want to replace him with a DK Metcalf, or if you want to replace him with a Devontae Adams or somebody of that ilk, then fine. But for me, Nate, I don't think you can go and get one of the $30 million guys, and Kupp won't be that. I don't think you can go get yourself one of the $30 million guys, give up. Now, apparently Schefter told the midday guys that a second probably would get it done for Metcalf, which is much more palatable, obviously, than a first and a third.
That's what Bill Barnwell wrote about today. He said something close to the draft capital of a pick in the 40s.
But to me, I just don't think this team is in the world of $60 million a year at receiver or something close to it, which is what neighborhood you'd probably be in. You would be in it for DK Metcalf and a Cortland Sutton extension that he's happy with.
Also, I mean, you can talk about that as being the value to get something done. Seattle's just going to sit there and stare at you and say, we want your first-round pick.
I think you're right.
And again, like, Denver does have to make those picks. Now, here's the funny part about it. Like, think about their first and their second-round pick, which I believe is 50 and 51, I want to say is the
something
second-round
like
pick.
that, whatever.
Okay, so are you going to get a player as good as DK Metcalf in either of those two picks? Maybe, but also, like, you can get two really good players right there in the draft. You get two starters in that part of the draft. Potentially, one of them could be a star that. And they're cheap. They're cheap talent in a salary cap sport. The Broncos got to hang on to this stuff. I think DK Metcalf would kick ass in a Sean Payton offense, and yet I don't think financially it makes a ton of sense, especially as you talked about, Andy, all their own dudes that they have to pay to start thinking about that for a wideout. I'd like a world where the Broncos just like drafted a wideout and he turned out to be awesome, and then they had to give him a $30 million contract in 4 years.
Well, that's kind of Cortland Sutton. He just had 2 years ruined by the knee injury.
Right. No, you're right. You're absolutely right about that. So I like DK Metcalf, absolutely. Cooper Kupp you mentioned right there. Which Kupp would you rather have, Cooper or Stanley?
Oh, I'm taking Stanley.
Okay, good answer.
Stanley all day.
All right, just want to make sure you were.
I thought you were going to give me the Cooper and Cooper again.
No, it was
Cooper Kupp or Amari Cooper.
I was going Kupp or Kupp on that.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I like Lord Stanley's Cup.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
Well, you were talking about Stanley's Cup, not a Stanley, not the big dumb ones that are sold at Target, right? I want the Stanley Cup of hockey.
In a sports talk parlance.
Clear. All right.
The Stanley Cup.
Yeah, I got no need for the
not a Stanley Cup.
For a big gulp in a Gucci package. I don't need that.
We do welcome all advertising from the Stanley Cup people. Go ahead, Spring.
Changed my mind.
High five. The Bengals have given pass rusher Trey Hendrickson permission to seek a trade.
Okay, how's Joe Burrow going to feel about this?
Well, Joe asked to keep the whole team together, so I'm sure not psyched. Again, it goes back to the Sean Payton cut from the Combine a week ago, where he said we're trying to build the best team. We're not worried about finding one guy for our quarterback.
Yeah.
And Trey Hendrickson tracking down quarterbacks and causing third downs or 4th 3-and-outs and whatever, that's key to the team. But you and I have said it forever. I'm still not convinced they're keeping Higgins and Jamar Chase. I knew they weren't going to keep Trey Hendrickson because, again, Brown, their owner, is he's the cheapest owner in sport. Well, he's the cheapest owner in the NFL. Maybe Spanos wants a word, but it's one of those two.
Also, here's where I'm a little confused by what's happening in Cincinnati. Okay, and again, granted, I'm out of town stupid here, but you don't want to be so massively top heavy when it comes to your cap, obviously. And Burrow is already paid like a top dollar quarterback. Jamar Chase will become the highest paid non-quarterback in the sport when you pay him, as well he should be. The guy rules.
You think he's going to top out Crosby?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to.
You might be right.
He might be the most impactful non-quarterback in all of the NFL. He's certainly in the discussion of the 5 or 10 guys that you would put in that discussion. He's that good. Okay, so you got to worry about paying Jamar Chase. You already want to pay Higgins because Burrow has already made a stink about that. Like, I get that Joe Burrow wants to have his star teammates around, and for very good reason, but also I will say, like, at some point, don't they have to worry about how top-heavy their cap situation is and, like, going to Joe and being like, hey, man, I know you like all these guys and you want everybody to get paid, but also, like, at some point this isn't very good for us.
Yeah, I would think so.
But also, like, they're not a good drafting team, and Joe would just be like, well, you suck at this. We have 4 scouts or whatever it is.
Yeah, you're right. They are living – all these guys they have to sign, it's because that's the last time they stunk bad enough to be top of the draft.
Yeah.
I don't know, Nate. You know, here would be my argument if I were Cincinnati management. What have we won with all these dudes? Okay? What have we won? We've gotten off to slow starts. Last year we didn't even make the playoffs. We haven't had home games. And again, home game income is what helps me, the owner, Mike Brown, pay all these dudes. So how about you show me that this is all worth keeping together, and then maybe I would have thought about it. You had 3 years, 4 years to do it, and you didn't. Frankly, I'll be honest with you.
Super Bowl.
They did. But
it was a while ago, though. You're right.
It was, and you've not really had as much success. And look, I love Joe Burrow. But you know what's part of loving Joe Burrow? I would probably tell Joe Burrow, I believe you can make most receivers we bring in here good. Do we really need to top out at the receiver position with the 2 we got?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tricky spot because then it's like then you worry about, okay, is Joe Burrow going to look at it and come to the conclusion that most people that play for the Bengals do of, oh, this place sucks, I got to leave.
He may come to that conclusion anyway because of the living conditions and all the other stuff and bad facilities, so on and so forth. But, you know, we'll see. I'm not convinced. I will believe they're keeping T. Higgins beyond this year when I see a deal. I'm not convinced they're just not franchising the guy and going to see what they can do, and maybe he leaves after. They may still trade him.
Yep, very well could. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. The Chargers have released 5-time Pro Bowl defensive end Joey Bosa, who is going to turn 30 years old in July. It saves the Chargers just over $25 million in cap space. According to Ian Rappaport, the Niners could be an option for Joey. He could join his brother Nick in San Francisco.
Man, this guy he's played 28 games the last 3 years, Andy. 28 games the last 3 years. He's just never healthy.
Yeah.
He's never healthy. When he does play, he's a good player, but he's just flat out never healthy. And this is, you know, again, like we sit here in Denver and we're like, you got to pay Nick Benito, you got to pay Zach Allen. We're spending all that Walmart money. Hell, nobody's more guilty of doing it than I am. But also, like, this also happens. Sometimes you pay a guy a fortune. You give him a 9-figure contract, and then he plays 28 games in 3 years, and you're just like, cool. That hamstrings our team.
I don't want to jinx it, but if I'm talking about Zach Allen or Nick Bosa and I look at games played, I'm going Zach Allen all day.
Yeah.
Bosa's had injury problems since he got into the league.
Oh, I don't think the Broncos should even consider Joey Bosa.
No,
absolutely.
And probably, if I'm Bosa, I'm looking at, you know, maybe you go to San Fran and join your brother. I'm looking at somebody that I think was, you know, you're a game away.
Yep.
2 games away.
Yep. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. The Jaguars released a slew of players today, saving them about $15 million in cap space, including a couple of former Broncos, wide receiver Josh Reynolds and cornerback Ronald Darby, also wide receiver Devin Duvernay and tight end Evan Ingram.
Got to be honest, don't remember Josh Reynolds signing with Jacksonville.
Nor do I.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you.
I'm sure it was in the high five.
I remembered
No, it
it
wasn't.
when I saw the note that he was getting cut.
Yeah.
I haven't thought one thing about Josh Reynolds since his departure here. That's one of those guys, again, we kind of saw it. Oh, man, help me out. Who was Javon Walker? Javon Walker was never the same after the Darren Williams incident at night, the murder.
Broncos had a great offseason last year, but the Josh Reynolds signing is a reminder you never bat 1,000.
Well, and maybe it's also a cautionary tale about some of the receivers. Again, a guy can look so good in one system with one quarterback. And Amari Cooper, we've been talking about with Amari Cooper.
Yeah, he wasn't healthy here.
He looked good at Dak Prescott.
Yeah, Reynolds couldn't stay on the field. And
the incident.
And the incident was a hell of an incident.
I wouldn't want to live in this city anymore either after that incident.
And finally, Spring.
High five. In other Jaguars news, they were set to cut wide receiver Christian Kirk until the Houston Texans at the last second came calling and said, we will give you a 2026 7th-round pick for him. And the Jaguars said yes. So Christian Kirk is now a Texan. Stephon Diggs is a free agent. And Tank Dell's availability for the start of the season is in question because of the ACL injury suffered in week 16 against the Chiefs. Tank Dell underwent a second surgery on that knee Wednesday.
Oh. Yeah, you needed another guy then in that case. And so you go and get Christian Kirk. 29 years of age. He jumps into bed now with C.J. Stroud. Wow, it was Jaguars Junction today here in the high five.
Is that like Conjunction Junction?
It is, except it's
yeah, that guy. Got that guy going on.
That dude right over there. Good Jaguars news for you. 7th rounder for Christian Kirk. Remember some guys. There you go. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Actually, 4, and then the Christian Kirk trade. We're with you today until 6 p.m. We're getting you ready for the Avalanche and the Sharks coming up here tonight. But quick break. When we come back, last night we asked the listeners, tell us what the hell that Nuggets game was. Some of you gave us answers. Some of us gave us more than we needed to know. We'll share some of that coming up next. Hot Mike, Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're with you until 6.
I'm just passing messages along. Technically, it's business.
Just saving jobs over here.
No, I'm glad. I'm glad.
I'm with you today, along with Andy Lindahl.
Kreckman and Company comes your way Monday.
We're live at the Black House Tavern in Parker. Great crowd out here at the Black House.
Yeah, we
tonight.
got a lot of people have come by to say hello. You and I think, in sports radio, we always get stuck around the downtowns. I don't want to say stuck, but every time it feels like we either go really south or really north, a lot of people show up to say hi, which is cool.
That's where the people are. Yeah, they're out there. They're also out west. They're out east. They're everywhere. It's Kreckman and Lindahl Nation.
Should we go to Greeley one time, go to the Smiling Moose?
Let's do it.
Just throw back some old day stuff, see what Broncos stories we can dig up.
I'm all for it.
I think someone told me the Moose is closed, by the way, but whatever. Sorry, Moose.
We'll just stop by the establishment.
Now it's the Crying Moose.
Check out some bourbon out here today at the Black House. They got the Evan Williams, the Elijah Craig, the Larceny.
The Evan Williams, yeah.
Uh-huh. It's all available to you right here at the Black House here tonight.
Smooth.
Mm-hmm. So Andy, last night I asked the question on Twitter. I asked the listeners, the people, or I say the listeners, whoever saw my tweet last night. Fill in the blanks on that Nuggets game last night. That game was fill in the blank, okay? And I tweeted this right at the end of the game, all right?
No, but I read it. I was like, that is an A-plus tweet. That is a chef's kiss tweet.
It was a weird game.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
It was, it's one of those games that elicits everybody just being like, this game is drunk on Twitter, but also that game was drunk. Like, Jamal kept hitting shots that would seemingly put the game away, and then Zach LaVine would hit an even crazier shot and just keep that thing going. Keon Ellis and Nikola Jokic just running all over each other. Jokic kept stepping on that little dude, and then Ellis would get called for a foul and complain to the officials. The whole thing.
Was Ellis the one that, by the way, just flat out tried to trip Jokic?
Body checked him.
Like kicked
hip
at him.
Checked him.
Dude, you kicked your leg at him and you're mad you're getting a foul call?
Yeah.
What are we doing
And then he
here?
complained about it. It's wild. That's just what that game was like last night. It was a game that featured Russell Westbrook as your most dependable offensive weapon. It was a game that featured Zeke Naji as the clutch hero. It was a game where Jamal Murray took 15 free throws. It was a game where Nikola Jokic was -7 and the Nuggets won. He was -14 in the first half. It was, again, this was a game that was nuts.
Defied all odds.
It really did. And so I asked the listeners, that game was fill in the blank. I want to read a couple of the responses right here. We start with Rachel, who just said that game was whack. Yeah, it was whack, as the kids would say. She also spelled it with an H. I like that.
Whack.
Somebody on Twitter, the handle at Mark A. Mark, whoever that guy is,
Don't know.
said, no, play the Elway one. I wanted the Elway drop.
That one's buried.
That game was wrong sheet. Try when the fourth quarter starts. Kind of.
Yeah. They started trying in the third.
I think they tried. They were trying without much thought behind it.
Well, and Zeke got in there and gave him some. Listen, this again goes to your trend and why the negative to the Nikola Jokic number.
Uh-huh.
They actually got something out of the non-Nikola Jokic minutes to begin the fourth quarter.
Yeah, they did.
I mean, who
they
would have
came
thunk it?
back because of Joker. I want to hold on. Let me look up at the fourth quarter numbers real quick, okay? And by the way, the bench was good both stints, second quarter and fourth quarter. The bench was really good in that game. In fact, by the time the game was all said and done, Zeke was a +9. Peyton played it at dead even. Jamal, who did a lot of those bench minutes, was a team best +21 last night. CB played bench minutes last night. He was a +8. And Westbrook played bench minutes, and he was a +6. So this was a game that was won by the Nuggets' second unit, which pretty much never happens.
Right.
So it's again of kind of what goes into that game being as weird as it was. Jay called it a heart attack.
Yeah, my blood pressure was up. I was going to force a stroke if not have the heart attack. I was getting angry. I was getting feisty. That was the second Nuggets game I was yelling at the TV.
Oof.
That never happens.
Yeah.
That's how feisty that thing got me.
Third quarter when I was looking at that thing, and like they had cut it, like they cut it to 4, and then it was back up to 9, and then I was just like, how dumb is this game about to get?
It got real dumb.
Yeah.
It got real dumb. But then again, this game you won, and it was still dumb. I don't think it ever got undumb. It never educated itself. That game was still dumb even when you won.
Jason tweeted this, a microcosm of the season.
What'd you think of that? That was one of the more interesting responses that I saw.
Team is good enough to make it interesting, but don't think it's their year. West is too tough at the top.
I hate that I can't more vigorously debate that point. Despite a lot of people, as we talked about, a lot of media insiders and ESPN, Fox Sports, The Athletic, all of them still calling the Nuggets a top contender in the West.
All right. Think about this, though, okay? And this is one where I will say everybody remember what playoff basketball is like, okay? Because we worry so much about non-Jokic minutes. We worry so much about rotation. I swear to God, and one of the things that I try to push back on always is I don't want to spend more time talking about the end of the rotation than we do about the top of the rotation. But inevitably, we talk about that stuff a lot because, number one, the non-Jokic minutes are so critical, and number two, there's like more disagreement to be had right there. What debate are we going to have about Nikola Jokic right now?
Right.
You know? I guess there's some debate on Jamal, but I think even he's silencing a lot of that right now. So you end up spending a lot of time talking about dudes that will have almost no impact on the NBA playoffs. And Nikola Jokic is going to play 40 to 42 minutes a night in the postseason. He'll basically always be out there. All you need is DJ to be like a -4 or somewhere in that neighborhood in the few minutes that he'll play in the postseason, and you're in great shape.
Yes. Now, let's do this, though. You're right. We should not stress over players 9 through 12.
But we do. I know.
Hold on, though. Have we figured out, though, what the plan is? Like, again, I will be honest with you last night. I've said this a couple times during the show. I'm going to say it again. Why, when they took out Zeke Naji, your favorite topic again.
Right.
But they take out Zeke Naji, and I'm thinking to myself, why not leave him in there and let him play Aaron Gordon? I realize Nikola Jokic is coming back in. Slide him to Gordon's spot. Let him play a little bit of that. And I bring it up, and I bring up Zeke Naji specifically for this. We don't know that Aaron Gordon's going to feel good all throughout the playoffs. Chances are, from what we've seen, the evidence suggests he's probably not going to feel good for every game of every series.
Right.
So, yeah, I'd like to continue to watch a Zeke Naji. I hope he continues to develop. I hope he continues to show us what he's got, and this just doesn't disappear. Again, play him against some of the upper teams. Let's get a good look at him in these Oklahoma City games, Nate. Because there is some holes that may need to be filled if these guys don't feel right.
So I just want to note, Zeke was subbed out for Joker.
Right.
And the next sub was to get Christian Brown back in the game. So you need your most important perimeter defender and, the best player in the world out on the floor. And one thing that Malone did last night was he left Peyton Watson out there in the fourth quarter. Now, this is also the part where we have to – this goes back to my unending and raging defense of the coaching staff, is Watson hasn't played in a month. He will have to play in the postseason. He is the best shot blocker, and he's the closest thing to a rim protector that you have on your team, so you need him to play. You know he's going to be playing with those guys, filling those minutes in the postseason, and even if it doesn't look great right now, the purpose is, again, to get those lineups ready to go for April.
Fair enough, but I feel like Zeke Naji is showing you with confidence, which I think he gains with every game.
Yeah.
He and Watson might be able to split some time together.
I do love the.
Listen, I know you are not.
I'm so tickled by this.
You don't want to buy into Zeke Naji, and that's fine.
I don't.
I'm not telling you I bought in, but he's giving me the hope I think we had a couple years ago.
It's not that I'm not buying Zeke. It's that I am evaluating Zeke where he's at, and I think the coaching staff is too, and they're not about to expose that sample size to a downturn.
Well, I would try it. I would find out, though, Nate.
Okay.
That's an NBA body. We've said it since he got in here.
Okay.
Zeke Najee has a body to handle the physical play down there and hopefully go get you some rebounds. Now, again, there's a guy that's got to improve his hands. I feel like we've been saying that since he got to the team. But he hit a couple threes last night. I want to see Zeke get in there and you know what? If nothing else, let Zeke take over some of those DeAndre Jordan minutes. Because to me, DeAndre's got to save those legs for whatever you may need in the playoffs.
Yeah, but Zeke, he's always bad when you play him at the 5.
I understand.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
that's why I said last night, now that you've given him – because, look, I thought MPJ wasn't having that great a game. So let Brown come back in.
Right.
Let Najee go over and take the MPJ spot.
Okay.
And you know, then you put Christian to the 3 and you roll with what you got. Who else was out there? Westbrook and – so it would have been Brown, Westbrook, and Jamal?
And Peyton Watson and Jokic. Yeah.
See, I would have just let – I want to see some more out of Zeke.
I'm
Because
here for
you're
the
right.
Zeke train.
No,
I'm enjoying it.
Listen, we need to find out if it's real. I'm not even criticizing your doubt.
Yeah.
But I want to find out if it's real
I think
rather than
this is my point. I believe it is real. I don't think what Zeke is doing is fooling anybody. I just
don't think it continues against upper echelon teams.
I think what Zeke is doing is exactly the role that he should be asked to do. I don't think there's another level there. And the reason why I say that is because the level that he's at, I didn't think there was a planet we'd sniff that this year.
I'm with you. I'm in agreement with you there. That's why I'm saying.
DJ says, kind of like last night's Avs game, sloppy all game, tuned up at the end. Yeah, I think that's what you saw last night. I think that's dead on. There was a lot of slop in that game. Let's see. Mike says, everything that's wrong with the Nuggets. Sleepwalking through most of the game, inconsistent on defense, too many turnovers, too many offensive rebounds given up, only to rely on timely shots and stops to win. They're better than they showed, but their bad habits are killer. Yeah, they play like a team that's more talented than most of their opponents, but don't give you 100% effort nightly because, again, I don't think that championship caliber teams do.
Well, but I also think they were at a different level the last couple years.
Yeah.
And it was easier for them to reel in and make up for a bad half of basketball than what – Nate, tell me that last night didn't feel like he was going to end up like Boston. I had said it out loud, and nobody in the room at one point, this is going to be like Boston, where they get within about 4 points but never get there, and we're going to lose this stupid game. That's what I thought.
Well, good news is the Kings aren't the Celtics. So it all worked out in the end. I want to get to a couple of more of these before we hear from Gabe Landeskog. Timmy says, must win, did win, didn't feel good win. They're not all going to make you feel great. They're not all. Again, I know we always want them to win by 20. But that's not realistic in an 82-game season. Effort levels vary. Finally, I want to read this one. This is from Carrie here? Yeah.
Yeah, Carrie had an interesting one.
Okay. Actually, can you read it? Are you looking at it?
I read it. Carrie basically, I'll clean it up.
Hey, it's not filthy. It's just it's a lot of information.
She sounded like basically a date ended well.
Uh-huh.
And that final part of the date was really good.
Yeah.
I don't feel like any of that game was really good. I'm just happy we got the win.
Yeah.
I used the same metaphor Carrie was using about
check the box
relations.
Checked the
but
box.
I'm going to clean it up for the family hour of the show.
Okay.
It was like a bowl of ice cream.
All right.
Now, I wanted Bluebell Tin Roof.
Tin Roof.
I got Lucerne Vanilla. Did I get to have some ice cream? Yeah, it's fine. I got the ice cream I wanted, but it wasn't Bluebell Tin Roof.
No,
it wasn't. It wasn't a Blizzard from Dairy Queen.
Uh-huh.
It wasn't. You know what? I'll even do one of our great sponsors. It wasn't one of the special custards from Good Times. I had Lucerne Vanilla, and no chocolate, no nothing, just a bowl of vanilla.
A Wednesday night.
So I got what I wanted.
6-point win over Sacramento.
But God knows I wanted more.
Is Lucerne vanilla.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good analogy. That was well done. You're a wordsmith.
The Lucerne people probably are happy with me. But look, you got in. You made the show.
Hey, you know what? And an end cap at the end of the Lucerne vanilla aisle is the chocolate syrup.
Yeah.
Just purchase that.
And we're all good.
And suddenly the Lucerne
you
vanilla
know what
is
the vanilla
fine.
might even have been? That little cup that you get the wood spoon with. That might have been the ice cream that I was having.
Then the ice cream tastes like lumber.
So again, I got my ice cream.
Uh-huh. It was just Lucerne
Well, it wasn't
vanilla.
the ice cream I really was looking forward to.
Okay.
Wasn't the ice cream I had my mind set on
Uh-huh.
when I took the ice cream out of the freezer.
Well, if you laid the 9 points with Denver last night, you probably felt the same way. Speaking of that, we'll get to Landeskog next segment.
Yeah, we need to give it its time.
We need to hear from Howie Roseman.
Okay.
Super Bowl winning general manager of the Philadelphia Eagles. Okay? So this was Howie Roseman back in the Super Bowl this year. He'd been there 2 years ago. Didn't have a great time. This time around, it went much better. Howie Roseman appeared on Todd McShay's show on The Ringer. And speaking of sexy time analogies, this is how Howie Roseman described this past Eagles trip to the Super Bowl.
Is this PG rated or PG-13?
Whatever you want.
Yeah. So I'd say like the first one's almost like, can I say this? Bob?
Yes,
Can we delete this? Is this live? You don't know what I'm saying? You don't know
No,
what
this
I'm
is the best part.
Okay.
You can be
It's,
you.
it's almost like the first time you have sex. You're so glad you had sex. It's not even the quality of it. The second
Perfect.
time,
That's actually great.
The second time, it's like, wow, I could actually have fun and enjoy this.
So apparently, Howie Roseman, two-time sex haver, has. He was able to sit back.
Only one time was it a good time. Only one time was it fun.
Hey, you know what? He's batting 500. Hey. That'll get you a full ride to Division One.
We did our Mammoth podcast last night, and I asked Thomas Vella, our player, I said, you work on certain shots and getting funky in the game. He goes, yeah, you get out there and you work on stuff, and only when it feels right do you try it in-game action. Howie Rosen the second time had something he'd figured out.
Yeah.
That we're going to try in-game.
It sounds like Howie Roseman Googled something between the first and the second time.
Read up on it. Decided he had it figured out. And it played well. Apparently he got it, the reaction he was looking for.
That's what he was looking for.
The roar of the crowd was heard.
That first time, just all.
That first time it was a minor league game early in the season. He could hear the beer vendor calling out, begging someone to buy a beer.
But the bright lights.
But after.
And Cooper DeJean the second time around.
All of a sudden.
Fireworks.
Yeah. The World Series showed up. Yeah, well.
Suddenly Howie Roseman understood
yeah.
what all those songs
Got
were about.
Got a little volleyball action. Yeah. 60-Minute Man made sense to him.
Now I get what Mick Jagger was singing about all those years. All right. Okay. The first time around, not so much.
He really gets that. He really gets that Jennifer Love Hewitt, John Mayer song.
Congratulations,
Howie Roseman.
Howie Roseman.
You're our
Super Bowl champion,
rockhead of the day,
two-time sex haver. We'll take a break when we come back.
You don't think the plumbing company wants to sponsor Howie Roseman? Come on. Sounds like plumbing got right to me.
It does. It really does. Sounds as though the plumbing came through.
Call Rock Heating and Plumbing. Ask him for the Moser special.
Ask him for the Howie Roseman special.
I think they've got the Moser special. Okay. That might be Silter Har. Call everybody you know and see who has the Moser special.
And find out what that move is. Does it involve a knuckle? We'll take a break when we come back.
Whoa. 2 fingers of bourbon.
Thanks for saying bourbon. We'll take a break when we come back. We'll try and clean it up and pay our proper respect to the great Gabriel Landeskog. That's next. Avs tonight, they got the Sharks. Sharks! Plus, tonight on Altitude Television, they will be airing a conversation with Gabriel Landeskog, hosted by Kyle Keefe. It will air in its entirety at 6:30, and then after the Avalanche Sharks game at 10:30. Andy, this is a heart-to-heart conversation with Gabriel Landeskog about the physical and mental struggle he has been through to get back out onto the ice. The show will air all weekend long as well on Altitude, 3 times on Saturday. So set your DVR or catch it live on Altitude Television. And want to play a little bit of the audio from this conversation. Again, it's going to air tonight in about 45 minutes or so on Altitude. But Gabriel Landeskog talking about the numerous injury setbacks that he has suffered.
What are the setbacks and the stages that you wanted to accomplish, Gabe, whether it was stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4? Where are you right now?
Now I'm in a good spot. I'm been skating like 3-4 times a week and continue to progress my skating. And I'm hopeful about the future, excited about the future, really. I mean, in terms of it's been so long that sort of the original PT or rehab, that you cross that kind of 4 months maybe.
Yeah.
6 months is when I saw the doctor after surgery for the first time to check on what the plug looked like and made sure that was okay. And then after that, you kind of get the green light to start skating. Have I had a couple of setbacks? Yeah. And I think people will get to see as well that these setbacks aren't necessarily, it's sore for a few days. It's like, it's an actual like injury. And so kind of like another injury you got to deal with. And I think people get to see that. Like there was, I will also say this, like it is the odd time I do get to follow the narrative on media and things like that. Like, let's just say that it's not always accurate.
Right.
Because of how secretive we've been and kept things close to the chest. So there's been, numerous reports of things or setbacks because I'm not seen necessarily doing things. And understandably, right? Like I don't fault people for wanting to know, but there's a reason for that, is because I don't want to share all the ups and downs with everybody. It's enough for me to go through it myself. And I think, it's been wild. And obviously the setbacks have been hard. Now, did I think it was going to be smooth sailing for 18 months plus? Like, no chance, right? But you just continuously, you try to figure it out as you go. You try to make the best decisions all along. You try to make sure you keep progressing forward, and that's what we continue to do. And sometimes, you take steps backwards to then ultimately go forwards, and it's tested the resilience, it's tested my discipline like you wouldn't believe. But at the end of the day, it's kind of those things that make us grow and make us more resilient in the future. And it's been a crazy ride.
Wow, that all sucks.
It does.
Yeah. That's Gabe Landeskog right there. Talking to Kyle Keefe on Altitude. A conversation with Gabriel Landeskog airs tonight before and after the game against San Jose.
Kyle Keefe is the absolute perfect person to do this. And Moj probably would be second in line to that, because you're going to get that kind of honesty out of Gabe. He knows those guys. He's comfortable with those guys. He's pals with those guys. He's golfed with, I believe, them. And that's why I think the Peter Barr article in the Athletic was so good as well, because I just think Gabe is choosing to share this open a version of his story, the most open version we've seen yet, with those that are in his trust circle. Kyle Keefe is certainly that. So I highly recommend everybody check this out, DVR it, whatever you got to do to catch this piece.
And I also just think, Andy, like he talked about how the reports haven't always necessarily been accurate. They're trying to keep things as secretive as possible because of the up and down nature of the recovery, because also this is not an injury, and clearly because the guy literally hasn't played a hockey game since 2022, and it's March of 2025 right now, that this is not an injury that follows any standard timeline, because it's literally never been done before. So that's what he's talking about right there. Now, he talks about, like, this is sort of my personal battle, and I'm kind of going through it behind the scenes and the ups and downs. I would also say, like, yeah, dude, you're still under contract. Like, you are still on the roster of a professional hockey team, and that's automatically going to create a ton of interest in your recovery as to when you're going to be able to return, because this injury occurred literally, 1 year into an 8-year contract?
Yeah.
So automatically,
Dude.
like, people are going to want that information from you.
I don't think it was even that, Nate. I think from the moment he signed this contract, remember?
Yeah.
He signed it right after the Cup run, did he not? Am I wrong about that?
Do
I have it off by a year?
I think he signed. Didn't he? I thought it was.
I thought the
year.
extension was after the Cup, but you might now. I'm not even positive. Nate, or Spring, do you remember when did Landeskog sign his new deal? The year before the Cup or the year after?
I think it was before.
Okay.
But I could be wrong. I'll have to double check.
I thought it was right after they won the Cup, but again, I could be wrong. Regardless,
also,
he's not played a lot of hockey under this contract.
When you hear I'm skating 3-4 times a week,
right, that feels far.
There's no planet he's in the playoffs this year.
You're probably right.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this. Would you take him at least, he could give you some fourth-line minutes, which should be minimal in the playoffs.
Oh, sure.
A game here, a game there.
Oh, of course I would.
Have his presence in the room.
The moment Gabriel Landeskog can put on an Avalanche sweater and skate in a
Give you
hockey
the minimum?
game, go. Yeah, absolutely. Go get him, Tiger. I'm for it all day long. I'm not opposed to Gabe playing. I'm saying it doesn't sound like that's a guy that's ready to play
you're
in
right.
the
Well,
NHL.
and again, we're talking about a power forward that parks himself in front of the crease, that
Also,
takes a beating.
I mean, Andy, like, if he was ramping play, would he be doing the media tour right now?
No, you're right.
Yeah.
I appreciate this. For
I do
whatever it's
too.
worth, and it's not just
absolutely
this is not the company line. I've been dying to know what is going on with this guy, and he's letting us know.
Yeah.
Now, it's still going to be controlled because, as he said, I do think, and look, we've been told to warn people, this isn't about the decision is coming and this and that.
No.
But it is an update on where he's at in the process, which I think we would all like. And yet I do wonder, to your point, is this something of a warning of how the ending may go?
I think everyone's got to be aware of it. Again, like, we're about to finish the third year of this guy not playing.
On that documentary he's put together, Clean Sheet, with one of the local production companies here, and I forget the name, so I apologize, but they did a great job. He said, I've had to in their teaser clip, in the sizzle reel, he said, I've had to reassess what success will be at the end of this.
Yeah.
So there's your first admission. That's him telling you, I have to accept I'm probably not going to be, quote-unquote, Gabe Landeskog when I get back out there.
It doesn't seem like that's happening anytime soon. I appreciate that he wants to put a human face on all of this and have people kind of understand what he is going through. He's a great dude. We're rooting for him, man. I'm going to go home and set my DVR immediately and watch this thing, and we'll talk about it tomorrow here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. That's going to do it for us. Thanks to everybody out here at the Black House Tavern in Parker. Oh, good crowd in here right now. Food's fantastic, by the way.
Oh, we had 4 different dishes, and all of them were incredible.
Chef's kiss. Literally.
They have some sashimi peppers.
Ooh, shishito, too.
Whatever it is.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is. It's unbelievable. Just ask for the peppers.
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 Don't order the sushi peppers.
You can get some sushi peppers.